Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Getting another touchdown did help their confidence as a team because, like I said, Infantry Tardif is not used to it. So.
All right, trips right now for the Matrix offense to the left of your screen at home. Pass to the flag. Guérin with a catch. Guérin has been one of, if not the top offensive player this afternoon for her team, and she picks up a first down. So 4 minutes remaining here on the clock. It's going to be gut check time soon for this IceCold defense. Can they create a stop?
They have to. If they want the ball back, they have to. Or else it gives the Matrix another touchdown added.
Bunch formation. Cardiff gets the snap. She looks to the left. Receiver wide open. That's Cote. Cote, can she break a tackle? She can't.
Yes, wide open.
LaChapelle with a good tackle right there. That's going to be on this defense. Shelly Grenier. Sarah. Against Sarah Eve Asselin. Going to be on some of these players here to make a stop for their squad. Leticia and Galu as well. Pass to the end zone. Oh, they're saying it's a sack. No, yep.
It's a sack. I mean, the catch was also out of bounds, so it was incomplete either way.
Yeah, good sack right there. The rusher getting home. Gonna lay a big guy there. Pressuring the quarterback and able to get the sack.
Yeah, it was a good defensive play for all of IceCold's defense.
Could there be a challenger from Matrix?
They're talking to the ref right now.
It could be. So I'm thinking they're going to challenge the sack and then.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. So Walter Berry, head official here on the sideline running the instant replay.
Yeah. See if it was really a sack.
So again, if the sack doesn't stand, I mean, you were saying obviously the play went on the bounce. Let's see here on the replay.
Yeah. I mean, we could see the ref on the left-hand side. She called out of bounds for the catch also.
It's Phoebe Gervais working the left sideline. So we see the rusher.
Hands up.
Yep. Good form right there by the rusher, blocking the middle of the field from the quarterback. You see Ali Reza, Naziri are at the control for instant replay. So we see the flag has not come off yet, and there it is in her hand, but it hasn't fully detached from her belt. So that's the question. The ball's still in her hand, and I'll tell you what, yeah, it did. I think she got the sack.
Yeah. Isn't it like the rule if the QB is in motion, it's an advantage to the QB?
Technically, yeah, but I mean, it looks so. I mean, so where it's frozen right now, the ball's at her hand. You can tell that, but I think the flag is taken before that.
Okay, so even if the QB is in motion, it still stands. Okay, that makes sense.
So it's a question now also, can they challenge both plays, right? Because they're challenging the sack.
Yeah.
Now, can they also challenge the fact that they feel maybe the ball was caught? Maybe the receiver maybe dragged the toe? I don't know.
Yeah, like maybe just have an inch.
In balance is fine. The catch will stand.
If the ball is stable in your hands and you're still in bounds even for 1 foot.
.229 remaining here.
Including the pro clock?
Yeah, including the pro clock. So the ruling on the field, we just got word from Walter Berry. The officials will announce it at midfield, but the ruling on the field stands. There will be a sack by Begra. And again, it is a close call.
Yeah.
And I can understand what you're saying, where you thought maybe the ball got out of the quarterback's hand, but I think maybe just a second before.
And at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it, yeah. Championship on the line, I mean, you might as well challenge, right? You can't take your timeouts home. You might as well use them.
Exactly. So they have no more timeouts left, I think.
Yeah, so they can't challenge anymore after this pass.
Yes.
Caught inbounds by Cote. And that's the thing, right? If they were able to get the challenge, if the challenge was successful, they would have been able to get a second challenge. Because that challenge was unsuccessful, there are other challenges
and
for the rest of the game.
Out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go. So Cote for big catch here on the sideline.
Do you know which down it is?
I want to say it's third right now.
Okay, they're pretty close.
And the ball is in the red zone right here. 7-yard line. Pettit gets a snap. She's sacked again. Big R comes through for the second time in this series. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, that was a 4th down. Not able to complete it. She hesitated a bit too much, I'd say.
Yeah, so apologies. Yeah, it was not 3rd. It was 4th down.
That was a big play for IceCold right now because that means they have a chance to get a touchdown and get the upper hand.
So we talked a lot about the IceCold defense, but now if you're Matrix, right, this is it. You're 2 minutes away from championship glory, but you have to make a stop here.
Yeah, they either 2 deeps or 1 deep. They know the threats on IceCold, so.
Ryan gets a snap on 1st down. She throws, caught by Benalil.
Yeah.
So Benalil, Langin, Samart, of course, the snapper, and then Yuzoka on the right-hand side at wide receiver. A bit surprising the Mansuri's not in the lineup, but again, her and Benalil, it's not really, it's a fair trade-off, right? They're both great players.
Exactly. They're both similar also.
2nd down now.
Yeah.
2nd down, Ryan awaiting the snap.
We are in the pro clock, so I think they are using all the time they want.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ryan gets a snap, throws to the right-hand side. Langin makes the reception and gets out of bounds.
Yeah, time is stopped because she stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, so 3rd and about 5, maybe 6 right here.
Yeah, before the 1st down. They do have under a minute and 20 seconds left. They're down by 2 points, so just 1 touchdown would mean winning.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Hey, see what happens indeed. Here we go. Ryan gets a snap, looks to the right. Langin is open. She makes the catch. 1st down, IceCold. And I think, Lori, what we're seeing right here is a more decisive, more aware Ryan, not taking any big risks, is keeping to the short game, marching up the field slowly, and again, killing the clock.
Yes, she's finding the holes, the windows, and she's throwing to them. She's very accurate, so if she keeps it up, she might end up in the end zone.
If you're obviously a member of the Matrix defense, I'll ask your opinion after this play, but how do you think they stop it? Here we go. Ryan gets the pass to the end zone. Yuzoka with the catch. Tackled at about the 3, maybe 4-yard line. Big catch there by Lara Zuka, pardon me.
Yeah, Florence Clément-Beaulieu was there, but however, just a few yards behind her. I think they tried to do man-to-man. So we see the crowd is hyping up IceCold. They're a couple yards away from the end zone.
Pass to Simard. Oh, she's tackled at about, I want to say, the 1-yard line. No, say touchdown! Touchdown IceCold with 14.8 seconds left on the clock. See, because you're about the big snapper. I was going to call her tight end for a second. Big snapper there, Simard.
Yes.
Barreling her way. Let's see, better replay right here, better angle. So we see quick out route to the right-hand side. Samar able to break 1 tackle. Breaking a 2nd tackle. Smart there extending the ball. Now she gets tackled. So it's not the white line at home. It's that blue line behind it that's in
front of it,
that marks the touchdown. So she's able to cross that ball over that blue line that you saw on your screen.
Yes, it was very limited, but they did call it a touchdown. With only 16 seconds left after the convert. They are going for 2.
Yeah, they want to make it a 6-point lead. Oh,
yeah.
Timeout here, I believe, called. Yeah, timeout, I believe, called by Jacques Voigt, again, one of the coaches for IceCold.
I mean, after this, it forces Matrix to throw deep. You have a couple seconds left. You can't go short. If you want to win.
So what are you calling here, Laurie, on this deep row? I mean, 16.8 seconds left. Time does not run off the clock for the conversion, so they'll have 16.8 seconds left, give or take. You don't have to necessarily go for the Hail Mary. What would you call? Would you at least try to cut the field in half to get to midfield, or what would you do?
Yes, at least cut it in half, because with 16 seconds, you could get a couple plays if you go out of bounds or get a 1st down for sure. I would not go for the Hail Mary because we haven't seen the QBs throw that far either, so that would be a big risk to take, and that could end up in an interception.
So Athena Ryan with 1 championship, looking to get a second here. She has a chance to extend her team's lead from 4 to 6. Again, going for the 2-point combo from the 10-yard line. Let's see if they can get it. Ryan gets the snap. She looks to her right, now to the left, still with the ball. Matrix not sending a rusher. Fastball over the middle to Yuzoka.
Yes.
And falls incomplete.
All of IceCold's receivers were with a defensive players, so they were not open. She forced it. She tried it. Nothing to lose.
So this is it. Do or die time. Win or go home.
Yeah.
For Matrix.
Less than 17 seconds to go.
Matrix gets the ball. Pass to the right-hand side. Smartly getting out of bounds with a pickup of only about 6-7 yards. The receiver, assuming the defensive back was there, she could have had about 3 or 4 more yards.
She could have. I think she was really safe and just wanted to go out of bounds the fastest way possible.
IceCold, of course, making the playoffs. They were the 6th and final team in the 17 division to get to the dance. They won a point differential over the 7th seed Lake Crocs, who were beating Lake Crocs by 31 in the regular season, and Lake Crocs only beating them by 1. Later on the rematch, pass to the left-hand side. Receiver gets out of bounds. Near the first down.
Stopped, yeah.
8.2 seconds left. It's going to be about third. I want to say maybe a long 3 here.
They are playing it really safe out there, and I think it's the safest and smartest way to go right now.
Again, don't forget, a first down stops the clock, so Matrix is able to throw the ball over the middle of the field, and again, they'll get the stoppage. Ball is snapped. Quarterback's going deep, home run shot, and that falls incomplete, intended for Guerin, but she was not open at all.
Yeah.
So big 4th down coming up. This is the game right here.
With 3 seconds left, they have to make it. They are pretty far, so we'll see what they come up with.
I can't blame the quarterback, though, for choosing to go deep in that play. I mean, most people would think that she'd be trying to go short to pick up the first down, so maybe trying to catch IceCold by surprise, perhaps.
I think with a 3rd and short, they tried to go deep and get more for the first down, but with a couple seconds left, could have been safe to go short.
IceCold here for a chance to rewrite history. Handoff by to Guerin. She gets the first. Just barely, by about a yard, maybe.
Yeah. So it is first down, and if the clock is right, there's less than a second left.
Yep, 0.7 seconds.
So that forces them to throw deep for the win, or not.
Here it is, final snap of the game. She's going deep to the end zone. It's going to be a jump ball in the back. It's intercepted. And IceCold are your women's Division A champions.
So just to end it off, I think it was Christophe Jumel who got the final interception, a win for their team.
Huge INT right there to seal the deal. Her 3rd of the postseason, actually, for Jumel. So congrats to her on being the ball hawk that she usually is.
And props to them for coming in clutch, because they were down in the first beginning of second half.
In a 18-14 win here for IceCold. Yeah, big 18-14 win here for IceCold over the Matrix. Again, your Division A champs. Lori, fantastic game. A little slow to start offensively, but we saw a lot of fireworks in the second half.
Yes.
What are your opinion was the key to the victory here for IceCold?
IceCold, I think they tried it deep. It wasn't working, so they changed their game plan, and they were still confident. And Athena does trust her players, and she came in clutch with those catches and those throws. So she read those plays. She read the defense, and she got the window.
And that's cool. Like I said, I talked about earlier, right? 3-7 in the regular season. They were the last team to qualify for the playoffs. They were tied with the Crocs, who ended up not making the playoffs. But again, point differential in the head-to-head matchups. Speak about IceCold again. We said a rookie team, mostly. It is a first-year team. Some rookies, some non-rookies, obviously. What do you think was the most important thing that carried them to a championship this season?
I think just their team spirit. They've been together for less than half a year, but I think they practice every week, so their team chemistry did build up very fast. And Athena does have some experience with some of the players like Lara, Vizoko, and Maria, so that did help.
Yeah, it definitely did help a lot. So we're going to head down to the field. FPF CEO Jeff Rosenblatt is going to present the trophy to the Women's A Champions IceCold and the MVP award as well.
I'm down at the field with the Women's A Spring 2025 champs, IceCold. We got Chloe here. Grab that trophy, Chloe. All right, so Chloe, let me ask you a question. Unbelievable game, really tight finals. You guys scored at the end to win the game. How does it feel to have such a team win from the offense and the defense?
Oh, it feels so great. Honestly, it's amazing. It was so tight. We were stressful, but so happy to be there. Yeah.
Awesome. So it was a great game. Yeah. We're going to get the MVP of this game over here now. Leia, where's Leia? Leia. Okay. So, Leia, you had 4 sacks in this game. Huge turning points in the game, all those sacks. How does it feel to be MVP of the game?
I feel incredible. That's crazy. First year with IceCold, I'm the youngest of the team, so that's absolutely incredible for me.
Okay, so we have a newcomer, young person on the team. That just shows defense wins championships, even though the offense played great. So we have our 2025 spring champs, IceCold. Back to the booth.
Good to go.
All right, so again, we see obviously IceCold getting the championship trophy. Well-deserved win for them. Congratulations to those ladies. I had a chance this week to talk to Stella Jean-Georges on our podcast, and I asked her, what would happen if you guys win? Do you think maybe you could start a dynasty of your own? Obviously, Cayenne, your team has a dynasty.
Yes.
Sub-Zero, definitely for sure. Usually the Queen's the top of the mountain in this Women's A division. I mean, IceCold, again, a rookie team with some veterans mixed in. They're coming off their first championship. How much confidence do you think that gives them? And do you think, like I said, they can maybe perhaps start their own dynasty?
Honestly, the confidence is a big part of it because they did win. It's their first season in FPF. And I think IceCold was the point of it. The team was to build a senior women's team and do some tournaments and everything. So I think it's going to be the next top 4 or 5 senior women's team out there with Cayenne, Sub-Zero, and Matrix. So it is going to be a challenge for them to up it up a notch because Sub-Zero and Cayenne are amazing teams also. So, but I'm sure they could get there for sure.
All right, and obviously switching sides to the Matrix. Again, the Matrix, I can't help but feel bad for them, right? They're forever in the shadow of Cayenne and Sub-Zero, right?
Yeah.
Matrix is a strong team. Again, they finished where they finished in this division, but again, they made the finals. They came literally, pardon me, within a play of winning.
Yes.
Where do you think they go from here?
I mean, they have the team for it. It's unfortunate that Elizabeth Ashcall wasn't there. I think it would have been a turn of events if she was there because she is their normal QB and has a lot of experience with the Anne-Frédéric Tardif, Léa Demers, and all of her receivers. So it was a game changer for her not to be there. However, they were still close with an 18-14 loss. So I think Anne-Frédéric Tardif, the props to her for coming in clutch. She did keep her composure and everything. So with a short loss like that, I think they could still come in hot next time.
All right, congratulations to Ashley Langer and a lot of the rookies, again, winning their first FPF championship here. Kicking off, Laurie, obviously, one of 9 games here in the final day of championship weekend. A lot of fun here this afternoon is going to be had.
Yes, for sure.
All right, so for Laurie Willette, I'm Brent Balkin saying thank you for tuning in. This has been your Women's A Championship. IceCold, who put a freeze on Sub-Zero's reign, starting a reign of their own now for 18-14 victory over Matrix. They are your Flag Plus Football Women's Division A champions. Up next is the Division E Men's Championship 6v6 as STUDZ 2 takes on Arm Robbery. Stay tuned.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We are in the CN Complexe in Brassard for the second day of FPF Championship Flag Football. My name is Keon Cyrus, and I'm with
Quasi Guatemala.
And for this game, 1:15 starting time in Division E, we have the finals between the 13th seed STUDZ 2 as well as the number 10 seed Armed Robbery. So, Quasi, first off, what do you expect in this matchup between these two lower seed teams when you thought that maybe perhaps some of the top seeded teams would actually be in this position?
So I'm expecting a good game. Again, when you said that we do have two lower seed teams, higher seed teams, depends how you're looking at it, but we have a 6-4 versus 6-4. So both teams didn't really finish as the top of the ladder, you know. Usually you have a first seed versus a 4 seed, but instead we have a lot of upsets that happen during this division. So what I'm expecting is both teams kind of got their way to this path for where they are. So I think we should expect a really good game.
Yeah, for sure. So just looking at STUDZ 2, they came off as the 13th seed, so they never actually got a bye. They faced off TD Blitz, winning in a 36-31 contest. Their second matchup, which would have been the divisional round, they actually got the forfeit win over Gold Rush, who wasn't able to assemble a roster for that game. And then fortunately for them, they played my team, which was Sophomore Excel. They defeated us 40-25 in a matchup where they honestly played the most perfect flag football I've ever seen from most teams, and they upsetted us, but they honestly deserved it. To the semifinals, where they actually beat the number 2 seeded Reborn Prospects, who others thought that would be in the finals as well, with a score of 32-24. So with this road to the finals, how do you believe STUDZ 2 could manage the fact that they are seen as the underdog in basically every matchup? They got the forfeit win, and we talked about it just before we went on air. How does this affect the fact that maybe if they played Gold Rush, they might not have been here, but the fact that they are?
Yeah, so unfortunately they did get the win over Gold Rush. So maybe if that didn't happen, everything would have changed. But it's to the fact that STUDZ right now are playing really good football. During the quarterfinals, the semifinals, the divisional round, the quarterfinals, and semifinals, they've won every single game by double digits. So that's kind of something that you don't see as often, especially for a lower seed team where they kind of maybe struggle. They win a game by maybe 1 or 2, but they're balling out and they're kind of showing everyone why they're here. So hopefully they're going to be able to finish and kind of show everyone why they deserve a championship.
And for their opponents, Armed Robbery, they were a 10th seed, so they did get the first round bye. They ended up defeating Chomedy Chose with a score of 43-14. Played against a talented Richter squad that headed with Jeremy Steinberg. Won a close battle 20-18. And in the semifinals, they played Ayers University, who actually got to that point with a forfeit win in the quarterfinals, but defeated Ayers 32-27. So how do you find Armed Robbery's road to be in this position?
I feel like Armed Robbery also kind of had the same thing as the STUDZ. Right now, you see they finished the 10th seed, so they did have to play some of the top seeds, and they did a good job on winning. They didn't have exactly blowouts where they had double-digit wins, but they still won the game, and that's the reason why they're in the finals right now.
So we're about to start off the first play of the game. STUDZ 2 in the teal and Armed Robbery in black. At quarterback, you have Pierre-Olivier Bond-Lefebvre with the ball with the left hand, throwing it to number 18, Sean Rose, who wasn't able to catch the first pass of the game.
Yeah, so that was a good play call for them. They decided to do all hooks across the field and send a post, across the field. So they did all hooks and a post just to kind of get a feel of their offense. Unfortunately, it was a drop, but right now they're going through. They have a good thing going.
So Pierre-Olivier with the snap, looking left, throwing it deep across the field, and it is almost picked off by Keon Dillon Smith. Target there was number 2, which would be Dimitri Malzbash, who seems to be the leader of the STUDZ 2 receiving corps, finishing the year with 27 receptions, 309 yards with 10 touchdowns, and in the postseason leads the team with 5 touchdowns.
Yeah, so right there they had a kind of trips to the left. They had 2 receivers going to the left, 1 guy going a fly. Unfortunately, he did a bad read. He kind of just threw the ball in the air. He's fortunate that did not get interception. He needs to kind of calm down and try to get a couple yards here on the 3rd down.
So Pierre-Olivier with the snap, rolling left, and he throws it to number 18, Sean Rose, but it looks like that was defended by number 13, Mike Badibag-Bungi.
Yeah, so right now, STUDZ are not having the best start that they want. They're going to go on to a 4th and 10 with no completed passes, so they're going to have a really good play here if they want to convert a 1st down.
Do you agree with the fact that STUDZ 2, I know it's finals, but they haven't completed any passes and they're going for it on 4th this early?
Yeah, I think at this point you kind of have to get some momentum on your side. that's the reason why you're going to go for it.
And unfortunately, the ball was in the proximity of number 5, Philippe Savard, but it wasn't completed. So Armed Robbery gets the ball in very short field position at the 10-yard line of STUDZ 2.
Yeah, so again, really bad start for the Studs. Great starts for the Armory defense. Right now they had a 4-and-out stop. They're going to get the ball, I believe, at the 10-yard line going into the Studs red zone. So if they're able to capitalize here, they could have a great start of this game.
So behind center for Armed Robbery is Mike Collard, who finished the year with 37 touchdowns, 17 interceptions, which is a bit high. But in the postseason, he has calmed that down a bit with 12 touchdowns and only 1 interception, with an impressive 72.5% completion percentage.
Yeah, he's playing great right now.
So it looks like George Zergiotis is under center. Mike Collard is waiting for the ball. Unfortunately, there's an overhead snap, but Collard does pick it up, throws it up in the back, and it is almost picked off by number 5, Philippe Savard. That play looked like almost a disaster from the get-go.
Yeah, so it was over the snap. It was over his head off the snap. I thought that was actually going to fall on the floor, but luckily he was able to kind of grasp it with one hand, brings it down. But by the time that he kind of was trying to set his foot, the rusher's in his face, so he kind of just threw it up, kind of like a prayer. He is fortunate didn't get interception because that definitely should have got picked off.
100%. And it looks like for Armed Robbery, there are only 6 at the moment. So it looks like these are the 6 that are going to be competing with to the end unless someone comes a bit later. Caught by Dylan Smith, who gets tackled by, looks like by number 17, Alexandre Blanchette.
Yeah, so that was a good pass by Mike. He kind of a little easy hooks around the across the field. Got a completion here, I believe, for 4 to 5 yards. He also has to realize that he can't jump, so it's a good thing he got deflagged, because if he didn't get deflagged, they would have put the spot 5 yards back.
Exactly.
So he has to watch out on his jumping there.
Yeah, so it's 3rd down. They're at the 5. Mike takes the snap, is looking right to number 21, and is caught for a touchdown. Alex Spina.
Yeah, so that was a good route. He had the other Mike kind of do a go, and then Sapina to do a quick out and end up opening up the field, being kind of not wide open, but a bit contested. But he was able to get the ball in his hands, and we have 6-0 to start off this game.
So it looks like Armed Robbery is going for 1, which has seemed to be their bread and butter throughout the season. Alex Spina leads the team in 1-point conversions with 6. So even though he just caught the touchdown, he might be someone to look at when it comes to these convert plays.
Yeah, a lot of the times when teams are going for 1, it's because they feel really comfortable going for 1. So that's why we're seeing
Collard takes a drag for number 11, Julian Postoriro, but unfortunately is deflagged before he reaches the end zone. So STUDZ 2 takes the ball back with a 6-0 deficit. Where do you see STUDZ 2 coming up now? They had 4 straight incompletions, and now they really just have to kind of get the ball moving now.
Yeah, I think they need to catch the ball. In the first 4 passes they had, I believe they had about 2 to 3 drops. So they kind of have to clean that up. Let's start with maybe all hooks, get the ball into one of your receivers' hands, and just let them do some things.
It looks like that was the right play call from you, Kwesi. Pierre-Olivier found number 2, Dimitri Melzabash, with the catch, and looked like he got some extra yards after, and it was tackled by Mike Baribabagi.
Yeah, so that's exactly what the STUDZ came out with. They did, I believe it was from the wideouts, 10-yard hooks, from the slots, 5 yards, and then the snap did a 5-yard hook as well. The wideout ended up being wide open, caught the ball, and got about like 20 yards after.
So you have trips to the left, Pierre-Olivier rolling left, throws it, but is incomplete. Target was number 0, Matthew Limoges, but it looked like there was almost a throwaway instead of the sack.
I believe it is a sack.
Oh, it actually was a sack.
Yeah, I believe it was a sack. That was a great defensive call by Armed Robbery. STUDZ had a trip to the left side, and they covered it literally perfectly where where STUDZ had no one to throw the ball to, and that's the reason why they got a sack here.
So 2nd down now. Pierre-Olivier with the ball. Looking deep. He has a man open, and it is caught by number 0. Touchdown, Mathieu Limoges, 6-6 tie.
Yeah, so that's literally the first play they ran to start off the game. They did hooks all around and then a post across the field. He didn't go for the post the first play, but this time he had maybe kind of realized that it was there, and he ended up throwing a dot to his receiver. And he threw a dot to his receiver and got a touchdown.
That was a great ball by Pierre-Olivier. honestly getting the rest of the first few snaps of the game. So he rolls out left for the conversion, and unfortunately it is dropped by Dimitri Malo's bash.
Yeah, right now the Studs are going to have to realize that they can't be dropping any balls here. Arm Robbery is a team where you don't want to give them those easy drops, and even though it's a 1-point convert, at the end of the day, that 1-point convert could be the reason why you lose the game or win the game.
So Arm Robbery is going to start the ball on offense once again, this time from their own 10. These two teams actually played each other earlier in the season on July 13th, where Arm Robbery beat STUDZ 33-20. In that game, it was actually tied at half, but Arm Robbery took over in the second half, outscoring STUDZ 2 with the score of 19-6 in the second. And that one, oh boy, we might have a perhaps injury there.
Yeah, so Mike just did a quick out to his slot out receiver number 21.
That looks like Alex Spina, the rusher, actually.
Yeah, and he just kind of had a bad turn when he had a bad turn coming down, and I believe it's to his right knee right now that they're going to be looking at.
And for Arm Robbery, this is probably the last thing you need, as you don't have any subs. You only have 6 players to start the game off, and if especially your rushers getting hurt, and with Alex Spina, a great season finishing with 11 sacks in the regular season with 4 sacks in the postseason.
Yeah, so that's the problem when you go into a finals game, especially a finals game, and you only have 6 players. The last thing you want is someone to come down, and then you end up only having 5 because you don't want to be playing 5 versus 6.
Yeah, for sure. We're hoping that Alex Spina is okay, but for Arm Robbery, it looks like at least now Alex Spina will need to take at least a few drives or plays off at least to kind of get his footing, unless he's fully capable of. Yeah, it's tough for him to walk right now.
Yeah, I think he kind of buckled his knee. It seems like he buckled his knee, and usually when that happens, it's like your knee kind of turns in a bit, and it's like that awkward feeling. So I think right now he's kind of he's getting helped off. Yeah, you can see. So we're gonna sometimes maybe it's just I'm not exactly. I mean, sometimes it's kind of like you kind of just need to rest, kind of have it lie down a bit and kind of see if it gets better. So we're gonna kind of have to keep a watch on that to see if he's gonna be coming back in this game or not.
Yeah. So if you're Arm Robbery at this point, you lose your rusher, but on offense now you're playing 5v6. How do you kind of deal with that in a 6-6 tie this early in the game?
You slow down the game. At the end of the day, Armory does have that one stop, right? So they do get the possession and they get the ball back in the second half. So what you kind of want to do is that you want to make sure that you either end the half with the ball and score, or make sure the Studs do not score. Because if you go into the half being up by 6, getting the ball back in the second half, you could get a 2-possession game. And usually when you have a 2-possession game, your chances of winning are pretty high.
So Mike Holler with the snap, takes it, looking, throwing to the outside to Mike, who is tackled quickly by number 0, Mathieu Limoges.
Yeah, so great call from Mike. Great call from Mike to Mike. That duo's actually been really crazy. I kind of watched a few of their games this season, and he's one of his go-to receivers whenever he needs something big. So right there, again, there are only 5 guys. He kind of tells everyone, we're going to do hook. We're all going to do a hooks. Mike gets wide open, throws the ball to him, and he actually gets a few yards back from that.
So Collard with the snap, rolling right to Dylan Smith, who makes a good catch and is tackled quickly by number 5, Philippe Savard.
Yeah. So again, Arm Robbery just doing little things. You know, they don't want to do anything too crazy. Keep the ball in their hands, get the completions going, keep the momentum going, because that's something they're going to definitely need. The biggest issue is when you get incompletes and you're also low on a guy. You don't want anyone kind of turning at each other. You want to stay together. So, the best way for you to do that is continue the completions and just keep the chains going.
So it looks like Zergiotis is ready to snap the ball to Mike Collard.
We got a third down here.
Collard with the snap. Zergiotis with a quick out to the right and is quickly tackled by number 0, Limoges.
Yeah, so we have a great first down here. So exactly, again, Armor, keep doing what you're doing right now. Keep moving the chains, nice and easy. Also, you're killing some clock too. It's going to be maybe clock against you. You want to make sure that Studs, when they do get the ball, they don't have that much time to score. And you want to keep the possession in your hands for most of this game.
But what do you do if you're Studs? You have the advantage with the extra player, so would you defend this? Caught by Dylan Smith, and is tackled by number 17, Alexandre Blachette.
To be honest with you, I think I would just go man-to-man across the field and just have a safety over top if anyone ends up blowing up over the top. Or you kind of play like a corner lock with your corners, so they play very tight, and also just have a 3-guy playing over top. Right now, I feel like the Studs are kind of playing a bit off. That's why they're giving the easy comebacks to the wideouts.
Yeah, it wasn't up to them to play 5v6 at this point, but there's a championship on the line, so let's see if STUDZ 2 does put up the pressure with the extra man on the field. So Collard takes the snap, looking left. First read isn't there. Throws it to Mike, who is deflagged as soon as he catches the ball by Limoges.
Yeah, that looked kind of a bit like an early deflag. But again, great pass from Mike to Mike. Good catch. Great pass to Mike. Yeah, Mike to Mike. Yeah, good catch on them. I believe they gained about like 4 or 5 yards there, and they're getting closer and closer. I think we're looking at a third right now.
Third and like 2-ish, third and 3.
Yeah, they also get a first down as well too. They're just above the touchdown.
Yeah. So more than likely, STUDZ 2 might be playing lanes, and you have Mike ISO'd on the right side. Mike, as quarterback, takes the ball, looking at the corner to George Zergiotis for the touchdown, and takes the lead for armed robbery.
Yeah, so they're again great play call for them. Studs are gonna have to make an adjustment. Right now they have an extra man on the field. They're gonna have to realize that we can't give anything outside. You want everything to be the inside. You don't want to You don't want any passes from the outside, because right now Mike is feeling comfortable throwing the ball to the outside to the receivers. So you're gonna want guys to play a bit tighter and try to close off those gaps and let him do something he's not comfortable doing.
That was honestly a flawless drive by armed robbery, considering the fact that they lost one of their players at the very beginning. But for STUDZ 2, the game's out just over 8 minutes left. This 1-point convert does seem to be pivotal, as points might be scarce in this, especially with armed robbery potentially slowing the ball down.
Yeah, exactly. This is a big convert for them.
So it looks like Mike to the corner, and it's caught by number 11, Julian Postarero, for the 1-point conversion.
Yeah, that was a great catch, great play calling. To be honest, as you said it, that was a great drive by armed robbery. One of their players go out instead of kind of panicking. They kind of get things under control. Mike takes control, gets the ball, gets all his receiver of the catches. I don't think they had one incomplete there. So great drive by them. Now their defense is going to try to have to make a stop. Lots of teams are not used to playing 5 versus 6, so let's see what they have under their hat here.
So it looks like Dylan Smith is going to be the rusher. He is a great coverage guy, so it does unfortunately take one of their best coverage guys away from playing defense.
Yeah, but one thing you also do have to say is that he's fast, right?
Yeah.
So he's going to get to the quarterback fast. He's not going to have as much time as he would want to have.
Yeah, Pierre-Olivier throws it, and it's not caught by Sean Rose. Looked like he either didn't expect it, and it was not. He had one hand on it, where that should have been a simple 2-handed catch.
Yeah, again, Studs are in. They have to kind of get. One thing they have to start doing is they have to catch the ball. I think that's the 4th or the 5th drop. They're very lucky that did not go up in the air and get picked off by armed robbery.
Yeah, Pierre-Olivier with the ball. He is looking left, throws it to Mathieu Limoges, who gets a bit of yards there with the spins, and is tackled by Mike Collard and Mike Baribabungi, but not before the first.
Yeah, so we got a double tackle by the Mikes, but again, we have a gain about like 20 yards there. So there you go, the Studs, nice little easy completion, all hooks again. Quarterback was able to find the wide open receiver. He's able to get some yak yards, and if the Studs continue what they're doing, it's gonna work. You know, they're one less guy, so a lot of zones inside the defense should be wide open.
So it looks like STUDZ 2 is in trips. Pierre-Olivier with the ball rolls right, looks left, throws it to number 5, Philippe Savard, who gets by with missed tackles and is tackled by Mike inside roughly maybe the 5.
Yeah, so that was a good play call for them. They went trips left. They went trips left. They had a receiver come underneath. He kind of just dumped the ball. Receiver made a move, got extra couple yards here, and they're driving. One thing the Studs are going to have to do is that they're going to have to tackle. I know you guys are one man less, but that's not the reason to miss any tackles.
Yeah, for sure. So we're under 6 minutes left. STUDZ 2 is down by 6 or 7, but they're at around the 4-yard line. Pierre-Olivier is waiting for the signal, takes the snap, rolls left, has a wide open man in Dimitri Melsbach for the short touchdown, 1 point away from tying the game.
Yeah, so that was a good play call. They went trips right over there. They end up trying to attack Mike on the corner on the left side. They try to attack. Well, we have two Mikes, one as the halfback, one as the corner. But they attacked the corner on the left side, and what they kind of did was try to kind of get him off the to get him off the front of the end zone. They're able to target the number 2 receiver wide open for a touchdown. This is a big convert over here, going for 1.
Yeah, exactly. So to tie the game, Pierre-Olivier takes a snap, looking at his receivers, has number 5, but it was overthrown, picked off by Dylan Smith, who tries to run it back, but is tackled quickly by Philippe Jelena.
Yeah, so again, I think that was just a missed ball. He had he had 2 receivers on the right side wide open. He ended up kind of just overthrowing it over the top, and Arm Robbery was able to pick off the convert and get tackled. But again, right now we're looking at a 13-12 game. Arm Robbery, to be honest with you, if they could just run this clock down to the last few seconds and score a touchdown, they're going to be in a great position. Studs are going to have to do something special on defense here to try to get a turnover and get the ball back in their hands before the halftime is over.
Yeah, because on our clock we have just over 4 minutes. Mike takes the ball, throws it to other Mike, tries to make a defender miss, but is quickly tackled by Mathieu Limoges.
So right there again, Studs are going back to the same play. They're doing hooks from the corners, from the wideouts, and then the inside are kind of pushing more inside. Studs are going to have to play tighter underneath, maybe play a high safety over the top, both corners, and let the corners come down and let the halfbacks kind of drop and then spy the middle. But they're definitely going to have to change something, because right now that was a gain of 5 yards and the time is clicking. So one thing you do not want to do is you don't want Armory to run the clock to the end and have the last possession here.
So you have Mike Collard waiting for the snap. He takes it, looks left, doesn't have his first read. Rusher is right there, and he evades him, throws it to Dylan Smith, who's wide open in the middle, is able to use his speed, and he is deflagged to the point that his flags explode.
Yeah, his whole flag kind of just came apart there. But again, to be honest with you, that's actually a good flag for Armory. They don't want to score. You don't want to score right now. You want to keep using the clock. So unfortunately, he did get a lot of yards there, but I would have wanted maybe 5 or 10 yards back so you have a possible first down, because right now the first down it's retainable, but it's at the 1. So it's kind of like Armory has 4 downs right now to score, but there's still about 2:40, about 3 minutes left in this half.
Exactly, and the clock is winding under 3 minutes now, and they're just outside the 10-yard line.
But again, great job by Mike by avoiding the rush. That should have been a sack as well, but he ended up avoiding the rush maybe 2 or 3 times, and then he was able to find a wide open receiver.
So Mike Collard is waiting for the snap.
Got first down.
He takes it, and it looks like, and he is sacked by number 18, Sean Rose.
Yeah, so that was a good rush from Sean Rose. He kind of just went at him, stuck out his hands, grabbed his flag, got the sack. Again, I don't not like that. It does kill a lot of clock. Unfortunately, Mike did lose about like 5 or 6 yards there, so now it's gonna they have 3 plays to score to go 16 yards, which is doable. It's not that bad. I would have rather if Mike got sacked at the line of scrimmage instead of being 5 yards back. Yeah. But again, the time is clicking. The time is going down.
Exactly. Collard takes a snap, throws it deep, and it's overthrown for his name twin in Mike Badibungi.
Yeah, so Mike actually had a number, I believe it was 21 wide open on I think it was, he did an out. I feel like he should have probably went there instead of trying to go for, not like a Hail Mary, but instead of going for Mike over the top. I feel like but I'm not sure if it was 4 or it was 17 coming across the field. But if he was able to get the ball to them, he would have got maybe 4 or 5 yards. You never know, maybe a missed tackle, maybe a bit more yards, and the time would have kept going. Now the time is stopped on a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, Collard takes a snap, looking for Dylan Smith, and it is not picked off by number 5, Philippe Savard, who did have the ball in his hands there.
Yeah, again, Studs, it's to a point where you guys are not catching balls, and also you guys are not catching interceptions. That's 2 right now that they could have had picked off, and fortunately, one hand on the ball is not going to cut it.
So it looks like actually for Studs too, Pierre-Olivier is playing safety as he is more backed up than the rusher, number 79.
Yeah, so they are playing a deep safety in the middle of the field, kind of saying, like, don't, you're not throwing the ball here. I'm just kind of going to keep backing up, and that's literally what he's been doing since it's been 5-on-6.
So what do you do if you're armed robbery at this point?
I think you do a concept where you do maybe a post and a wheel, something to kind of like get one of the studs' eyes off away.
Yeah, Collard looks deep for Dylan Smith, and it's not picked off by Mathieu Limoges, but it is an incompletion.
Yeah, so right there they did double post by both the receivers. I feel like a post wheel probably would have been better because you would have had maybe a one-on-one with probably your best receiver versus one of their best DBs, and you rather have a one-on-one compared to like a 2-on-1 or just in the ball into traffic.
Yeah, so that was actually 4th down. So with 1:35 left on the clock, Pierre-Olivier takes the snap from Philippe Jalina with over 1:35 left on the clock.
Yeah, so right now armed robbery's going to have to try to stop them and get tackles.
He throws it left across field, and it's incomplete by Sean Rose, but Dylan Smith was there for the coverage.
Yeah, there you go. Sean Rose had the ball right in his hands, and he ended up dropping it. Studs want to win this game. They're going to have to clean up. They're going to have a really good, clean second half. And they're fortunate that armed robberies only have 5 players right now, because I feel like if they had 6, the score would be. I feel like if they had 6, the score wouldn't be what it is right now.
So it looks like they also switch rushers for Julian Pastorero for armed robbery. Pierre-Olivier takes a snap. He looks at a corner and is defended by Dylan Smith, who, if that ball was a bit lower, I think that would have been a pick 6.
Yeah, so again, they went all hooks kind of deep. He did take his time, but he has to realize the longer you take, it makes it easier for a defender to kind of read your eyes. And right there, that's literally what Smith did.
Yeah, even on the replay, you can see Blanchet clapping his hands because he was open there early on, but Pierre-Olivier took a bit too much time there, which allowed Dylan Smith for the big breakup.
Yeah, so right now you have trips to the right side.
Yeah, looks like 3rd down. Looking for the drag. It's caught by number 17, Blanchet, who was quickly tackled by Mike Collard.
Yeah, so that was a great play call from the Studs. They had to kind of get something going. They went trips right, they brought a slant coming across the field for about 6-7 yards. One thing, it's like kind of good for both sides, right? You have the Studs getting a manageable 4th, and you have armed robbery wasting some of the clock.
So it looks like fake the handoff and it throws to Philippe Jalina, who I don't know if he's hurt there because he is holding on to his right arm, not before he made the catch for the first.
Yeah, it seems like something's wrong. It seems like might be something wrong with his right arm. I think he's gonna come off right now.
Yeah.
One of his number 5 is gonna come in for them. But again, the time is running right now, so they're not running the clock, but
it should be running because of the fact that it was a 1st down inbounds.
Yeah, exactly. So I think there should be about 35 seconds left.
Yeah, Pierre-Olivier looks like he's gonna run, passes it to number 5, Philippe Savard, who gets by with missed tackles, and it's tackled inside the 5 by Dylan Smith.
Yeah, so again, armed robbery is definitely going to have to get those tackles. They gave an extra 4 or 5 yards for the Studs, and that's something they cannot afford. They literally can't let the Studs score here. They want to go into halftime being up 1 and having the ball to start the second half.
Exactly. For Studs 2 now, they are looking to take the lead. Clock is running. Pierre-Olivier with the snap. Looking right, reading is not there. Finds number 2, Dimitri Melbash, for the touchdown and for Studs 2 to take the lead.
Yeah, so the quarterback had way too much time there. I understand that Smith is one of your best defenders, but he's probably one of your fastest guys. So maybe coming towards the red zone, you want to switch the ref to someone that's a bit faster, because there's less field to kind of cover compared to being when you're maybe midfield is where Smith is kind of can maybe excel a bit more because he's able to have more ground.
So it's a 5-point lead, and it looks like Studs 2 is going for the conversion. They send a second quarterback back, gets back to Pierre-Olivier, and he has number 17 that's picked off by Dylan Smith, who is running back for the 2-point convert, who stumbles, unfortunately doesn't get it. But I think there was a receiver open on the left side there.
Yeah, there were so many wide open wide receivers there. I think he kind of rushed that throw. He could have waited. He probably could have waited a couple of days, to be honest with you. How the armed robbery wasn't even rushing their guy. They could have kept going back and forth, rotating back and forth, because I don't think armed robbery was gonna send a second rush.
Yeah. So with 30 seconds left on our clock, armed robbery down by 5. basically get out of bounds, right?
Yeah, so they have about 30 seconds to score here. Again, they just don't want you don't want to throw interception.
Exactly.
Don't give the ball back to the studs. Don't give them anything.
Collard's going deep, and it's caught by Mike Badby, but Bungie inside the 5, nearly a touchdown there. It was tackled by Mathieu Limoges just short of the end zone.
Yeah, so that was a great play call by Mike. It's also unfortunate that the Studs are playing one deep safety. He ends up getting beat over the top. That's something that cannot happen. You're playing 5v6. There's no reason why you should get beat over the top, especially when there's only 30 seconds left in the game and you know they're trying to score. So that's something that Studs are probably going to have to make an adjustment in the second half and kind of talk about. But you have Armed Robbery with a first down right now, and they're able to get an error first as well. So sorry, they're not. They're at the
they're at the 2.
They're at the 2-yard line. Yeah, okay.
So Collard takes a snap, looks quickly to George Zergiotis, who the ball is tipping, and it's picked off by number 5, Philippe Savard, after it must have been in 4 different pair of hands there.
Yeah, so that's a very bad bounce for Armed Robbery, and it's a great bounce for the Studs because that definitely should have been an easy touchdown for them.
Yeah, it looks like Zergiotis was there, but unfortunately Mike was also there. It kind of teammates bumped into each other in friendly fire.
Do you think he secured the ball before the ball got tipped in, before the ball got bumped out of his hands?
I don't think so, just for the fact that his own teammate bumped into him that quick because it was a very short route. It would have had to been, it could have been something to have been challenged for, but it looks like Armed Robbery is going to go safe with it and just keep their timeout. So Pierre-Olivier takes a snap. He's looking deep, throws it deep, and it is dropped by Dimitri Melbach on the last play of the half, ending it with a 18-13 lead for Armed Robbery.
Yeah, he was wide open over there. If he just kind of...
Or for Studs, my apologies.
Yeah, so that play, he was wide open there. If he just kind of maybe kept running, had 2 hands on the ball, they definitely could have converted a touchdown there. And they could have went up by 11 instead of being up by 5 right now going into the second half.
So, unfortunately, with the injury to Alex Spina, for Armed Robbery, they're playing 5v6. So what have you seen from Armed Robbery that has been working well? They get ball back second half.
Yeah, so Armed Robbery, they're doing a great job right now. The fact that they are playing a 6 versus 5, they're kind of making sure they're not doing anything, they're not rushing anything, they're staying composed, they're getting all the hooks done, all the drags, they're running their play calling that they're used to doing. That's something that they're going to have to continue doing. They can also have to make sure they stay together. One of the biggest problems when you are playing a 5 versus 6 or when things are not going your way, you start kind of turning your back on other guys if they're not doing well things on certain drops, on certain routes and stuff like that. So Armed Robbery right now, just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are only down by 5 points, but you get ball starting second half. So they have to come out firing, get a good drive, score a touchdown, and take back the lead.
So with Studs too, we've talked about obviously with the drops that's been going on, but what else should they be kind of focusing on to contain this lead towards the second half?
So Studs pretty much, again, as we said before, the drops are going to be something that they're going to have to clean up. But again, also their coverages, they're making it a bit too easy for Armed Robbery to get easy completions. Maybe play a bit of more crossing zones, a bit more man-to-man. And if you have someone that's playing about 10 to 15 yards deep, or I think he's about maybe 8-9 yards deep, make sure you don't get beat over top because that's something that you do not want to happen. It's kind of the main reason why you're playing a deep safety, 10 yards deep. There's no reason why a post should come across the field and end up catching the ball on you. They're very fortunate that Armed Robbery did throw an interception there on the tip drop in the air because that should have been a touchdown for Armed Robbery.
So quickly before we go into the second half, it's a 5-point lead with Armed Robbery getting the ball back down by 5. What is one thing you expect from both teams in the second half?
I'm hoping I'm hoping Studs kind of clean up on their catches. I think that's something that, unfortunately, that if they clean up on that, they're going to take this game away very easily. A lot of their drops could have been easy first downs and made it so much easier for the quarterback. And also they dropped a couple picks as well too. Again, they did a great job on that tip drill to get that interception, but they dropped two picks on the first drive and I think the third or fourth drive that they could also capitalize on it. So I'm hoping for them they kind of fix that. And then for Armed Robbery, I just think they just have to keep doing what they're doing.
Exactly. With a down by 5 deficit, is there any players from Armed Robbery do you expect to kind of maybe have a bigger role in the second half, especially if Alex Pina is ruled out for the rest of the game?
I think everyone has to have a bigger role. I think everyone has to step up. I think everyone has to do a bigger job. Right now, as we said before, it's 6 versus 5. Someone has to be everyone has to be a better player if they want to win this game.
And for STUDZ 2, is there anyone in particular, whether it could be Pierre-Olivier at quarterback, it could be Dimitri Melbash, who has a touchdown already? Is there anyone that you find that could make an impact or should be making an impact at this point?
I would say it has to be that STUDZ defense. I think anyone that touches that ball in their hands as a defensive player needs to get the interception.
Looks like we are ready to get back on the field in the second half. We are here in Brossard. I'm Keon Size with Kwesi Gordon Mall. We have the Division E finals between Armed Robbery and STUDZ 2. The score is 18 for STUDZ 2 and 13 for Armed Robbery. Armed Robbery has the ball starting the second half. Unfortunately, their rusher, Alex Pina, got injured with a knee injury. Looks like he has ice on his leg, and I don't think he's going to come back for the rest of this game.
Yeah, usually when you get ice in your leg, it means you're pretty much done for the day. So Armed Robbery's going to have to roll with 5 guys here and try to win a championship with 5 guys.
Hey, things have happened in FPF and in the sports world, so they have the ball in the second half, which is what they needed. So let's see what they come up with to open up the second half. So it looks like Mike Badabubungi has the ISO on the right side. Mike Collard takes a snap, throws it to other Mike. That is tackled by Mathieu Limoges quickly, not before maybe 2 yards.
Yeah, so again, Armed Robbery's coming out with what they did starting the game. Nice little quick little hooks. Mike broke his route a bit earlier to make sure that he was wide open catching the ball, and he got 2 yards. But again, 2 yards is better than 0 yards. So at the end of the day, good first play.
Yep. And for STUDZ 2, they still have Pierre-Olivier playing as safety over top. That might be something that Armed Robbery is going to look at. But again, things have been working underneath as well. So let's see with Collard with the snap. Looking left to Dylan Smith, who's running a drag. He catches it and is not tackled right away. And he's running up the sideline to the end zone for a touchdown for Armed Robbery to take the lead 19-18. What a run by Dylan Smith, evading the defenders of STUDZ 2.
Yeah, so the STUDZ actually had a good coverage there. They were kind of waiting for the drag to come. When Smith did catch the ball, STUDZ just missed about 3 tackles by the time he scored a touchdown. So again, great play calling from Armed Robbery, because if Smith did get tackled right away, it would have been a gain of 4 or 5 yards, and horrible attacking from the STUDZ, because they could have had a third, maybe 3 instead of having a stop and trying to stop a convert right now.
And we have talked about Dylan Smith potentially as a speed on defense, especially as rusher, but he shows it there on offense with that nice, maybe 38-yard touchdown. So it looks like they're going for 1. Mike Collard with the snap. Looking left, isn't there, throws it to Mike Badabubungi, and it's picked off by number 0, Mathieu Limoges, who is running across field. And there is a flag there once he got deflagged. So it looks like the convert isn't good, and I think it might have been perhaps flag guarding. But
yeah, it seems like it was flag guarding. But at the end of the day, even if it was holding, it wasn't last man back. So it's either would have been 5 yards up, but I believe it was flag guarding there.
Yeah, so still with the touchdown the Armory gets from Dylan Smith. They're up 1.
Yeah, so they take the lead. They're up 19-18. So great start for the Armed Robbery for a team that's only 5 guys right now.
Yep, so Pierre-Olivier is taking a snap. Looking left, pump fakes, throws it deep to number 2, and it's overthrown to Dimitri Melbash, who looked like he might have had a step there, but it would have been a tight window anyways there.
Yeah, so he was gaining leverage on Mike. They ended up running a post delay go on the left side over here, where Mike kind of had to bail, take the post, and they had the other Mike, the quarterback Mike, going with the go. So if that ball was a bit more inside and a bit more laid out, it probably would have been a touchdown, but unfortunately he kind of overthrew it and out of bounds.
So it looks like STUDZ 2 is in trips with Dimitri Melback with the ISO on the left. Takes a snap. There is a drag by number 5, Philippe Savard, who makes the catch and is not tackled, deflagged until Mike Badabubungi makes the tackle way later than it should have been.
Yeah, so instead of being a gain of about 10 yards, it's a gain of 20. One thing that's, again, great play call from the STUDZ. At the end of the day, take what the defense is giving you. Something about armed robbery now, I think they do need to switch the rush. The rusher they have right now, he can't get there, and it's giving too much time for the studs. I know they don't want to put Smith in since he's one of your best coverage guys, but you might have to make that switch.
Yeah, we're going to see how that goes later with Pierre-Olivier taking the snap. Throws it over top to Philippe Savard, who reaches in for the touchdown. Studs 2 reclaims the lead. They're up by 5 now.
Yeah, so they just picked the right zone there. End up the fact that Smith kind of has to respect the deep. He's about 10 to 15 yards deep, and they just kind of had the receiver come right underneath in the middle, about 8 yards. Easy catch, non-contested, was able to walk in the end zone. And right now they're up 24 to 19. So they're up by 5. So this is a big. I believe they're going for. Oh, they're going for 2.
Yeah, they went for 2 to make it a 7.
Yeah, they want to go up by 7. I think they should go for 1 here to kind of tie it, just in case Armed Robbery does score. But they do have the 2 quarterback system going. Yeah.
Limoges is back, throws it back to Pierre-Olivier. He has a flag is thrown on Dimitri Melbach, who was the intended target. It looks like it was George Zerkiotis who might have had contact early there.
Yeah, so he kind of grabbed this arm a bit, and they're kind of play tagging a bit, but I think it was a bit unnecessary for the DB for what he did there. So Studs are going to get 5 yards up. They're going to be able to go for 2 from the 5.
And we talked about it early in the first half when they're dropping 2 guys back. Again, Mathieu Limoges is open on the wide side because Armed Robbery cannot really afford sending a second rusher.
Yeah, exactly. So he does have all time to throw there. Again, that throw was it wasn't the widest open. It wasn't the widest wide receiver there open. So fortunately, they are lucky that they did get a flag there. I feel like it could have went 50-50.
Yeah, so it looks like Pierre-Olivier takes a snap 4-2 at the 5, and it's tipped by Mike Collard, and then number 17, Alexandre Blanchette, isn't able to reach it for the 2-point convert on the 5.
Yeah, so great read by Mike, kind of undercutting that route that was coming. If he actually looked, instead of looking on the left side, he looked on the right side. I think he ran the same play both sides. The right side, the receiver is wide open, kind of just looking at him. And I was literally looking at him trying to, I'm not sure if he was, I don't think he was waving his hands, but he had a wide open receiver there that if he threw the ball to him, they could have ended up converting the convert.
So I know we've talked about Alex Pina being injured, but number 1, Philippe Jelena, who's actually the center for the STUDZ 2 offense, is not really playing much offense. He's playing defense, but you could tell he's lingering with that right arm being injured.
Yeah, so it seems like his right arm, I don't know if he can move it or it's...
Yeah, and that is called by Zerkiotis for, I think, just short of a first down. But yes, for Jelena, it looks like he can't really move that arm. So even when it comes to tackling, he only has really one arm, or it looks like it might be painful to tackle with that right arm.
Yeah, it seems like maybe it's stiff or it's a bruise or it's something that's kind of holding him to keep his right arm inside his lower body right now.
So Mike Collard takes the snap, looking right to Mike Badabibungi, who makes the catch off a missed tackle and is going to the end zone for a touchdown for Armed Robbery to take a 1-point lead. Missed tackles galore. That honestly shouldn't have been a touchdown, but great on Mike for playing through the whistle, getting past the defenders, and for STUDZ 2, you can't be making these mistakes, especially when you have an extra man on the field.
Yeah, right now they can't be missing tackles. It's the same thing, right? You had Smith that kind of did the drag, ended up scoring a 30-yard touchdown. Now you got Mike that did a kind of like a hook, I believe, and he ended up scoring a touchdown too. I believe they're both about 30 yards, so Studs have to kind of clean up their tackling here. They had an issue on catching the ball for interception. Now they have an issue on making tackles. So something's going to have to be done. There's 12 minutes left. They're going to have to fix some things up.
Yeah, so Mike Collard is taking a snap. They're going for 1 point. Armed Robbery to take a 2-point lead. He looks right to Mike. Unfortunately, it's overthrown. On the touchdown, though, it looks like Mathieu Limoges did try to overstep and try to jump the pass, but because he didn't, that left such a gap behind the STUDZ 2 defense, which allowed Mike to actually run the field and score.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happened. He kind of came down on that route, ended up not making the play. But again, as for the Studs, you have to rally. Sometimes you can't rely on your player to make that play. Just have his back, and unfortunately that they did not have his back that time.
So it looks like Jelena is snapping, but you can tell he's lingering. Pierre-Olivier takes the ball. He is hit as he is thrown. It's picked up by Zerkiotis, but Julian Postarero definitely hit his arm there on the release. So that will definitely be a penalty on him.
Yeah, that was definitely roughing the passer. He had his hands up, and when the quarterback was about to throw the ball, he kind of came down, and that's the reason why they're calling this as a roughing the passer.
Yep. So even though on the release of it, the rusher was definitely in the vicinity of the quarterback and made contact. But look, now Jelena is snapping. But again, even when he's running routes, it doesn't look like he's really there to be much of a threat, but rather a decoy. But is that almost like, do you rather have your snapper there even if he's not going to look like he's going to catch the ball?
It depends if Armed Robbery kind of reads off of that. If they kind of realize, like, yo, this guy is not even going to catch a ball, it's to a point where you kind of don't even cover him. If he does catch the ball, he catches it, but I would kind of just leave him alone and let him do whatever he wants. Snap the ball, run your hook, and just no one go on him, play anywhere else on coverages for Armed Robbery.
So on the last play, Pierre-Olivier found Philippe Savard that was tackled by Dylan Smith just short of the marker. 2nd and 1 with just over 10 minutes left. STUDZ 2 is down by 1. Pierre-Olivier takes a snap. 2 numbers 0. Mathieu Limoges, and it's tackled by Mike Collard or Mike Badiba Bungi.
Yeah, so
the first.
You have both the Mikes kind of coming around the ball there after it's being caught. But again, Mike Collard kind of came down on the snapper, where it's the point where you don't even cover him. Maybe act like you're covering him and then push out, get to an air zone. Because I don't know if he's able to catch it. Well, I don't think he's not going to be able to catch the ball with one hand over there the way he's playing right now.
Yep, so Pierre-Olivier takes a snap, rolls left, looking for Mathieu Limoges, but the ball was low there, making it 2nd and goal at roughly the 6 in the red zone.
Yeah, so again, it was a missed throw. He had this wide receiver wide open for a touchdown, so he's going to have to get the ball down there and kind of, again, pick the right zones. He had the right zone there. He read the defense perfectly. He read Armed Robbery's defense perfectly there. He's just going to have to get a good ball throw.
So if you're STUDZ 2 now, how do you what play call do you call at this point in the situation? It looks like they have trips on the right.
I would maybe call a drag underneath. Try to pick on one side with a couple of your receivers. Try to yeah.
So it looks like there was no drag there. Pierre-Olivier throws cross body, and it is caught by Philippe Savard. Dylan Smith was up there but couldn't get the ball there, and Philippe Savard gets the catch. STUDZ 2 retakes the lead, 30-25.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous pass. He threw from the other side.
Like cross field?
Yeah, cross body.
Yeah.
As many people might know, that's something you don't want to do. Fortunately, Smith, I'm not sure if he mistimed it or he just maybe
he was just in front of that.
Didn't see it. I felt like that should have been a pick, but again, at the end of the day, ended up being a touchdown for the STUDZ, and then they're going for 2 here again.
2. You have Mathieu Limoges dropping back. He has all the time in the world. The rusher is not. He's going for the run, and he is not tackled. The 2-point conversion is good. Not tackling by Armed Robbery, and now with the 2-point conversion run by Mathieu Limoges, it's a 7-point lead for STUDZ 2.
Yeah, so that's unfortunately really bad for Armed Robbery. He kind of took off where they had 2 receivers, 2 DBs are able to make a play there, and none of them were able to make a play there. I could understand that some of them are kind of tired, but they have to realize that convert play right there is huge. It makes a difference from being down by 5 or being down by 7. Now Armed Robbery has to drive down the field, score a touchdown, and then either go for a 1-point convert to tie or 2 points to take the lead.
Exactly, and with just under 8 minutes left on the clock, again, you might be tired, but it's championship. You have to play on. Mike Collard takes a snap, looks short, throws it deep to Dylan Smith, who unfortunately maybe couldn't have read the ball. There might have been a bit of hand playing there, but there was no call there, and it was incomplete.
Yeah, so Mike kind of went for a back shoulder to Smith. Smith was more kind of going for a go. He did beat his defender with the go, but he had to the ball was a bit underthrown and it was back shoulder, so he was trying to make it adjust with hands being on him, that where he was not able to make the right adjustment to catch that ball. So we are looking at a 2nd down now, 2nd and 10 for Armed Robbery.
And at this point in the game, do you still try to find it short, or if you see a gap going deep, you go for it?
I think you try to go short. Again, he has about 3 plays to get 10 yards. So if you can maybe get 3 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, you can have success. But if you end up going deep here, having incomplete.
It looks like he goes short to the center. No, not to the center, but rather, or maybe it was the center, which is George Zergiotis, who was tackled by number 5, Philippe Savard. maybe for 4 or 5 yards.
Yeah, exactly. So again, what I was trying to say is that if you went deep there and was incomplete, you would have a 3rd and 10. That makes it a bit more dangerous and a bit more stressful for your guys. Comparing right now, you're going into a 3rd and 5. So you have 2 plays to get 5 yards compared to having 2 plays to get 10 yards.
Yep, so Zergiotis is at the center with the ball. Mike Collard is calling for it. Ball is snapped. Throws a short to Zergiotis, who looks like he gets the first with the reach. Tackled by number 17, Alexandre Blanchette, not before the first down is made. Just made it over with the reach.
Yeah, so great play for them. Again, take the easy stuff. You kind of have to realize that you need to score. You're not in a rush. You're only down by 7. Think about getting the easy completions. Time is starting to be against you, but at the end of the day, you have to score, and then you worry about your convert after scoring a touchdown.
Good for, honestly, Mike Collard with that incompletion of Dylan Smith in the first play, getting it short. Now he finds Mike again, who thought he found a hole there with a missed tackle, but Mathieu Limoges with the tackle, I'm thinking maybe of 2 or 3.
Yeah, so that was, at the end of the day, it's still a positive play. You get 2-3 yards. You put some confidence to Mike too. He ends up throwing the ball to Mike. Mike to Mike connection. Get the hands going. You want things to be positive. Every time you have an incomplete, everyone starts kind of coming back to the huddle, frustrating. But at least now you get a nice incomplete pass for 3 yards, and you kind of get some momentum going.
So 2nd down, Collard takes the snap, looking left. Throws it to Dylan Smith on a little comeback there, perhaps. And he is not flagged. Touchdown is called for Dylan Smith. Do you go for 1 if you're armed robbery for the tie, or you go for 2?
I think you go for 1 here. They had, again, they're a team that they're used to going for 1. So you go when you're comfortable. At the end of the day, there's still 4 minutes left. Your defense is going to have to make a stop. So even if you end up getting the lead, your defense is going to have to make a stop at the end of the day. So I think you go for 1. You put less pressure on yourself, and it's to the point where studs are going to have to score because they realize that it's tied. Going for
1, yeah, you're right.
They're going for 1 here, yeah.
So Collard has Mike ISO'd on the right side. Takes a snap, looks left. To number 11. Caught by Julian Pastorero for the 1-point convert to tie the game at 32 at the 4-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, so great play calling by Mike there. I feel like they're sticking what they're used to doing. 1-point convert, tying the game. Now they have to realize that, guys, listen, we have 4 minutes left. Let's try to make a stop here. We're 1 man down, but our defense is still solid. Right now, everyone has to kind of give their 100%.
Yeah, we're under the 4-minute mark. Janina is snapper. Pierre-Olivier takes a snap, throws a short to Sean Rose, who makes a catch, tackled by Pastorero. If you're Studs 2, do you take down the whole clock with pro clock?
No, if I'm Studs 2 right now, I'm just trying to score as fast as possible. I don't want something that's unfortunately like tip ball, tip anything. If you could score, you score. It seems like arm robbery is a bit kind of tired here, so you kind of want to put the pressure back onto them. Right now, there's kind of like no pressure because it is a tie game, so Studs are in control. But I think for them, because they have an extra man on the field, I think they just want to score and then put pressure back on arm robbery.
So it looks like they have Philippe Savard in motion. Goes, fakes it, throws a short to Philippe Savard, who doesn't get tackled until Dylan Smith way past the first-yard markage.
Yeah, so again, bad tackle from arm robbery right there. I understand that it is kind of confusing. It's misdirection what they have, but you had the tackle there, and instead of making the tackle, you end up missing a tackle, and Studs end up getting extra about 8-9 yards, which is actually, it's huge at the end of the day. If you're able to kind of slow them down, the time is ticking. It is ticking. We're looking like we're about to be in the 2-minute mark after this play here.
Yeah. It looks like Studs 2 might be actually wanting to take time off the clock with how they've been running up on these very recent plays. So Pierre-Olivier takes a snap, looking left, rolls left a bit, throws it to number 17, and it's caught by Blanchette, and it is tackled by Dylan Smith, just short of the yardage of a first, if I believe. Yes, looks like it's going to be just 1 yard off.
Yeah, so that was very close to being interception there. A millisecond sooner, and I believe that's a pick. So again, but good job from the Studs. He was able to sling that ball into his receiver, make the hard catch, get a lot of yards. We're looking at a 2nd and 2, I believe, right? And then I think we're outside the we're in the red zone right now.
Yeah, we're in red zone confirmed, and if they get the first, they'll be probably at the right at the 5.
Yeah, so right now they kind of hold all their cards. They're about 7 yards from the touchdown and 2 yards from a first down, with only 2 minutes left. Not a lot of time left as well. I think you maybe do a quick little hook here, get the first down, and still let the time start running down.
Yeah, it looks like STUDZ are in no rush to get the snap. Pierre-Olivier takes the snap, looks quick to Jalina, but I think it was defended by George Zergiotis for the pass deflection there.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I don't think he was even catching that ball with one hand. He literally had one hand in the air when the ball was thrown to him, which is kind of scary and risky as well, because if that ball doesn't go right into his chest or ends up tipping in the air, that easy could be a interception. If I'm Robbery here, they're in trips right, I'm not even guarding the snapper.
Yeah, Pierre-Olivier takes the snap. Looks like it was a few slants there, but defended by George Zergiotis really well for back-to-back pass deflections there.
Yeah, that was a huge job on them. It seems like STUDZ they're coming in with number 18 to take out the snapper.
Yeah, exactly.
I think they kind of realized that he ends up being useless, and they kind of maybe see that armed robbery is kind of just not guarding him.
Yeah, so Pierre-Olivier, he is tall, and Zergiotis isn't short on by any means, but these past 2 pass deflections, throws it short to Philippe Savard, and it's tackled by Mike for the first down. Clock is going to start running soon, but with the first, I think they're roughly at the 5 or 4 yard line.
Yeah, so the good thing for the STUDZ there that they only needed about 1 to 2 yards, so they put themselves in a very good situation, being 3rd and 2, where it could have been way worse for them if they got the first down. Before that, it would have been 3rd and about 7, so and without being able to get a first down. So right now they get a fresh set of downs, and we're looking at 1st and goal at the 3 yard line.
Yeah, so it looks like STUDZ 2 is wanting to take as much time as they can on the clock. So Pierre-Olivier takes a snap, has Blanchette open, throws it to him, and is it caught? Touchdown, Alexandre Blanchette. A short little hook there through the tight window there. Armed Robbery is now down by 6. STUDZ 2 looks like they're trying to decide if they're going for 1 or 2. And looks like they're going for 2. Do you agree with that decision? Up by 6.
No, I think you go for 1 here. You go for 1, you put pressure on armed robbery if they do score. Now it's the fact, if you don't get this 2-point convert, armed robbery just realizes that they just have to score, then they have the game in their hands. So yes. I would have won for 1.
Yeah, so Limoges is back there. Zergiotis is running towards him. And the ball is caught by Pierre-Olivier, and Dylan Smith does make the breakup on Philippe Savard. I wasn't sure if that pass back was on the ground first, but regardless, it was incomplete. Armed Robbery with 1:19 down by 6 with the ball.
Yeah, so they got 1:19 left. It's a lot of time, to be honest with you. I believe they have 2 timeouts too, so they just have to keep doing what they're doing. Take the easy stuff. Take the easy stuff that's given to them. Don't do anything too crazy. 1:19 is a lot of time. It's we're in the 2-minute warning right now, so the time will stop every first down they do get.
Well, quick snap there, passed it to Dylan Smith, who makes one defender miss, and looks like he's going through. Tackled by 79 Pierre-Olivier. A bunch of missed tackles by the STUDZ. That was definitely not what they needed. The play was already rushed, as it looked like STUDZ 2 weren't even lined up, and Mike Collard didn't anticipate the snap that quick. But Dylan Smith makes a 3-yard hook into possibly like 30 yards there.
Yeah, so great play from Mike. He kind of realized that the STUDZ weren't ready. He ends up hurrying up the play. The snap was also a bit low too. He picks it up, throws the ball to Smith. Smith breaks about 3 or 4 tackles, ends up running down the field. For armed robbery right now, because he went out of bounds, the time does stop. So that's really kind of unfortunate for them.
Yeah, Collard passes it to Mike and is quickly tackled by Mathieu Limoges with clock running. It looks like they're at the 5 or 6 yard line, which would mean red zone.
Yeah, so they're in red zone. I believe that was probably maybe a 1 yard pass, maybe not even. But now they're right now they're in a good position, right? They have their 2 timeouts. They have the ball on the 5 yard line. They're looking at second down. They have the ball. They have the game in their hands. All they have to do is make sure they get maybe a few yards here and there for the next play, because time is clicking. We're looking maybe at 40 seconds before the snap is gonna be called.
Yeah, Collard takes a snap, looking left, throws it to, and it's dropped by Julian Pastararo, who, honestly, if he made that catch, just had to make a little reach there, and he would have been in for the end zone.
Yeah, so that's a really bad drop for them. Again, they're still fine, you know. Maybe you call a timeout here, get everyone's heads back in the game. You could risk it. Maybe get Smith to kind of catch his breath. Maybe get a good play calling. Maybe get a good play calling for Mike to call, because again, you have 31 seconds and you have the game in your hands. All you have to do is score and then get the convert. But you're at the 5 yard line. It didn't seem like they struggled all for this whole game to get a score touchdown. So here we go.
Collard takes a snap, looking right to Mike, and it's almost picked off by Mathieu Limoges. That was dangerous if you were armed robbery.
Yeah, that was a dangerous play. He ended up reading it really good, kind of a breaking out. I don't think he goes that direction. I think he should continue going to the left side. I feel like that's a bit of a weaker side, and they don't know exactly what to do as much. So I think he has to go back to the left side. I think maybe the drop kind of got him to focus more back on his main target, Mike. But I think you got to go back to the left side and try to work something here, because, again, now we're looking at 4th down, 4th and goal at the 5 yard line. So this is pretty much the game right now.
Yeah. So it looks like there's an ISO with Julian Pastarera on the left. Looks like a flag is thrown. Is it between the rusher or is it between the receiver?
It's going to be offside on the offense. The snapper is able, the rusher is able to go offside and then kind of jump back.
Exactly.
The receivers are not allowed to jump offside. So it's definitely going to be on the offense here.
Yeah. Looks like referees Manny Bizokias and Alexa Diab are confronting with Phoebe to see what would the call be. 'Cause I think initially Manny did throw the flag for the rusher, but I don't think, like you said, that is a flag.
Yeah, that's not a flag though. For the rusher to step forward, that's not a flag. It's only if you pass the line of scrimmage. Yep. It only ends up being a flag is if he goes past the line and doesn't run back to the rusher line while he's going after the quarterback. So that's going to be a flag on armed robbery. They're going to go 5 yards back. So they're going to end up going 5 yards back. So we're looking at 4th and 10.
4th, 10 and a half.
Yeah. So unfortunately, that sucks for them.
Yeah. So Mike Collard takes a snap, looking right, throws it to the corner to Dylan Smith, and it's incomplete on 4th down. Dylan Smith had not much of a chance really there.
Yeah, so that ball wasn't the best ball. He was trying to sling it in. He was trying to put it somewhere where only his receiver was going to make. He was trying to put it into a spot only his receiver was able to get to, but unfortunately he put it way out of bounds. And I think at this point we're looking at about maybe 22. We have 28 seconds actually left. So armed robbery's going to have to use their timeouts here right away.
Yeah. So it looks like Pierre-Olivier, they throw it over top, and it's incomplete by Dimitri Melbach, which, why would you throw that?
Yeah, so that's not good that they made a throw there because this time keeps running now. So now, actually, armed robbery does get to use 2 of their timeouts. So if they're smart, they're going to have to send a rush. They didn't send a rush there. They're going to have to send both their rushers. They're going to have to send a rusher and make sure that they do quick deflag and call their timeouts, because now they do get an opportunity to get back the ball.
Yeah, that was really a mental mistake by STUDZ too, because one, the incompletion, like you said, stops the clock, and they have 2 timeouts. It's 2nd down now. They have 2 timeouts there. Even on 4th, if they punted, they still gives armed robbery potentially, if they play the clock right, they get a chance.
Yeah, they get a chance. So here the STUDZ are going to have to.
They run it, so Pierre-Olivier avoids it, and he takes a knee with 15 seconds. And the timeout is called by armed robbery, their first.
Yeah, so we're looking at 13 seconds, maybe 13 to 15 seconds. So again, if I'm robbery, I think maybe I send 2 rushers. I try to maybe force them to kind of throw the ball just in case he panics or something, because you kind of want an incomplete pass here. You do want to have You don't want to give a first down for sure, but you kind of maybe make him force a pass where you don't even have to kind of waste your time out.
Yeah, it looks like Zergiotis is going to rush, and Dylan Smith is playing over top him, shadowing the middle of the field. But I don't think that's necessary. I feel like you should be a bit more tight, don't you think?
Yeah, I think you have to be a bit more tight. There's no reason to playing so far back. But again, I think he realizes that they're just trying to kill clock here.
Yeah. So it looks like Zergiotis, Pierre-Olivier does give himself up at the 1. But that's the thing too. If it's 4th down, if they punt it, it goes to midfield, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if they do punt it, it does go to midfield. So they're going to have to punt. We're looking at 4th down here. So the ball is going to go midfield unless, they have to punt. They're at the 2-yard line. So we're looking at a punt here because we're looking at 4th down.
So for STUDZ too, if they were able just to manage to get the ball above the 10-yard line, it would have backed Arm Robbery up to the 10, their own 10. But with that costing mistake, 12 seconds left from midfield.
Yeah, you actually, Arm Robbery is probably going to have about 2 plays here if they know how to use time management. Maybe even 3 if they do some quick outs, depending how the STUDZ run their defense here. But that was a very bad start. I believe they're going a bit too far back. I think it's midfield, So they made the correction there. That they do get the ball back midfield, but that's if the STUDZ lose this game here, it's going to be unfortunate because that's going to be just a total bust on their team.
So what do you do if you are Arm Robbery at this point? Like you said, roughly 2 plays left, maybe 3 if you're lucky, but you have to get to the end zone.
Yeah, so I would start with a post wheel and my snapper to do it out to kind of see if they're going to respect the deep. If I get a one-on-one with any of my receivers, I'm kind of throwing up a prayer. Just because I'd rather take a one-on-one than a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 when it comes to the Hail Mary. So I would run a post wheel then an out to the snapper. So
Collard takes the ball, finds Zergiotis, who is he tackled inbounds? He's tackled out of bounds.
Yeah, so he actually didn't get tackled, but he did get out of bounds. So we're looking at 7.5. It says 7.5 seconds, 8 seconds here. So we're looking at 2 plays that they're going to get. So I think, again, Mike, you do the same exact thing. You do 2 deep routes, 10-year snapper to come underneath. Try to get as close as possible. We're looking right now, I think they're maybe at the 15-yard line, I want to say. Maybe a bit closer, maybe about the 11 to 12.
Yeah.
So if you can maybe get about 3-4 yards, STUDZ are kind of playing back off their defense. They don't want to get beat over the top, so they're kind of giving everything underneath. But again, for them doing that, it kind of gives Arm Robbery easy completions because one thing people don't realize that 12 to 13 seconds is still a lot of time, especially when the time stops.
Yeah. So Collard is taking the snap. He's looking left right away, going short to Zergiotis, and he is tackled inbounds, which looks like that might be 1 play left for Arm Robbery. Oh, no. The game is called. Arm Robbery loses on a heartbreaker. STUDZ 2 is victorious.
No.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, so you do get 1 play left just because the time he got tackled when there was 3 seconds left. So it means it's only if you get tackled when there's no time left in the game. So that's how it works. So he got tackled maybe with 3 seconds left in the game, so they do get their last play with 0 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, I saw FAR official Alexa Diab did have her flag on, so I was like, wait a minute. I felt like it was a bit early, but this gives 1 play left for Mike Collard and Arm Robbery to get into the end zone. It looks like you have Dylan Smith and Mike on the right side. Collard, it's going to deep. It's tipped by Sean Rose at the line. STUDZ 2 finally comes out on top, winning the Division E finals over Arm Robbery with a score of 32-38.
Yeah, so again, that was a huge tip for the STUDZ there. It kind of saved them the game because you never know if that ball ended up getting thrown in the end zone. It would have been a jump ball to either Smith or Mike in the back of the end zone. Who knows what would happen there? So fortunately for the STUDZ, they're able to get out of this the last 30 seconds of the game because they did have the game in their hands. They could also need the game. They could have just need 3 or 4 times and the game would have probably been over. But instead, they throw that incomplete pass. They stop the clock and they give Arm Robbery a chance to win the game.
Yeah, exactly. And that could be a division, like the fact that you're in Division E, so you don't think about just taking those knees and just want to go for the Hail Mary shot.
Yeah.
Where if you just took those knees, you would have won the game. But at the end of the day, STUDZ 2, the number 13 seed, they didn't even get a first round bye, upsets basically everyone out of their second round matchup to reach the finals and plays against a gamed Arm Robbery. Unfortunately, Alex Spina does get injured, which leaves Arm Robbery with 5 players on the field. Whether it's 6v5 or 6v6, that's what happens in the championship, and STUDZ 2 gets to clutch it up for the Division E title.
Yeah, exactly it. At the end of the day, unfortunately, it sucks that Army had a player that got injured, but STUDZ did what they had to do. They did it all. They did it kind of all playoff long. They probably had one of the hardest routes going in as the 13th seed, and they just had upset after upset after upset. They beat every single team by double digits, and then they play a very good armed robber team where at the end of the day, it did come down to those last few plays, and they were able to come out with the win.
And for armed robbery, again, a heartbreaker. You lose one of your main players, especially early, and the fact that you rallied towards the whole game, it was very manageable, but unfortunately at the end they weren't able to get the job done. So how do you kind of manage with this for the future with Armory after a successful season at going 6-4 to the finals?
Yeah, so for Armory, I think they had a great season. It's unfortunate they did have a guy that went down, but again, they had a great season. I think they're just getting better and better. I think you keep the same roster with each other, and then you just move forward and start coming down other divisions here and there.
So it looks like down Jeff Rosenblatt is ready to hand off the trophy and banner with the MVP to STUDZ 2 for the Division E championship.
All right, we're back on the field with the Division E champs, STUDZ 2. STUDZ 2. Captain Philippe. Voila. Good job. So, quick question. I know we have an injured player here. Yeah. How does it feel to win a championship with some injuries along the lines, but you guys came through in the end?
Ben, ça fait du bien, c'est gagné. Mais tu sais, l'autre équipe était 5, c'est sûr. Mais nous, on a joué avec des blessures aussi de notre bord. Il n'est pas disloqué. Un nouveau QB, sa première année, il a gagné. Il a fait ce qu'il fallait pour gagner, puis c'est ça l'important.
Hey, you heard it here. First time QB winning a championship. Now, l'autre Philippe Savard est où? Viens ici, Philippe. MVP de la match, Philippe Savard. Lots of catches, a few touchdowns. How does it feel to be the MVP?
It might be the first time I caught so many balls in a game. I don't know why. I'm not usually the number one option on the team.
All right, so we have what he says an unlikely MVP, but the STUDZ guys have been in the FPF for a while. They're big winners, great guys. Maybe we're going to see them move up divisions. Who knows, because they have 2 teams. But be on the lookout for the STUDZ crew. We have the 2025 Divi champs right here. Back to you guys in the booth.
So Jeff Rosenblatt just presented STUDZ 2 with the Division E championship to Captain Philippe Jelena, and the MVP being Philippe Savard, who honestly, when you look at the roster, he only came into the game with 7 receptions, 119 yards with 2 touchdowns, and in the playoffs, 3 catches for 32 yards, but in the finals, stepped up really big with, I think, 1 or 2 touchdowns at least. Yeah,
so he did a great job. To be honest, he was kind of one of their lead receivers. He's the one that made all the big plays, the big first downs, the big fourth down conversions as well too. I think he also had a huge convert as well to help their team get a couple more extra points, but well deserved. He played a great game.
So unfortunately for Armed Robbery, losing a heartbreaker. So what does this team do in the future? They had a 6-4 successful regular season. Do you see them potentially running it back in maybe Tier 4 or in the winter in like a Division 5 team? Mike Lard really had a good season, especially towards the playoffs with 12 touchdowns before this game with 1 interception. So do you see this team going together and running it back?
Yeah, I think they just have to stay together as a team and start dropping down divisions nice and easy. Right now, they're in Division E. I think the best decision for them would be Tier 4. If they're able to keep the same roster, and then again, Mike's he's a former new quarterback into FPF, so again, he's gonna have to kind of get things kind of going again with his team. But this is a team I would like to see back in Tier 4, and again, maybe back at a championship appearance.
Yeah, exactly. Because they have really talented players in like Dylan Smith, Zergiotis, as well as Mike Badbibabungi. And looking at STUDZ 2, again, this is their second team. STUDZ, the original, is with Philippe Jelena, quarterback in Division D. They lost a heartbreaker in the semifinals in Div D. So where do you see this with Pierre-Olivier playing quarterback with the STUDZ 2 team in the future?
Yeah, so that's kind of gets tricky, right? Because you have a Division D and Division E kind of team, right? Or around that line, you kind of want to, I guess both guys kind of want to play quarterback, so you're going to have to have your rosters and stuff kind of say, okay, you guys are going to play this division, we'll play this division. It gets a bit sticky, but for them as well, I think they should go back to Tier 4. Again, they didn't have the best record. They went 6-4. They did blow out most of those high-tier teams into the playoffs, but I think as well, I think they stay in Division 4 and maybe have a better record, go 9-1, and then get back into a champion appearance and also win again.
Yeah, exactly. With Tier 4 coming up, so I'm not sure if Jalina fits the QB cap for it, but I'm sure Pierre-Olivier does, even though he had a really great season with 41 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. So with STUDZ 2, again, if they run it back, again, regardless of who's quarterback, one, you have to kind of be like, you know what, we won the championship. That's kind of what happens, and that's what we deserve. Because, again, at the end of the day, most of these players play on both teams.
Yeah, exactly.
So, again, we are in Brassard. I'm Keon Cyrus, and this is Kwesi Godamal. We have now the 5v5 intermediate finals between still C.R.A. and Les Géants. So that would be an interesting game right now, and we have roughly a few minutes before that game goes on live.
Yeah. So yeah. So that's so yeah. So we have that's gonna be a very good game for intermediate. We have two powerhouse teams. I believe it's number 1 and 2 seed are gonna play versus each other. So here we have it. We have the STUDZ, our Division E.
Yeah, Division E.
Our Division E championships. Again, congrats to you guys, and hopefully we see you back in Tier 4 next year.
Yeah, and if you're watching at home, again, on Facebook or on the YouTube live stream, or even if you're in the area, we saw flag football happening all the way until kickoff at 10 p.m. tonight. So if you have the time, either watch it on YouTube or on social medias. FPF is going to be posting the finals constantly of which game is being played, as well as we have the finals of the intermediate. But again, come to Brassard if you can.
Thank you.
Bonjour, donc on est de retour pour le broadcast FPF pour la finale de la division intermédiaire 5v5 à Brossard aujourd'hui. Je suis en compagnie de Laurie Ouellette.
Oui, bonjour.
Oui, donc Laurie, aujourd'hui, on a un bon match entre les Giants et Still C.R.A, deux équipes qui ont fini 7-3 cette saison. Ils se sont affrontés 2 fois cette saison. La première fois, les Giants ont malheureusement perdu 26-0 sans la présence de leur corps arrière, Marc-André Reeves. Cependant, le deuxième match, avec tout leur effectif, ils ont gagné 42-33. C'est quoi tes prédictions pour aujourd'hui, pour ce match?
Honnêtement, je pense que la game va être quand même serrée. C'est deux très bonnes équipes qui se sont affrontées. Puis comme on a vu dans la deuxième game, qui se sont affrontées 42-33. C'est quand même une coupe de points de différence. Donc, je m'attends à une grosse game. On sait que Marc-André Reeves a eu beaucoup de touchés. C'était un des premiers corps arrière de la division. Donc, je m'attends à beaucoup. C'est très prometteur côté Giants.
Oui, aussi, on peut remarquer du côté de Giants, seulement 4 joueurs pour commencer le match. Probablement un joueur qui va arriver un petit peu plus tard dans la rencontre. De l'autre côté, c'est 8 joueurs, donc un alignement qui est beaucoup plus complet du côté de Still C.R.A. Est-ce que la fatigue pourrait avoir un impact dans ce match-là pour les Giants?
C'est sûr. Dans le fond, s'ils n'ont pas de remplaçants, ils vont jouer full-time les deux côtés toute la game. Donc, c'est sûr que même si le terrain est un petit peu plus petit, c'est quand même une game assez vite. Donc, je m'imagine que pas de remplaçants. Ils vont être plus fatigués que les autres, c'est sûr.
Ouais, aussi, j'ai eu de l'information privilégiée. Ryan Carouf, le corps arrière de Still C.R.A, qui a un problème avec un de ses doigts de sa main avec laquelle il lance. On sait que 5v5, c'est une game qui est très rapide, qu'il va falloir aller jouer très vertical avec 4 essais au milieu.
Ouais.
Est-ce que le fait que sa main lui fait des problèmes pourrait causer des issues pour Still C.R.A aujourd'hui?
Absolument. S'il n'a pas bien tapé ou quoi que ce soit, ça peut être un enjeu, ça peut lui faire mal, donc ça peut le pousser à ne pas lancer autant loin ou l'affecter un peu. Donc c'est sûr que ça va peut-être pas aller comme qu'il veut, mais je pense qu'il va push through puis ça devrait bien aller.
Aussi, Still C.R.A, ça fait longtemps qu'ils jouent. Ils ont rejoint la Ligue à l'hiver 2015. Toujours pas de championnat. Je pense que c'est la première finale pour beaucoup des joueurs dans cette équipe-là. Ça serait le fun de les voir gagner.
C'est sûr.
Mais en même temps aussi, de l'autre côté, un de nos amis aussi, Marc-André Reeves, qui joue de l'autre côté. Donc, je crois qu'on est prêt à débuter le match. Donc, ça va être premier essai et jusqu'au milieu pour Still C.R.A qui ont fini avec le deuxième seed, les Giants qui ont fini avec le premier seed.
Deux très bonnes équipes qui ont fini dans le top 2, donc ça va être très intéressant à voir.
Ouais, donc Ryan Carouf se prépare à recevoir le snap de son snapper. Karim Madji. Donc Carouf reçoit le snap, regarde rapidement, Nirosh avec un bel attrapé et un beau plaquage de la part de Marvin Renaud. Un gain d'environ 15 verges pour Nirosh.
Oui, honnêtement, je pense que ça commence très bien. Un premier essai, un premier attrapé, puis quand même beaucoup de verges, donc très prometteur.
Ouais, donc est-ce que ici tu prendrais un shot si tu es Still C.R.A?
100%, honnêtement, ils sont près du milieu et ils sont juste deuxième, donc un long shot pour avoir un premier loin, ça serait très, très bon.
Ah, j'ai oublié de commenter. Excusez. Oui, donc une belle passe de Ryan Carouf pour Thomas Gérin-Lajoie qui obtient un premier essai. Ils vont être à la ligne de 8.
Oui, honnêtement, la défense était juste un peu en dessous La défense était un peu en dessous de l'offense, donc il y avait beaucoup de terrain de verge à compléter, donc il l'a eu.
Donc, premier essai ici de la ligne de 7. Évidemment, on peut voir 4 joueurs du côté de les Giants. Ça cause problème en ce moment du côté défensif.
Ah, c'est sûr. Avec 4 joueurs, puis soit qu'il n'y a pas de rush ou quoi que ce soit, c'est sûr qu'il faut que tu t'ajustes.
Donc, Carouf se prépare à recevoir le snap. Il regarde à droite à son snapper, rapidement complété. Et un beau plaqué de la part de Vincent Richard, numéro 52, pour limiter les dégâts. Deuxième essai et environ 4 verges pour obtenir le toucher.
Dommage pour l'équipe des Giants. Ils sont juste 4-5 aujourd'hui à cause de leurs blessures. Donc, c'est sûr que c'est un petit désavantage pour cette équipe-là. Mais avec la chimie qu'il y a avec le QB, je crois pas que ça devrait être trop un gros problème.
Parfait. Deuxième essai. Carouf reçoit le snap, regarde encore à droite. Et Suresh échappe le ballon.
Oui, honnêtement, il l'avait dans ses mains. Il aurait pu l'avoir. C'est juste que il l'a pas gardé.
Ouais, peut-être un petit peu de stress en début de match.
C'est normal. Tout le monde commence avec un petit peu de stress. Tu es dans les finales. C'est sûr que tu veux bien performer et gagner, évidemment. Donc, c'est sûr que c'est important.
Quand même pas trop de dégâts ici. Là. Quand même une situation assez manageable en troisième essai et 4.
Oui. sont très près, donc c'est
As-tu-
faisable.
Envoies-tu un trip, c'est quelque chose de spécial ici ou
Honnêtement, tu sais, les jeux sur la première ligne, ça fonctionne toujours, short and easy, fait que c'est sûr que c'est une option, à part s'il veut vraiment aller dans les corners du
Carottes
end
reçoit
zone.
le snap, regarde rapidement. Oh, il y a eu un gros contact au derrière de la tête et oui.
Oui, un flag sur le terrain. Ça va être sur Reeves.
Ouais, donc pour moi c'est contact illégal, donc ça va donner un premier jeu automatique pour Still C.R.A. à la ligne de 1, je crois.
Oui, ça fait du sens. On va entendre le verdict.
Donc ouais, exactement, donc ça va être premier essai et les buts pour
Ouais.
Still C.R.A.
Donc ça nous donne encore 4 essais pour essayer de rentrer dans la zone des buts et faire un premier touché de la game.
Donc Still C.R.A. se prépare à snapper le ballon. Ballon dans les mains de Karim Madji. Alex Bachelani en motion vers la droite. Ouvrir à la gauche rapidement. Très belle attrapée. Et touché, oui, Karim Madji avec un touché 6-0, Still C.R.A.
Oui, c'est parfait. On a vu que c'était un petit attrapé sur la première ligne des buts. Donc c'est toujours un petit jeu qui fonctionne.
Ouais, un catch qui était vraiment pas facile selon moi entre Alexis Dubois et Marvin Renaud, défenseur de l'année. Très belle concentration de la part de Karim Madji là-dessus.
Oui, pour vrai, la fenêtre était très petite. Donc good job au corps arrière de l'équipe Still C.R.A.
Donc, ils vont décider d'y aller pour 2. On sait que Marc-André Reeves, très efficace du côté de 2. Carouf, d'habitude, il va plus pour 1, fait qu'on commence avec un 2 points. Ballon est snappé. Regarde à gauche. Regarde à droite. Il lance par-dessus et un petit peu trop élevé pour Nirosh Suresh.
Oui, un petit peu plus bas. Je pense que peut-être Reeves était là, mais on ne sait jamais.
Ouais, il a fait une bonne job à couvrir les deux receveurs avec le in qui venait de l'autre côté à la première ligne et le genre de corner à droite en arrière.
Oui, vraiment, mais pour vrai, Marc-André Reeves, c'est un bon carrière, mais il joue aussi autant défensif avec deux interceptions cette saison, puis 9 plaqués. Donc, il est bon dans les deux côtés du ballon.
Donc, premier essai ici pour les Giants, premier drive à l'attaque, Alexis Dubois qui snappe le ballon.
Toujours pas un 5e joueur, donc il va falloir qu'il s'ajuste autrement.
Ouais, donc on peut voir les deux receveurs qui sont extrêmement éloignés, Vincent Richard du côté gauche et Marvin Renaud du côté droit. Le ballon est snappé, Reeves derrière, lance rapidement à Marvin Renaud qui fait un beau jeu pour essayer d'éviter le plaqué, mais Ryan Carouf très discipliné sur le plaqué là-dessus.
Oui, donc juste un gain de quelques verges.
Ouais, donc on va avoir un deuxième essai ici pour les Giants. Environ 15 verges à faire.
Même avec 3 joueurs, Reeves est quand même capable de trouver les fenêtres et ces joueurs qui sont ouverts, c'est sûr.
Alexis Dubois se prépare à snapper le ballon.
Il prend son temps.
Oui, vraiment. Le ballon est snappé. Reeves regarde à gauche.
Ouais.
Un bel attrapé de Vincent Richard. Et un beau plaqué du défenseur numéro 25, Yvan Salomon.
Ouais. Je pense qu'ils vont un peu plus en termes de sécurité en ce moment. Ils vont vraiment short, court.
Tu es d'accord avec cette décision-là?
Oui, je te dirais que avec juste 3 joueurs sur le terrain, c'est mieux de jouer safe.
Peut-être aussi pour écouler du temps pour laisser le 5e joueur arriver.
J'allais
ici.
justement dire ça, oui. C'est ceux qui veulent, comme on voit Alexis, il prend vraiment son temps avant de snap, donc c'est un peu la...
Troisième essai. Dubois snap le ballon à Marc-André Reeves. Il regarde. Il suit un ball à droite. Il lance. Intercepté! Oh, échappé.
Est-ce que c'est...
Pour moi, c'est... Oh, il colle l'interception. Oui, numéro 0, Sacha Saint-Amand. Sacha Saint-Amand, un très bon joueur défensif. 3 interceptions et 7 passes rabattues. Il n'a pas survécu le ground, mais je crois...
Il lui donne pareil. Ce serait un premier pour Still C.R.A.
Still C.R.A. Donc, une grosse erreur en début de match hein, pour Marc-André Reeves.
Oui, honnêtement, je pense qu'il a vu que, premièrement, il ne peut pas courir, fait que ça fait un gros enjeu. Puis, il a vu qu'il y avait des receveurs pas tant ouverts, donc il a quand même forcé. Donc, c'était une interception à la fin.
Ouais, donc les arbitres se consultent ici. On dirait qu'ils sont pas certains. Il y a peut-être un challenge de la part des Giants.
Ouais. Peut-être, sûrement.
Je sais pas si on pourrait avoir peut-être une reprise là, qu'on puisse déterminer si on croit que la rotation a été arrêtée, s'il y a eu un football move.
C'est sûr, parce que si le ballon n'est pas arrêté, ce n'est pas une interception.
On peut le voir ici à droite.
Donc on voit qu'il l'attrape. Ouais.
Je sais pas si c'est hyper sécuritaire, par contre, quand il descend, ça semble bouger un peu. Il y a... Ouf.
Je pense que la rotation elle a arrêté par contre, mais c'est
Ouais.
au ref de décider.
Par contre, la règle n'est pas hyper claire nécessairement par rapport à ça. Là. On a eu des problèmes avec le changement de règle par rapport à la rotation de la balle, parce que c'est pas juste nécessairement la rotation de la balle, mais c'est aussi, il faut quand même que tu fasses un football move. Là, je sais pas, il attrape le ballon, puis dès qu'il tombe en terre, il perd le contrôle.
Donc, je pense à la discrétion du ref qui va décider.
C'est ça, pour moi, c'est très proche. Ouais. J'aurais tendance à dire, je sais pas pour toi, mais j'aurais tendance à dire que c'est une interception.
J'allais justement dire ça aussi. Le ballon, il est quand même dans ses mains pendant une couple de temps, mais c'est vraiment quand il touche à terre que là, le ballon, il tombe. Donc,
c'est proche.
Oui, ça reste à voir.
Et le 5e joueur des Giants vient d'arriver.
Victor Boutin est en train de se préparer. Il va aller rejoindre les Géants sur le field.
Oh, c'est difficile à dire. On dirait qu'en temps réel, ça a l'air plus d'incomplète. Quand on ralentit, ça a l'air plus d'une interception.
Ouais, parce qu'on voit vraiment que le ballon il est comme dans ses mains, mais c'est une interception.
Une interception.
Oui, les Giants ont remis le ballon sur le côté du terrain, donc ça détermine que C.R.A. ont le ballon en offense.
Donc, un très gros stop en début de match pour Still C.R.A.
Oui.
Donc, qu'est-ce que la défense des Giants va devoir faire?
Honnêtement, ça serait vraiment, pour vrai, jouer safe 2-2, couvrir les joueurs qui sont quand même assez stars dans l'équipe.
On est prêt à recommencer. Maggi se prépare à snapper. Carouf regarde à droite, revient à gauche. Une belle passe et une très belle attrapée de Niroche-Suresh pour environ 12 verges.
Oui. Donc, on a vu, il était assez compose, il savait qu'est-ce qu'il faisait. Donc, le carrière a fait un petit fake, puis après, il l'a lancé sur le côté du terrain. Son receveur était là.
As-tu trouvé que la pression est un petit peu lente à venir là-dessus? Il y a beaucoup de temps avant de lancer?
Ouais, honnêtement, je pense pas que Victor Boutin est leur rusher de base, mais je pense qu'il faut qu'ils fassent avec. Ils n'ont pas le choix, ils ont juste 5 joueurs, puis ils s'arrangent.
Carouf prend le ballon, regarde à gauche rapidement, belle attrapée de Alex Bachelani. Je pense qu'il va être juste short d'un first down par contre.
Oui, je pense que c'est juste avant le first down. Donc ça va être 3e et 1. Dans ce temps-là, je pense que c'est intelligent d'essayer deep pour avoir un premier.
C'est risqué par contre, parce que si tu arrives une incomplète en 3e et 7, tu prends un risque. Tu arrives en 4e. Oui, tu peux peut-être faire un jeu qui est assez simple, comme juste un petit flick en avant à ton snapper, quelque chose qu'on voit pas nécessairement en 6v6, parce que le QB doit être 5 verges en arrière, mais que tu peux faire en 5v5.
Oui, 100%. Puis moi, je pense que ce serait bon de prendre une chance. Donc, comme tu as dit, 4e essai et une verge, c'est facile à juste la lancer d'avant.
Y a-t-il un joueur que tu viserais en deep ici?
Honnêtement, je trouve que son receveur à gauche, le numéro 5...
Niroche-Suresh.
Ouais.
Ouais, un très, très bon deep threat. Il y a un bon jump ball. Par contre, un match-up difficile avec Marvin Renault devant lui.
Oui, Marvin est très bon joueur des deux côtés du ballon. Donc, c'est sûr que l'avoir sur toi, c'est risqué.
Carouf, rapidement à Suresh en avant. Un beau move. Et plaqué à peu près après un gain d'environ 8-9 verges.
Oui, donc on a vu que c'était un petit tracé qui a fait en sorte qu'il a manqué une coupe de défense, puis il y a eu plus de verges.
Ouais, donc Alexis Dubois qui a reculé en arrière, ça a ouvert le terrain pour Suresh à l'intérieur. Les premiers essais et environ 13 verges pour Still C.R.A.
Donc encore beaucoup d'essais pour avoir le toucher.
Maggi avec le ballon. Carouf. Regarde à droite rapidement. Oh, oui, juste derrière son receveur.
Oui, il ne l'a pas envoyé assez en avant, donc c'est un incomplet.
Est-ce que tu penses que c'est la présence de Marc-André Reeves qui a un peu shooté le drag qui a fait que Carouf a eu peur un peu?
Oui, parce qu'on sait que Marc-André Reeves était là, il était présent. C'est sûr que s'il attrapait Reeves, il y avait le plaqué, mais c'est sûr que ça fait une petite pression de plus au carrière.
Donc, deuxième essai ici pour Still C.R.A. 2 joueurs à gauche. Carottes reçoit le snap, regarde à droite, revient à gauche. Et une belle passe, belle attrapée d'Alex Bacharani pour environ 10 verges.
Je pense qu'ils sont à la ligne de 2 et ça va être un troisième.
Ouais, troisième essai, exact.
Je vois qu'il target beaucoup le côté gauche du terrain. Je pense qu'il est plus à l'aise avec ce côté-là, peut-être.
Est-ce que la défense des Giants devrait s'ajouter, peut-être un petit peu moins loin, forcer le carrière, lancer peut-être par-dessus leur tête?
Moi, je dirais que oui. Je pense qu'ils ont les joueurs pour faire un peu le speed. Puis je sais que Marvin, du côté gauche, pour les Giants, les Mauves, il joue un petit peu plus inside, donc ça laisse le coin puis le cône ouvert. Donc c'est sûr que s'il commence à toujours abuser ça, il pourrait avoir beaucoup de verges.
Donc troisième essai ici. 2 joueurs à droite, Niroshirech en motion vers la gauche. Carottes reçoit le snap, regarde à gauche. Par-dessus en arrière est un petit peu trop long, donc ça va avoir un 4e essai ici pour C.R.A.
Oui, Marvin était entre les 2 joueurs. Par contre, c'était une décision dernière minute qu'il devait faire, mais le ballon était trop lancé haut, donc c'était correct pour eux.
Ouais, donc tu penses que Marvin là-dessus a fait une très bonne job à jouer un petit peu, encore une fois, le out puis le corner?
Oui, 100%. Je pense qu'il a commencé vraiment short avec le gars en avant. Par contre, rendu par en arrière, je pense qu'il aurait vu la balle puis il l'aurait suivi. Donc, il aurait été là dans les 2 cas.
Donc tu viserais où dans la end zone si tu es Ryan Carouf en ce moment sur ce jeu-là?
En ce moment, il n'y a pas tant visé le côté droit du terrain. Donc, j'irais plus pour ça, faire une petite différence puis voir comment que la défense s'ajuste.
Donc, il envoie 2 receveurs à sa gauche, Suresh en ISO à droite. Carouf reçoit le ballon, regarde au centre à droite, et c'est incomplète. Beau jeu défensif de Marc-André Reeves.
Vraiment. Par contre, numéro 17, il avait le ballon dans ses mains. Il n'y a pas eu assez de temps pour le garder avec lui, par contre.
Catch difficile, est-ce que tu penses qu'il aurait dû l'attraper?
Moi, je crois que c'était dans ses mains, donc oui. À part s'il n'a pas bien fermé ses mains, mais on va voir dans le replay. Il l'avait.
Très difficile.
Ouais.
S'il y avait des gants, il l'aurait peut-être attrapé.
Peut-être. C'est sûr qu'il n'y avait pas de gants, t'as moins de grip.
Bon, donc gros stop ici pour les Giants. Ils sont maintenant en premier essai down 6.
Oui.
Reeves regarde à droite et 2 receveurs qui se courent l'un dans l'autre, malheureusement.
Peut-être une mauvaise communication, soit Reeves en disant les jeux ou les receveurs qui ont mal compris, parce que les 2 étaient à la même place.
Ouais, puis ça complique les choses aussi un peu en premier essai, hein, surtout avec 4 essais pour te rendre au milieu. Généralement, tu veux aller chercher un jeu facile. Le jeu était là.
Il n'a pas réussi, ou les 2 étaient là, ils se sont dit l'autre va l'avoir, il va le laisser, mais malheureusement incomplet. C'est sûr que vous avez juste 4 essais pour le milieu, donc.
Donc 2 joueurs à droite pour Reeves. Poutin snap le ballon. Il se regarde à droite. Check down à son snapper. Un beau move, mais il y a un flag par contre sur le jeu.
Oui. Très rare de la part de Vic qui fait des dips, mais on apprécie.
Il a commencé à le faire. C'est pas pire, il est bon.
Ouais.
Peut-être manque un petit peu de vitesse, mais il est capable.
Il va y arriver.
Il faut juste qu'il ait confiance en
lui.
lui.
Il nous a vu en quad, puis il s'est dit on va l'essayer aussi. Fait qu'on est mieux de le voir en quad un temps de l'essayer.
Il est mieux, là. Là, je sais pas trop c'est quoi le call. Peut-être que c'est roughing de passer, peut-être.
Parce qu'elle parle à la défense, en effet.
Elle parle à la défense. Donc, on nous ont fait reculer. Donc, je sais pas trop c'était quoi le call. Peut-être rusher interference. Je pense que c'est rusher interference, ouais.
Ouais, ils sont en ligne de 5 présentement.
Donc, ça va être loss of down, probablement. Pour un 3e essai.
Et long. C'est
très
difficile.
long. Ouais. Je sais pas si on a pu avoir un replay de ce jeu-là, mais...
En tout cas, ils sont encore en train de parler
à la ligne
jeux.
de 2,5 même. Ouf.
Ouais. C'est un peu risqué. C'est sûr que s'il se fait deflag, c'est un safety également. Donc,
c'est soit 2e ou 3e essai. Donc, Alexis Dubois va recevoir le snap et envoyer à Marc-André Reeves.
Ça veut dire qu'il a le droit
il
de
l'échappe.
courir.
Regarde à droite et...
Ouf.
Oh, quelle attrapée de Marvin! Wow!
C'était vraiment beau.
À une main, sur le côté du sideline, il a eu juste un pied, mais c'est tout ce que tu as besoin. Quel beau catch!
Une très belle concentration de la part de Marvin. Il a vu le ballon un peu dans la minute, il l'a attrapé, puis sa concentration avec un pied à l'intérieur, c'est ce qui a fait la différence.
Excellent catch. Donc, il donne la vie un peu à la drive pour son équipe. Je crois que c'est 4e essai ici.
4e et...
Environ
10,
8 verges,
ouais,
peut-être.
Environ.
Reeves regarde à gauche. Il lance à Marvin.
Ouf.
Tout seul, touché.
Wow.
Marvin Renault.
Oui, donc un premier touché pour les Giants. C'est sûr que là, c'est une game 6-6. C'est très beau à voir. Marvin étant donné le premier receveur pour les Giants.
On peut voir un bel arc, cette balle-là. Une très bonne job du receveur à gauche, Vincent Richard. de garder son corner sur lui pour pas qu'il triche sur le poste.
Oui, puis on a vu Marvin était directement entre deux de défenseurs, donc il a fait une belle job. Et bravo à Reeves d'avoir lancé la balle où il fallait.
Donc les Giants, ils vont pour un ici. Victor Boutin, snap. Reeves regarde à gauche, à Boutin,
Wow.
et réussit.
Magnifique.
7 à 6.
C'est rare qu'ils vont pour un, par contre. On est
Ouais.
habitué de voir Reeves aller pour 2. Je pense qu'il joue un petit peu plus safe, ça se peut-tu?
Peut-être qu'il veut juste aller chercher un petit peu de confiance là, après la première drive.
Ouais, avec l'interception qu'il a eu.
Ouais, c'est ça. J'aime bien aussi j'aime bien son concept aussi là, avec le genre de out en arrière de son snapper. Là. Il trouve juste le pocket en arrière puis un très beau ballon.
Je pense que la défensive de C.R.A. faisait un peu de lanes, donc c'est-à-dire quand il était en arrière, il était wide open.
Exactement. Donc 2 receveurs à droite ici pour Carouf. Il regarde à droite. Et échappé par Thomas Gérin-Lajoie.
Ouais, une erreur du receveur car il l'avait dans ses mains. Ça, directement dans ses mains, le corps il a bien fait.
Ouais, s'il y a bien une affaire que tu peux pas faire, surtout en 5v5, c'est échapper des ballons faciles comme ça.
C'est sûr. Ça fait un peu mal à l'offense, mais à l'attaque.
Donc ça va être 2e essai ici pour l'attaque de Carouf.
Oui.
Donc 2 receveurs à gauche, Bachelanier, Suresh et Gérin-Lajoie en wide à droite. Il regarde à gauche rapidement pour Suresh, belle attrapée. Il rate les flags et juste short d'un premier essai, plaquage d'Alexis Dubois.
On voit Marvin, il savait qu'il a manqué de le plaquer, donc c'est sûr qu'il a gagné beaucoup plus de verges qu'il aurait dû. Un peu avant le premier essai.
Ouais, donc Victor Boutin, il a touché le ballon, je crois même, de la part à propos du rusher.
Ah oui, on le voit.
Ah, il était grand, je l'avais.
Il touche les mains, là, il l'avait.
Donc, il peut avoir un impact là, de la part du rusher, même si c'est peut-être pas le gars le plus rapide, il pourrait avoir un impact avec ses... Il a quand même des longs bras.
C'est ça, j'allais dire, ouais. Il est quand même grand, donc c'est sûr que ça peut enlever. S'il met ses mains dans les airs, c'est sûr qu'il enlève un peu plus de field.
Donc, 3e essai et 1 ici pour Carouf. Il regarde à gauche, revient à droite, va à gauche sur son wheel, à Karim Madji, touché!
On voit que les spectateurs sont présents aujourd'hui.
C'est bien, on aime ça, voir ça.
Oui, mais je pense, de ce que j'ai compris, les spectateurs sont un peu les mêmes que hier. On a un joueur dans l'équipe Still C.R.A. qui a gagné dans l'équipe Block Party hier. Donc, c'est sa 2e finale.
Yvan Salomon, ça?
Je pense que oui, exactement.
Il y a un bon fan club, on aime ça.
Ah oui. Ça donne de la vie dans les estrades.
Ouais, donc ici, il décide d'y aller pour 1, justement, pour peut-être matcher les Giants. Est-ce que ça te surprend qu'ils ne vont pas pour 2 cette fois-ci?
Oui, parce qu'ils ont commencé en force, mais je tiens à dire que peut-être le 1, c'est le safe way to go parce que c'est juste 5 verges puis c'est facile à pogner. Il faut juste qu'il la défense comme il faut.
Donc 2 receveurs à droite pour Carouf ici. Reçoit le snap, regarde à gauche. Et un bel attrapé avec beaucoup de contact. Rien n'a été collé.
C'était physique, par contre, est-ce qu'on peut dire que les deux ont été pour le ballon?
Je dirais que le ballon a été lancé entre les deux joueurs. Je veux dire,
mais en même temps, on voit que...
Mais il bouge pas ses pieds.
C'est ça, puis l'attaque, il a comme tombé en même temps, donc il a comme tombé sur Marvin.
Donc c'est peut-être plus sur le corps arrière ici là, qui a lancé une passe un petit peu dangereuse. Je vois pas Marvin Renaud nécessairement bouger ses pieds. Puis
non,
oui, il bouge avant, mais quand le ballon arrive, il est stable. Je pense que les arbitres ils ont regardé. Et
ils ont bien...
Madji se relève aussi. Là, on
voit qu'il touche son nez, on espère qu'il est correct, évidemment.
Probablement sonner un petit peu, là, va prendre un petit break. Mais...
Ouais. Ils ont les joueurs pour prendre un break.
Oui. Pas comme les Giants.
Non, s'il y a quelque chose qui arrive avec les Giants, ça va retomber à du 50.
Ouais, comme on a vu dans le match avant entre les Studs et Armed Robbery.
Oui.
Donc, je ne suis pas sûr s'ils ont donné le catch ou juste pas bon, mais pour moi, c'est juste une incomplète. Là.
Je pense que oui, puis c'était 4e, donc ça fait...
C'était le converti, ça.
Oui.
Et non pas 4e. C'est pas grave.
Mon erreur.
Donc, 12 à 7 pour Still C.R.A.
Oui.
2 receveurs à droite pour Marc-André Reeves. Il reçoit le ballon, regarde à gauche. Rapidement pour Vincent Richard avec beaucoup d'espace.
Oui,
un beau petit move pour obtenir environ 16-17 verges quand même.
Quand même, oui. Ils sont vraiment moins de 5 verges avant le premier essai. Reeves, il a bien vu l'ouverture du côté droit du terrain. Son joueur était vraiment ouvert.
C'est combien de verges exactement, mettons, du 5 jusqu'au milieu?
Je pense que c'est 20.
20, hein?
Ouais.
OK. Ça, je croyais.
Parce que le terrain est
45.
50.
Ouais, OK, 50. Ouais, exact.
25.
Parfait, ça. Donc, Alexis Dubois en dessous. Under center. Oh, directement snappé.
Un fake under center.
Reeves. Oh, oui, très gros sac de Niroche-Suresh.
Oui, belle concentration. Reeves a essayé de juke un peu, par contre, pas réussi.
Donc, ça set up un 3e essai ici.
Oui.
Assez important comme sac, tu crois, de la part de Niroche-Suresh?
Ah, 100%. En tant que rusher, si tu mets de la pression et tu es capable d'avoir des sacs, ça donne une idée à le carrière que tu peux être là.
Aussi, contre un des carrières les plus difficiles à rusher dans la ligue.
Oui, vraiment, parce qu'on sait que Marc-André Reeves est très habile et agile. Il peut scramble en arrière de la ligne de mêlée.
3e essai. Reeves regarde à sa gauche, à sa droite, c'est lancé. Et beau jeu défensif de Yvan Salomon.
Oui, honnêtement, je vois comment Marc-André Reeves l'a vu. Il était ouvert au début. Par contre, Salomon est venu assez vite pour toucher le ballon.
Un jeu très athlétique de la part du joueur qui joue halfback à droite.
Oui.
Il a ouvert ses jambes vers la droite puis il est revenu vers la gauche. Puis là,
Ouais.
c'est pas un jeu qui est très facile à faire. Là. C'est difficile parce qu'il avait commit à droite puis il est revenu à gauche assez rapidement.
C'était ça qui l'a pas aidé dans cette situation-là. Donc là, c'est un 4e et milieu.
Ouais, donc 4e essai de receveur à droite encore pour Reeves. Il reçoit le ballon, regarde à gauche, il lance.
Oh.
Et quel attrapé de Vincent Richard, premier essai.
Oui, donc il a sauté pour l'avoir, il l'a eu. Il y a eu un premier essai, très important avec les minutes qui restent. Je pense qu'ils ont collé le pro clock, ça se peut-tu?
Je crois que oui, mais là aussi, il reste beaucoup de temps dans le pro clock.
Oui.
Donc là, la question c'est, tu veux quand même essayer d'aller jouer vite, puis peut-être même repogner le ballon en fin de pro clock pour cette demi-là.
C'est sûr. Avec le pro clock, c'est vraiment stratégique pour chaque équipe. Si tu décides, si tu gruges le temps ou tu vas le plus vite possible pour essayer de le revoir.
Ouais, surtout qu'ils commencent avec le ballon en 2e demi, les Giants. Premier essai, 2 joueurs à droite. Lui, il reçoit le ballon, regarde rapidement. Et Victor Boutin complète le ballon, pas hyper sécuritaire, mais ça fait l'affaire.
Ouais, il a un peu joué avec avant de l'avoir au complet, mais il a quand même gagné une coupe de verges.
Environ 5 ou 6. Ça va être 2e essai et environ 6 verges.
Oui. Donc il y a encore du temps pour rentrer et peut-être sûrement égaliser la game aussi.
Ouais, donc le temps roule, on dirait qu'il va essayer peut-être de laisser le temps rouler pour pas donner beaucoup de temps à l'offense de C.R.A. Donc peut-être qu'il va même pas essayer de marquer ici. Donc 2e essai. Marc-André Reeves regarde à gauche encore à Boutin.
Ouais.
Et il ne rentre pas. Ça va... Touché!
Ils l'ont...
Donc touché pour Victor Boutin.
Parfait. Donc le ballon a traversé la ligne de mêlée.
C'est la ligne bleue, je suis pas sûr. On va regarder ici encore sur le replay. Là.
Peut-être en twistant, peut-être.
C'est aussi qu'on...
Il attrape le ballon avant. Il twist. Assez limite.
C'est très proche.
Ouais.
Je suis pas contre la décision de l'arbitre. Pour moi, c'est une question de timing. Là.
Ouais.
Mais là, ça laisse beaucoup de temps pour l'attaque de C.R.A.
C'est sûr.
Donc 13-12 pour les Giants. Ils vont pour 1 ici, 2 receveurs à droite encore. Reeves reçoit le ballon, regarde à droite, vers Alexis Dubois en arrière. Wow. Et belle attrapée d'Alexis Dubois.
Belle concentration avec les pieds aussi. On a vu qu'il l'a attrapé et il a placé ses pieds directement dans le coin. Ce qui fait en sorte qu'ils ont eu le converti.
Alexis Dubois, c'est pas nécessairement un joueur qu'on qualifierait de joueur offensif, mais c'était quand même un très beau route qu'il a couru là-dessus.
Oui, là. Pour vrai, Alexis Dubois, avec les années, on le voit qui joue souvent en défense et c'est lui qui colle la défense dans ses équipes respectives. Par contre, il sait comment se démarquer en attaque, c'est sûr.
Un joueur très intelligent sur le terrain.
Oui.
Non, on voit Sacha Saint-Amand ici comme receveur à droite. 2 receveurs pour Carouf à la droite. 1 minute 9 sur le cadran. Il regarde à gauche. Une belle passe sur un deep hook à Niroche-Suresh et un beau plaqué.
Oui, exactement. Alexis a été très concentré sur ce plaqué-là. Par contre, c'est sûr qu'il a laissé beaucoup de temps pour l'attraper.
Ouais, une petite erreur. Là, on dirait que tu avais 2 joueurs là, sur le poste de Thomas Gérin-Lajoie là-dessus.
On a vu qu'Alexis était un petit peu plus à l'intérieur du terrain.
Ouais, ce qui a laissé Suresh ouvert. Mais là, malheureusement, premier essai, ils ont pas arrêté avant le milieu. Donc, ça va être quand même assez difficile de rentrer ici.
C'est sûr.
Donc, premier essai, 2 receveurs à gauche pour Carouf. Gérin-Lajoie snap. Et rapidement. Et complété à Alex Bachelani. Pas facile.
Donc ça, c'était le premier jeu, donc c'est pour ça que le temps il roule présentement. Il est resté dans le terrain.
Ouais.
Donc il reste un peu moins de 30 secondes à la demi.
C'est sûr qu'on ne sait pas si le cadran est exactement égal, mais temps d'arrêt, je pense ici.
Ouais,
là.
plus ou moins.
Je sais pas si c'est un temps d'arrêt ou un challenge. Je pense que c'est un temps
Non,
d'arrêt
temps
ici.
d'arrêt,
Ouais.
oui. Ils ont vu que le temps est roulé avec 30 secondes. Ils ont quand même 4 essais pour essayer de rentrer.
Mais c'est un peu tricky parce qu'aujourd'hui, on sait qu'on a des challenges vu que c'est filmé.
Oui.
Tu as seulement 2 temps d'arrêt, on le sait. Si tu as un challenge qui n'est pas réussi, tu perds ton temps d'arrêt.
Oui.
Il faut que tu conserves ton temps d'arrêt pour ton onside kick dans la possibilité que tu en aies besoin. Donc, quand on a un temps d'arrêt en première demi ici, avec quand même 30 secondes sur le terrain, est-ce que je suis pas trop sûr de cette décision-là? Tu
Non,
penses quoi?
honnêtement, avec qu'est-ce qu'il aurait pu faire que beaucoup d'équipes font avec du 5v5, c'est que tu vas prendre le ballon, tu fais le snap, tu le mets à terre, puis ça arrête le temps. Donc c'est sûr que beaucoup d'équipes jouent stratégique comme ça, mais
Parce que tes temps morts ont beaucoup de valeur sur ton 5v5.
beaucoup d'impact, oui. Tu peux les
Donc,
utiliser
Carottes
beaucoup.
reçoit le ballon à droite, lance. Et juste un petit peu trop long pour Thomas gérer la chose.
Ouais, j'ai comme l'impression qu'il a fait son cut un petit peu trop loin. Fait que c'est pour ça que le ballon était peut-être un petit peu en avant de lui, mais...
Mais je pense qu'il était complètement tout seul, puis qu'il a pris
Oui.
trop de temps à se retourner, puis
Ouais.
Carouf, il a vu qu'il était tellement tout seul, puis il s'est dit, mon receveur va se retourner, puis il s'est jamais
C'est
retourné.
ça.
Puis...
Puis honnêtement, on a vu que Marc-André Ruiz était là dans la seconde, mais s'il l'avait, il y aurait quand même eu beaucoup de verges sur ce tracé-là.
Ouais, donc là, on a 3e essai ici, je crois. Ou 2e? 3e.
Ouais, 3e.
Avec environ 25 secondes au cadran.
Ouais, 3e est long.
Ouais, donc c'est pas une situation idéale là, pour Steel C.R.A.
Non, soit qu'il...
Carouf, regarde à droite, complète à gérer la joie, facilement complété. Environ 10 verges.
Marc-André Ruiz a eu le plaqué.
Ils n'ont pas besoin de se dépêcher. Là. C'est 4e essai. Là, ça pourrait être tout simplement dans les jeux du match.
Oui,
De la demi.
ça s'enligne pour ça.
Donc, 2 receveurs à gauche. Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde à droite. Rapidement. Et complété à Mirosh Suresh pour le toucher.
Oui, belle concentration du corps arrière. Il a vu son joueur ouvert. Marc-André Ruiz n'a pas bien lu l'attaque.
Ouais, donc, un très, très gros jeu là, juste avant la fin de la demi. Il reste seulement 4 secondes au cadran pour l'attaque des Giants. À quel point c'est important de compléter ce jeu-là, surtout en 4e essai. On sait que les Giants pognent le ballon à la prochaine demi.
Très important parce qu'on a vu avant que le pointage était assez serré. Donc, avoir le ballon puis avoir un toucher avant la première, la première fin de la demi, c'est très important pour donner un petit avantage de plus.
Est-ce que tu penses qu'il devrait y aller pour 1 ou 2 ici? Là? On sait qu'ils sont up 4. Là.
Oui, moi j'irais pour 2. Comme ça, si les Giants font un toucher, ça devient égalité. Mais est-ce qu'ils sont habitués avec les 2? On a vu au courant de la saison comme quoi qu'ils ont juste complété 6 fois des convertis de 2 points et 6 fois les convertis de 1 point. Fait qu'ils sont assez variés dans ce domaine-là.
Ouais, je me demande pas s'ils ont peut-être pas... je sais pas s'ils ont un deuxième corps arrière nécessairement. T'sais, on voit beaucoup d'équipes, là, surtout en 5v5, avec la quantité de terrain que tu as. 3 receveurs contre 3 DB
Ouais.
avec un deuxième corps arrière. Je l'ai pas vu à date aujourd'hui.
Non,
Là.
c'est ça. Puis surtout s'ils vont pour 2, ils ont l'option d'aller pour 2 QB, mais est-ce qu'ils sont à l'aise avec ça? Ça reste à voir.
Je sais pas, on va le voir ici. Là. Donc oui, ils ont décidé en effet d'y aller pour 2. Beaucoup de temps s'écoule.
Ouais.
Et
Après,
Carouf-
le converti va rester 4 secondes pour les Giants aussi, avant la fin de la demi.
Donc Carouf donne une direction à ses receveurs, 2 receveurs à droite. Suresh en motion vers la gauche. Carouf reçoit le ballon, regarde à gauche, il lance et tout simplement rien pour lui.
Ouais. Marvin était là, par contre le ballon était vraiment en dehors du terrain, donc je pense pas que ça aurait été attrapé même à ça.
Je pense que c'était juste vraiment de la bonne défense du côté des
Ouais.
Giants là-dessus.
Il jouait un petit peu plus près de l'attaque.
Ouais, donc 4 secondes pour les Giants. Qu'est-ce que tu recommandes? Est-ce que tu essaies de split le field en 2 ou tu prends un shot tout de suite?
Moi j'ai l'impression que Reese va aller... Il va soit courir ou il va faire un deep ball avec 4 secondes. Tu peux pas faire tant de jeu que ça.
Ah, t'as peut-être le temps. Un petit hook rapidement, là, tu sors à la bounce, peut-être.
Ouais, mais faut que tu sors hors le band, c'est sûr. Ah, t'as
Voilà.
raison. OK.
Et voilà.
Ça donnait un petit 8 verges de plus avant de faire le gros lancer.
Ouais, donc là, on peut s'attendre évidemment à peut-être une bombe. C'est quel joueur que tu targeterais si t'es Marc-André Reeves là-dessus?
étant donné les statistiques de cette saison, j'irais pour Marvin, c'est sûr. C'est un gros joueur offensif, donc offensif.
C'est un match-up quand même qui est difficile là, pour lui avec Sacha Saint-Amand devant lui pour Steel C.R.A.
Oui, vraiment. Mais on peut voir que la défense de C.R.A, il y en a 2 plus près de l'équipe et 3 dans le deep.
Ouais. Donc Reeves reçoit le ballon avec Sidibois recule de l'autre côté. Reeves lance, c'est profond vers Marvin et c'est complété. Je crois que c'est un touché.
Oh, fait que les refs vont...
Je crois que c'est un touché parce que la règle dit
c'est
si les deux ont le contrôle en même temps,
ça va
à l'attaque.
Oui, exactement.
La question, est-ce qu'il y avait ses pieds en dedans? Mais s'il y a ses pieds en dedans, c'est un touché.
On va voir avec la reprise. Ouais.
C'est un touché. Et oui.
Ils l'ont call?
Oui. Donc un excellent jeu pour les Giants en fin de demi.
Wow.
Un gros catch de la part de Marvin Renault. Là. C'était
le jeu à faire.
Très impressionnant.
C'était important aussi également.
Oh, ça va être frustrant pour Steel C.R.A. Ils sont pas... ils ont pas l'air d'être hyper contents sur le terrain en ce moment. Là.
Non, je pense qu'ils s'obstinent un peu avec les refs pour le call.
Mais là, justement, ils n'ont plus leur temps d'arrêt, donc ils peuvent plus vraiment challenge non plus, parce que s'ils perdent, ils n'ont plus leur onside. Là.
En effet, je pense qu'ils veulent le réserver juste au cas où.
Donc, est-ce que 4 secondes, c'était trop de temps pour Marc-André Reeves?
Honnêtement, on ne sait jamais, hein, rendu là. 4 secondes d'habitude, c'est pas beaucoup de temps, mais Marc-André Reeves il a bien su contrôler son attaque et il a réussi à la fin.
Donc, oui, on va revenir dans le boot.
Belle première demi.
Très belle première demi.
Oui, on était un peu impressionnés par l'attaque des deux côtés, honnêtement.
Ouais, pour moi, je sais pas pour toi, là, est-ce que tu penses que le dernier jeu de la demi, là, ça peut motiver ou démotiver Steel C.R.A. ici?
Ça peut aller des deux côtés. Je pense qu'avec les joueurs que Steel C.R.A. ont...
OK, on a un challenge.
C'est Steel C.R.A. qui challenge l'attraper. Il conteste que ce n'est pas un touché.
Bon, ben ça change un petit peu nos discussions, donc on va voir, là.
T'sais, on peut comprendre que les deux avaient le ballon en même temps. Ça va vraiment être à la discrétion de les refs, qu'est-ce qu'ils décident, par contre.
La règle est assez claire, selon moi. Là. Si c'est vraiment en même temps, puis on peut le voir là, ici, là.
Ouais.
Les deux ont les mains, les deux ils touchent le ballon en même temps, là. Ils arrivent en même temps, il n'y a
Ouais.
pas vraiment d'argumentation.
Puis d'habitude, ça va à l'attaque.
Ouais, est-ce que, par contre, peut-être que son deuxième pied est out of bounds?
Ils ont juste besoin d'un pied aussi.
C'est ça, mais c'est quel pied qui est rentré en premier? Est-ce qu'il était out of bounds? Est-ce qu'il y avait le contrôle du ballon? Donc ça va pas nécessairement être un call qui va être très facile à revoir pour les arbitres. On a quand même des bons angles.
C'est ça, puis...
Mais je pense que la règle est assez claire. Là. Si le ballon est entre les deux joueurs, les deux l'attrapent en même temps.
Ça va pour l'attaque. Donc je comprends que Steel C.R.A. veulent contester l'attraper parce que honnêtement, ils n'ont rien à perdre. C'est les finales.
Ils ont à perdre leur time-out.
Oui, puis il en reste juste un si je me trompe pas.
Ben c'est ça, fait que là, tu sais, s'ils perdent le challenge, ils n'ont plus d'onside, là, c'est fini. Là.
C'est sûr qu'avoir un onside jusqu'à la fin de la game, ça peut tout changer. Si tu l'as pas, ça peut être un petit désavantage.
Puis t'as plus de temps d'arrêt non plus, fait que ça veut dire que si t'es dernière possession, l'autre équipe t'as besoin d'un stop, tu peux pas les arrêter, ils peuvent juste prendre des genoux.
Rendu dans le pro clock à la fin, ils n'auront pas de temps d'arrêt, c'est vraiment l'autre équipe qui va avoir le contrôle du pro clock.
Donc là, on a notre arbitre en haut qui regarde. Ça pourrait être peut-être long, cette décision-là, je sais pas. Donc, on a un touché. Je confirme, on a un touché. Je crois que c'est la bonne décision qui a été rendue.
Oui. Avec la règle mise en place, c'est sûr que...
Ouais, donc là, il va falloir retourner en bas pour le converti. La demi n'est pas finie, les amis.
Il reste le converti avant la fin de la demi. Très beau corps des refs. On a vu que la règle a été en place et ils ont respecté.
Et encore une fois, Marc-André Reeves décide d'y aller pour 1.
Ça me surprend. D'habitude, il va souvent pour 2.
Peut-être qu'il n'est pas hyper confiant avec son personnel de receveur. Peut-être qu'il est juste plus confiant aujourd'hui, on ne sait pas.
Peut-être.
Donc, il regarde à gauche à Vincent Richard. Il lance vers Victor Boutin et c'est complété pour le 1 point.
À date, Victor Boutin est le receveur à avoir les convertis de ce qu'on voit.
Oui, donc ça va être la demi. 21-18 pour les Giants.
Oui, donc je pense que le dernier touché a été très important pour eux parce que c'est les Giants qui ont commencé avec le ballon.
Non, dans le fond, c'est
C'est
still
C.R.A.
C.R.A. qui ont
Ok.
fini deuxième seed. Donc là, les Giants vont commencer avec le ballon. Une avance de 3 points, donc 6 points s'ils marquent.
Ouais,
Ben,
Ça
qu'est-ce
peut
qui arrive?
donner-
Ça devient 9. Après ça,
2 possessions.
puis ils n'ont plus d'onside.
C'est ça. Ça peut être. Ça aurait pu être. Je pense que c'est un peu le game changer. On va voir à la fin si ça a fait un gros impact, mais je pense que la game, comme on avait prédit au début, c'est quand même assez serré. C'est 2 très bonnes équipes qui jouent contre, donc on va voir ce qu'ils viennent avec dans le deuxième demi.
Y a-t-il quelque chose que tu aimerais voir du côté peut-être de la défense de Steel C.R.A. pour arrêter Marc-André Reeves?
Honnêtement, couvrir. Ben peut-être. Ils mettent déjà leurs bons joueurs sur Marvin, puis je pense que c'est une très bonne. Un très bon jeu qu'ils font parce que Marvin est le premier receveur des Giants, puis il fait des très beaux attrapés, très beaux jeux, puis il est très vite aussi. Donc c'est sûr que si tu enlèves Marvin de l'équipe, c'est sûr que ça va forcer Reeves à lancer aux autres.
Et du côté de Marc-André Reeves, est-ce que tu penses que il devrait continuer à être agressif ou peut-être essayer d'écouter le temps puis où il change pas du tout sa game de d'habitude?
Honnêtement, j'aimerais beaucoup voir. Comme ils ont fait un under center au début pour que Marc-André ait la chance de courir. C'est sûr que Marc-André Reeves, il est vraiment bon quand il court, il est vite. Donc ça peut être un petit avantage qu'il sort une fois de temps en temps, au moins dans la deuxième demi, puis ça va peut-être être un effet surprise pour Still C.R.A.
Y a-t-il un joueur qui t'a peut-être plus impressionné que tu t'attendais peut-être pas à ce qu'il performe autant bien aujourd'hui?
Honnêtement, non. On pourrait, des deux côtés, tout le monde joue très bien. Il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de ballons échappés ou quoi que ce soit. C'est sûr que l'interception au début pour Marc-André Reeves, ça a peut-être un peu joué dans sa tête, mais il est revenu très en force pour le reste de la demi. Donc, je pense qu'ils sont assez concentrés. Les deux équipes sont là pour gagner. Ils donnent leur tout sur le terrain, puis ça paraît. On voit des très beaux jeux.
Sounds good. L'impact de Victor Boutin aussi,
Oui.
la position de snapper, on l'a vu dès qu'il est rentré, ça l'a beaucoup aidé l'offense de
Vraiment.
Marc-André Reeves.
Surtout avoir un joueur de plus sur le terrain, ça aide beaucoup en place de 4.
Définitivement. Est-ce que tu penses que la défense de Steel C.R.A. devrait tricher un petit peu plus sur lui?
Oui, je pense que dans le deuxième demi, il devrait peut-être commencer à le couvrir un petit peu plus, Victor Boutin. On voit qu'il est quand même assez ouvert sur le terrain et il a des bonnes mains, donc il attrape le ballon assez souvent.
Ouais, donc on est prêt à débuter la deuxième demi. 21-18 pour les Giants contre Steel C.R.A. Ça va être premier essai jusqu'au milieu.
Oui.
Et on se prépare. Donc.
Et cette fois, cette demi-là, il commence avec 5 joueurs à la place de 4.
Ouais, donc Steel C.R.A. va prendre besoin d'un stop ici.
Oui.
Donc premier essai, Victor Boutin. Ça le ballon à Marc-André Reeves. Il regarde à gauche vers Alexis Dubois avec un bel attrapé.
Dans le milieu.
La qui est ratée et
Oh, très bonne
complétée.
stratégie. Oui. Donc on
Par
sait-
Laurent Charles.
Oui, donc on sait que dans le 5v5, le premier essai, c'est au milieu. Donc le fait que Alex Dubois l'a mis juste avant le milieu, ça donne au moins 2 essais pour les Giants de lancer loin.
On l'a dit, Alexis Dubois, c'est un joueur avec beaucoup d'expérience, beaucoup d'intelligence sur le terrain.
Oui.
Il y a une raison pourquoi il a gagné autant de championnats qu'il a gagné.
Ouais.
C'est un gagnant.
Oui, il est très stratégique, il lit bien le terrain au complet à l'attaque et en défense.
Deuxième essai, Marc-André Reeves regarde à gauche rapidement. Une belle passe. Malheureusement, Vincent Richard n'est pas capable de compléter la trappe.
Ouais. Peut-être qu'il n'était pas prêt parce qu'on a vu ses mains n'étaient pas dans les airs quand le ballon a été lancé.
On a vu aussi la grande vélocité du ballon de Marc-André Reeves.
Oui.
Son bras est assez impressionnant à regarder.
Oui, il lance très fort et vite, donc il faut toujours être prêt à recevoir ses ballons.
Oui, sinon tes échappes.
Marc-André Reeves est aussi un joueur avec beaucoup d'expérience, je crois, en tant que QB. Ça fait une couple d'années qu'il joue à cette position-là.
Oui, donc on va avoir troisième essai ici. Donc Alexis Dubois, comme tu as mentionné, en dessous. Il remet à Marc-André Reeves dans l'arrière. Il scramble à droite. Il va courir ici, au centre. Un beau petit move. Il continue de courir. Et touché, Marc-André Reeves.
Donc, comme on avait prédit à la demi, le voir courir, c'est assez impressionnant. Il est assez vite, comme on a vu. Il a juste dip un peu, ce qui a fait en sorte que la défense manque ses flags.
Un peu frustrant pour Steel C.R.A. On dirait que c'est comme il a fait rater 4 flags.
Ouais.
Il fallait qu'au moins une personne l'aille là-dessus.
Il fallait qu'ils s'en attendent aussi. Ils savent que Marc-André Reeves est vite et tout. Une fois que tu vois le under center, c'est sûr qu'il faut que tu te prépares. Tu peux pas aller trop loin. Puis une fois qu'il court, c'est difficile de le rattraper.
Puis j'ai parlé à Steel C.R.A. avant le match, puis ils m'ont dit, on le sait, il va courir. Là. S'il y a un under center, on sait qu'on doit commit pour la course. Malheureusement, ils n'ont comme pas été là.
Non, ils n'ont pas
Et
Ils
là,
l'ont pas réalisé en ce moment.
ouais. Et Marc-André Reeves là, décide d'y aller pour 2 pour son attaque,
Oui.
pour amener le score potentiellement à 29-18. Il reçoit le snap, regarde vers sa droite, il relance vers Victor Boutin, un autre excellent attrapé de l'imposant snapper.
Oui, donc on voit depuis le début, les convertis, c'est Victor Boutin qui l'a. On voit la connexion entre le corps arrière et son snapper. Eux aussi, ça fait longtemps qu'ils jouent ensemble. Ils jouent dans d'autres ligues, dans les mêmes positions également. Donc, on voit la chimie sur le terrain.
Puis aussi, c'est un no-look, hein. Fait que c'est pas facile pour un receveur parce que tu te dis, il me regarde pas, j'aurai pas le ballon, mais.
C'est ça.
Tu
peux pas tirer là-dessus.
Non, il est toujours prêt, puis c'est un excellent attrapé de Boutin. Donc, 29-18 ici.
Une différence de 10 points, donc c'est 2.
Carouf reçoit le ballon, regarde à gauche rapidement pour Maggi. Une belle compétition, oui, c'est défait du plaqué de Marvin Renault et obtient environ 17 verges.
Je pense qu'il a été un peu soft, Marvin. Ça fait 2 fois qu'il manque des plaqués. Donc, il faudrait peut-être qu'il step up un peu. Il sait qu'il est bon, il sait qu'il est là. Il faut juste qu'il les pogne.
Ouais, c'est ça. Il est peut-être un petit peu trop déporté par le deep route là, de Thomas Gérin-Lajoie. Donc, il faut qu'il revienne à son hook qu'il doit couvrir là-dessus. Ou son genre de out du snapper. Donc, 2 joueurs à droite ici. Maggi avec le ballon dans les mains. Le snap attrapé par Carouf. Il regarde à gauche. Il regarde loin. La passe est trop loin et trop à gauche pour Niroche-Suresh.
Je pense que Victor a mis un peu de pression sur ce jeu-là. On a vu qu'il a fait une coupe de pump fake avant de lancer le ballon. Puis malheureusement, ça a été un peu trop loin.
Ouais, on dirait peut-être que Carouf il a regardé un petit peu trop longtemps. C'était pas nécessairement un jeu qui était ouvert là-dessus.
Non, c'est ça. On a vu que Marvin était sur lui.
Mais en même temps, c'est pas le pire des jeux parce que tu es en deuxième essai, il manque 3 verges, je peux prendre un shot.
Ben oui.
Il n'y a pas pris de risque avec sa passe, le mis en off-bounds, pas de risque d'interception.
Parce que si tu le manques à la fin de la journée, tu as encore 2 autres essais que tu peux faire.
Exact, donc c'est pas un jeu trop problématique.
Ils l'ont essayé, ils l'ont pas eu, ils vont pogner d'autres essais.
Donc, 3e essai, 2 receveurs à gauche. Carouf reçoit le ballon, regarde à droite rapidement et c'est complété à Thomas Gérin-Lajoie qui se défait presque du plaqué, mais une belle concentration de Vincent Richard, premier essai.
Ouais.
Still C.R.A.
Donc, un petit tracé ici, c'est sûr que c'est toujours bon d'avoir des petits jeux ici et là, surtout pour un premier.
Ouais, un jeu très, très simple, mais qui fonctionne en un genre de all hooks. Là.
Toujours, ça fonctionne toujours. Il y en a toujours un d'ouvert dans ces genres de tracés-là.
Ouais, donc, on arrive premier essai ici, environ une quinzaine de verges à faire pour s'en rendre haut. À son début, Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde à droite, il regarde profondément. À Thomas Gérin-Lajoie, encore une fois un petit peu trop haut pour son receveur.
On voit que le QB, quand il lance un peu loin, c'est un peu trop haut. Il faudrait qu'il s'ajuste s'il voudrait que ses receveurs l'attrapent.
Ouais, Carouf a un excellent bras. Des fois, c'est peut-être une question de contrôler aussi sa puissance. Là.
Ouais.
C'est une très bonne démarcation là, de son receveur, un très beau route. Il était ouvert. Puis...
Il était là.
Quand même, Marc-André Ruiz qui fait une bonne job pour revenir en arrière puis couvrir le deep ball là-dessus. Là.
Ouais.
Donc, 2e essai pour Carouf. Ici, on voit un petit bunch à droite. Intéressant de voir la décision. Donc, Carouf reçoit le snap, regarde au centre. Il lance par-dessus. Oh, et bon coverage de Marvin Renault là-dessus. Le target, Thomas Gérin-Lajoie.
Oui, donc on a vu Marvin, il a bien lu le corps arrière, il était là à la dernière seconde. Malheureusement, le ballon n'était pas bien placé, un peu à l'extérieur.
Il a fait ce qu'il fallait, il a couru le route du receveur à sa place.
Ouais.
Puis je pense qu'il a même touché en plus, là, donc excellent jeu défensif de la part du numéro 4.
C'est pas pour rien qu'il a eu le All-Star pour le joueur défensif de la saison.
Exactement, donc 3e essai ici pour Still C.R.A. Carouf reçoit le snap, regarde à gauche, il lance profondément au centre et un excellent catch d'Alex Bachalani qui marque pour Still C.R.A.
Donc on a vu que Marvin a essayé d'aller pour le ballon, il l'a manqué et Alexis Dubois a manqué de le plaquer également, ce qui a été un touché pour Still C.R.A.
Ouais, Alex Bachalani, un des receveurs les plus expérimentés dans ce match, probablement le receveur le plus expérimenté dans ce match. En haut de 8000 verges et 140 touchés pour sa carrière.
Oui. Juste cette saison, il a eu 438 verges et 7 touchés. Donc, c'est quand même un des joueurs qui s'est démarqué le plus cette saison dans son équipe.
Ouais, pour moi, un des joueurs avec les meilleures mains de la ligue. Là, on a vu la concentration là-dessus. Là. C'était pas un catch facile avec plusieurs défenseurs alentour de lui. Là.
Ouais, il l'a jamais abandonné non plus. Il allait pour le end zone, il a traversé la ligne, peu importe quoi. Donc, belle concentration de sa part.
Donc, un converti important ici pour Still C.R.A. Ils vont pour 2. 2 receveurs en bunch à gauche, Suresh et Bachalani. Carottes regarde à gauche rapidement et un petit peu derrière son receveur.
Ouais, le ballon était lancé un petit peu en arrière. Est-ce que c'était une communication entre les deux? On a vu qu'il a essayé de se retourner, mais incapable de l'attraper.
Pour moi, c'était ça le concept. T'avais Nirosh qui fait juste pousser un petit peu le défenseur avec son route.
Oui.
Puis Bachalani qui attrape le ballon en dessous.
Exactement.
Puis qui reach inside. Malheureusement, la passe était juste pas là.
Ouais, non, mais le jeu était là. Il aurait juste pu avoir la balle, mais c'est un beau jeu.
Donc là, est-ce que tu serais plus agressif, peut-être commencer à aller faire un petit peu plus de men de la part de Still C.R.A?
100% pour vrai. Avec les match-ups, il pourrait très bien s'arranger pour avoir les bons joueurs à la bonne place pour couvrir les joueurs pour les Giants.
Ouais, ça va juste être une question peut-être le rusher aussi, là, de faire une bonne pression sur le corps arrière.
Oui.
Et là, je sais pas ce qui se passe.
On ne sait pas sur le terrain.
Il y a un arrêt de jeu. Je pense qu'ils demandent. Pour moi, le score, là, dans le fond, c'est 29-24 et pas 28-24. Là. Ils ont rajouté seulement 1 point parce qu'ils étaient up 9. Puis ils ont eu un converti de 2 points. Donc, techniquement, il aurait dû être up 15. Donc là, Still C.R.A. marque up 6. Donc, il devrait être.
OK. Donc, c'est une question de le pointage.
Ouais, dans le fond, c'est ça. Je pense qu'ils ont 29 et pas 28.
Ouais, ça ferait une différence. Ouais, exactement. 29 à 24
ben, merci.
pour les Giants. T'as bien vu.
Bon, j'avais pas oublié. Je m'en étais rappelé. Là.
Ah, c'est sûr. Donc, il y a une différence de 5 points entre les deux équipes. Les Giants qui mènent le match en ce moment. Il reste quand même 12 minutes au match.
Ah ouais, c'est loin d'être fini.
C'est ça. Il y a encore beaucoup de temps que la game change.
Donc, premier essai ici. Boutin snap à Reeves qui regarde à sa gauche. Il revient à droite pour Boutin et encore un autre catch pour le snapper.
Oui. Un petit gain de verge. C'est mieux que rien, honnêtement. Les petits jeux, ça fonctionne toujours.
Ben, je pense que c'est ça que tu veux en premier essai. Là. Tu veux juste te rendre la vie plus facile, ouvrir le terrain. Là.
Ouais. Puis sortir le plus loin possible du end zone.
Ouais, donc on a deuxième essai ici après un gain d'environ 4 verges. Par Boutin, 2 receveurs à droite. Alexis Dubois dans le slot. Il laisse le temps rouler.
Ouais.
Donc Reeves reçoit le snap, regarde à sa droite, regarde profondément. Il défait le défenseur et lance. Et défendu par Thomas Gérin-Lajoie.
Oui, donc on a vu que Marc l'a forcé. Il avait comme pas le choix de le lancer à un moment donné. Et il a essayé sur Victor Boutin. Par contre, Thomas, il était là.
C'était-tu de la mène là-dessus? Je pense que oui. Hein?
Je pense que oui. Puis on voit que Thomas il était vraiment prêt, mais pas trop prêt. Assez pour qu'il lance. Peut-être essayer de l'intercepter. Victor l'a pas eu, donc un bon jeu pour Thomas.
Ouais, un jeu très important là, pour Still C.R.A. en troisième essai ici.
Ouais, troisième et un peu plus de divers.
Donc là, on prend voir Alexis Dubois qui va recevoir le ballon. Il l'a envoyé vers Marc-André Reeves. Still C.R.A.
Oui.
Donc Reeves avec le ballon, il lance profondément. Salomon en coverage. Et du très bon coverage de la part du corner.
Oui, on a vu le défenseur, il était très près du receveur.
Ouais, très bon coverage. Il est parti du halfback. Il est allé chercher, il a couvert tout le long, il a couru son route avec.
Ouais.
Excellent jeu défensif, très clean, pas de pénalité là-dessus.
Non, exactement. Donc là, ça va être un quatrième et long.
Ouais, donc là, ça complique les choses pas mal là, pour les Giants. Puis ça donne beaucoup de vie à Still C.R.A. là-dessus. Là, mais...
Oui, ça leur donne confiance que si, mettons, ils l'ont pas, ils reçoivent le ballon et ils font le toucher, c'est pas mal prêt.
Donc encore une fois, on va voir Alexis Dubois peut-être reculer ici. Donc il reçoit le ballon, on l'envoie à Reeves. Il recule. Ouf. Il shake le defender, il court, va aller chercher le premier essai. Et il l'obtient. Il est encore debout. Touché, Marc-André Reeves.
Donc, on voit Marc-André Reeves est 2 pour 2 pour la course. Je pense pas que Still C.R.A. s'en attendait encore une fois.
Ben, je pense qu'ils s'y attendaient puis ils n'ont pas été capables de l'arrêter parce que encore une fois, la difficulté pour Still C.R.A. de plaquer. Là. Tu vois 1, 2, 3, 4 joueurs et il y en a 3 qui manquent. Là. Ça peut pas arriver. Le 2 avant le premier essai même. Là.
Ouais. Donc, honnêtement, je pense que la vitesse, c'est très difficile à attraper les flags, surtout qu'il est un peu shifty. On voit qu'il bouge ses hanches à droite et à gauche.
C'est une question de concentration aussi,
Vraiment.
Pogner les flags, là, des fois, là, c'est...
On sait quand un joueur passe vite à côté de toi, pogner les flags, c'est pas très évident.
Non, mais faut aussi que tu utilises ton corps, tu sais. Faut que tu te places, puis tu bloques, puis t'as pas le choix, là.
C'est ça.
Tant qu'à pogner une pénalité.
Ouais, c'est ça, exactement. Ils vont
Donc, pour deux, Dubois recule, la passe, juste un
Mhm.
petit peu trop haut pour Vincent Richard.
Ouais. Mais je pense pas qu'il était là non plus, son receveur. Il était avec lui. Il l'a essayé, c'est correct.
Ouais, c'est de la bonne couverture défensive pour ça, C.R.A. Là, il
Ouais.
va falloir peut-être qu'il aille un petit peu plus vite, là.
Oui, avec un peu moins de 9 minutes sur l'horloge. C'est 35-24 pour les Giants.
Donc, premier essai ici pour... désolé, Ryan Carouf. On voit Thomas gérer la joie proche du snapper. Et Bachalani se rapproche également. Carouf reçoit le snap. Il regarde rapidement pour gérer la joie et c'est derrière lui encore une fois.
On voit qu'Alexis Dubois est assez surpris. Je pense qu'il se dit en ce moment qu'il aurait pu l'avoir après et ça aurait été une interception pour son équipe.
Ouais, ça aurait fait très mal une interception ici. Une chance
Ouais.
que le ballon n'a pas rebondi trop loin. Là,
Sinon, s'il l'avait, c'était dans le côté opposé de l'équipe. Puis ils sont quand même en 9 points de plus.
Ouais, Carouf sait que c'était sur lui aussi. Là, cette passe-là n'était pas où elle devait être. Donc, deuxième essai ici. 2 receveurs à gauche. Gérin dans le slot.
Je me suis trompé, c'est 11 points de plus que les Giants ont.
Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde deep. Il va la lancer. Back shoulder et juste un petit peu trop loin pour Gérin la joie.
Ouais. Donc, comme on voit depuis le début, Carouf n'est pas capable de le lancer à ses receveurs. C'est vraiment un peu trop loin. Je sais pas si ses receveurs ils arrêtent de courir ou quoi que ce soit.
Ben, en fait, il a lancé dans l'espace là-dessus.
Ouais.
Son receveur avait un step sur Marvin Renault, mais Vincent Richard de l'autre côté, qui est parti du corner.
C'est ça. Mais le ballon est quand même un peu trop en avant de ses joueurs, à ce qu'on voit.
Ouais, mais c'est peut-être aussi, tu sais, il y avait juste pas nécessairement le jeu. Le jeu était
Ouais.
nécessairement pas là, ici.
Je
Là.
suis d'accord.
Fait qu'il a donné une chance au receveur, ça n'a pas marché, mais là, troisième essai ici, 2 receveurs à droite.
Encore à la ligne de 5.
Ouais. Carouf reçoit le ballon, regarde à droite profondément pour Suresh, et c'est pour Bachani, une excellente attrapée.
Wow!
Juste avant le premier essai, par contre. Donc, quatrième essai ici.
Exactement. Quatrième et une, pour vrai, très prometteur.
Une excellente attrapée d'Alex Bachalani, un des joueurs les plus underrated dans la ligue. Là. C'est pas une attrapée facile, une balle très difficile à attraper.
Oui, puis on a vu que son pied a touché juste avant que son genou tombe à terre. Donc,
Magnifique catch.
un quatrième et une.
Ouais, pour moi, ici, ça va être vraiment juste aller chercher le premier essai. Hein.
Ouais, moi, je pense qu'on va aller un petit short.
Ouais. Donc, 2 receveurs à gauche, très agressif pour les Giants en défense. Carouf reçoit le ballon, il le flique directement à Bachalani qui attrape pour le premier essai.
Exactement. Donc, un petit plaqué par Alexis Dubois. Par contre, c'est quand même un premier essai pour still C.R.A.
Oui. Donc, 6 minutes environ à faire au cadran.
Oui.
Les Giants up 11. Still C.R.A. avec la balle, le premier essai et les buts. 2 receveurs à gauche. Gérin Lajoie et Bachalani Suresh en isolation comme Wild à droite. Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde à droite. Il va regarder aussi pour Maggi et juste encore une fois par-dessus la tête de son receveur.
Il était ouvert. Il était là. Un peu trop, encore une fois. Je pense que la connexion dans les tracés loin et profonds ne fonctionne pas pour l'instant.
Mais les jeux sont là. Hein.
Oui, ses receveurs sont là.
On dirait que c'est juste une petite question c'est des millisecondes. Là,
Exactement, genre une verge, c'est toujours une coupe de centimètres avant qu'il l'attrape.
Ouais, assez décevant là, parce qu'ils ont eu beaucoup d'opportunités. Là, mais c'est pas fini cette game-là. Le deuxième essai. 2 receveurs à gauche. Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde à gauche. Ne voit rien, mais trouve Gérin Lajoie au centre.
Oui.
Pour un gain d'environ 9 verges.
Il y avait un gros espace dans le milieu. Carouf l'a vu et il a pris l'opportunité de le lancer.
Ouais, Gérin Lajoie a bien fait de citer son tracé. Là,
oui, vraiment.
Juste au plein milieu dans le trou. Joueur très intelligent aussi.
Oui, ce qui fait en sorte qu'ils sont à la ligne de 10 pour...
Ouais, et troisième essai ici. Donc, on voit un trips à droite. Carouf reçoit le ballon. Regarde à gauche, par son snapper, un excellent attrapé.
Encore une fois, numéro 17, Karim l'attrape sur un beau tracé.
Ouais, donc environ un gain de 7 verges ici là, qui va créer un 4e et 3.
Ouais, quand même proche. Très prometteur.
Mais difficile aussi. Quand t'es plus proche, des fois, ça peut être même plus difficile pour les carrières.
Ouais. T'as un petit peu moins d'espace à regarder le jeu. Tu peux pas attendre tant longtemps pour le jeu que se développe.
Ouais, puis t'es comme pas assez proche nécessairement pour vraiment comme faire un jeu qui est quick.
Ça,
Là. Fait on va voir ce qu'ils vont faire. 2 receveurs à gauche. Jeu très important ici. Carottes reçoit le snap. Regarde à droite. Vers Suresh. Il y a un excellent jeu d'Alexis Dubois.
Ouf.
Incomplète et blessure derrière le Marvin Renault qui a été sonné.
Il a été sonné.
On va peut-être revoir ici. Là. Ah ouais, il a reçu un coup de, je pense, de
son coéquipier.
De son coéquipier Vincent Richard. Ouais, je sais pas.
Il s'est relevé assez vite par contre. Je pense que
c'est un tough.
C'était juste un coup.
Je suis pas inquiet, là, il va rester dans le match. C'est un tough,
oui.
Marvin. Là.
C'est un petit coup, il s'est relevé vite, il est correct.
Pas parce que ça fait mal que t'arrêtes de jouer, c'est ça la règle.
C'est ça. Si t'es capable de marcher, tu peux retourner. Donc c'était un très beau arrêt de la part des Giants.
Ouais, donc là ici, là, vraiment plus une question de manager le clock. Premier essai.
Ouais, donc il reste 1 minute avant le pro clock.
Reeves reçoit le ballon, regarde à sa gauche. Il lance vers Richard, un bel attrapé. Et plaqué par Yvan Salomon.
Oui. Donc Vincent, il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de balles depuis le début de la game.
Ben, c'est un joueur qui est plus reconnu pour son jeu défensif, mais c'est un gars qui il va pas demander nécessairement d'avoir un super gros rôle dans l'attaque. Il va juste faire sa job, il va être disponible, il va faire les gros catchs, il va attraper le ballon.
Oui.
Mais oui, c'est un genre de gars que n'importe quelle équipe voudrait avoir sur son aliment.
C'est sûr, c'est un joueur de côté du ballon encore une fois. Et nous, ils n'ont pas le choix de jouer des deux côtés du ballon toute la game, c'est sûr.
À 5, t'as pas le choix.
Non.
Donc, Reeves reçoit le ballon, regarde à gauche, il lance. C'est assez élevé pour Renault, mais malheureusement, un petit peu de manque de vélocité. Une belle couverture de Sacha Saint-Amand aussi.
J'ai comme l'impression qu'il devait revenir un peu à l'intérieur, plus proche du terrain.
Ouais, on dirait que je sais pas si Reeves peut-être se débarrassait un peu du ballon ou c'était peut-être même pour Victor Boutin là-dessus. Là.
Peut-être. Puis Victor, on a vu que Victor s'est arrêté un peu sur le côté du terrain également.
Ouais, c'est juste, encore une fois, c'est de la main. On l'a dit, C.R.A. devait faire de la main selon moi, puis ça marche à date. Là.
Ouais.
Mais là, ils ont besoin d'un stop, puis ils ont plus d'onside. Fait que le temps est devenu un enjeu. Là.
Ouais, donc je pense qu'on est dans le pro clock.
Ouais, donc troisième essai ici.
Et à peu près 7-8 verges.
Reeves reçoit le ballon. Regarde à sa gauche. Il regarde à sa droite. C'est profond pour Dubois. Et un bel attrapé. Touché! Alexis Dubois.
Oui, donc bel attrapé pour vrai. On est un peu surpris. Il est plus un joueur défensif d'habitude. Donc le fait qu'il a sauté pour avoir ce ballon-là, c'était très beau à voir.
Il est athlétique quand même, Alexis. Là.
Ben oui, on le voit sur cet attrapé-là. Là.
Genre, c'est un excellent ajustement. Là. C'est pas juste un joueur défensif. Là. Sérieusement, c'était un excellent attrapé. Là. Très belle passe, très beau catch.
Faut pas le sous-estimer.
Non, madame.
Mais une belle balle de Reeves également.
Ouais, mais une belle connexion entre les deux pour de vrai.
Ouais. Je pense que Reeves a une connexion avec pas mal ses joueurs.
Ben, je parle d'expérience. C'est un joueur qui est facile un QB qui est le fun et qui est facile à jouer avec parce qu'il est très intelligent puis il va voir le jeu à peu près comme toi. Il va te placer le ballon où tu veux l'avoir.
Oui, puis il est très confiant dans qu'est-ce qu'il call aussi également. Donc, il sait qu'est-ce qui fonctionne, il sait qu'est-ce qui fonctionne pas. Il sait lire une défense également.
Exactement. Donc, ils vont pour un. Reeves reçoit le ballon, regarde à droite tranquillement et Marvin Renault en avant pour le convertir d'un point. 42-24 Giants.
Donc, Saint-Armand, il était encore une fois entre deux joueurs. Il fallait qu'il fasse un choix. Puis finalement, il a laissé un peu trop d'espace en avant pour Marvin. Donc, c'est un point de plus pour les Giants.
Ouais, donc là, une avance de 18 points pour les Giants. Ça va être pas mal.
Difficile à remonter.
Ouais, c'est pas mal fini ici, là, mais écoute, quand même, C.R.A. peuvent être fiers de leur performance tout au long de la saison. Là. C'est sûr, c'est comme des petites affaires. Là,
mais oui, puis on est même dans les top 2, c'est déjà c'est bon. Là.
Donc, Carottes reçoit le snap, regarde à sa droite, il va deep pour Suroche qui ne tourne jamais sa tête et beau jeu défensif de Vincent Richard.
C'est pas... Non, oui, Vincent Richard.
Ouais, il faut qu'il tourne sa tête un petit peu plus vite là-dessus, je pense. Suroche, en même temps, c'est comme un peu un... un peu désespéré rendu à ce point-ci du match. Là.
Ben, je comprends. Puis honnêtement, je comprends aussi le débat en ce moment. Il reste pas beaucoup de temps. Qu'est-ce que tu vas essayer de faire, c'est lancer le ballon puis avoir des touchés. Donc,
très belle défense de Vincent Richard là-dessus. Là. Encore une fois, c'est ça qu'il faut que tu fasses comme défenseur. Là. Tu cours le route de ton receveur.
Oui, faut que tu sois près de lui.
Ouais. Malheureusement, Suresh qui sort, là, probablement petite blessure, un petit bobo. Là, pas besoin de prendre de risques avec le score actuel.
On voit que le numéro 25, Salomon, est rentré pour le jeu.
Carottes reçoit le ballon. Regarde à droite, regarde à gauche et
je pense qu'il aurait pu mettre ses 2 mains.
Ouais, je pense que...
Il a essayé pour une main avoir le petit one-hand catch, mais...
Un petit peu pour les petits highlights là, avant la fin de la game. Là, mais...
Rendu là, avec ce pointage-là, faut avoir du fun.
Ben oui, trop peu, trop tard de toute façon. Là, donc,
exactement. On voit que le temps s'écoule en ce moment.
Donc, dans les jeux du match, le match est probablement terminé. Ils vont laisser le...
La raison pourquoi le temps ne s'arrête pas, c'est parce qu'avec le différentiel de points.
Exact. Donc, plus que 15 points, 15 points ou plus, c'est fini. Donc,
on voit que les Giants ont gagné la game. Côté intermédiaire, au championnat.
Donc, félicitations aux Giants.
Oui.
Très beau match.
Oui, honnêtement, les 2 équipes peuvent être très fiers d'eux-mêmes. Ça finit avec un 42-24. C'est sûr que la première demi était un petit peu plus proche. La deuxième demi, Reeves et les Giants ont su remonter un peu plus. On a vu la confiance de tous les joueurs sur le terrain.
Pour toi, c'est qui ton MVP de ce match-là?
Honnêtement, on peut pas aller... ça peut pas être mauvais de mettre le carrière Marc-André Reeves. Il a fait des très beaux jeux. Il a couru 2 fois avec les 2 courses. Il y a eu 2 touchés. Donc, c'est sûr qu'il a fait une grosse différence dans cette game-là.
Oui, absolument. Y a-t-il un autre joueur peut-être que tu as remarqué que tu as trouvé qu'il y a eu un gros impact du côté des receveurs, des joueurs défensifs pour les Giants?
Oui, honnêtement, Victor Boutin, il y a eu beaucoup de convertis. Donc, c'est sûr que ça a été un petit game changer. Avoir les convertis, c'est toujours important. Sinon, on a aussi Marvin, leur star receveur numéro 1. Fait des très beaux attrapés, des très beaux jeux également. Honnêtement, juste à 5 joueurs, ils ont bien réussi. Ils ont joué toute la game. Donc, props to them. Ils ont bien fait.
Ouais, je suis d'accord avec toi. Je dirais que tous les joueurs, là, quand tu es à 5, là, moi je l'ai vécu aussi dans mes playoffs. Là, on jouait des games de finale à 6, puis c'était comme... on était all-in. Tu sais que tu sors pas, tu te donnes à 100%. Si tu as mal, tu restes dans le game.
Exactement. Faut que tu fight through. Là. Tu sais que
tu n'as
pas quelqu'un qui te remplace.
C'est ça. Tous les joueurs, là, tous les joueurs individuellement, là, ils ont tous eu un match incroyable. C'était très bonne victoire en équipe.
Pour vrai, ils ont bien fait. Bravo à eux.
Donc, on va se préparer bientôt pour aller plus bas avec Jeff Rosenblatt pour présenter le trophée à l'équipe gagnante, les Giants. Donc, oui, donc c'est ça. Donc, victoire 42-24 des Giants face à C.R.A, nos champions intermédiaires.
Oui, pour 5v5.
Oui, donc on va descendre et passer le micro à Jeff Rosenblatt.
All right, I'm here with Les Géants, the 5v5 Intermediate 2025 Spring Champs. Captain Mark, get over here. Take your trophy. Let's go. All right, Mark, we've been here before. My question to you is, how does it feel with just 5 guys in the finals to take home? Okay. Juste être 5 gars. Tu peux reprendre en français. Comment tu as gagné le match avec juste 5?
En fait, on a commencé à 4 gars.
Oui.
Ouais, t'as pogné dans le trafic. C'était 5 machines qu'on avait. Fait que ça a bien été. On a relaxé entre des jeux, puis on a collé le playbook en fonction. On était 5. Ouais. Marv nous a sorti un jeu à demi qui nous a donné un petit step pour le deuxième demi, puis le reste, on a joué notre game, puis ça a bien été. Là.
Ouais, great win. And the MVP of this game, also, Monsieur Quarterback Mark. Je pense que c'est pas la première fois que tu es le MVP, mais ça sent bien d'être un autre MVP?
Ouais, j'aime. On va mettre ça dans le petit, sur le petit bureau. Là. C'est chérie, on a un autre de plus.
Like DJ Khaled said, and another one. And another one for Mark. This is someone to look out to. This is a great squad. Got Alexi, got a bunch of guys that have been in the league for a while. That's the 5v5 champs for intermediate. Look out for these guys. Who knows? Maybe they're going to go into competitive in the future. We'll see. But we got the 2025 champs for now. And back to you guys in the booth.
Ouais, donc félicitations encore une fois les Giants qui ont gagné le MVP de la finale intermédiaire 5v5. Marc-André Reeves, un petit dernier commentaire avant qu'on nous quitte, Laurie?
Oui, ben honnêtement, ils ont très bien performé en étant donné que beaucoup de leurs joueurs manquaient. Il y a eu beaucoup de blessures durant les playoffs. Ils ont bien surmonté et ils ont bien fini la game. Ils ont gagné, puis je pense que ça donne une petite confiance de plus à l'équipe juste en étant 5. Donc, bravo à eux.
Et bravo aussi à Still C.R.A. pour une très belle saison, une finale dont ils peuvent être fiers, une saison qu'ils peuvent être fiers.
Oui.
Donc, ça va être tout pour nous. Merci d'avoir été là, de nous avoir écoutés. Et on se rejoint dans pas long pour la finale de Division A.
Oui, des très bonnes games qui s'en viennent pour le reste de la journée.
Absolument.
Merci.
Sportif C and home of Flag Plus Football's Division A championship game between the number 1 seed, the 10-0 Braves, against the 5-5 number 2 seed, the Infantry. I'm Brett Bach, and I'm joined by my broadcast partner here, Keon Cyrus. Keon, you right for this division. Obviously, the two best teams in Division A going for the big prize. How do you see this game working out?
The first two games in the season went down to the wire for both advantageous for Braves. And again, as writing out the articles, I know Infantry is coming out hungry. They lost two of their matchups against them. Both teams got the bye. Both won their semifinals pretty well. Braves was a bit closer. A last-second touchdown by James Drysdale to win it for Braves to advance to the finals, whereas for Infantry, a high-scoring game against Idaho Utah-Pimps, but they came out victorious 59-46.
Yeah, so the Braves winning, again, like Keon said, both regular season meetings back in week 1 on May 23rd in Laval, 37-34, and then a rematch a couple weeks later in week 10 in Laval back on July 25th. The Braves winning that one by a score of 44-0. We're getting ready to start here. The Braves, I believe, are going to have the ball here offensively. No, let's pardon me. The Braves are going to start on defense. Kevin Wyeth, the GOAT of FPF, leading his team onto the field here. We're starting it off, and this is a battle for the ages. Kevin Wyeth, Joe Maheu, the two most decorated quarterbacks in the history of Flag Plus football, pardon me. Wyeth in the Hall of Fame. Maheu pretty much punched his ticket. Any year now, he should be elected into the Hall of Fame. I think it's a foregone conclusion. 29 championships combined between both quarterbacks, 43 All-Star games, 42 individual awards. So Mike Pearson of the Braves, number 31, he is in the Hall of Fame. Matt Kerouac, number 55, the starting snapper and part-time rusher now for the Infantry, also in the Hall of Fame. All right, so here we go, opening snap of the game. Wyeth, Maheu, Braves, not Vengeance or All-Stars this time, but the Infantry. Here we go. First snap, Wyeth looks to his right, quick slant pass to Jalen Grease. Grease, though, can't escape the tackle of J.D. Chevalier, number 11, in green for the Braves.
Even though for Greaves, he leads the team in touchdowns with 10, but he only played 5 games. He got his 5 games eligibility for playoffs, but Jalen Greaves is a talent, one of the best receivers in all of FPF. So for Braves, that is someone that you should be watching every play, every time. And plus his connection with Kevin White has been great over the years that they've been playing together. So I expect Braves to kind of be watching that matchup up early.
Greaves later on today will also be playing for the Division B championship, running once. Kerouac with the catch. He kind of gets tripped up there by Joe Maheu. Maheu now usually plays kind of that slash hybrid linebacker slash safety role for his defense.
Might be early on, but Maheu does have the defensive IQ when he does play on defense with Braves, but maybe it's just a start, and then maybe as the game goes on, he'll perhaps just focus on playing quarterback.
Now, Maheu actually a pretty solid defender throughout his career here in FPF. Maybe this game he will play some defense, but I mean will only play offense, but I've seen him play defense a lot over the years. We'll have to see what happens, obviously, for number 7 in green. So 3rd and 1 now, again in the men's division A. Same as the women's, all the women's divisions. There's only one first down. That is at midfield. We see Rory Submergy in there with the grab tackle by James Drysdale, but not before picking up the first down. So Submergy is able to keep this drive alive for his team. A gain of about 4, maybe 5 yards on the play.
And again, they had a 3rd and short there, and the fact that they were able to get the first down and move up the chains a bit, that's kind of what you want to do in a 5v5. Again, getting the first down a bit. I think they're roughly around the 20-ish yard line or 19. So yeah, it makes it manageable with 20 yards for Kevin Wyeth to have 4 opportunities to get into the end zone.
Wyeth gets the snap. He looks to his right, now going over the middle. He has a man open. Matt Bond, one-handed touchdown.
Matt Bond, honestly, all-star season from him. I've been talking about him a lot in the articles for Division A. Finished the regular season with over 500 yards, 8 touchdowns, and making his mark felt very known early on for this matchup.
Yeah, a bit of a route there by the veteran in Bond from Ottawa GG. Right in that post row, getting at least 2 or 3 steps on the defender. Again, beautiful one-handed catch, one-handed grab, into the end zone for the vet Matt Bond. So early score here by the Infantry on the opening drive. 6-0 lead. They're going for, surprisingly, for a 1-point conversion here instead of the 2. 1-point combo from the 5-yard line. Wyeth gets the snap. He looks to his left, being flushed to the right. Throwing is picked off. Phil Farron. He lets not to run it back. Has to be deflagged, and now he is going to run. And he goes out of bounds finally. Pushed a little bit there. Nudged out, I should say, by Rory Submergy. So 6-0 lead here For Infantry, Keon, what did you like out of that first drive for the team in blue?
Calm and collected. Didn't have to go the extra mile to get the extra yards. Kevin Wythe has a plethora of receivers. Really good hands with them, and finding Matt Bond for the end zone there. I know you mentioned it might be surprising that they're going for two, but they're actually but they're actually 77% from 1-point conversions all season. So maybe early on, until Braves eventually scores and goes for two, that could be something that could be watched out on later.
The Braves looking to march the field right here. Chevalier gets the pass from Joe Mahieu, tackled there by Marc-Andre Lapointe, number 8 for the Infantry.
Interesting to see this matchup between Ethan Adrian and Mayer as quarterback, as Adrian was the All-Star as the best rusher for Division A, finishing with 11 sacks for the season. And he didn't get a sack last game against Idaho Utah-Pimps, but I expect him to be very close to Mayer. So we'll see how quick Mayer could get the ball away from him.
Mayer gets the snap right over the middle. He has a man open. Will Trottier makes one man miss. Did he get to the end zone? Second miss, and he's down finally. I want to say, they're saying maybe about the 6 or 7 yard line there. Thought it'd be a little closer than that, but nonetheless, big play there by Will Trottier, not only picking up the first down, but getting his team close to the red zone.
Yeah, Adrian was maybe a half second too late for that sack, and again, if it's a neck and neck, it always goes to the quarterback. And credits to Trottier for making the missed tackles there from the defenders of the Infantry.
For Will Trottier, that's actually his first catch of the postseason. He had 17 receptions on 19 targets for 271 yards, 5 touchdowns in the regular season. So the referees are placing the cones here. That's why we have a little bit of a stoppage of play. So then Trottier being called down at about, looks at least from here from our vantage point, maybe about the 7 yard line. So definitely pretty much at the beginning of the red zone is the Braves offense. In the last meeting, when both meetings combined, I should say the Braves were 11 for 12 in the red zone against the Infantry. I'm not sure what the stoppage in play is here. Again, I honestly think he got tackled a little closer to the end zone than that, but see head referee there, Leo Gervais. Well, Brent Young actually, pardon me, is the head referee. Leo Gervais is going over now. See if he's going to announce something. Maybe there's a challenge, perhaps? Anyway, 15 minutes, 32 seconds remaining here in the first half. So opening drive for the Braves in their offense. Again, trailing 6-0 after the TD by Matt Bond of the Infantry.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's 4 officials on the field for this game specifically, which definitely helps in terms of the eyes on the field. But right now, it could be a bit of ball placement, like you mentioned earlier, of where they're fitting it. It looks like the ball's placed on the 8 yard line, perhaps. So inside the own 10, you've mentioned how Braves were very efficient in the red zone against the Infantry in the past 2 matchups. So perhaps now, again, they get ball second half, as usual, as being the higher seed. But again, points are going to be scarce in this, where you have to score basically every possession.
So let's see if the Braves can score on this possession right here. Again, as you're saying, Keone had a ball at about the 10 yard line now. Emil Chateaufer comes over from the right to the left-hand side. 3 receivers rather to the left. Pass to the flat to Mike Pearson. He gets into the end zone. Oh, no, wait. They're saying, oh, he's down at the 1. So that Charles Olivier Vachon, number 7 there. Good tackle by him at the top, just before the goal line.
Yep, that was an indirect pick play actually by Gabriel Champagne there that allowed Pearson to actually get very close to the end zone, just a yard off.
Second down now. To the right side defenders, that appears to be, again, Charles Olivier Vachon. Wearing a different number today in Kwesi Gordon Mall as a slot defender. Right here gets a snap over the middle. He has a man open, touchdown. Easy touchdown right there over the middle. Dab Champagne, pardon me, with the TE. So now we're all tied up at 6. Just outside of 14 minutes remaining here in the first half.
Yep, it was a simple out in there. And again, especially if you're playing lanes at that close to the yardages, as long as you have the space there, the ball is basically be pretty thrown into the end zone. So Champagne was very easily able to make that catch.
So an extra point attempt. Now 2 point attempts here for the Braves, as per usual. And the Braves, Keon, obviously from you watching the games this season, from writing the articles, I mean, they drop 2 quarterbacks. Sometimes they drop 3. I'm not sure if I've seen them drop 4 yet.
That would be stressful a lot if they were to drop 4, but again, their bread and butter with dropping at least multiple.
So Chevalier, nice catch there by Troche. Troche tries to put the move on Adrian. He does pass up the middle. Oh no, Adrian with the sack there.
Yeah, so honestly, I felt that play was very defended well by the Infantry, and even though the ball that was sent to Trottier was actually just barely off the ground, but Adrian was able to make the sack there to prevent the throw into the end zone for the 2-point convert.
So second drive of the game now for the Infantry. Again, they scored on their first. Touchdown by Matt Bond to open the scoring here in Brassard. About nearly 13 minutes remaining here in the first half. Again, some people will say this is the highlight of championship weekend, this game between the Braves and the Infantry. Kerouac with 55 with the snap to Wyeth. Wyeth looks to the left. He's going deep to Nick DeMauro. Submergian, rather, and the ball actually goes right through Submergian's hands. Now, I'll tell you what, Keon, obviously, Submergian was doing that streak down the sideline. He had a step on, in the middle of the field, he had a step on J.D. Chevalier. Looks like those Submergian kind of lost his footing there for a second, and when he kind of regained his balance, he wasn't sure where the ball was.
Yeah, so I think, like you said, he had to step on it as pretty much running a streak or a seam, and yeah, he did lose his footing there. Maybe the fact that Chevalier was right next to him that caused him to maybe stumble a little bit, but yeah, that is a ball that Kevin Wyeth threw perfectly. Submergian unfortunately lost a step there, so wasn't able to get his feet onto it to catch the ball.
Yeah, usually a ball he would catch for sure. He makes all sorts of catches, easy ones and tough ones, but unfortunately for there, he couldn't come up with the grab. Wyeth now looks to the opposite side of the field. He has Greaves open. Oh, he breaks the Ferron tackle. Greaves goes in, and he scores an easy touchdown. Jalen Greaves making an impact early in this one. He gives his team the lead now, 12-6.
No matter the division, tackling is key, and a simple, like there was a 5-yard hook there, a missed tackle, unfortunately, by the Braves defender in Phil Farran, who is known to make really good tackles and a lot of pass deflections for Braves on defense. But unfortunately, Greaves kept the play moving, evaded the tackle there, and an easy, long touchdown for him.
Yeah, rare, extremely rare, actually, I should say. Mistake there by Phil Farran. Ferran's going to have to tackle a lot better than that when he plays for Team Canada in 2028. He's actually going to be the rusher for Team Canada. He's going to be on the team along with James Drysdale, J.D. Chevalier. Teammate, well, member of the Braves. Unfortunately didn't qualify for the playoffs. Oh, pass goes off the hands of Greaves and out of bounds. A 1-point conversion, so it's a 12-6 lead here for the Infantry. Guillaume Ballon, a former McGill Redbird, he plays for the Braves. Again, didn't play enough games to qualify for the postseason, but he'll be going to LA as well with Team Canada and some members of the Braves.
Honestly, it's great for the fact that multiple Braves players are going to be representing Canada in the future years. And again, they've been playing together for quite some time now, having a lot of international tournaments. So the chemistry is there. That's something that they will hold on basically any team when it comes to FPF.
Second drive of the game now for the Braves, down by a score. Right here over the middle to Chateauvert. Chateauvert can't get past a strong tackle there by Marc-Andre Lapointe, number 8.
Yeah, Lapointe actually being there very much stopped the speed of Chateauvert, because when he's in open space, you know his dips. The king of that in FPF, and he's fast as well. So the fact that Lapointe was already there didn't allow Chateauvert to even make a move there for the easy tackle.
Second down now after a gain of about 6, maybe 7, let's call it, actually, by the Braves. By Chateauvert. Mike Piercin, number 31, Hall of Famer with the snap. To Mahir. Mahir looks to his left, now goes back to the right. He has Chateauvert. Diving catch there by Chateauvert. A lot tougher than it looked right there. A bit of a low ball for Mahir.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just a miscommunication of just the yardages, or that was just maybe for Mahir not the greatest ball for him, but Chateauvert was able to make the diving catch. For him not being the tallest player on the field, but able to use his hands and dive there quickly for the catch.
So the ball just before midfield, so it's about 3rd down and 2 right now, a long 2. The Braves have the option to go deep, or let's see if they go short and pick up the for sure first, and they're going deep. Trache, post row, touchdown! Will Trache getting open, and he ties this game up at 12 apiece.
Yeah, it looked like a very simple, they dropped 2 in Greaves and Rory there, but James Drysdale ran a goal there, which allowed Trache to get the open space off the post in the middle of the field.
Yeah, good ball, good route right there, right down the middle, right down the heart of the Infantry defense. Again, now 2-point combo attempt here by the Braves, looking to get a 2-point lead. It'll be their first lead of the game if they're successful.
Yeah, with them going for 2 always, and again, they're going to drop multiple. There you have Petites already lined up behind Mayer, so you already know at least someone else is probably going to drop as well.
Chache could drop, Dab Champagne could drop, Chevalier drops right there on the right-hand side, so 3 QB options right here. Chevalier fastball to the end zone, off the hands of Dab Champagne. Good coverage there by Quasi Gordon Mall.
Yeah, no look there pass, but Quasi Gordon Mall was right there for the coverage there. It made it easy. Keep it at a 12-12 game where maybe down the line these conversions on both sides are going to be pivotal as neither team has hit any of their conversions yet.
So yeah, 12-12 game, just outside 8 minutes remaining here in the first half. 6v6 men's Division A championship. Number 1 seed, the Braves. Number 2 seed, Infantry. YF gets the snap. He looks to his left. He goes right to the sideline. Emergian with the catch. And wisely stops just before the first down. And we see in a lot of the 5v5 and obviously the men's Division A and the men's Division 1 in the winter, a lot of the players who do that, they'll get a big game, but they will either take a knee or run out of bounds or allow themselves to be tackled right before the first down marker at midfield.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, for the higher competitions at 5v5 flag, that's actually the smartest play you could do. Whether it's from a first down or an interception, you would want to stop at midfield because of the fact that you get the first down, you have 4 opportunities, but more than likely you get the first down, and at least within the goal line, you're going to be much closer for your goal to go play.
So YF just emerging for the first down, a gain, looks like about 5 right there.
Yeah, exactly, because again, if they got the first down there, then they would have been first and goal, but a long first and goal, whereas now they got an extra few yards there where they can actually work with it more with Wyeth and company. So let's see if they're able to get a score and take the lead with under 7 minutes on the clock.
Also, I wonder, you think perhaps maybe it's even a thing where you stop before the first down, so if you want to maybe take some deep shots, you can, at least maybe on first and second down as well.
Yeah, exactly. It gives you more options in terms of what you can use in your playbook, and that's honestly the best thing you could do for a game like this.
Wyeth to the left again, Matt Bond with the catch. Mike Pierce saying, unofficial referee in this game, like he is in most other games, coming to the sideline there saying that Bond stepped out of bounds.
We can see on the replay here if that were to be true or not.
You'll see there, 18 there, Bond. And that's a dangerous pass there by Wyeth. Just got it there before the outstretched arm and hands there of James Dry. So, yeah, he did step it. Hey, so good call there by Mike Pierce.
Yeah.
So that ball actually should be about 3 yards back.
Yeah, if the Braves are aware of that, they could challenge it, and they would win it in terms of the ball placement there. But maybe for them, it's not.
Yeah, do you want to waste a challenge on 3 yards? Probably not, at least not this early in the game.
Yeah.
Wyeth gets a snap here. Ball just outside the red zone to the 9-yard line. Pass, no one's going to catch that one way over the head of Jalen Greaves. And that's a good matchup I want to see here. Gabe Dab Champagne, number 14 there against Greaves. Both players are long, fast, and athletic right there. I have to imagine maybe we'll see a jump ball or so in one of the corners of the end zone.
Yeah, both these athletes love to play the ball in the air. They're both quick. They're both physical. Gab Champagne more physical, I would say, than Greaves, but both love to deal with the ball in the air. So that's going to be an interesting matchup if we continue to see that throughout the game. It looks like they're not lined up directly in front of each other, but I would expect throughout the game that they're going to be shadowing each other at times.
So right now, Phil Ferron, number 13, lined up in front of Greaves. Dab Champagne lined up in front of the much smaller Nick DeMallo. Nick DeMallo, one of the breakout stars here on the team. Pass to the back of the end zone. Oh, out of the reach of Bond. He was open. He had at least a step or two on Chevalier, but Wyeth couldn't connect with him in the back of the end zone.
It looks like maybe Wyeth sees something in the back of the end zone. It's not even their last drive. He's been trying to throw the ball in the back there. Hasn't been able to connect, whether it's from Greaves or Bond, except for that post touchdown earlier. So maybe it's something for Braves to kind of consider. Maybe they're attacking that spot because he sees as a weaker point. Maybe it allows for Ferrand or perhaps Mayer to even drop back a bit more, or even the communication from the outsides, like the slots or even the wide receivers. So you never know. We'll see with Wyeth what he does now if he still continues to attack the space in the middle.
Wyeth now looks to his left. Alarda in his face pass. Oh, almost. Oh, caught by Matt Bond. Wow, what a catch there by Bond. James Drysdale. I thought for sure he had picked off that ball. He's right in the face of Bond, but somehow Bond, the veteran, using his sure hands to secure the catch and the TD.
Yeah, honestly, that looked like a James Drysdale, at least PD, and it looked like he even had a little bit of hands there, but Matt Bond using the grip there of his hands to catch that with perhaps a James Drysdale piece of that ball too.
A phenomenal catch right there by Bond. One-point attempt now for the Infantry. Up by 6, 18-12, looking to make it 7. Fake handoff to Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Toss to the corner of the end zone in front of it. And that ball goes out of bounds. Good coverage there by Dabshai, paying on Nick DeMallo.
Yeah, I feel like Nick DeMallo is going to have eventually a big game later on, but a matchup with Gab Champagne there is tough for him, especially if it's the ball's going at the high point. I love Nick in terms of his catching ability, but against Gab Champagne, it's a bit tough matchup there.
Braves quickly onto the field now. Base formation, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. Obviously, snapper in the middle. And Pearson pass over the middle, off the hands of Trache. And incomplete. You can see the body language right there. Kwesi Gordon-Mall. He thought he might have had a pick right there.
Yeah, I was able to speak with Kwesi earlier last night while we were broadcasting other games, and he was saying that he did a lot of film study for this Brave squad, their past championships in 6v6 especially, and even for them, how they've been able to communicate with themselves on the defense. So he's taking pride in terms of stopping this Braves attack with, he believes, they're the best defense in the division. They can lock down Braves, so we'll see if they're at least able to maintain them later on.
Mahio flush to his left. He throws to Pearson. Nice tackle there in the open field by Gordon Mall.
Yeah, both the teams are able to stretch the field very much largely, but again, you can't forget the short flats there. And Pearson as the center, reliable hands as always, and Gordon Mall was able to make the quick tackle there for roughly 4 yards.
So minimal gain there, again, first down at midfield. And the party is not over for the Braves after this. They're going to stay on the field, actually. Some of the members of the Braves, as they take on the Raw Dogs, and that's in the 5v5 competitive championship. Here's a deep pass to Drysdale. Touchdown, James Drysdale.
It looked like Greaves was with him toe for toe, but the fact that also Greaves couldn't turn around to see where the ball was located allowed Drysdale to kind of see where he needed to put the extra gear there for that nice go route.
So Drysdale frustrated defensively. He had a chance for 2 INTs, couldn't get either of them. One led to a touchdown, the last one there by Matt Bond. At least he's able to make an impact there on offense, running that go roll right past Greaves, right down the left sideline. Beautiful ball there by the quarterback and Mahieu, and Drysdale did the rest.
The tie game now, and still Braves are always confident going for 2, so unless they ever need to, they're always going to go for 2.
Trips to the right. Chevalier comes down as the second quarterback. Quick fastball there to Chateauvert. 1 point convo was good. Chateauvert getting a couple of steps there on Bond.
Yeah, Chateauvert took the snap for that one, and they didn't use their extra quarterback options behind Mayer, and Chateauvert was able to catch the simple ball. It was a bit low, but for him, it was low enough to the ground for him where he could just make that grab easily without Matt Bond putting a hand on it.
Yeah, Chateauvert, that low center of gravity paying off right there on that grab. So now the Braves, with their first lead of the game, up by a score of 20-8 right here, just inside of 2 minutes remaining in this first half of action here at Complexe Sportif CN in Brossard, Quebec. Wyatt gets the snap. He looks to his left. He goes there quickly to Samaritan. Samaritan can't break the tackle though of Drysdale, so pick up of about, say, 5 yards there. Maybe 6, actually, by Samaritan on the left sideline.
I would expect, honestly, the Infantry at this point to kind of take down the clock. We're under 2 minutes of the pro clock, so if I was the Infantry, and I think they know that as well, probably take as much clock because of the 5 Braves will get the ball back in the second half.
Wyatt gets a snap here on second down. Fastball over the middle. Kerouac, you can hear that ball being caught from here. Kerouac, some people may say he could have the best hands in all of FPF.
He does have them, honestly. He might be underrated compared to, like, he's been in the league for quite some time, as you mentioned earlier, a Hall of Famer in his own right, and you have these up-and-coming stars, but you can't forget about those who have been playing FPF for a while, and he does have great hands there.
Yeah, 2013 Hall of Famer, 14-time All-Star, Matt Kerouac. And he gets his pass right here. I mean, he must have heard us calling his name. He gets the catch in the first down.
Yeah, Isaiah Allard almost had the sack there, but he wasn't able to kind of deflag Kevin Wyatt. And that could have been a really big game changer, making it a tough fourth down there. But with Kerouac making the grab there, making it first and goal with under a minute left.
Speaking of Hall of Famers, obviously Isaiah Allard won the 2022 inductee. It has to be frustrating for him, though. I mean, came so close to getting the sack, just couldn't get down wide. Pass to the right side, and DeMallo gets it, but he can't get it out of bounds. Yeah, the clock is running here. 40 seconds and counting remaining here in the first half. Nice catch, though, by Nick DeMallo, number 7, on the right sideline.
They still have time on the clock. I know it's going under 30 seconds, but you have enough chance to get a play done and get out of bounds, and it doesn't look like Braves is fully set. No, now they are, so we'll see what they come up with.
Wyeth looking to his right, now to his left. Smart throwaway there by Kevin Wyeth. He was pressured. Alarda, number 27, the big man there, coming right down the gut.
So again, they're going to have 2 plays at least with 20 seconds left. They don't have to rush it, honestly. If they get a catch inbounds, it's fine because it's going to be 4th down anyway, so you could just take the last shot in the end zone before half, and you don't want to give Braves any seconds. Even if it's 1 second on the clock, you don't want to give Braves any time on the clock to score.
Ball now at the 9-yard line here. Wyeth backs up a little bit further now, all the way to midfield. He gets the ball, gets a snap, pass to the corner, Kerouac, touchdown! The Hall of Famer adds another one to his resume, and more importantly, gives his team the lead up now 24-20 with 15.7 seconds remaining here in the first half.
Yeah, that was a cheeky post corner there towards the right side. He made a little move towards the corner to the left, and then post as a center, made the other cut opposite, and he had the step on the defender easily in the corner for the end zone for the touchdown.
Had a chance to talk to Matt Kerouac about an hour or so before the game. Had a chance actually to meet his son, but one of his sons are straight from football practice to here. So obviously he was excited, going to be seeing his dad in action. Kerouac does a solid there by getting a TD. So giving his son something to talk about with his friends tomorrow. So 2-point convo attempt here. 24-20 lead for the Infantry, looking to make it. 26-20, trips to the left. Wyeth gets a snap. He looks to the left. Back in the end zone is picked off by Drysdale. He's tackled low by Semerjian and Kerouac. So 24-20 is the lead now. 15 seconds on the clock.
Honestly, great for the Infantry for scoring there. You do lead Braves with 15 seconds, so Braves, again, they've proven that they've been able to score on one play, as James Drysdale scored on a go route. That took like 8 seconds, so you have your timeouts. The Braves are smart enough to know, just get out of bounds, or at least get the first down where the time's going to stop the clock.
So if you're the Braves, are you trying to cut the field in half with about more or less 16 seconds left, or are you going for broke right now? Are you trying to hit the end zone?
I break down the field in half. They could, if they see an opening to go straight through, they could, but we'll see what they come up with now.
So he's going deep. Dab Champagne open. Touchdown, Braves!
That was miscommunication there for the Infantry, as Gap Champagne was wide open for days there.
Yeah, he was open. He could have made a sandwich, could have got a drink from the fridge. Oh, you're right. Broken coverage right there, indeed, right down the heart of the Infantry defense. And I'll tell you what, Keon, that's the second big touchdown down the middle. First it was Trottier, he was pretty much wide open, and then Dab Champagne. So maybe that's something that Kwesi Gordon-Mall, you see there in your picture on the screen, number 5, is going to have to go over and talk about with his defense during the halftime break.
Yeah, 100%. That is something where it's happened twice now that they've got beaten over top in the middle. And especially, you should know the clock there, and I know the Infantry does, but something miscommunication-wise definitely happened to allow that.
Pass intended for Shadow Vert. I mean, technically, they still have the running into the current penalty, but I guess it's not being called right there. And that was definitely a case where maybe it should have been Shadow Vert taking out the official as well. And Shadow Vert doing a solid, coming over, making sure the official's okay. So 26-24 lead right now for the Braves. 9.7 seconds remaining here in the first half.
I mean, it took Braves, 6 seconds to score off of that? So, I mean, for
5, really, to be honest.
Yeah, so the Infantry could actually get the same concept where they could kind of get into the middle of the field and they get the first down regardless. They're going to get 2 plays left unless Wyeth holds the ball, which I know he is more than smart enough and capable to either throw the ball out or at least get something out of it so he could get 2 plays and shrink the field. But again, as we saw with Mayer throwing the ball for a full field touchdown, we never know.
Wyeth gets the ball. He's going deep to the left. The Vachon. That pass just goes out of bounds. Good coverage there by James Drysdale, especially making sure not to get a flag.
Yeah, that was perfect coverage there. You could tell from the bench from Braves that they were happy that no penalty was called there. It was perfect defense there. Basically 5 seconds left for the Infantry. Again, it's a bit risky if you want to go out to the sideline. You could, but you just have to make sure, again, it's a quick out there because Braves are more than likely playing back. So it depends if Wyeth wants to go out of bounds to get an extra maybe 6-7 yards of cushion, or he's going to go straight to the end zone. But he has the arm for it too. So we wonder what he's going to go up with next.
So Braves playing back. Final play here. 4 seconds remaining. 4 defenders already in the end zone. Quick pass over the middle to Kerouac. Can he get the first down? He can. but time has expired, so this will be the final play of the first half as Ferrand tackles Kerouac, and that'll do it. 26-24 lead for the Braves here at the break. Entertaining first half, to say the least, here at the Complexe Sportif CN. Keon, what are your thoughts about this entertaining first half?
It wasn't everything I expected. A high-scoring half. The total is at 50 at this point. So again, both offenses are electric. That's been throughout the whole season. So I would expect second half to be the same thing. Unfortunately for the Infantry, Braves were able to get that last half touchdown at that point. So that might be a difference maker at that point. But again, it's still anyone's game. Braves do come up with the ball. So again, if Braves scores on this possession in the second half, conversion is going to be key. Are they going to go for one now? Because then they'll be up by 8.
So we saw in the last couple minutes, right? The Braves getting a big touchdown, the Infantry, I should say, getting a big touchdown to get the momentum and take the lead. And about 10 seconds left right in the first half. You think, okay, they'll go into the first half, they'll get the lead, they have some momentum, like I said. And then that big touchdown down the middle to Gabe Dab Champagne, wide open. I mean, how much momentum does that take away from the Infantry?
It does. It takes a lot of momentum, but for the Infantry, they have to stay composed, which, again, these are high-pressured athletes that have been playing in these championship games for many seasons now, a lot of these guys. So, again, just staying composed. Yes, it was kind of a big momentum swing for Braves, especially for getting the ball back in the second half, but staying composed, and look, you get a stop, we're back in business again. So there's still 20 minutes left of flag football to be played.
So far, I mean, looking at the first half, some of the top performers, obviously James Drysdale making amends that he gave up a touchdown, gave up a couple of completions in coverage, which is a rarity for him. So better close to the first half. Matt Bond, though, 2 TDs in the regular season against the Braves. 2 TDs already so far in this first half tonight. If you can, let's talk about the impact of Matt Bond.
Matt Bond's been having an impact for the Infantry all season, especially, as you mentioned, 2 touchdowns in 2 games against Braves, and already 2 this afternoon. So that is something for Braves to keep an eye on, especially the fact that his first one was over the middle, and that's something where Kevin Wyeth has been picking on, especially when it's been 15 to 10 yards, 15 yards or less to work with. He's been trying to go in the middle, the back of the end zone in the middle. And for Braves, if you're not keeping an eye on Matt Bond, you have other playmakers there like Nick DeMalo, Jalen Greaves, and Matt Kiriak. You have to kind of decide which one of those guys are you like focus on a bit more, and Matt Bond's making it difficult for them right now.
And I mentioned his name a few seconds ago, James Drysdale, right? Again, he atoned for his performance, at least in the first half defensively. He has that one big touchdown, that nice, beautiful straight down the left sideline. But how surprised are you that Drysdale, again, only 1 catch so far at the half?
Very surprised, actually, as he's been the focal point, especially with the departure of Jeremy Murphy. Drysdale's been taking a step, being the wide receiver one for this Braves offense. So the fact that only 1 catch, yes, it was a 45-yard touchdown, not really looked at as much. It's been working for Braves because they've been scoring, but I would expect that, especially when it comes to even converts, Drysdale's been very efficient in the end zone for converts, so he hasn't really been targeted there as one. Hasn't been targeted much outside of that, so especially for Drysdale, he needs the ball in his hands, whether it's go routes or just like any comebacks or whatnot. So I expect in the second half, especially if the Braves score, that he's going to play more of an impact towards this down the line.
All right, so in Division A, obviously 7 All-Stars named in total. 2 for the Braves renamed and 3 for the Infantry. So if you want to do the quick math, 5 out of the 7 All-Stars belong to players on these 2 teams. Looking at it, obviously QB of the Year, Joe Maher. 2A Player of the Year, James Drysdale. Matt Bond, Kevin Wyeth, and Ethan Adrian also being named All-Stars. Like I said, 5 out of the 7 All-Stars in this division went between the Braves and the Infantry. The other 2 All-Stars, if you're wondering who they are, from Idaho U, the Pinch Receiver of the Year, Felix Boutin, and Defensive Player of the Year, Mendel Joseph of the Party Crashers. Obviously, watching both of those guys play, I'm sure you would agree that those 2 players, and Boutin and Joseph, were pretty much deserving of the awards that they received.
100%. And with this in Division A, the plethora of the best men's athletes in FPF. So again, it's tough to make the All-Star down to 7 players, but the 7 players between the 2 teams of Infantry and Braves and Boutin, as well as Mendel Joseph, very much deserving as well. There are other candidates, but those, I would say 7 stood out very deeply to make those All-Star selections.
And so Braves, of course, the home team, so they got to choose whether they wanted the ball, to start the game or to start the second half, and obviously they chose for the latter, so they start the second half with the ball here. Mahia looks to his left, not to the right. Ground ball there, way out of the reach of Mike Pearson. Bit of a throwaway there by Mahia. He was being hounded by number 88, Ethan Adrian.
It looks like there is a conversation with a ref over there with Vachon, perhaps with, I don't know if there was contact there or whatnot. Even Mayer was trying to talk to a referee as well. There's something that we probably didn't see on the initial replay.
Let's see if we can get the replay here on the screen to see what happened. I'm not sure. But the Braves talking out to head official Brent Young. I guess we're not going to find out what it was. Unfortunately, no replay. But by the way, play continues here. 26-24 lead for the Braves. Just a bit more than a minute gone already in this first half of action here in the second half. Pearson, number 31 with the snap. Drysdale and Trache to the left. Chevalier and Chatavert to the right. Pass to Pearson. The snapper tackle right away, though, by Sumergian.
Again, it was a quick out by Pearson, but Sumergian was there to make it a 4-yard pickup. Yep. That makes it 3rd and long again. Something for Infantry where if they get a stop here, that is the momentum change that they might need for this game, for them to actually take a lead back in the second half.
Like I said earlier, the Infantry punched the ticket to the finals. They knocked off the number 3 seed Idaho Ute Pimps 59-46, and then the Braves beating the number 5 seed the Party Crashers 38-36. The Braves defense in that game was on fire. Chance going deep to the sideline. Drysdale with the catch. Vachon with the tackle. The Infantry defense actually was on fire as they intercepted Brady Hannessian 4 times in their semifinal victory over, once again, Idaho Ute Pimps.
Yeah, a high-scoring game as Idaho Ute Pimps is being known as an offensive team, but the Infantry just had a lot of stops defensively. 2 pick sixes in that game as well. One by Gordon Mall, and the other, if I'm not mistaken, was by Lapointe.
Yeah, Marc-Andre Lapointe.
Yeah, exactly. And Drysdale there with a comeback for the first down. That was able to get.
My hair looking to the right. He has a man open in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Gabe Dobbs-Champagne. Beautiful route right there. Beat Jalen Greaves. And just a laser thrown by Joe Maher.
Yeah, a perfect ball placement. Greaves was maybe a few inches off from even tipping that, but Gabriel Dobbs-Champagne was able to hold it through for the second touchdown of the game.
So the lead now 32-24 in favor of the Braves.
And again, still up by 8, and I question this at half. If they score, what would they do? It doesn't look like they're changing mentality, but going for 2.
They're good. They go for 2.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a shocker when you see them go for 1 anytime. So going for 2 once again. So trips to the right. Chatavert, Trottier, and the man who scored a touchdown, Dobbs-Champagne. Snapper now. Chevalier goes to the left. He's going running route. Trottier with the ball. Trottier going back a bit. He trips. And he just throws the ball forward into the turf. Not how they drew it up right there, but again, they got the touchdown, so I'm sure they're happy about that. Up now again, like I said, by a score of 32-4.
Yeah, again,
24, pardon me.
Like you said, it was not drawn to what they wanted, and for Infantry, 8-point game, 16 minutes left in this game. Their first drive in the second half again. There's a lot of flag football to be played, so wonder what Kevin Wyeth and company are going to look at in terms of their first drive in the second half after letting Brave score to take the lead even further.
Wyeth pass. DeMalo on the sideline. DeMalo tackled, though, by Phil Ferrand. Once again, number 13 for the Braves.
Yeah, Nick DeMalo, especially last game in the playoffs, he played really well. Ended up with, if I'm not mistaken, he led the game in receptions with over 100 yards, or just under 100 yards, with I think 1 touchdown as well in that.
So Wyeth waiting to get the ball at his own 7-yard line. He gets a snap from Kerouac. Wyeth going deep to Kwesi Gordon Mall. Oh, and that pass almost intercepted by J.D. Chevalier. He got his hands on it, but couldn't squeeze it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was either the route from Kwesi Gordon Mall was a bit too long, as it looked like it was a post there. But Chevalier was there playing offense there, but unfortunately wasn't able to make the grab, as it he dropped it and it was incomplete.
So big play here from the Braves. Again, just outside of the shadow of their own end zone. Again, they have to reach the midway point of the field to pick up a first down to extend this drive. Third down here. Wyeth gets the snap. He looks to his left. There's a man over the middle. There's Greaves. Greaves with the catch. He's tackled by Chevalier, I believe. I think he just got enough for the first time. I'm going to find out where Leo Gervais puts the markers. Yeah, so they're giving him the first down.
Yeah, Chevalier was there initially where I think if as soon as Greaves made the catch, he deflagged him, it would have been 4th and short, but Greaves was able to evade the few seconds that Chevalier was trying to locate his flags and get the first.
So new set of downs here for the Infantry offense. Kerouac snapping the ball. Wyeth gets it, he goes to his left. He has Kerouac open, he hits him. So good centers like that, good snappers, they pretty much operate in most offenses like a tight end, and that's what Kerouac is right now. Obviously, later in his career, he doesn't have the speed that he used to have, and he'll be the first one to say that. I had him on the podcast this week on Fly Plus Football's First and Goal podcast with Crazy Gordon Mall and myself, and he said, I'm not as fast as I used to be. That's also why you don't see him rushing as much, although he did say when we were talking to him that he wants to come in and rush for at least a little bit because he says, according to him, he lives rent-free in Joe Maheu's head.
That might be something that maybe down the line that they might have to try out, but I don't know if Ethan Adrian will let up his opportunity to be the rusher for the Infantry. We'll see, though. That'll be a cool comparison to see which rusher will be affecting him.
Samaritan with the catch right there. Tackled, I should say, rather, by Drysdale. Yeah, I think he was saying if he can get in, just get a couple of plays. He doesn't want to rush, obviously, all game, but if he can get in there and get a couple of plays. I mean, because as fast as Adrian is, correct, it does have a bit more size and obviously a lot more experience rushing the quarterback.
Exactly, and that thing, as much as speed does play a factor as being a rusher, because it really does, but again, as an experienced rusher as Kerouac might be, that might be advantageous for the Infantry, especially in certain high-pressure moments down the line of this game.
The ball at the 2-yard line now for the Infantry. Let's see if they can punch it in here. Quick pass or slant route caught by Vachon for the touchdown. Beautiful route by Vachon, running that right in front of James Drysdale. Couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, it looked like they were playing maybe a lanes concept there, but again, no one really stepped up to Vachon with a quick slant from the outside. And so Infantry, it does help the fact that Braves didn't convert on their last touchdown for their conference, so the Infantry will be going for 2 to tie the game.
They're up 32-30 right now. Yeah, 2 points indeed, you're right, from the 10-yard line. Again, 2-point conversions from the 10, 1-point conversions from the 5. And like you said, Infantry going for 2. Let's see if they can get it. Ball to the back of the end zone, caught by Greaves. Is he inbounds? Yep, the official's saying he is. Ooh, and he came down the wrong way there.
Yeah, that was an incredible grab at the back of the end zone, but more concern now is the health of Jalen Greaves.
So we have an athletic trainer here. So she's going to go in and take a look at him. He's the former Concordia Stingers wide receiver.
It looked like his knee kind of twisted out when he landed.
See if we can see something here on the replay. So you get a fastball on the back of the end zone by Wyatt. Greaves jumps up to get it. We can't see some urges in the way there, but yeah, the way he went down, he was kind of grabbing at his leg right away.
I think Farhan, like when he was going for the deflection there, ended up kind of bumping into Greaves' knee there, and could have shifted outwards. But he's walking on his own power. He definitely needs to take a few plays off, but he's walking on his own power, which is definitely good.
Yeah, a little bit of a limp though, unfortunately, so we'll have to see what happens. Kevin Wyeth, his quarterback, going over to make sure he's okay. Knowing Greaves the way he is, he's tough. He's not going to want to come out of this game. So Maheu gets the ball now on the series. Pass was just a little bit too high. Troche was open there. Troche ran that post. Keon, he was open again. The pass just a little bit too high for him.
Yeah, it was a bit too high and maybe perhaps a bit behind, but it depends if Troche was supposed to run a full post or a skinny post there. But again, like we've talked about earlier, the middle of the field is still being wide open for Braves to inflict damage on. So I don't know if Kwesi Gordamal has been talking to his guys about covering the middle a bit more or whatnot, because clearly Braves sees that as an opportunity.
And also with Greaves being out, right? He plays defense quite a bit for this team as well, right? So he's being replaced. And Adrian almost got the sack right there.
Yeah, again, they always give it to quarterback preference, but Adrian feels like he got the sack there. On the replay, we could see if maybe it was much closer than the refs called it.
So here we go. Yeah, we see him get the sack. Adrian going from his left to his right. Yeah, it looks like the ball might have maybe by half a second there got off of the quarterback's hand there. But again, like you said, tie usually goes to the offensive player, in this case, obviously the quarterback. And now Greaves, so he's come back into the game.
Yeah, they only needed one play off, so we'll see how it's likely to affect him, especially if he has to go deep.
Yep, Nick DeBallo coming out. Second quarterback now is C.R.A. C.R.A. Oh, he avoids a sack. Would have been a safety. Pass. Oh, knocked down by Marc-Antoine Lapointe. Great play right there by the veteran Lapointe. He was basically covering two receivers, James Drysdale and J.D. Chevalier. Good coverage right there by Lapointe.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the ball to be thrown. Yes, Trottier was able to evade the rusher there, but again, Vachon was right there in between two guys, and that should have been an interception. Luckily for Braves, they got really bailed out there. Because the thing is, if that was an interception, Infantry comes back and potentially take the lead, so Braves gets another shot to get the first.
The Braves, a few times in their history, they've gone perfect. They've completed the perfect season, looking to make it a fourth here. Again, this game is tied up at 32-32. You
hear Quasi Guatemala calling the defense.
Fastball over the middle, Drysdale! So he goes up to make the grab. He collides with Guatemala, and Drysdale is hurt. So the Braves definitely think there should be a penalty right there.
It's tough there because Guatemala is very adamant that he made the right play there. But the thing is, it looked like he was already set there.
That could be why there's no penalty. So let's look at the replay right here, right? So we see Mahil get the ball, shot over the middle. Looks like it might have been tipped, actually. So, yeah, see, that's the thing. So Guatemala's already there, right? He does have a right to go to the ball. He doesn't go through the receiver to get the ball. It's more Drysdale kind of jumping. I guess why the flag wasn't thrown is Drysdale jumps up, and he kind of initiates the contact with Guatemala. Obviously, the Braves team not afraid to talk. Neither is Quidi Guatemala and some 100%. Of the members of the Infantry either. So a lot of talking right now, going back and forth. But, of course, the main concern right now is James Drysdale. Kevin Wyeth showing some respect, telling his team to be quiet. He goes over to make sure the all-star player is okay. Again, he's grabbing his back. He just came down in an awkward position. Again, his lower body, his midsection, I should say, specifically his back, making contact with Guatemala.
Yeah, so it looked like initially that Guatemala was actually go up for it, but once he saw Drysdale in the air, he kind of just stood his ground there, and then unfortunately, because Guatemala was already there, Drysdale had no really place to land there. Even if he did catch the ball, he was going to land basically on Guatemala there.
So we see some members of FPF, obviously the CEO, Jeff Rosenblatt, Commissioner Ben McMahon on the field, Felix Clermont, a friend and usual teammate as well of Drysdale, going to make sure he's okay. Again, a lot of people would say the best player in FPF. As yeah, Drysdale is up, thankfully, walking for a little bit of a limp. Not sure if he's going to be able to continue here, but at least, again, appears to be, he's banged up, obviously, but again, it looked at least initially a lot worse than what it is. So he's going to make his way to the sideline. Maybe he just needs to catch his breath for a second and take a break, get some water.
Yeah, it looks like a lower back injury, but the fact that he's able to walk off on his own power, it just depends on if he's able to get his football movements, like a leg jog afterwards. We're going to see how it impacts him if he's to come back with less than 9 minutes left in this contest.
And so that actually results in a turnover on downs, right? So now the Braves, the Infantry rather, they have the ball. Going to start with it at their own 5-yard line.
Yeah, I think the Braves are trying to see if this is maybe worthy of a challenge, perhaps. As I see Mike Pierce saying, just trying to see if he has access to a replay. But I don't think they call a timeout yet to officially make an official challenge.
I don't think you can challenge that either, by the way, because I mean it's not a challenge of whether he caught the ball or not. I mean they're challenging whether it's unnecessary roughness penalty, perhaps.
Yeah, but I don't see if it, like you said, I don't think it is much that he could really challenge for.
Yeah, because I mean again, so in Drysdale's defense, so you see actually Quasi Guatemala is the one that initiates the contact, but it looks like he's trying to grab the flag. Drysdale jumps in midair again. Quasi's trying to deflag a receiver he thinks is going to catch the ball, but he does make contact, unfortunately, with the back of Drysdale.
Yeah, and it looks like they are having an official up at the booth kind of reviewing the play altogether, so maybe that could be something with the unnecessary roughness that they're looking at.
Yes, Walter Berry, one of the head officials in all of Canada right now in the booth. Had a chance to chat with him at the McGill-Sherbrooke game on Friday night. He was working that game, keeping an eye on his his officials. Leo Gervais being one of them, who's on the field right now as well. Brent Young was there too.
Yeah, these referees always working hard with between the university, the flag, and then
college,
as well.
everything. Yep.
Gotta get the refs more credit. There's only so many refs who could ref so many flag and tackle football across the city and the outskirts of Montreal.
Yeah, challenge obviously this weekend, right, for university opening and a lot of college games and that as well, right? Getting officials and quality officials, right, to come out for this weekend. I mean, yesterday there's a lot of games going on. Like I said, Friday night there's games going on today too. So credit to Leo Gervais, who's the head assigner here, but making sure that he's available today and getting some officials as well. So again, we see Drysdale's on the bench. He's sitting down, but he's talking to the trainer. He is clutching his back though right now. So I mean, I don't want to make any assumptions, but I mean, I'd be surprised to see him come back in this one.
Yeah, honestly, for as much as an athlete James Drysdale is it worth it? I know it's a championship game, but it's something that your health becomes more important at the end of the day. And Drysdale has a lot of flag football left at high competition, and it hurts to be an athlete at his caliber to leave a game like this. But again, you have to take your health more.
So we see now another one of the referees, Brent Young, now talking to the Infantry. The Infantry are back on defense here. So again, I thought they were coming out on offense. We saw Matt Kerouac was out, Kevin Wyeth, Nick DeMallo, but their offense has been sent back to the sidelines.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we got an official penalty for that. Infantry is still talking with the head official to figure out what the call was there, but as you can see, the defenders of the Infantry are not happy with that decision that was made. But again, flag football still has to be played, and it looks like they're on defense yet.
So what the play actually was called now? So they went back and they looked as a contact penalty on Queasy Gordon Mall, automatic first down for the Braves, which is why they're back on offense. Pass to the left sideline, Dabshot Payne with the catch, nice tackle there, saving a touchdown. Was number 5 Queasy Gordon Mall. So again, Drysdale was made contact with. The contact penalty was called on Gordon Mall. Again, that's why the offense for the Braves, the team in green, is back on the field and marching.
Yeah, and with Gab Champagne getting the first down there, maybe this could be a time for the Braves. The fact that for the Infantry, all the emotions are right up from that one play. So maybe they could capitalize and take the lead with around 8 minutes left on the clock.
In the two meetings this regular season, the Braves were the team that's penalized more, 3 penalties to only 1 for the Infantry. But again, a big penalty right there by Queasy Gordon Mall. At the midway point of the second half, Pierce with the catch. One dip move, gets past one defender, but tackled there by Greaves. Actually, no, Queasy Gordon Mall got the tackle.
Yeah, with the first dip there, Queasy Gordon Mall was able to make the tackle there. But yeah, I think Queasy now, especially with that play, he's going to play a bit more amped up than we usually do. Even though he's normally amped up when he plays, especially on defense. So I expect he's going to be even more vocal and more active in terms of his defensive play.
Yeah, I mean, he's the play caller of that defense, and he is not afraid, like we said earlier, right? He's not afraid to get vocal and let a team know what's going on, especially when they're not doing what he wants or expects them to do. And now we see Matt Kerouac at rusher now, so that we got what we were talking about. Kerouac on the rush, coming down the middle. Oh, pass it. He gets the pass deflection. Oh, it might be rusher interference, though. So Trottier, I believe, or Pierce, I see on the replay, got a piece of Kerouac there.
Yeah, it looked like Kerouac had to kind of rotate his body there, and also credits to Kerouac for actually still playing with the play and getting that big pass deflection there.
Yes, there's rusher interference on Mike Pierce. So Pierce went up in a straight line. Kerouac, again, he was 1 yard off. As long as the rusher is 1 yard off to the left or to the right, he has that rusher protection. The snapper or any receivers can make contact with him, and they also can't get in his way, and that's what Pierce did right there. Hence the 5 yard penalty going against the Braves. So the veteran at rusher is already making an impact. Here waits the snap. He gets it. He looks immediately to his left. He goes to his right now. Pass over the middle. Caught by Chateauvert. Tackled by Vachon.
Yeah, maybe the change of rusher between Adrian to Kerouac has been playing pivotal, as now it's a key 4th down play for both teams with just over 6 minutes on the clock.
Ball at the 6 yard line. Braves are arguing, saying the ball should have been at the 5, but the referees didn't listen. Ball was 1 yard back. It is pouring rain outside, but the temperatures are heating up right here in Complexe Sportif CN. It's a matchup between the two top teams in FPF, the Braves and the Infantry.
Yeah, And even having Jalen Greaves back in the game, we haven't mentioned much because of what's been going on with James Drysdale and Kwesi Gordon-Mall, but Reeves, who got injured earlier with his conversion catch, he's back on the field.
Mahia, quick fastball to the left, cut by Trottier. Does he get into the end zone? He does. Touchdown, Braves.
That was very close, but dipping was Trottier there and reaching at the same time to take the 6-point lead for Braves. That was much needed considering everything that just happened the past maybe 2 minutes of the action here in Brossard.
38-32 lead for the team in green. 5:15 encounter remaining here in the contest. Big touchdown by Will Trottier.
Yeah, now without James Drysdale, perhaps more than likely for the rest of the game, especially on these converts. I know Drysdale has been looked at much during the converts, but again, who's going to be the main target now? I would assume Gab Champagne is going to be someone to be looked at, but again, all these talented Braves receivers, even Mayer, when he drops back, he might go for a run there after making the next pass. Could be open.
Trottier to the left, Chevalier to the right. You're right, Mahia was looking to play the receiving role right here, and that's picked off by Vachon, pass intended for Dab Champagne. So 38-32 lead for the Braves over the Infantry. 4.5 minutes and counting remaining here in the contest.
Yeah, Pearson was open there initially, but again, it was just a bit too much time by number 11, Jean-Daniel Chevalier, to make that throw. And Vachon was able to make the interception there to keep the game at a 6-point lead for Braves.
So you mentioned obviously most likely know James Drysdale, the rest of this contest. Jeremy Murphy as well, right? The former Winnipeg Blue Bomber, CFL champion, former Concordia Stinger as well, not in the lineup. He had 15 TDs in the regular season, tying Drysdale, for the lead for touchdowns for the Braves. Not playing enough games though to qualify for the postseason. As Murphy catched there by Semerjian on the sideline, tackled by Chevalier.
Yeah, with Murphy, it is a big loss because he had 15 touchdowns and he only played 4 games. So if only he played perhaps a few more, some of the awards could have been towards him. And the Braves went undefeated without him. The Braves are still a stacked team without Murphy. But again, you take away a talented receiver like that and a two-way all-star in his own right there, it does make it a bit almost sense that Braves are a bit more vulnerable, as they have been winning a lot of games that they've been undefeated, but a lot of close games that they've been part of. That might be something that is a bit worrisome, especially through crunch time, but this is where Braves feed off, playing in the clutch moments.
White gets a snap. Speaking of clutch, he tries to be clutch, hits Vachon on the left sideline. Tackled by Chevalier, but Vachon picks up the first down.
Yeah, it almost looked like Chevalier was actually letting him get the first there, because it didn't look like he was trying to flag him. He was trying to actually force him to get the first and tackle him right at the 24-yard line, which again, for a defender, that's perfect, because now it's first and goal at the 24. Maybe Vachon should have stopped at the 26-yard line to get the chance to go 1 yard short and make your goal to go much closer to work with.
Yeah, going back again to the point on Jeremy Murphy, him and his brother Joshua Murphy, part of LeBrontourage. They're going to be playing for the Division C championship a little later today. That one's going to kick off tonight at 10 p.m. as they take on, well, LeBrontourage number 2 seed. They take on the number 1 seed, Petites Carottes, for the Division C championship. Wyatt gets the snap here again, fresh to the downs. He's going to the end zone. Semerjian, that's way out of bounds, over everybody's head.
Yeah, perfect coverage all around. And again, Wyatt threw it where he felt that maybe Semerjian could get it, but again, Gab Champagne there, and just over his head to incomplete. Again, no interceptions. You don't want to give that off, or a chance for any Braves player to pick it off. So if you're getting touchdowns or completions or incompletes when it's necessary, then it's well worked for the Infantry.
Yeah, watching these two teams, the treat, obviously, these teams are like pretty much mirror images of each other. There's championships, there's all-stars, individual awards littered throughout both lineups. They have speed, they have size, they have ball hawk, intelligence, and obviously they're not lacking execution, as we see right now. The Infantry rather trying to execute from midfield. Pass to Kerouac, he makes the grab, tackled by Mahir. Mahir lays a little bit of a shoulder in there. Obviously, there's always friendly trash talk between Mahir and Kerouac.
Yeah, I think we just also got the whistle for the pro clock under 2 minutes, so this could be a bit of a chess match. There's still too much time where the Infantry was able to kind of run out the clock and score, so Braves are definitely more than likely to get the ball back. But again, more importantly for the Infantry is to score and convert on their convert, if they do, to take the lead.
So ball now at about the, let's call it the 12-yard line here. Can the Infantry tie this game up at 38 apiece? 95 seconds remaining in this contest.
again, a lot of their touchdowns or throws have been back in the end zones in the middle, especially where Greaves caught it earlier, or Matt Bond with a post. So is that somewhere where Kevin Wyeth is going to look at the back of the end zone and in the middle of the field, as they're only roughly 12 yards away?
Well, fastball up the middle, caught, touchdown, Greaves.
Clearly his knee is completely fine now. It maybe be hurting on the inside, but the adrenaline, Jalen Greaves finding a skinny poster. But again, the middle of the field at the back of the end zone has been open for the Infantry all game long.
Jalen Greaves, another score in this contest, tying this game up at 38-38. 91 seconds now remaining in the contest. To pro clock.
Yeah, with the Infantry going for one smart play. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are 76.9% completion success rate on the 1-point conversions. They haven't been as successful in the playoffs, especially towards this game, too much so compared to their actual season average. But again, the most pivotal conversion of the season up to now.
Going for one here from the 5. Wyeth gets the snap. He looks to his left. Now over the middle. Yes, Kerouac with the catch. 1-point conversion's good. Infantry with the lead, 39-38.
Great hands up by Kerouac, honestly, to make the grab there in contention. I think it was Phil Varan that was right next to him as well. So great hands up by Kerouac for holding it. He basically has a center, ran and out to the left and then right back to the right. Right in the little gap there for like potentially the lanes compilation that Braves were playing there on defense.
And out of the over 100 quarterbacks here in FPF, both male and female, I think it's safe to say Kevin Wyeth still throws the hardest ball.
Yeah, I've heard certain receivers say that, so I would be able to agree with that.
Pierce saying with the catch, with the minimal gain tackle by Submerge. I know Kevin Wyeth's broken a couple of fingers in FPF. I had a chance to play with Kevin Wyeth when he was playing tackle. We both played for the Strategy Raiders. I think my rookie year, I want to say was his last year, or maybe, no, I played 2 years with him, so my apologies. My rookie year was his second to last year, and I played fullback. I caught a pass from Kevin Wyeth. He was nice though. He took a little bit off the fastball. He threw me right in the chest. I got it though. I caught it and actually picked up a first down. I was all proud of myself. I get back to the sideline. He's like, yeah, you ran the wrong route, but good job there making the catch and the run.
Again, as him throwing the ball again as a quarterback, if you're fullback or any of your pass catchers not catching the right routes, he's definitely gonna say it.
Yeah, Trache catch right there on the left side, tackled by Marc-Antoine Lapointe, but the clock runs here. But the Braves are well aware that the clock is running. They want to kill the clock and make sure that the Infantry do not get back the football here. Kwesi Gordemont and his defense, they have to make a stop with the championship on the line. A little surprising. So Gabe Dab-Champagne on the left-hand side there. Pardon me, I thought he wasn't on the field there for a second. Catch by Chevalier. Gets out of balance, but not before being tackled by Submergent. I think you're saying, yeah, he got the first down, so that's why the clock is stopping.
If there's any team to learn how to control the clock in these high-pressure situations, it's Brave. They've proved it time and time again throughout the season and the several championships they've won in 6v6 and 5v5.
Gabe Dab-Champagne. Oh, and that's going to be offside. Should be offside against the Braves. You're not sure what the call is going to be, though.
I think it was on Cotier, if I'm not mistaken, and maybe we'll get a replay to kind of confirm that.
Do see here on the replay. See who was a guilty party here.
Oh no, it was Gab Champagne.
Yeah, Gab Champagne, yeah. And Dab Champagne, former teammate of Kevin Wyeth. He played with Kevin Wyeth in the All-Stars last year in Division 1.
Yeah, so again, unfortunate that happened, but honestly gives Braves a chance to kind of regroup. If I'm not mistaken, just to confirm, that's a loss of down, right? Or in 5v5? Or just...
Oh, it's a 6-on-6, right?
Oh, yeah, 6v6, my apologies.
No, it's usually just a 5-yard penalty.
Oh, yeah, it's true.
That's a penalty against Les Braves, the Braves, if you will. So 24.2 seconds remaining. Again, both meetings this season were one-score games. The Braves winning both of them. Can they make it? Third time the charm here. Let's find out. Dab Champagne breaks the tackle by Lapointe. Tackled though by Vachon. Flag on the play though. It's going to be holding against Lapointe. We saw Lapointe miss the first tackle attempt. Tried to make it the second time, but he ended up grabbing the jersey of Dab Champagne. So an extra 5 yards are being added on after the catch by Dab Champagne, number 14 for the Braves. There we see the tug right there on the jersey.
Yeah, Yeah, it's not something you want to do in this. There was less than 24 seconds left on the clock. And again, you missed a flag, but adding 5 yards more doesn't help your case, especially on defense. It makes it tougher. But again, a little change at rusher. It's back to Ethan Adrian. Well, nope, they switched it back to Matt Kuriak, I think.
Yeah, I think Kerouac.
Because it looked like it was just
Yeah, it's
Adrian.
Kerouac.
Yeah, because Adrian took the last, snap as rusher. So Kuriak is back on the field. So maybe, again, mind games for Jonathan Mayer. And right now it looks like Captain Rory Submergent and Kevin Wyeth are talking to the refs about something. So not sure what the discussion is. I think that was a pretty clear holding. Or maybe are they going to challenge something? Maybe they thought it wasn't a holding or whatnot. I think perhaps they're trying to see if perhaps Gab Champagne could have been called for a flag guard instead. So I think it looks like there has been a timeout called from the infantry to review the fact if he flag guarded, which caused Vachon to actually get the holding penalty there.
Oh, that point.
Or that point.
So looking at one-score games this year, the Braves 7-0 in one-score games. The infantry 1-3, a bit surprising considering the veteran experience they have on this team. But again, 1-3 is the infantry part of me in one-score games, whereas the Braves again, perfect 7-0. Don't forget, up next we have the 5v5 competitive division finals between the same team here, the Braves, taking on the Raw Dogs. That should be an interesting matchup. Again, two powerhouse teams going at it for the 5v5 competitive division, championship.
I don't know if that is considered a flag guard because of the fact that it looks like Lapointe has the fronts of the shirts of Champagne there rather than like the side. If it was the side, I could maybe make an argument, but it looks like the fronts of the jersey is being pulled, which again, your flags are not going to be right in front of you there.
There you go. Yeah, flag plus football. Obviously, we used to have the 3 flags, 2 on the side, 1 in the back. They eliminated the back flag a couple seasons ago, so now it's just 1 on the left side of your hip and 1 on the right side, or your right hip, basically. So interesting to see what the call is going to be here. I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry to me, but I mean, hey, we'll get the official call here on the field.
Yeah, it's still being reviewed, so there might be something that we aren't looking at perhaps or whatnot for the refs to kind of agree on. But again, it gives both teams a chance to regroup, kind of game plan the last potential 16 seconds of this contest.
Again, the Braves trying to complete their path to profession. The Snowly Delhi Degens tried to do it last night, but they lost. A heartbreaking loss on the final play of the game to Rick and Marty in the Division D championship. Rick and Marty winning by a score of 35-32.
So it looks like they confirmed it as a holding call. There was no flag guard on Gab Champagne there.
Yeah, so the initial call stands here. So an extra 5 yards after the catch by Gab Champagne, pardon me. Again, 39-38 lead for the infantry. 16 seconds remaining in the contest.
Ball has been moved up. And it looks like Leo Gervais is just marking the ball, the sticks towards the 6-yard line.
Who's going to step up and make a play? Will it be someone from the Braves or someone from the infantry? Let's find out. Mahieu gets a snap. He looks immediately to the left, goes over the middle. Chevalier catches it. Tackled. Well, he makes contact with Vachon. So Leo Gervais, the official on the right-hand side, so at least I want to say go 15 to 20 yards away. He calls a touchdown. The official that was right there on the spot does not. But again, he's the one that threw the flag.
Yeah, the pure momentum of Chevalier pushed him towards the collision between the infantry defenders. But if it was more of like a stop route, all you had to do was reach forward, and because he had space there to kind of get into the end zone.
And that's it, of course, in FEF, you're allowed to extend the ball to pick up a first down, or obviously to get it into the end zone, or just to pick up extra yards. You are allowed to extend the ball. So where the ball is extended is where the ball carrier is called down. Perhaps maybe we can get another look on the replay here while the officials are talking. So here we go. Thank you, Ali Reza. So there we see good sideline shot right there. So Mahieu gets the ball, like I said, right? Kerouac is coming down. Mahieu still looking to now his right. Now he goes immediately to over the middle. Little crosser there underneath, rubbed by Chevalier. Chevalier now tries to get a spin. So he extends the ball, but that's not at that point, I think, yeah, crosses the goal line. I mean, he gets tackled again. You see Leo Gervais right there, the referee in your picture. He calls it a touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. So, looks like the infantry isn't happy with the decision made regardless. I did see a flag being thrown, but I don't know if they picked it up or whatnot.
Yeah, so the flag has to do with the collision, I believe, between Charles-Olivier Vachon and the receiver there, J.D. Chevalier. But nonetheless, I guess the flag, got picked up. But, I mean, the touchdown is good. So Chevalier with the touchdown, 44-39 lead now for the Braves.
And again, going for 2, if I'm not mistaken, which, again, bread and butter for Braves. Like you said earlier, they never go for 1, basically. So.
Yep. Well, a 5-point lead right now. So, I mean, you may as well try to go for 2, right? You make it 7, then you have to put pressure on your opponents. They have to get the touchdown and a conversion to tie the game up. Chips to the left. Chevalier drops down. Back in the end zone. Gap shot. He went up there with one hand. Couldn't squeeze it, though. You got to use 2 in that instance. That would have been a highlight, not just of the night, but perhaps of the whole season if he would have been able to make that catch, but he couldn't. So, again, 5-point lead here for the Braves. 9.3 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, a one-handed grab. A catch that Gab Champagne has definitely made before. It's been on the highlights of Instagram before in the States of making that. So, unfortunately, wasn't able to come down with it. It's a big thing because 5-point game now. So Infantry, if they do score,
they win.
Practically, they win.
No, they do win. Yeah.
They do win with the amount of time on the clock. So unfortunately, that depending on what the Infantry does now, like for Braves, again keeping them in bounds. I think they're adding a bit of time on the clock.
Yeah. So now from 9 seconds it goes to 11.3. So 2.3 seconds added to the clock. I'll tell you who probably would have made that catch in the back of the end zone. James Drysdale. He made a ton of one-handed catches.
Yes, 100%.
I know AJ Gomez is somewhere at home watching this thing. I would have made that catch for sure. Shout out to AJ. All right, so here we go. Ball at the 5-yard line for the Infantry. Wyeth is going to have to move fast. Pass. It is picked off. Phil Ferrand, and this game is over.
Wow. With how great the Infantry has been playing all game, miscommunication there between either Nick DeMalo or Jalen Greaves. It might have been DeMalo of what Kevin Wyeth was looking for, but for the Infantry, unfortunately, Phil Ferrand makes the play when it matters most with the interception, giving the Braves a perfect season in Division A.
So the excellence of Kevin Wyeth, that is not the way you want to see him end the season. That's definitely not the way he wants to end the season either. Not on the same page as his receiver. And it comes back to burn the Infantry. The Braves are your Division A champs with a 44-39 victory over the Infantry. And I'll tell you what, this game was a treat to call. Keon, we saw big plays, we saw touchdowns. Unfortunately, we saw a couple of injuries. Jalen Greaves obviously being injured. Unfortunately, James Drysdale, arguably the best player on this Braves team, being lost to injury, couldn't come back in the game due to a back injury. So at least he could take some happiness in the fact that his team, despite losing him, at least still won the championship. But again, a fantastic game between arguably the 2 best teams here in FPF.
100%. With these 2 teams playing at the highest level of FPF, both having players and playing different tournaments across Canada and in the States, a game where it came down to the wire. The Infantry had a chance to win the game with 9 seconds or 11 seconds on the clock, and unfortunately, they weren't able to get the job done. Again, miscommunication on the final pass by Kevin Wyeth, and that's the thing. You could play almost near perfect offensively for a whole game, but one play, if you don't have your the same communication as receiver to quarterback, unfortunately it didn't work out for the Infantry, where Phil Ferrand made the interception to ice the game for another Braves championship.
And so mistakes and penalties basically costing the Infantry here. We saw again that big contact penalty against Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Then again we saw the mistake at the end, coming back again, the incomplete pass, the interception I should say, made by Phil Ferrand. Just again miscommunication between Kevin Wyeth and his receivers. How much do you want to say, or how much of a role do you think the mistakes by the Infantry played in this contest?
It definitely did play a role, but again, Braves have been in a lot of close contests throughout the season, a lot of very close games, and again, at the end of the day, they always find a way to pull out a victory. At this point, how many times can you maybe say it's the other team that lost it rather than the Braves won it? Because the Braves have proved consistently all season long, finishing the season at 12-0, just winning these close games. So there's only so much we can really say about, Braves got lucky out of this one because these close games. They keep proving it, and an undefeated season isn't easy, even for a talented squad like the Braves team.
And so obviously this latest chapter between Kevin Wyeth and Joe Maher. This round goes obviously to Joe Maher, so another championship under his belt. When you look at the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks, obviously both those guys are on it at the top of the list. Would you perhaps say maybe Maher has squeezed ahead of Wyeth, or do you still think Wyeth's the GOAT in FBF?
I think, for me personally, I would have Wyeth still as a GOAT because it comes for me all around collective accolades. But again, it depends how you look at it. If you're looking at current base, Maher obviously has the better team with the Braves. He's won more consistently as of late. So it really depends on how you view what the GOAT of the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks is. If you're looking more towards all collective awards and whatnot, Maher doesn't have that yet. He could maybe surpass that, but it's hard because Wyeth has been a focal point in flag since the early mid-2000s. So it really depends on what you look at it.
All right, so just waiting, obviously, FBF CEO Jeff Rosenblatt making his way onto the field here. He's going to present the championship trophy to the Braves and the MVP trophy as well. Quick, Keon, who's your pick for MVP?
It's tough. I might have to go with Gab Champagne or maybe perhaps it's hard to go against Phil Farhan, but I would say Gab Champagne.
All right, so we're going to find out in about 5 seconds here to see who will be the MVP again. Congratulations to the Braves, a big championship victory, 44-39 over the Infantry. Let's throw it down to Jeff Rosenblatt.
All right, down to field level with the Division A champs, the Braves. Captain Joe, get over here. All right, Joe, we've been here before. I always ask you the same question. We're going to try and mix it up a little bit. If you had to pick one guy on your team that you could do without. No, I'm just kidding. One guy on your team that just makes you feel so confident when you go out there that you're going to take care of business. Which guy would it be if you had to say one right now?
I couldn't name every guy on this roster. Every guy is accountable on this roster. I would say JD Chevalier. He's one of my go-to guy on offense. He's calling the defense. Great guy both ways of the football. So, but I couldn't name all of these guys. So yeah, JD.
Okay, we're going to go with JD for this one. Guy that's been in the league for a while. Handsome guy, one of my boys. And MVP of this game, we're sticking with Joe Maher for this one for a nice game. So, Joe, one more question. We could have given the MVP to a few guys because a lot of people had a great game, but, you know, you played really solid, no picks, a lot of completions, big completions on some big downs when you needed it. Any extra motivation when you're playing against, let's say, Kevin, who's obviously one of the best flag football guys we've ever played? How does it feel?
It's always a great motivation playing against the GOATs. So, yeah, no, it's like we like playing these guys. They're top of class, the toughest teams to play against. So yeah, it's always a great challenge that how we get better, and yeah, always fun to compete against Kev. I know he's a bit mad right now, but I'm sure he likes to play against us too. So yeah, it's always fun.
You're seeing two of the best quarterbacks in the history of FPF, Joe Maher and Kevin Wyeth. The Braves were on top tonight, the Division A Spring 2025 champs. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, so there you have it. Joe Maher, the quarterback, again, future Hall of Famer. I'm not sure why he's not in the Hall of Fame already, but nonetheless, winning game MVP. Well-deserved for him. Obviously, big win for the Braves. What are your final thoughts?
Again, I had Gab Champagne just as a quick thought as 2 touchdowns, but again, it's hard to go against the quarterback. Yeah. Played a flawless game. I don't think he was stopped once, was he? Nope. I don't think he was. Yeah, exactly. Played a flawless game as a quarterback. Again, the Braves' engine on offense goes through Joe Maher. He does play, like you mentioned earlier, a big factor on defense, as he did make quite a big few tackles there, especially late in the second half. It's going to get his team towards the victory. But again, Division A with these 2 best teams in the Infantry, credit to them for an incredible season and making it to the finals and pushing the Braves to the limit, as unfortunately maybe a few self-inflicted moments kind of hindered their chances of winning a Division A championship.
All right, so this latest round between Kevin Wyeth and Joe Maher goes the way of Joe Maher and the Braves. They win the Division A championship by a score of 44-39 over the Infantry. Coming up next, the 5v5 competitive division final between the number 2 seed Dawgs and the number 4 seed the Braves. So the Braves have a chance now to win back-to-back championships. James Drysdale availability, we're not sure what's going to happen. Again, he came out of that first game. I see him right now on the sideline. He's putting his belt back on, so I guess he's going to give it a go. Let's see what he does in this next great game coming up in championship weekend here at FPF.
Welcome back to Brassard, Quebec. I'm Adi Sizbo. I'm in the booth with
Laurie Ouellette.
And coming to you in a few moments, we're going to have the Division 5v5 competitive final opposing Braves and Raw Dogs. So in the game right before, we saw James Drysdale take a hit to the back. One of the first questions going into this game between the two top teams in the division is, will James Drysdale, one of if not the best receivers in FPF, be good to go for this final?
For now, we could see him on the field, however, so we'll see how it goes.
Obviously, as a key player for the Braves, they have a lot of other extremely talented players. What kind of impact do you think this could have if James isn't available for the game?
Honestly, James has been one, well, if not the big player for their season, so if he's not being on the field and helping, then it might have a huge impact.
And it looks like we're getting started in just a few moments. We're going to head down to field level. Laurie, don't kick the TV.
Sorry.
Raw Dogs are the higher seed.
Yes, Raw Dogs finished the season with an 8-2, while Braves had a 6-4. We know some other players don't have 10 games.
But what I'm trying to understand is, why did Raw Dogs choose to start with the ball despite having the choice? An interesting decision. Jordan Pineda under center as Isaiah coming barreling in. He's looking deep. He's going towards Mancini. He was open. He had Phil Varan beat from behind. He overthrew the ball, and we see Jordan Pineda drop into a squat, hands on his head. He had that touchdown on the first play.
He did, but he only threw it a bit overhead of his receivers, so that was an incomplete, unfortunately.
Yeah, wide open number 7 flashing across the field there. That is not Alexander Zalipski, who I don't believe is here, by the way. I think that is rather Adam Rosen. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. So we now see Raw Dogs. They're scrimmaging from their 5-yard line. This is 5v5 competitive, so these bunch formations you're allowed as opposed to 6v6. Second down, looking to gain midfield. Pineda takes the snap, goes quick with Kyle Kerr, tackled immediately by J.D. Chevalier. That's a gain of 7 yards on the play. I'm not super familiar with these teams, but they seem to be mixing up a very quick short slant route underneath as opposed to the deep shot. Is this a team that likes taking the shot deep on first and second down, or are they rather moving the chains slowly?
I think they are, well, for now what we're seeing is that they're doing it slowly and surely. Getting the first few catches is important to start the game, obviously, just to get the flow in and be confident for the rest of the game.
It is. We have Mancini and Rosen. Pineda's left, Khalil Kerr into center. Ben McMahon isolated on the right. He's looking to his left. Pineda, he's going towards Mancini. Completed over the middle of the field. First down, tackle by Guillaume Bélan. First down for Raw Dogs. And what you saw there is they just crossed the middle of the field, past it by 2 yards, which means they're setting up a 2nd and 23. Laurie, you play a lot of 5v5.
Yes.
What's your strategy between, do you want to cross midfield by a few yards, or are you happy to just gain the first down?
Honestly, just passing for a few yards to get the first down is important. However, if it's a second and long and you're close to the middle, you could still take a long shot so it gets you maybe like a further first down. But that's not everyone's strategy, unfortunately.
It's part of the gamesmanship, and you'll see Braves an extremely experienced team. Isaiah Lard's now barreling in. Ben McMahon's dropping as a second quarterback. We have Ben McMahon looking to run. He's covered. The pass is complete towards Jordan Pineda. Really interesting what you saw there was when Jordan Pineda started taking off as a receiver, you essentially created an ISO matchup with Pineda on the rusher, Isaiah Lard. Pineda what on that occasion? Is that a matchup you think that is favorable to Raw Dogs, Pineda on a Lard?
I think so, because if you put Pineda as a receiver and Isaiah on him, for sure Isaiah has the height advantage. However, he's maybe a little bit more slower than Pineda, so that could be a win every single time if they do it.
It's interesting. It's something you can actually... Scheming 1v1 matchup, something that's always interesting in FPF, and it's very rare you scheme a 1v1 with the quarterback against the rusher, but it seems like a viable option. We now have second down. Pineda of a bunch to his right. He's looking towards his left, flips his hip towards the back of the end zone, and that ball sails roughly 10 yards over the head of Ben McMahon.
Yeah, very overhead.
Throwing that ball away, I think, in all honesty, not much open there.
I was about to say that. I think he just threw it away because he knew it was a close call for the sack.
It was. Isaiah Lard was barreling down.
Yes.
An interesting matchup to keep an eye out on is Isaiah's the best rusher in FPF at getting in passing lanes.
Yes.
That being said, he'll be the first to admit that if a quarterback wants to take off and run, that's not his specialty. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you think Pineda would be able to buy time on Isaiah?
I think he could. If he starts scrambling back and forth, for sure Isaiah can follow him, but he's always going to have a little bit of an upper hand, Pineda. So
third down now coming up. We're at the 5-yard line. A bunch formation. Brisebois flex to the right. Pineda takes the snap. He's looking towards Brisa. He has Mancini open at the back of the end zone. The pass is dropped. Farrant was right there, but he could not hang on. A pivotal 4th down coming up. We see Ben McMahon entering the game, Brisebois coming out. Are you expecting a double QB now with McMahon in the game?
100%. It's an advantage for them to have a couple QBs on hand, just like the Braves. However, Ben McMahon has experience with that team also, so for sure double QB is going to come in play right now. So we'll see. It is a 4th and a couple yards.
4th and 5, 4th and goal from the 5-yard line.
I think it's very crucial for them to have it right now, so it sets the tone.
100%. But if there's a drive where you can get stopped, it is the first drive. We have McMahon on the left. Panetta under center, hands it to McMahon, who looks towards Mancini. Touch! Sorry, that is Adam Rosen, number 7. We had a number change. Touchdown, Rosen. 6-0 lead. An interesting play. Handing that ball to McMahon, the double QB strategy paid off for Raw Dogs.
Could be very confusing for the defense because there was a lot of things happening at the same time in a short amount of time. So good for them for catching it. He did not drop that one.
He didn't. He could have had it on 3rd down.
Yes.
It wasn't an easy catch, but a player of the quality of Adam Rosen, you'd expect him to make that catch.
You touch it, you catch it.
Exactly. And I think he touched that one with 2 hands. This one he'd want back. He made up for it on 4th down.
Yes.
4th and 5, you expect the offense to score.
Yes, for sure.
Interesting. Now, Laurie, they're going for 1. Not the decision I'd make. Going for 1.
Nope.
With Rosen, we see that Khalil Kerr takes a fall. Isaiah Lard has the sack. A lot happening there. So I think when Kerr fell down, that disrupted the play significantly.
For sure. And we know that Isaiah was there and Panetta did not really scramble, so that gave Isaiah the opportunity to sack him.
I think Kerr would have popped open if he didn't stumble down.
For sure.
That being said, regardless of not getting the convert, that kind of thing happens. I don't like the idea of going for 1. Braves are very comfortable going for 2, and Laurie, here we see James on the field.
Yes.
Let's hope he's all right. A fantastic guy in addition to being one of the best players in FPF.
I think, well, he missed half of the other game before, so hopefully he came in back strong. Hopefully he's fine.
Hopefully he's all right. Having played with James, a fantastic team and a great guy.
For sure.
We see him stretching out. Let's hope he's all right. It looked like a nasty fall he took before. It is 6-0 for Raw Dogs. Braves with their first drive of the game. Pierre Saint snaps the ball to Joe Maurer, who completes immediately to Chateau Vert, who is perhaps held, perhaps not. Either way, it's a gain of 10 yards. Was that holding?
I mean, he held onto the jersey when he went down, but they didn't call it as a flag, so...
You might see that call in Division 6. In Division 1, I think they'll let them play a little bit. No one's upset about that. So, we now have 2nd and 7. Interesting time to perhaps take a deep shot. If James was at 100% here, that's where I would be looking.
For sure.
Let's see if they get him involved in the game. We have Chateau Vert next to Pierre Saint. Pierre Saint steps out to his right. We have now looking towards Emile Maurer to Chateau Vert. The connection is there. 2 for 2 for Maurer to Chateau Vert. First down, Braves.
So they did take a long shot, which was the way to go for a 2nd down. They had plenty of time if ever they missed it, but they did get it.
I think that was definitely the right call. It's what we talked about before. Braves are the most experienced 5v5 team, not only in FPF, but in Canada.
Yes.
So they're going to take advantage of that 2nd down scenario to stretch the ball a little bit deeper, to go ahead and try to not just get past midfield, but set up now a 1st and manageable, which is exactly what we have with Maurer flashing a stance, catching the ball, back to Emile once again, but this time only for a gain of, what's counted off, 1, 2, 3 yards.
Yes, so it's a short game, but however, they're still close to the end zone, so...
And that's what it permits you to do on 1st down there, right? Chateau Vert is an extremely elusive player, shifty, can make people miss.
Yes.
Give him the ball at 3 yards. You're okay with the 3-yard gain, but you also have the benefit of him perhaps shaking a player miss, perhaps gaining 5.
Yeah, almost all the times he's dipping or doing a move, so he gets a bunch of yards afterwards. So we can see he's
coming
outside.
Off the field now. Interesting, we have Gabriel Dabé-Champagne coming in to replace him. Meg Pierre Saint catches the ball, tackled immediately by Brisebois. A gain of 3 yards again on the play. This is where you see the savvy of Braves. Because they took the deep shot on 2nd down, getting the ball at the 10-yard line, they can now methodically march the ball towards the end zone. We have 3rd and goal from the 5. Are they again going to try to split this in 2, or are they looking for the major?
I think they're going to look for the majors. They have not a lot of yards to go for it, so and they have the height for it. That's their strategy. When they're close to the end zone, they bring the higher players, so...
Yeah, they brought in Gabriel Labbé-Champagne, who's not only, I think, a solid 6'2", but has a great vertical. You see Khalil Kerr, I believe, matched up in front of him. That is a height advantage for the Braves. But this was looking towards William Trottier, and a fantastic play made there by number 5 for Raw Dawgs, swatting the ball away.
Yes.
Perhaps Bailey Finkelberg, but we do not have the exact number on that. Yes, this is what happens when you change your number in the finals. We prep our sheets before we look what number you've been wearing on the season. So when you surprise us with a new jersey in the finals, the downside is perhaps we get your name wrong. So I'll be taking a guess. Bailey Finkelberg was 35. We're guessing he's now 5, but we're not entirely sure. Keep those jersey rights, and we'll give you the credit you deserve. A huge 4th down coming up now. 4th down from the 5. Let's see what Maru has in his bag of tricks. The rusher jumps offside, reset, comes back towards it, picked off by Khalil Kerr, who's looking to return this, returns it to the 10, tackled by Joe Maru. A huge early stop for this Raw Dawgs defense.
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I think he threw it in the middle and he just forced it because his player wasn't really near it. So that ended up in an interception, which is not a great start for the Braves.
It's not the start you expect from a QB like Joe Maru, who had a fantastic season. Nearly 3,000 yards, 61 TDs, only 3 INTs all season. And he throws one there in the playoffs. It's not the start he wanted to get off to.
No, and he also has the receivers to make those plays, so I'm surprised of the decision he took right now.
We now see what I believe may be a challenge. So what I think what might have happened is the rusher jumped offside. Maru thought he had a free play. The refs claimed the rusher reset. And now I believe Joe Maru and the Braves may be challenging if the rusher did indeed reset. Or are they challenging that was a sack?
Great observation.
A few options here.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to get confirmation as to what exactly the challenge is. We're still waiting on that. We have Walter Berry here going up. We're wondering what the challenge is. Walter didn't hear me, so we'll stay waiting for now.
Nonetheless, it's still an early challenge, we could say, early on in the game, so it could go either way.
What do you think about challenging early in the game? I know in my 5v5 final, I think we challenged on the second drive. We lost it, and then we didn't have any challenges left in the bag. Is this such a pivotal play it's worth the challenge, or you'd rather hang on to that for a little bit later?
I'd rather hang on to it a little bit later because you never know in any crucial moments, unless you're 100% sure of the call. However, early on in the game, you also lose a timeout if it's not the right call. So it could be crucial towards the end if you don't have timeouts left.
I think they may be challenging illegal contact on number 17, William Trottier. He's on the left side of your screen running an in route. Let's see on the replay. There's a number of things that could be challenged at the moment.
Yeah, we don't have confirmation yet.
Yeah, and we're still, I think, but if we're looking right here, this would be offside on the rusher that's being challenged, because this is when the ball is snapped. We're wondering if the rusher got behind the rush bag. However, the rush bag, I'm showing my age here. The rush bag is now the cone on the sideline. Before the pandemic, you used to have a literal bean bag on the field.
Yeah.
You no longer do. But perhaps what they're challenging is rusher interference, but we're waiting to see exactly. But given the fact that we're seeing the same replays that had official Walter Berry's at the moment, it looks like what's being challenged is offside on the rusher. Let's look where his feet are. He's going to jump, and the question is, does he return behind that spot? We're waiting for the jump. Here he jumps, he goes early, the ball is not yet moved, and he's left. He plants, his foot is there near the white line, the ball comes up, his left foot does not return. His right foot did return. I don't believe both feet returned behind the rush bag. That being said, we don't have a fantastic angle on this. We're looking at this from very far away, and it's a matter of inches.
Yeah.
He needs to get both feet back behind the rush bag. And this is the motion we're looking at here. Wait for the flinch. We don't yet have a call. Flinch. Right foot goes forward. He's now returning. The left foot has gone forward. Now let's see if the right foot returns far. His left foot returns also backwards. From this position, if we can return half a second to one step previously, it looks like he has both feet back behind the rush line.
Yeah.
He gets his right foot jumps and his left foot jumps, which means both points of contact with the ground need to return behind the rush line. First, the right foot returns, then the left. An important distinction here, and I'm relatively sure on this, not being an official myself, is that you don't need to get your entire body back across the line, but only your points of contact with the ground. The same way you can lean across the rush line, as long as your feet are behind. If your feet pass the rush line, it's only those feet which need to return back behind.
Yes. So if the challenge is not correct, then they lose a timeout, which is
major.
Yeah.
That being said, I think what may be the case here is I don't think they're going to win this challenge.
No.
But I don't think we have conclusive video evidence either way.
Yeah.
In the eventuality of an inconclusive challenge, meaning we don't have an angle to confirm or deny the call on the field, it's not considered a lost challenge, so they'd retain their challenge and their timeout since it's inconclusive.
Okay. So that could be an option, if ever.
It's essentially a way of recognizing we don't have NFL level productions, despite this being a fantastic roadshow. Let's see here. I get one more look at this. Look where his feet here are originally. I was going to say they're near the shadow on the field. However, that might be his shadow. His shadow would move. So you're going to see he's going to first flinch before the ball moves. He's now flinched with both feet crossing the line of scrimmage early. His right foot there is clearly crossed. And now he needs to get both feet back behind. The right foot goes behind, and it's the question there if his left foot goes back behind the line of scrimmage. From this camera angle we see at the moment, it looks like both feet have returned behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we do see it.
I think we're ready to make a call. Walter Berry here
Is confirming to the refs on the field what the call is.
We now have 4 lovely refs looking up at us, waiting on the decision. We do not know what it is either, but it's being communicated as we speak. A pivotal decision here, which will differentiate between a 5-yard penalty repeat 4th down or an interception by Khalil Kerr return to the 12-yard line, giving the Raw Dogs an opportunity to take a 12-0 or 14-0 lead. Still waiting on the call. We have all the time in the world. We don't know. It's extraordinary. We recognize it's extraordinary close. Again, I don't know what the call is. Since it is so close, I think the ruling on the field should stand.
Yeah, from what I heard, from what I understood, it's that the feet did move, but his body did not. So that is very, very tricky in that situation. So the call is going to be at the discretion of the ref.
So we are at
shoulders and head did not move.
So I don't know the answer here. I'm not sure if shoulders and head need to get back behind. What matters your points of contact with the ground.
Offside rusher.
It was indeed offside on the rusher.
So they did win the challenge.
And it was a fantastic use of the challenge. That's why I think it was a good call.
Exactly.
That was a hugely pivotal play.
Yes.
We are now resetting 4th down from the 2-yard line. Another chance to score and tie this game up at 6.
Yes,
so the call on the field was overturned. Are you surprised?
A bit, because it's very tricky, like in this situation, because the rusher was very close to it. However, it was a good decision nonetheless. It gives them the Brave the opportunity to tie the game.
And now we see a bunch. Maurer under center. Catches it. He looking towards Drysdale. Not open. Instead goes to William Trottier at the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Braves. The challenge paid off. The trickery paid off. This game is tied up at 6. We see J.D. Chevalier come into the game for what I would presume to be a double QB or even the famous Brave triple QB scenario.
Because they do have a lot of people that can act as a QB, so we'll see how that plays off. In the game before that, they did do a couple of plays with 3 QBs, so...
They did. What surprised me in 5v5, right? You're obviously 5 players in 5v5. When you're dropping QBs, that means 60% of your team is in the backfield. Exactly. You have less receivers than quarterbacks. It's not normal football etiquette. But let's see here. We see William Trottier dropping back as a second QB. The ball's going towards James Drysdale. That's swatted away at the last second. Yes. A clean play. And it's nice to see Drysdale coming out of that one without injury as well. You're
sure.
worried about those bang-bang plays after a player just took what looked like a relatively nasty hit to the back.
Of course, and honestly, James was there, but his defender was also there. That's why he patted the ball down. So that was a great defensive play right there.
A clean play by number 5. The question is, who is number 5?
Yeah.
Perhaps Bailey Finkelberg, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
The game is tied at 6, 8:40 on the clock. Panetta in the center. Azalard barreling in, going deep again towards Mancini, and it is caught for the touchdown. He had Phil Farran beat by a step, and sorry, that is Adam Rosen, 4-6. Getting behind Phil Farran, perhaps the fastest player in FPF, is no easy challenge, but Adam Rosen was able to have him turn his hips the wrong way and beat him burst for burst. How fast is Adam Rosen?
He's very fast, honestly. To get past Phil Farran, who's one of the best defensive players in the league, honestly.
A Team Canada player.
Yes, but he's on Team Canada for a reason. So to get
Exactly.
beat by another player, it's surprising.
And now they're going for 2. It's nearly like they're listening to us. They're clearly not. They realize the strategy themselves. Going for a 2-point convert. Ben McMahon dropping as a second QB. Ball's going towards the back of the end zone. It is caught.
Yes.
The 2-point convert is good. This is the Adam Rosen show. He has 6, he has 2, and now Raw Dogs have an 8-point lead over the Braves. 7 minutes 40 on the clock and ticking.
Yes, and honestly, since the beginning, we see it's pretty much the same play for Jeff Rosen. So
Jordan Panetta.
Panetta.
Jordan Panetta's quarterback throwing to Adam Rosen.
It's Adam Rosen. He's been doing the same route since the beginning, and it's been working 2 out of 3 times. So
He jogs the post, and then once the ball comes out, he cuts and accelerates,
Yes.
and was able to beat Farran on the acceleration. And we now have first down complete once again towards Shadowvar. Tackle made immediately by Kerr.
Yes.
We really see this being a 2-receiver game. The Braves are targeting Shadowvar, and Raw Dogs are targeting Rosen.
Yes, which is paying off for both teams. They're gaining yards, making plays, so...
And these aren't quarterbacks who are like, oh, this is my guy, I'm only going to throw him the ball. They both do a fantastic job of throwing the ball to the open receiver, so they're very much just taking what is being given by the defense. Second down now, 10 yards to gain. Looking towards Drysdale, catch is made, tackled immediately by the mysterious number 5. Third down and 4 to go. Deep shot time, or do you take that first down?
As a third down, I'd say deep shot time because they could still get the first... They have another try to get the first down.
Exactly. If you could take like a 10-yard gain here, that would be fantastic. Anything more is obviously a luxury. But if you'd offer the Braves 10 yards here, I think they'd take it every single time.
For sure.
Let's see if they go aggressive, try to take something deeper, if they're just aiming for the first down. Third and 5. Maurer under center. He's hopping. He's looking deep. It's complete.
So it was in the hands of Anthony
Brisebois.
So
Dropped.
Yeah.
That was an interception. He cut right ahead of James Drysdale, who was double teamed and very much covered. That was perhaps not Maurer's best decision, thankfully.
However, they did drop it, so that means it's a 4th and 5.
It's 4th and 5. He's like a cat with 9 lives. He got slightly fortunate on offside on the rush. It was a matter of centimeters. Brisebois dropped a pick. He's playing with fire here, and while he still has the chance to convert on 4th down, and I'd put my money on him converting this 4th down, these mistakes are very unbrave-like. It would have me worried for what's coming up. 4th and 5. 4 yards for a first down. The rusher jumps again, resets. Maurer completes towards Chateauvar for the first down, who's tiptoeing down the sidelines. He dips, he spins, he's tackled at the 3-yard line. First down, touchdown, touchdown, Emile.
He has both of his flags as he entered the end zone, so that's a second touchdown for the Braves.
He's so difficult to tackle.
Oh my
He's
goodness.
already, in the nicest way, a shorter dude. And how he can get so low, he dips the center of gravity. He is probably the hardest player to tackle in FPF.
Because he dips and he has the speed for it.
And he maintains his speed through every single one of his moves. That's the most impressive. I can dip. I lose all my speed when I dip.
Yeah, we're not like him. We're not built like him.
Our friend Iggy patented what I call the butt drop dip, where he just essentially busted a squat and he lost, I'd say, 80% of his speed. The players who can continue going at full speed through those moves are extraordinarily impressive. We see 2 quarterbacks here, complete towards Drysdale. The 2-point convert is good. It's a tie game. 4:33 on the clock. 4 minutes 30 seconds plus pro clock. How many more possessions are in this first half?
I think at least 1 for each of the teams, and when it's gonna come down to the pro clock, one team that has the ball at the beginning might try to use that whole 2 minutes. So it's a matter of time who gets the ball for the pro clock
and who can milk it. Both these teams, I think, Braves, the time of which they're comfortable to score is between 15 and 20 seconds. That's what they need for a touchdown. I'm not sure Raw Dogs have an exact. We see here Mancini running a fly over the middle. It was Rosen running a fly over the middle of the field. Farrand dropping with him. And then Pineda was looking towards Daniel Mancini on the sideline. Slightly overthrown. Clock is ticking. Second down. That time Farrand was following the fly.
Yeah. So that was a drop.
It was a drop. It was a ball that was high and outside. It could have been snagged. Mancini
he had one hand on it, but it wasn't enough to secure it.
Mancini is a fantastic receiver. 24 receptions on the season, 357 yards, 6 touchdowns. So clearly a player who has the capacity of bringing that one in, but was not an easy ball. Pineda could have made that a slightly easier catch. We're now looking towards Ben McMahon. A drop. 2 balls that could have been caught, now setting up a 3rd and long. Yards need to be gained on this play. What are you dialing up if you were Raw Dogs?
With 2 tries left, I'd say just do half-half. Go the safest way possible. Because if you throw in the deep end, the defensive players from Braves are going to be there. So just play it safe.
That's a terrifying secondary. You're staring down Guillaume Bélan, Phil Ferrand, J.D. Chevalier, and Gabriel Dabé-Champagne.
That is scary.
There's no one you want to pick on there.
Absolutely not. They're amazing
we
players.
have Farrand hiding behind Isaiah Allard. We have now Rosen again going deep, looking towards Ben McMahon, overthrown. We had multiple open targets there. We had Ben McMahon with a step on J.D. Chevalier. We had Adam Rosen behind the Braves secondary. Missed both.
Yeah. So we see that they took a long shot. That means it's a 4th and long once again. So that means they're forcing themselves to throw long once again.
I'd expect to see Ben McMahon here drop as a second QB.
Yes.
He's a fantastic quarterback in his own right.
Yes. He has the speed also.
He has the speed. I wouldn't expect him to see him running it on 4th and 20.
Yeah, it's a long way. Oh. Something's up.
Something has happened. What has happened? We're not entirely sure.
No.
Could this be a challenge? I believe we have the offense challenging illegal contact. We both hear the same?
Yeah, I heard challenging contact on the...
So you have to challenge contact on a specific receiver.
Yeah.
I have to believe they'd be challenging illegal contact on Ben McMahon as he run the wheel route. As a defender myself, a very common move is as the receiver is going from that slant out, turning it up into a wheel.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get a little grab of the jersey.
And
not that I'd ever do that.
Also,
Never.
It's part of the game, so if you don't get caught.
Exactly. And that's the issue, because you're used to not getting caught on those kind of plays, because 99% of FPF games are played without video replay.
For sure. Only the finals.
And now let's see. So McMahon is running it out. And now he's going to turn it up. And we're waiting to see here if there's any form of illegal contact. Oh, unless they're challenging illegal contact on Isaiah Allard, contacting the throwing arm of Jordan Pineda?
We'd have to see.
But there's nothing at the end of the play whatsoever. The wheel route is completely clean.
For sure. And Guillaume Bélan was there at the beginning. He didn't necessarily put his hands on him, so...
The only thing I can see being challenged here would be contacting the quarterback.
Let's see it again.
So it's Isaiah who will be coming in, a fantastic rusher.
Yeah.
He's made his living getting hands in passing lanes.
Yeah,
and I think that's what we're zooming in on here is number 27. And let's see if his arms contact the throwing arm of quarterback Jordan Pineda. So keep an eye on Isaiah's right arm. It's going to elevate just about now as he tries to get in the passing lanes. And let's see if these hands collide. I think it looks like, or is he jumping into him? Is that perhaps the call? I don't see anything there which conclusively overturns the call on the field.
Yeah,
that being said, I've already been wrong once today. Yeah, Raw Dogs, yes. The Braves are not challenging that they ran. No.
They used it once and they were successful, so that means that they do have another challenge,
The Braves do have another challenge. Their final challenge still in their back pocket.
And they did not lose any timeouts.
So what it looks here is the throwing hand of Jordan Pineda may, in the nicest way, hit Isaiah Allard across the face.
It's not Isaiah who hit Pineda.
No, and you cannot contact the throwing arm of the quarterback.
No, because
that
that's
being
a penalty.
said, if you are hitting the rusher in the face, I'd have a hard time seeing that being called a penalty.
Yeah.
Especially if there's no follow-through contact.
Exactly.
If that leads to you coming through the quarterback, making contact with their body, but this is a hand grazing Isaiah's.
And I don't think the Raw Dogs would call that because it's not against them if they
So
hit Isaiah.
I think what's frustrating here is that this is a play which, seen live, and if you're the quarterback, you feel that contact, you feel my hand hit something, thereby there must be a call because you cannot contact my throwing arm.
For sure.
On the replay, especially since this is the other end of the field, our camera's looking straight down at it, so we don't have the side angle view, which I think would be the most instructive on this play.
Yeah, we'd have a better view.
We're in a relatively difficult scenario. Again, I'm going to propose what I did on the last one. Could this also be inconclusive simply because you don't have a camera angle which allows you to turn?
Yeah.
We're unsure.
Oh,
we might have spoken the side angle into existence.
Yes. It's a
fantastic camera crew.
A lower view.
I don't see anything there.
No, I think Isaiah did not touch him as he threw. However, afterwards we could see he could maybe like go into contact.
But on this camera angle,
he's not touching him.
I think this camera angle will reveal there is indeed.
You think?
No contact.
Exactly. Maybe like here he would jump into him. That would be the only thing I see. However,
but we don't see that from the other replay.
If we can't see it, we can't call it.
The other possibility is, again, I'm not sure what the challenge is. They could be challenging illegal contact. No, pass. The challenge is for pass interference, but Isaiah didn't touch the ball, right? If Isaiah touches the ball, you can't have pass interference after the ball's been tipped.
True.
So if they're challenging pass interference, they could first need to determine if the ball was tipped. And if the ball is tipped, there's inherently no pass interference.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But the ball's not tipped.
It's not even touched.
No. We're at a loss here. I'm curious what's taking longer on this replay challenge.
There's difficult challenges in this game.
They've looked at both of these, and they are both, I'd have to imagine, close calls.
Yeah.
And I'm curious exactly. We have the play stands.
Yeah.
So we're curious if that was an inconclusive challenge or simply the call on the field stands. So we have an inconclusive play. What that means is Raw Dogs will retain their challenge. I don't believe they lose a timeout either.
No.
That being said, the play stands. It's perhaps a compromise scenario, but let's remember we have a pivotal fourth down coming up. Ben McMahon to the right, dropping as a second quarterback along with Jordan Panetta, who's throwing it deep towards Mancini. It's intercepted by Gabriel Dabé-Champagne. First down, Braves.
Yes, we can see how hyped up they are, which is very crucial right now. It is a 14-14 tie game. So giving the ball back to the Braves is really important right now.
A minute 54, you expect the Braves to score here. Mancini, a fantastic receiver, but Dabé-Champagne is not the player you want to try in the air. Dare I say he'd win just about every single aerial duel on this field. Now, something to also remember, a minute 54 on the clock. Yes, Braves want to score, and they will start the ball in the second half. Raw Dogs might regret choosing to start the ball in the first. However, they want to score in a minute and 53 seconds. Because if they leave any time on the clock, Raw Dogs will have the opportunity to tie this game up.
Yes.
I'd expect them to play relatively conservatively here, and that's exactly the opposite of what they're doing. Complete touchdown, James Drysdale. Don't listen to me. Touchdown. They take the lead 20-14. However, could that have been too quick?
I think so, because now I think that Raw Dogs are going to milk the time down, so that could be good and bad for both teams. So I think it was maybe too fast of a touchdown.
Because in a world where the Braves score with a few seconds left on the clock, they then take a one-possession lead going into the half, starting with the ball, thereby have the opportunity to extend that one-possession lead into a two-possession lead.
Yeah.
Which is, it's 5v5. It's not insurmountable, but is difficult to overcome. I'm surprised they took the deep shot there. Nonetheless, a fantastic catch, a fantastic throw from Mara to Drysdale. Now going for the two-point convert, caught by J.D. Chevalier.
Yeah.
Thumbs go up, the two's in the air. It is an 8-point lead of a minute and 48 seconds on the clock. Now, Raw Dogs, in theory, should take their time, but people have
Yes.
not been listening to us.
No, for sure. I mean, I don't think they're hearing us also, but with the time being left, I think they're going to milk it down, and if they do end up scoring at the end of the half, that would mean it would be a close call, so it would end up being tied at the halftime, so...
From an observer perspective, what I would love to see here is a touchdown using the entirety of the clock that would set up a second half starting tied.
Yes.
Braves starting with the ball would set up for a very interesting second half. We'll see what happens here. 1:48 seconds. Raw Dogs looking to burn some time and score a touchdown. Panetta is going underneath towards Khalil Kerr, tackled inbounds. That is what I was expecting from Braves.
Yeah.
There is no rush. They're going to let some time drain here.
Yeah, I think they are going to drain some time. As we saw, they did not go out of bounds. That means the clock is ticking down in the pro clock. So with under 1 minute and a half, I think they have a good chance of milking down the time and scoring.
Completely agreed. So a reminder, in the pro clock, time will stop on a first down and will stop on an incomplete pass and if the player goes out of bounds. Ben McMahon drops the second quarterback. Pass goes to Ben. He's looking back towards Panetta. He's taking off, running. He's sacked by Guillaume Bellin, who punches the air. That's a huge play. Third down and very long. And now time becomes a factor. We see timeout. Raw Dogs. Did they need to call the timeout?
I don't think so, because it is a sack. The time does stop. No?
Time runs on a sack.
Oh, my bad. But yeah.
That being said, 1:03, that leaves them
I mean, they're the ones who called the challenge earlier, right? So they did lose.
No, since the challenge was inconclusive,
they kept it. And
they maintained their timeout. Okay. I'm relatively sure of the fact. We could be wrong.
So they do have one more left for the rest of the game.
Yes, because what's important, timeout management in finals is so important because you need timeouts for onside kicks and you need timeouts for challenges.
Yes.
What that means is timeouts are no longer timeouts and they really should only be used
for your advantage.
For special effects,
yes,
we'll call
exactly.
it. Third down coming up. McMahon comes off because Walk comes on. Panetta from his 5. Isaiah coming down. Complete towards Khalil Kerr. Tackle is made inbound. Time running by Guillaume Bellin.
Yeah.
We are around here. A 3rd and 10 scenario coming up. Could be 3rd and 4th, sorry.
Yeah, so with the time being left, they should get a first down to stop the clock. That means they will have a bit more time to do the rest of the end zone, the field.
To do the end zone. Yes, to score a touchdown. That being said, I think what they're doing here is also burning some time. In the eventuality they do not score, they want to limit the times Brave has. Yeah. But Braves, they need 17 seconds. Either way, it would be very difficult if they don't complete. But I think this will be caught. Khalil Kerr, first down. 20 seconds on the clock, goes out of bounds.
Very good ball placement, honestly. He caught the ball right before going off field, so that means the first time.
That was a gorgeous ball. I wish I could throw a ball like that. I very much wish I did. I can't. That was in stride, tiptoe perfect, completed for the first down. You see Dabi Champagne shrugging with frustration. And we now get out of bounds. So what happened on the final play was it was a first down, but since the player was tackled inbounds, the clock started on the whistle. So Dabi Champagne made a nice play still getting the tackle.
Yeah.
And thereby forced a bit more time to come off the clock. We now have second down. 14 seconds, 12 yards between Panetta and his Raw Dogs and the end zone. Are they looking end zone here 3 times or looking to split the field knowing that time could continue running if they're tackled in bounds?
With the amount of yards left, I'd go just short, go out of bounds, just gain some yards.
I agree. Let's see if that's what they're going to do. Instead, the players are heading towards the end zone. It's thrown deep towards Adam Rosen. He had 2 hands on that.
Yeah.
JD Chevalier flashing in front, perhaps affecting his concentration. My concentration being affected as well. Despite 2 hands going and touching that ball, it was not caught. Should Adam Rosen had made that catch?
Yes, he should have. He had the hands on the balls, as we're seeing on the replay.
And you'll see JD Chevalier flash in front, affecting his concentration. That being said, there are 2 hands on that ball. A player of the quality of Adam Rosen,
I think
you'd
it's really
expect him to make
the concentration
that
bugged him.
When you lose visual on the ball and you don't have that line of sight, it becomes very difficult. Ben McMahon dropping the second quarterback. Pass defended by Gabriel Dabi Champagne. Mancini is not happy, thinking contact was made early on the play.
Yeah.
4th down coming up.
4th and long, we could say.
4th and long. And I'd agree contact was made. is it worth challenging? I don't think so.
No.
And I don't think it's worth challenging given the time left on the clock. Even if the challenge is successful and you gain the 5 yards, you still have 1, maybe 2 plays left.
I don't think it's worth it.
But you see Mancini shrug afterwards, and I think David Champagne contacted the player slightly before he slapped the ball. That play would be all right had he made contact with the ball first, but since shoulder touched back, we have a huge 4th down coming up. Ben McMahon dropping the backfield. Panetta throwing towards Rosen, swatted away by Phil Ferrand. Telescopic arms coming in with the PD.
Yes, very good play by Phil Ferrand. Honestly, he was there. He made the play. He did not let the offense player get the ball.
But again, you could wonder, could that ball have been attacked slightly more? Could that have been high pointed or placed slightly more outside? There was a step of separation. He was running a corner route to the back cone. When he planted and put his foot in the dirt, he'd create a yard of separation. If that ball is on the back cone, I don't think even Phil Ferrand's very long arms are reaching it.
I don't think so, honestly. It would have been a bit too far, maybe. But the ball was placed like that, so...
So Ferrand made the play.
Yes.
1.4 seconds left now in the half. William Trottier is a second quarterback. The Braves here are probably going to chuck a jump ball to Drysdale or Champagne. We see 3 quarterbacks, 2 rushers. The ball's being thrown deep, intercepted by Rosen, who's going to look to return this. Tackle made by Drysdale, and there we have it. It is now the half.
Yes.
So, coming here at halftime, I'm Alexis Dubois in the booth alongside. The score is 22-14 for Braves. And the question may be, will Raw Dogs regret allowing Braves to start with the ball in the second half?
Yes, 100%. I believe that they will regret it because starting in the second half, Braves do have a touchdown more than the Raw Dogs. So having the Braves start the second half with the ball, that means...
Yes.
That means that they have another chance of getting a 2...
They have a chance to take a 2-possession lead here to start the half. They are already up 8 points. 6 more points, they have the chance to go 14.
Yeah.
And pivotally, they have the chance to go 15 points.
Yeah, because right now they have 8 points more than the Raw
Exactly.
Dogs.
And 15 points in FPF. I call that a 3-possession game because with the onside kick, since using an onside kick consumes a timeout, the maximum points you can score technically in one possession is a touchdown, 6 points, followed by an onside kick, followed by a touchdown, so you're now at 12, and a 2-point convert for 14 points.
So 15 is a 3-possession game.
15 is a 3-possession game. It's kind of the magical number when I'm playing and when I'm up 15 points. I feel comfortable.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're comfortable. You know that the other team has to make some huge plays in order to get back into it. So
exactly.
We'll see how Raw Dogs come back.
We will. So I think my question at this point is, in 6v6, traditionally in FPF, you go score for score, and stops are extraordinarily difficult to come by. We've seen some close calls. Maher has made mistakes and has been saved by the gun a few times. Do you think we're going to see a perfect second half from Braves, or will there be a stop or multiple stops coming in this game?
I think Raw Dogs are going to have to come in hot and try to stop them, so they're going to have to adjust a little bit of their strategy on defense to be able to have at least one stop for the Braves, because if you don't stop the Braves, at least for one, then my chances are that they are going to score on every drive that they have. So
you need to force that turnover, but given the mistakes we've seen in the first half, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect one mistake out of the Braves in the second half.
Yeah.
This is a back-to-back game for them on a hot, humid day, as we can tell. So I think that stop could come, and then it also comes down to converts, right? The other way to keep this away from being a 15-point, aka 3-point game, is to score those 1- and 2-point converts and stop the Braves. So there's multiple paths to victory here for Raw Dogs.
For sure.
One is a stop, and the other perhaps harder one is stopping them on converts and a successful onside kick. We're now whistling in the second half. We're going to turn our attention down to field level in a few seconds as things are about to get underway. Braves starting with the ball.
Yes.
Having seen some mistakes, some miscommunications from the Braves in the first half, are you expecting them to be aggressive? Are they looking for the deep shot to Drysdale, which was open? Or do you think they're going to go back to basics at this point?
I think looking at the score, keeping it simple and basic, to drive, at least starting off the drive with slow and easy could be the way to go. Or they could go long shot first play.
They didn't listen to us before. Drysdale burned them down the sideline for a
Yep.
touchdown. The second half is underway. Time is ticking. Direct snap to William Trottier, who's chucking it deep towards Emile Chateauvert. He's fast, but he is not that fast.
Yeah.
The ball is overthrown. A little bit of trickery there. We saw a slide snap from Mike Piercin to William Trottier.
Which
They
is not
were
really
going
common.
for it. No, it's not,
No?
but it's something pretty much only the Braves do.
Yes, because they are used to it with the other tournaments that they do in the States.
Exactly.
However,
They
so
have the experience, and this is one of the ways where they show that experience.
yes, because
over
not
others.
every team has the competency to do that, or they're used to it, so they're not gonna try it if they don't know.
Especially in a final. You don't want to look silly on television.
No.
And that's what we have here. A live broadcast coming to you from Brossard, Quebec. Braves up 22-14. Mayer with the ball, completing to Mike Piercin. Tackle made by Mancini, but not after a gain of 8 yards.
Yes, he tried to dip. However, the defender did get the flag. So
So I remember when the dip first came into FPF, it was, for starters, the coolest move. If you could dip, you were the bomb.
yes,
And it would just about guarantee a missed tackle. You're now seeing in the higher levels, the dip is expected, and it's not creating the same miss rate as it
no,
once did.
everyone is pretty much used to it because a lot of people use it a lot, so people know when to expect it.
And
and
you're
they know what to
changing
do.
the way you're tackling.
Yes.
The good old days when the dip worked 100% of the time. Back to Chateauvert. The ball thrown perhaps a stride behind him,
Yes.
but that's a ball that should have been caught. Another
Yes.
uncharacteristic mistake.
No, for sure. And like you said, I think the ball was a bit behind him. That's why he had to turn his body a little bit more in order to make that catch. So he did fumble it a little bit, but however, I'm not surprised if they come back with another catch.
Well, Emile is now taking a spot on the sidelines. I don't think he's being benched. We're seeing in these third and longer scenarios, the Braves simply rather the big body physicality
Yes.
of Champagne
They want the height
compared to the
advantage.
speed of Chateauvert. You don't have two more different players, by the way. Third down, we're looking across the middle of the field. The tackle is attempted to be made. Drysdale's dipping and spinning and is being grabbed left, right, and center. There is laundry on the field. There is a first down. And however, most importantly, James came up uninjured. That's great to see after again.
Yes.
He had a harder hit in the last game.
Yes, so glad he's not hurt and he made the play. He got held on to a couple times, so
He got held a couple times. It was
Yeah.
funny. We were just talking about how the dip wasn't working, and I think what we saw there, maybe
A
the new move,
backward
it
dip.
was a dip and a spin at the same time.
hey, we're trying new things out here.
My knees are hurting just watching that. But we were really just saying the dip is no longer as effective as it once
And
was.
then it just worked.
But if you can pull off the dip spin, that may be impossible to deflag.
Yeah, because you're doing everything at the same time. The defender doesn't know where to deflag.
Laurie, we see any dip spins out of you in the Code 1 finals?
I hope, maybe not dip spins, but a little dip here and there. We never know.
It's always cool to see what new moves are coming to FPF.
For
Again,
sure.
Braves seeing flag in the States are at the cutting edge of just about everything FPF innovation.
Yes.
And they now have a first down, trying to stamp their mark on this game, scrimmaging from the 5-yard line. First down, Braves. Mara rolls to his left, completes to Drysdale. Touchdown, Braves. They take a 14-point lead. It is still a 2-possession game.
Yes.
They're electing to go for 2 instead of 1. What's the logic behind that?
I think they're just trying to get as many points as possible. And we see during the regular season, they are
It's a team that
getting
does
the points.
rather go for 2. James
Yeah.
Drysdale has caught 10 2-point conversions. They've converted on 2 points 22 times, an outstanding figure. I think the logic behind this is it's too late to worry about the difference between 15 and 16, given the fact that more touchdowns and more converts will be hit. William Trottier is available as a second center. Incomplete. However,
Flag
we
on the
see a
play.
flag coming up. It looked like Mancini contacted Gabriel Dabé Champagne. This will be a 5-yard penalty. They'll be able to retry their 2-point convert from the 5-yard line. They got the best of both worlds.
Of
They get to go
course.
for 2 from the 1. That's a
Yeah.
win.
they're going to take as many things as they can.
And you see there, I believe there is contact that came out early. The ref did not look like he had to debate that flag very long. The call was on Mancini. The contacted player being Dabé Champagne. We're now at the 1-yard line. I think they called pass interference, actually, not illegal contact.
Yeah.
So the only thing better than going for 2 from the 5 is going for 2 from the 1, and that's what we have coming up. The Braves looking to take a 16-point lead. 15 seconds on the clock. Drysdale in motion to the right, looking like man-to-man defense from the Raw Dogs. Another bit of trickery there.
A lot of things happen right now.
So many things happening. Maurer was walking to his left. It was completed. The snap went to William Trottier, who pitched the ball to Joe Maurer. However, his foot, it appears, stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, but we see from the replay that I think it was like a strategic play because Joe was walking towards the left side, and he was trying to talk as if he was talking to
the referee.
Yeah.
So for all of you flag nerds out there, I think we saw a similar play from Team Canada in the World Games when C.R.A. Parker tried to catch a pass, and this is now complete from Pineda to Brisebois. They're hurrying it up. C.R.A. Parker was on the receiving end of a touchdown pass. However, she stepped out of bounds, when she probably didn't have to. I think the Braves might have been inspired from that play.
Yeah, one foot on the line, which means it's incomplete.
The exact same thing C.R.A. Parker did. We have second down now. We have Pineda looking deep towards Dabe Champagne and towards Adam Rosen. I think Champagne got caught by the turf monster there. Otherwise, that could have been a costly and perhaps game-ending interception.
But I think it bounced off of him. Would that make sense?
It bounced off of his head. Perhaps not the most glamorous play, but fantastic positioning. And there you see the pressure of Isaiah Lard coming in with his hands up. And there you see he trips.
Oh, no. It bounced off the receiver's body.
It bounced off the receiver, but again, losing visual contact with the ball. Third down now coming up. Brisebois pops wide open. By the outstretched hands of Phil Farrar. Pineda could have thrown that ball slightly more anticipation, but again, a ball that hit Brisebois. I think that hit Brisebois' hands.
Really?
These are catches that you'd expect the best players in FPF and the best players in Canada to be making.
Of course.
Perhaps we'll get a replay on that. Perhaps we won't. What we do know for sure is that we have a pivotal fourth down coming up. This could be the ball game on the line right here. Interestingly, we see no Ben McMahon. Pineda wants the ball. He wants to sling it on fourth down. I have a feeling this may be going to Brisebois, who's running a post over the middle of the field. Instead, it's going towards. It's intercepted by J.D. Chevalier in the end zone. Braves take over, up 14, looking to put this game to bed. Raw Dogs need a stop, and they need it now.
GD was very concentrated on that play. He did come in clutch at the end of that play. He got the interception, which gave the ball back to the Braves.
And it was called a touchback. I think he might have been tackled at the 1-yard line. We now have first down Braves, up 14, looking to create a true 3-possession lead. As we said before, these Raw Dogs, they need a stop. Now, not only do they need a stop, they need an onside kick, and they need a 2-point conversion.
It is very crucial right now.
It's a big bill, and it all starts with getting a stop on one of the next few drives. This ball sails over the head of Drysdale. Perhaps a miscommunication.
I think he knew, though, because at the end of the play, James did look at Joe Meyer, and he was like, yeah, I know it's my fault. So miscommunication on that play.
And the nice thing about James, a receiver like that, you know it's not going to rattle him. He is one of the calmer guys, cooler heads.
Yes.
And here we see Guillaume Bélan coming in for
replacing
James Drysdale, who's touching his back. I hope everything's good there. We have second down from their 5-yard line. Bélan Trottier to his left, Pierre Saint with the ball in his hand. Chateauvert isolated to the right. Chateauvert is streaking down the field. It's completed towards William Trottier, who dips and dives towards the 24-yard line, setting up a 3rd and 2. This is where the Braves want to be.
They only have a couple of yards.
Exactly, 2 yards on third down. It's that fantastic scenario we were talking about before where they have the opportunity to take a deep shot. What I'd expect to see here is something like a post, a 10 out, and a drag underneath it, allowing multiple options for the Braves.
To get as
The
many
deep
yards as
shot, the
possible.
first down. Let's see if that's what they do. Check for layering on the left side of your screen. We have an in and out from Bélan. We have a deep route to Trottier. The pass is incomplete. Maurer had options underneath. Pierre Saint was open. Bélan beat his defender on the smash out. The bad news is no first down. The good news is they had multiple options that could have gained them a first down, and the same play most likely, if used on fourth, would result in a conversion.
Yes, so now I believe it is 4th down.
It is 4th down. Drysdale back in the ball game. Good to see. Is that where you're going on 4th down, or are you waiting to see what the defense gives you?
I think, no, you wait until the defense positions themselves and see what they give you, because obviously there's going to be a window.
And we see them playing relatively tight, which makes sense on 4th and 3. The rusher again jumps offside. He resets, no flag, pass completed. The Chateauvert for a first down, stops before he steps out of bounds. He dips, he continues, touchdown! The dip move works, and the backflip is that game.
He's been same thing like the other touchdown. He a little celebration in the backfield there.
Is this cheerleading or is this football? Backflips and lifts. Quite the show.
A Brave special.
And we now have a 20-point game. We're looking for Braves to put their stamp on this one, looking for another back-to-back win. If you remember when the winter Braves went back-to-back against Flagmolsac, looking now to go back-to-back against Raw Dogs and the Infantry. Looking to establish what we already know. This is the best team in Canada. Now looking to close it out. 2-point conversion attempt. William Trottier receives the pitch, a second QB. Maheu running towards the back of the end zone. Pass towards Maheu. Touch!
Yes.
2-point convert. This time Joe Maheu didn't step out of bounds. Quarterbacks, that is how you catch a pass.
They do that pretty often. They like to throw it to second QB, and then Joe Maheu starts to run, which most likely is working most of the time.
What it does is there's some ways in FPF to create a one-on-one man matchup.
Yes.
The most classic one is a wheel route. However, the quarterback taking off running creates a man matchup between rusher and quarterback.
Yeah.
In that occasion, you had a height mismatch. Maheu was significantly higher than Raw Dog's rusher and easily elevated over for the 2-point conversion. Raw Dogs now need to hurry up. Pass completed towards Kerr, who tries to dance. He makes Farron miss. Finally, tackle is made by Bellon. 8 minutes on the clock. 15-yard gains, second and short. They need touchdowns, and they need them in a hurry. So, 8 minutes, time is ticking. So the combination here for Raw Dogs is a touchdown, is a stop, and is an onside kick. They need all three of those things, or they need some unlikely combination of 2 stops. Their best bet here is stop and onside kick. We have Panetta, who tries to escape. You're not getting away from Isaiah Allard. I think the mistake there is Panetta let Allard get too close. While Panetta might be quicker than Allard on his first step burst, once you're in that close with Isaiah, he doesn't miss flags, and I think his arms are roughly 6 feet long, so it's very hard to get away from him.
And he stayed in the pocket. Well, Panetta stayed in the pocket, so that means it's a bit. He didn't scramble a lot, so Isaiah
he made Isaiah's job easy.
Yeah.
Isaiah hasn't got his hands on any passes, but it has also taken away the middle of the field from Panetta. And we're now setting up a 3rd and long. Not only a 3rd and long, but time is ticking away on this Raw Dogs championship hope. We have Rosen flashing over the middle of the field. We just said there are no passes contacted. Isaiah got his big mitts on that one and so watered it down.
We had to mention it for it to happen.
Exactly. And we see his daughters celebrating in the stands. Great to see.
Yes.
We now have 4th down coming up. We said it was game before, but this is once again a make-or-break 4th down. Ben McMahon coming in, expect a double quarterback. The only path to a Raw Dogs victory runs through a 1st down conversion on this very play.
So it is a long way.
It's quite long. I think we have 12 yards here.
Yeah.
What's always interesting to me as a quarterback, perhaps one of the more important plays of the game, and you're going to put it into someone else's hand. Ben McMahon drops back as a second QB. Rosen is running a wheel route. The pass was towards Mancini. Gabriel Dabi-Champagne breaking on that one at breakneck speeds. Incomplete. Turnover on downs. Braves take over. Smells like victory for the men in green. You see Bélan pumping his fists. I think they know where this one is headed. It's headed towards more championship t-shirts.
Yes. Which they already have one.
They have multiple.
They have too many.
They have a whole collection. I think they could start a clothing store at this point.
For sure.
Simply selling FPF Championship and All-Star t-shirts.
Yeah, with the number of championships they won as a team, it's pretty impressive, honestly.
And they have big teams, too.
Yes.
There's 9 players on this roster. That's 9 more t-shirts. Do you take 2 t-shirts, or are you happy with the one you won last game?
I think they should be happy with the one they have. They don't need 2 of the same thing.
But what about the clothing brand? I think you need a second t-shirt. And Chateauvert dips and spins again. What a move.
They're doing a lot of different things on the field. A lot of different plays.
I think they're having fun.
Yeah, they are.
They're experimenting. They're seeing what they can do. This is their last championship of the spring season.
I think they're practicing for the Tampa in January, so...
Exactly. And Tampa in January, is that Worlds? What's the competition down in
It's the
Tampa?
Worlds, yeah.
Oh,
It's the
wow.
biggest flag football tournament in the States.
So that's Club Worlds? Or is it like Team Canada, Team USA?
Oh, no. I mean, everyone's over there, so it's a huge competition.
Okay. Now we see Bélan takes the snap. That was a side snap towards Trottier, handed the ball off to Bélan, who ran towards the sideline and was then helped out of bounds by the raw dog defender. And help would be a generous qualification. Or hug. Choose your term.
Yeah. Up to you.
It's love to see hugs on the field. So much love between these two teams.
Yes.
It was just that. All love. We have third down now, 3rd and 3. That being said, with the time on the clock, a 22-point spread, it's hard to see any scenario where if the Braves were simply to take knees from here on out, they would probably be able to run this clock. Side snap towards Trottier. Chateauvert's fleeing over towards the middle of the field. Ball is chucked deep, and it is batted away. Flag on the play.
Yeah, we see
illegal
Trottier.
contact. Rosen ran into Trottier. A player like Rosen, a fantastic defender, fantastic receiver, not someone who's used to rushing, and you fall into the trap of leaving your feet, trying to bat the ball, and then colliding with the quarterback. You'll see he leaves his feet probably right before the ball will go, and since he's left his feet, he no longer has control, collides with Trottier. That is a classic case of contacting the passer. First down, Braves. And a first down means more time off the clock.
For sure, and there's under 3 minutes and 30 seconds left of the game, including the pro clock. And we could see it's a big difference between the points.
And since the spread here is more than 15 points, time will continue running through the pro clock. Chateauvert takes the snap, pitches it towards Trottier, who's now dancing before being tackled.
Yes.
Another 5-yard games. It looks like Braves are playing backyard football.
They're having fun with it.
And I'm not entirely sure why Mauer's on the field. He doesn't seem to be throwing the ball anymore.
I mean, I understand why William Trottier is getting the ball. He's a very shifty player. He likes to move those hips, so yeah.
And perhaps the future of quarterback play for Braves.
Yes, that's what we're
Joe
looking
Mauer is
at.
still a fantastic quarterback and one of the very best to do it and to ever do it. But there is also a goal behind this of training Trottier and making sure that whenever the time comes, he will be ready to take the reins of this high-powered Braves offense. We're now looking towards Joe Mauer, who is cajoled out of bounds.
Yeah.
If the score was not a 22-point spread, would that have been pass interference?
It's a pretty tricky question because there wasn't necessarily holding or like pushing or anything. He was just very like elbow and shoulder to shoulder.
Very
so
affectionate. It was just more hugging, I think.
yeah, like just pushing, being physical a little bit.
It was clean play. There's nothing dangerous there.
Yeah.
And it is a fact that when the score does get to these larger gaps, the flags do tend to stay in the ref's pocket just a little bit more.
For sure.
I think now we're at third down. Mauer finally gets the ball back in his hands, completes towards Chateauvert, who reaches, stretches, touchdown. Now, it's not our call to make, but if you ask me, Chateauvert is my MVP.
You think so?
100%.
Yeah, with all the plays that he made today.
Mauer played a fantastic game, but he did throw an interception into the breadbasket of Brisebois. Brisebois decided to drop it, but it doesn't change the fact that that was, in theory, a mistake. And I'm not critiquing his performance, but I'm just saying he made one mistake.
Yeah,
I'm not sure Chateauvert has made any. He did drop a pass.
But I do have to agree with you because he did get those two touchdowns with all those movements. So
And for me, it's what's the added value, right? It's crazy to say, but Mauer throwing for 42 points is nearly what you expect. This is a quarterback who threw for nearly 3,000 yards and over 60 TDs in the regular season.
Yeah.
An insane performance. And I think what Chateauvert has given you is that extra yak yards. He's added benefit. He's added yards. He's added something more.
Yes.
And while both players had a fantastic game, I think that added little yak yards is what would give the MVP. And we hear a buzzer going off.
Yeah.
That is game. The Braves are your 5v5 competitive championship for the spring 2025 season. We're going to be heading down to field level in a few minutes for the trophy presentation. But before that, I'm still here in the booth with Laurie Ouellette. And we now see Braves starting to rack up the championships.
Yes.
Before we had the YF dynasty, we are now squarely in the time of the Braves.
Yes.
There's always a threat. There's always a challenge on the horizon. If you're the Braves and looking at the landscape of FPF, which team are you most worried about coming for your crown as the greatest FPF franchise?
Honestly, I think having the Braves win pretty much every single one of their championships, it's pretty hard to beat. They do have a solid group of players, both offensively and defensively. So I think every team out there should have to step up a little bit, or just get in their heads, do something to stop them, because it's really hard.
It's tough because there's no team right now which I believe can one-on-one rival the Braves. So you have to look at for who's emerging, right?
Yeah.
As this Brave team gets older as time goes on, which new stars are coming out. And that's why I thought this final was so interesting. You saw someone like Jordan Pineda, who had a fantastic season,
Yes.
who is now who is coming out as one of the better quarterbacks in FPF.
Yes.
So the question here was, can Jordan Pineda start rivaling the Braves?
For sure, I think with practice and honestly having a connection with his players and receivers, they could go far. They just need to up and up and up and up.
Yeah,
up a
so
notch.
exactly. And it's a question of roster as well, right? There's something in FPF where the rich continuously get richer.
Yes.
Everyone wants to play for the
For
Braves, and you
sure.
can't blame them. They're the best team. They're the most experienced. They play tournaments in the States, right? The gold standard are the men in green, which makes it harder for other teams to find that same top-level talent.
Yes.
This was a Braves team without the likes of Jeremy Murphy, a former CFLer, so you could, in theory, see the Braves building an even better roster than they had on the
For
field
sure.
today.
They go and get the best players out there. Even we saw the Braves, they were split in half of the Canadian championships, and they went and got Canadian Team Canada players. So we could see they want the best of the best.
And that's fantastic to see, and I love having that level. That's what makes FPF so exciting.
Yes.
But simultaneously, you also want to see a challenge, and you want to see... I believe that this game we're not going to have any trophy presentation. Jeff and Ben, the owner and commissioner of FPF, are both playing now in the Division V final, so that turnaround would be too quick. So we just got a few minutes left with you here in the booth. So you look, Jordan Pineda as a quarterback who can now start trying to rival the Braves. Are there any other quarterbacks you think can get to that Braves level?
I think we saw in the game in the previous game that Wyeth was there, and it was a really close game compared to this one. So I think Wyeth could
Still has it?
Yeah, he still has it. He's still the GOAT, like everyone says. So I think they just missed a little bit of something, and I'm sure.
That was a fantastic game. The Division A
was.
final was interesting.
Very.
If you haven't already watched it, go back, watch the recording.
Yes.
Top tier football. And if you start looking at the younger players, who is up and coming, who can start coming for that title, and not the quarterback we've both played with recently, but I think the up-and-coming quarterback who could start cracking into that level would have to be Marc-André Reeves. If you're looking at who could start threatening and who could be the next challenger, for me, that's the only option of quarterbacks who haven't yet had their crack against the Braves.
Honestly, if you give Marc-André Reeves a solid lineup on offense and a solid lineup on defense also, I think he could do a lot of miracles. So I think with practice and the good players, he could get to that level.
I think the Braves have a few solid more seasons of FPF dominance ahead of them, but it'll be interesting to see who the potential challenges are, and that's what you might have in the game coming up. Mangoose, one of the two, fantastic squads. Schaefer having one of the biggest arms in FPF. The Division B finals will be with you in a few moments, but we'll be signing off. The Braves are your competitive champions. I've been Alexis Dubois in the booth alongside
Le Riolette.
And stay tuned for your Division B finals coming up in a few moments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to Complexe Sportif CN here in Brossard, Quebec, home of the Flag Plus Football Division B Championship showdown between the number 1 seed, Mangoose, and the number 2 seed, Runaway. I'm Brent Balkin, joined by my broadcast partner, Keon Cyrus, two-time All-Star, I should say, actually, Keon Cyrus. Big game today for all the marbles. Top 2 defensive teams in Division B. Runaway with the top defense. What kind of game should we be expecting here? They had a regular season meeting, went 36-35 in overtime in favor of Mangoose.
I expect the same thing. Both top, like you said, top 2 teams in Division B, Runaway Ones and Mangoose, both finished with a 7-3 record. Both have explosive offenses, really strong defenses. Mangoose has the continuity that they've been playing together for the most part, adding parts to where they can. Runaway Ones, though, a team pure athletes all over the place, so I expect nothing but a close contest down the road.
So yeah, big game. A little confusion here in the booth. Walter Berry, the head official for this championship weekend, didn't sit them down that we were ready to play. Hoping snap happened, but we're gonna have a redo here. So 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line. Runner Wentz in yellow starts with the ball. Here we go. Jeff Rosenblatt, the quarterback, gets a snap, throws to a snapper. Paul Lapierre taken down at midfield by Marvin Steinberg.
Again, first play for Jeff Rosenblatt. Paul Lapierre, one of the most reliable centers. Not the fact that he's also tall, but he has great sturdy hands there. And for Mangoose, they're going to have to figure out on defense how to maintain not only Paul Lapierre, but the rest of the star-studded receiver group.
Paul Lapierre in the FPF Hall of Fame. So last time these two teams met, Lapierre didn't snap. He actually played quarterback. Jeff Rosenblatt, the starter, wasn't there. Get to more of Lapierre's afternoon in a few minutes. Pass to Noah Groper. Groper gets tackled before reaching the end zone by Marvin Steinberg. It's an aggressive attack so far here offensively early for Run It Once.
Again, it's a championship game for both teams. Both teams have had individuals that have been there before. And the big thing is, honestly, with their offenses, how can Mangoose's defense contain the firepower of this Jeff Rosenblatt-led passing attack?
Base formation, 2 receivers to the left, and Boubacar and Groper, 2 receivers to the right, and Greaves and Armand. Pass it to Lapierre. Touchdown.
Yeah, it looked like there was some miscommunication about whether Paul Lapierre got in, but no one deflagged him actually there, so he was able to walk in and reach forward for the touchdown.
So 3 quick plays and an easy score here for Mangoose. For Runner Once against Mangoose. Paul Lapierre, the Hall of Famer, adds to his legacy. But first touchdown in the finals right here. In the last meeting, like I said, Lapierre went quarterback in replace of Rosenblatt. He went 15-30 for 190 yards, 4 TDs with 2 INTs. 2-point conversion attempts here. Pass to the back of the end zone. Greaves goes up and makes the catch. And they're saying, yeah, he's in bounds. So 8-0 lead early here for Run It Once.
I was glad to see Jalen Greaves able to make that grab as in the Division A finals. Unfortunately, he did have a stumble where he did leave the game for a bit, but continued. So it's nice to see that he's back in Division B playing for Run It Once and making that grab at the back of the end zone.
Jalen Greaves, his favorite receiver, DK Metcalf. So Mangoose, Nick Schaefer leads his team out to the field. Mangoose, of course, wearing their usual green jerseys. Schaefer gets the snap. He looks to his right now to the left. That's his favorite target, Thomas Couture, number 7. He's open on the sideline. Picks up about 9 yards right there, setting up 2nd and 1.
Yes, with the amount of seasons that Schaefer and Couture have been playing together, their chemistry has been unmatched. With the addition to Marvin Steinberg back to the squad of Mangoose, who leads the team with touchdowns. If I'm not mistaken, he had over 550 yards, 20 touchdowns from Marvin Steinberg.
Yeah, the wide receiver of the year in Division B. Couture actually played quarterback the last time these two teams met. Schaefer was not available as well. Couture going 10-16, 102 yards, 3 TD passes, 52 rushing yards. He's going deep down the middle, and just off the hands of the receiver. That was Emilio Pelchat. He was open, number 20. We saw Bakary Barrett, the reigning defensive player of the year, number 7 there on your screen, come over to try to make a play. The ball went over his hand, but Emilio Pelchat couldn't make the catch.
Yeah, Bakary Barrett, he is the reigning defensive player of the year, especially in the playoffs, had 3 interceptions in only 2 games that they have played for Run It Once. So I expect whenever the ball, especially is going deep, he's going to be somewhere lurking for an interception to make a game-changing play for Run It Once.
3rd and 1 here for Mangoose. Pass over the middle, right through the hands of Pelchat. So that's 2 plays where Pelchat couldn't get the grab. And again, Pelchat has been on fire so far this postseason. 5 touchdowns coming into this game. He only played 5 regular season games, but in every game, including the 2 postseason games that he's played, so that's 7 in all. He scored at least 1 touchdown in every single contest.
Yeah, so I expect, especially in this game, as it's been told by Schaefer that he trusts his receiver in Pelchat, so I expect him to be really involved in it, whether it's the short game or the deep ball.
I wrote an article earlier today about this matchup. You can read it on the flyplusfootball.com website. Pass over the middle, first down on 4th down. Nice catch there. So that was Gabriel Drapeau. He told me, so I thought it was Zolgarski, his last name, pardon me. So he told me the correct way to pronounce it. I don't want to butcher it here. Again, I talked to him maybe about half an hour or so before the game. So he goes, it's Zagorski. Well, I'm getting it wrong.
Perhaps. I think the Z is silent.
No, it's not silent.
No.
He goes, it's a combination of the Z and the G together. I'm going to get it in a second. I wrote it down. Hold on. After this first down play right here. Zgorowski. There's Zgorowski. Yeah.
Zgorowski.
The Z and the G are together, he said. Schaefer crossing route to Couture, breaks the tackle of Clermont, finally brought down by Armand. I tell you what, Keon, it's good to see Felix Clermont in the lineup. He got injured last night, colliding with his teammate Emma Thompson-Asling, who's actually playing in the women's B championship game coming up a little later here this evening. Those two collided. They were playing for the Co-Ed 2 championship last night in their game for Purple Blood, losing unfortunately 41-40 to Block Party here. So again, those two collided, I think just before halftime, I believe it was, and neither player returned to the game. Schaefer gets the ball. Schaefer pump fakes. Throws it. The ball bounces off the ground here. Head referee Leo Gervais saying it's an incomplete pass. Noah Groper, the rusher, feels that he got in there before the sack. Let's see now. Did he get there to make the sack? Let's look at least on the instant replay right here. So pump fake. No, yeah, he got the ball to his hand.
Yeah, he got it out there. It was very close for Groper. He did a mix of rushing last night in his Division D finals with Rick and Marty. So now his full-time position with this run-and-one's defense. So we'll see if Schaefer is able to get around them and make some quick throws.
Yeah, Groper, him and his team, Rick and Marty again beating the Snowden Deli Deegans last night for the championship. Pass to the back of the end zone. Collision made with post shot by Sanders Armand, falls incomplete. 4th down coming up now. 4th and about 4 yards here.
Yeah, that was a bit of an overthrown. I know Sanders likes the big game plays. A bit of contact there, but again, the ball was out of reach. Just maybe got to be careful there in case in the future you might get an unnecessary contact penalty if it was more in bounds.
Now, what does Mangoose have up their sleeve here offensively? Pelchat and Couture to the left of Schaefer. Simon Antil and Marvin Steinberg to the right. Snap. Schaefer looking to the left. He fires there. Catch by Couture. He is down, but he gets the first down. Tackled at a touchdown, I should say, around, I want to say, the 3, maybe 2 yard line.
Yeah, that was a great job by Couture getting down near the ground as it was a low ball thrown, but again, only a position where he was able to get it, and then gives Mangoose a perfect opportunity to score. Marvin Steinberg being the red zone target with 20 touchdowns, so you definitely know that runner ones will keep an eye on him, but Couture is definitely an option there, or even Pelchat, who has 5 touchdowns in this postseason alone, as we mentioned earlier.
So ball actually being placed at the 4 now, but again, fresh set of downs here for Mangoose. Can they punch it in? Let's find out. Schaefer gets a snap. He looks right over the middle now, a bit to the right, throwing to the left, and wisely throws that one away out of bounds. No one was open, didn't like what he saw. Did the fight another down.
Yeah, he had Pelchat open for a brief second, but Greaves does cover a lot of air with his ability to jump and make big plays in the air for a pass. So it would have been near a perfect ball if it got to Pelchat, but honestly for Schaefer, throwing the ball away, not losing the yards there, and they could run it back with another play.
Second down now for the Mangoose offense. And Ken, if you can't talk about this after this play, the size difference right now definitely in favor of running once past to the end zone. Steinberg, rare drop by Steinberg. He beat Boubacar in the out route, but couldn't hang on to the ball. Maybe he would have been tackled by Bakari, but maybe not. Maybe he would have got into the end zone, by Barrett rather. But he got a drop there by Marvin Steinberg, setting up 3rd down.
Yeah, so with this run-it-ones not even just defense, but overall team, they're much bigger than Mangoose, more physical. I know guys like Sanders Armand, Ahmed Boubacar, Bakary Barrett, and even Felix Clermont. You could just tell their size. They've been in the gym. They've played a lot. A lot of them have played tackle football in the past. So when it comes to any chance, even though it's flag football, they're going to make sure their body's felt when it comes to making a play, either offensively or defensively.
And Jalen Greaves as well. Here's a pass over the middle. It's picked off. Sanders Armand with the INT. Tackle. Tackled by Schaefer just around midfield. Huge turnover. Ball goes to run it once.
A perfect read by Sanders Armand there. And again, not a physical play there, but again, he's able to fight through the minor contact of just putting himself in front of the ball there and getting the pick, which it was intended for Zagorowski. Tell me if I corrected that. Zagorowski.
Yeah, it was for him. Yeah, Drapo. Yep.
So exactly, that is the right start that, again, a run-and-one offense would want. Or defense, my apologies.
Rosenblatt gets the ball just shy midfield. Rosenblatt looking to his left, not to the right. He has Greaves, one-handed catch there by Greaves. He braced on the right sideline. Can he get into the end zone?
Yeah.
Touchdown!
The Mangoose defense is arguing perhaps as Felix Clermont, who tried to be stationary, but it's possible if he moved or not. That's what they're arguing there.
You'll have to see here on the replay whether he was moving or not. Again, once the receiver, someone on your team catches the ball, you can't move, you can't block from him. You have to, like you said, be stationary right there, stand still. So you see Rosenblatt now being flushed backwards. He throws it to his right. Nice one-handed catch there by Greaves. Gets by one tackler. So, I mean, yeah, he was running. He wasn't really running. He was moving towards the sideline. I mean, it is a bit of a pick, let's be honest, but it wasn't super, super intentional. Again, the referee was right there. Sideline official was right there. He obviously didn't think it was a block. So a touchdown stands. 1-point combo attempt here for Rosenblatt and his team. Throw to the back of the end zone. Clermont leaps up, makes the grab. He is in bounds.
Yeah, honestly, great play to the back of the end zone there. And Clermont using his height and his jumping ability to maybe question the fact that that should have been a pick play or not. But doesn't matter now. They scored, and he got the conversion there to give Run It Once a 15-0 lead early in this first half contest.
So the Sanders Armand INT leads to a touchdown for Jalen Greaves. And now, as you mentioned, Keon, 15-0 is the lead for Run It Once. Just under 9 minutes remaining here in this first half. Let's see if Mangoose can get on the board here offensively. Schaefer calls for the ball. He looks over the middle. Batted up in the air. Picked off again. Here comes Greaves now this time. He gets tackled by Pelshaw. Sanders Armand did not get the IAT, but he got a pass deflection right there, and Greaves came down with it. 2 consecutive plays offensively for Mangoose. 2 consecutive turnovers.
Yeah, honestly, I know Schaefer was looking in the middle of the field, but when you have the combination of Ahmed Boubacar, Sanders Armand, and Jalen Greaves there, it's tough to get it, especially when all of them are in the right headspace of, you know what, let's try to get this pick and everything. Now with run-on-ones, getting 2 interceptions in their past 2 drives, they're in full control of this game. And if they score now, it really puts Mangoose in a position where you might have to play a game where you don't want to at this point.
Of course, the biggest headline, and there are a ton of them in this game, but the biggest headline, of course, quarterback versus quarterback, veteran versus veteran. Neither QB has a championship. Jeff Rosenblatt does have one, but as a snapper, his quest to win a championship, and he has a deep ball here to Boubacar. Oh, pass off the hands of Boubacar. Great coverage right there, and a late flag here. Pass interference against the offense. Against Ahmed Boubacar. Great coverage there by Hakeem Casby-Filiatro.
Yeah, honestly, with Hakeem there, perfect coverage there, and it was a ball where Ahmed Boubacar couldn't really capitalize on unless, again, he was called for offensive PI, which is what was the case.
Yeah, and you see the push off right there. He tried to make it subtle, but the official was right there on the left sideline. A little small push in the back to Casby-Filiatro. So, again, leads to a loss of yardage right here.
Yeah, it is an interesting battle between Schaefer and Rosenblatt. Who's going to get their first championship as a quarterback, as, you know, the lead person of an offense? Whereas, like you mentioned, Rosenblatt did win one as a snapper. But, again, it's different when you're leading a team as a quarterback, controlling the offense when you can, and leading their team up to a championship. So one of them is going to get whatever that accomplishment tonight.
So here we go now after the penalty ball before midfield. Quick chuck over to Lapierre. So Lapierre there with the catch. He's tackled in the middle of the field there by number 2, Marc-Antoine Chaput.
Basically, Paul Lapierre runs roughly the same routes, just finding the open spaces. And for as a veteran as he is, being an FPF, a Hall of Famer in his own right, it's not that difficult for him just finding the right space. And plus, he has long arms, so he could reach for an extra yard or two, where that actually makes a difference when it comes down to it, when it comes like towards the end of the game.
Rosenblatt now getting the snap, looking to the right. He has Sanders Armand open, touchdown! Sanders Armand has been the player of the game so far, adding his first touchdown of the game. And now he extends the lead to 21-0 for his squad.
Yeah, Sanders Armand has been playing great with an interception, a pass deflection that led to another interception, as well as a touchdown now. He is quickly making his claim for MVP if Run-At-Once continues the momentum and wins this game.
So let's see now, 1 point convo attempt, looking to make it a 22-0 game here. Pass to the back of the end zone. Claremont does it again. He gets his feet in bounds. 22-0 is the lead for Run-At-Once with just outside of 5 minutes remaining here in the first half. And what a half has been so far for the team in yellow.
It's looking like a little bit of a trend with some of these teams that we've had today, where like the back of the end zone's been really open, especially for conversions. Run-At-Once has proven that they've been able to score that with Grief scoring at the back of the end zone, and there with Felix Claremont as well for the convert.
Schaefer leads his team onto the field. Quick pass to Steinberg over the middle. He's tackled almost immediately by Sanders Armand.
Yeah, I was speaking to Sanders as well before this game, and he was talking about the impact that Marvin Steinberg is going to have, as again, Marvin leads the team in every statistical receiving category, but so far hasn't had his presence felt too much, but it looks like Armand is shadowing him, at least at this play.
Pass over the middle, batted down by Noah Groper. So, Ken, I mean, we talk about the size, and rightfully so, about this Run-At-Once defense. We see Jalen Greaves saying good job to Groper. Groper got up in the air. Groper definitely the smallest man on his team by a large margin, but he came up big with a huge bat down right there.
Yeah, so for Noah Groper, yeah, you're right. He's not the tallest person, especially on this defensive lineup, but again, makes it where it counts, and he jumped the perfect throw by Schaefer to make that big bat down. As a rusher, if you're not getting the sack, that's the next biggest thing you get.
Schaefer flushed to his right, caught by Drapo. So Zgorowski, there you go.
Yes.
Zgorowski. Got it.
Yeah, honestly, Zagorowski got the first down there. Yep, it looks like they moved the chains there. And for Mangoose, yes, you're down 22-0, but again, taking every drive as you can. They're going to get the ball back in the second half, so it'll be really important they could score now and potentially get a stop and score again, make this much more closer than what it is now.
So Mangoose with the ball just past midfield. Schaefer going deep. Couture's open. Oh, they couldn't snag that ball out of the air. Oh, that came ever so close, and Mangoose needed that again just inside of 3 minutes remaining here in the first half, but that goose egg is still on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think Schaefer might have just given up too much air on that, because as much as Couture had his hands on it, he was basically at the boundary at the back of the end zone, so even if he caught it and he had longer arms, his foot might have dragged out of bounds there. So unfortunate for Mangoose that they weren't able to connect there, but again, that play was open.
Here we go. Let's see now what Mangoose could do. Again, about 35 seconds away from the pro clock. In FPF, we have a pro clock at 2 minutes to go in the first half and 2 minutes to go in the second half. Pass to the sideline. Couture's open. Stays in bounds. Tries to stretch out the ball down at the 1. But first down, though, for Couture and the Mangoose offense.
Yeah, that's 2 plays in a row that like Couture's been not necessarily fully open, but enough where he doesn't need that much space to catch the ball there. And I know Bakari Barrett has been on his tail there, but it looked like it was almost like a comeback or a deep hook there. And as well as having number 21 and Emilio Pelshot that actually took away Bakari Barrett actually from coverage on Couture there to leave him open there. So now with Mangoose only at the 1 yard line, this is pivotal for them to score.
Let's see if they can here. This is the closest they've come. They got closer. They got almost as close earlier, I should say. Pass to the end zone. Agrees with the catch, and they're saying it is an INT. So another turnover there by Mangoose.
Yeah, it looks like Jalen Greaves was the one that picked that off.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Marvin Steinberg was open the back in the end zone, but Schaefer went towards the tighter window at the corner, and that is frustrating. I can see on Marvin Steinberg's face. As soon as that ball was thrown, he knew that he was wide open there.
And that's the thing. So I've played against Marvin Steinberg before, and I've watched him play a ton of games, countless games, to be honest with you. And that's the thing, when he gets upset, sometimes it's hard to rein him in. I mean, he's passionate, it is what it is. You can't say he's not
for sure.
not a negative energy on the team, but when he gets mad, it's hard to kind of rein him in there. So you're gonna have to make sure his teammates are gonna have to make sure he maintains his focus here. Sanders Armand with the catch, pick up of about 7, maybe 8 yards right there on first down.
Yeah, because Marvin is the engine, especially on offense throughout the regular season. Yes, Thomas Couture has been the focal point, at least in this game so far. But again, if Mangoose wins this game and comes back, Marvin Steinberg needs to be fully invested, which he is. Like you mentioned, he's very passionate in flag football. So I expect him to get over that, unfortunately, and just make another play, whether it's defense or on offense. But I expect them to be more impactful as the game goes on.
10 seconds remaining now on the play clock. Rosenblatt gets a snap. He goes to his left. Goes to the sideline, and Boubacar with the catch. Tackled by Casby Filiatro.
Yeah, with the clock running now, I think for run it once, you want to control the clock, which is what they're probably going to end up doing because they don't get ball back second half. But if you could give Mangoose a 28-0 hole, potentially, you feel much more comfortable than 22-0. So I think Rosenblatt is definitely going to control the clock to give them more of a chance to leave Mangoose with little to no time on the clock.
The ball exactly at midfield now for run and once. Lapierre with the snap. Rosenblatt looking left again. He goes there, hits Groper. Groper gets out of bounds before being tackled. So stoppage of the clock with 42.2 seconds remaining. Just looking quickly at how both teams got to this point. Mangoose beating the number 8 seed Les Verts fall 33-19 in the quarterfinals. And they turn around and beat Shake and Bake in a classic this past Monday by a score of 53-47. Run and once beating the number 7 seeds, Silent Ticklers 35-21, and then knocking off the 4 seed Idaho eyed the Pimps in the semifinals 36-20. Pass to the end zone falls incomplete.
Yeah, both teams had really interesting ways of getting to the finals, but again, they both made it. Again, you don't really ask or question what's in front of you in terms of being in the finals. You're just there. So for these two top teams, they are the number 1 and number 2 seeds respectively. So they're proving that they deserve to be here. And so far for Run It Once at least, it's been working for them. Mangoose, yes, it's a 22-0 lead, but there's enough time where they could come back. They just have to get some stops.
And they need to get a stop here before it turns into a 28-0 lead here before the half. Pass over the middle. Oh, thought it was going to get picked off for a second. Good reach there by the big man, Paul Lapierre.
Yeah, I thought Marc-Antoine Chaput was there to get the interception there, but I don't know if maybe he felt that Paul Lapierre's reach was able to get that ball outside of him, so he went for the safe tackle there.
30 seconds of counting remaining here in the first half. Ball is at about the 10-yard line. Rosenblatt gets it, going to the right. Sanders Armand to the corner. Ball goes over his head and out of bounds. 20.4 seconds now remaining here in the first half.
Yeah, I think honestly for Rosenblatt, he has 3 receivers especially right now where he feels comfortable with a jump ball, whether it's Boubacar, it's Greaves, or Amon. One of them, they could each have the respective jump ball one-on-one. You have Paul Lapierre, who's finding every little gap in this Mangoose defense, and you have Noah Groper, who's quick. He knows how to get around defenders as well. So with 20 seconds left on the clock, how does Rosenblatt and offense go from here? But I expect them trying to find a way to score soon.
Rosenblatt gets the ball, goes to the right. Sanders Armand, does he get a foot in bounds? I believe the official is saying he did. Maybe he got his toe in bounds.
Yeah, it was tough from at least our angle here. We might get a replay here to show it much clearer. But yeah, I think this angle might give us the case.
So Armand jogging to the top of his route. Goes up and catches the ball. Yeah, we can't see though. Can you get the feet?
Yeah, so even if Mangoose won the challenge, at least from the angle we're seeing, it would have been tough to. But credit to Armand for actually keeping his feet in balance if he did. So Armand, 1 touchdown reception and 1 touchdown throw in the regular season meeting between these two teams. Pass off the hands of Greaves. A rare drop by Jalen Greaves right there. Lucky that wasn't picked off. 12.9 seconds now remaining on the clock. Yeah, with the Mangoose defense, I'm a bit unsure how come, at least in their lanes concept, that they are backed up a bit much. Because if Greaves ran his route much shorter, he would have definitely just been able to be in the end zone. But the Mangoose defenders not really at the line. They're at their 5-yard line. That's where the line of scrimmage is. But it feels like they're backing up around 7-8 yards. So if Rosenblatt's receivers get to the pylon on the front of the end zone. It looks like they have space there unless Mangoose decides to tighten it up.
Rosenblatt awaits the snap. He gets it. He looks to his left, now to the right, corner of the end zone. Greaves catches it out of bounds.
The play was there, but again, he was out of bounds, unfortunately.
A big stop there by the Mangoose defense. They force a turnover on downs now. So they get the ball at their own 5-yard, own 5-yard line with 7.8 seconds now remaining on the clock.
Well, I mean, if there's any quarterback in FPF that could get a deep ball like this, it is Nicholas Schaefer. He does have Marvin Steinberg, Thomas Coutu. Even if he gets it short, he has the ability. He might not be Emile Chateauvert with his dips, but he's very close to it. So they also have time to run 2 plays. They don't necessarily have to go for the deep shot right away. But again, all you want to do, especially, not give an interception with a chance for either a pick 6 or for running ones to get a play out of it. So, but if I was Mangoose, especially with how backed up the running ones defense is, I'd go quick to the sidelines.
Let's see what Mangoose does right here. Schaefer gets the ball, looking. He throws deep over the middle, caught by Couture. First down, just past midfield, about 5 yards past midfield. Timeout called by Mangoose with 1.2 seconds left on the clock. Clutch play by one of the leaders on this Mangoose squad.
Yeah. I'm not sure if they did call timeout there. I don't know if it was really necessary because they would have had one play, at least what it looks like from our clock, that it would have been. No?
Yeah, because it's not Division A, right? So it's not a first down doesn't stop the clock.
That's true.
In Division B. So not a smart timeout call. So yeah, this will be the last play here. You see the 00s now on the scoreboard, at least here in Complexe Sportif. Sienna now at home. Well, now the screen, the clock at home now says 4 zeros as well. But this will, in fact, be the last play of the first half. Can Mangoose get a touchdown? Let's find out. Schaefer goes to the end zone. Antil's open. Sanders intercepted by Clermont.
That's 2 pass deflections by Sanders Armand, who have been picked off by his teammates. So big impact for Sanders Armand. He only has 1 interception on the stat sheet, but 2 big pass deflections that have led to interceptions.
So we hit the half. It is a commanding 22-0 lead for Run Ones over Mangoose. Actually, I think Run Ones might think there's another play, but I can confirm 100% that was the last play of the first half here. Again, 22-0 lead for Run Ones. I mean, their defense has been phenomenal. Sanders Armand, I mean, he has 1 pick, right? He caused at least 2 or 3 others, right? I mean, for me, at least, he's the player of the game so far. We'll have to see what happens in the second half. But looking at Mangoose, though, I mean, again, it's not that they've been horrible on offense. It's just all the deep passes end up, like, just not working out for them. It's either they're overthrown and receivers miss them, there's a couple of drops, or they get tipped and they get intercepted. If you're Nick Schaefer right now, what are you telling your team, and how do you get back on track offensively in the second half?
So it's hard for them to, for any team that's down 22-0 in a championship game to not panic. But again, it's 22-0. They get the ball back in the second half. If they score, it's a 22-6 lead deficit at minimum, unless they get their conversions. Keeping it simple. They need 1 or 2 stops, which if they start building up momentum, it might cause run at once to potentially lay back on the gas or potentially get an interception on their end. So keeping it simple, I think it's very important and key to get a touchdown on this drive coming out the second half. Take your time. Don't take too much time off the clock, but with 20 minutes of FPF flag football for them to play, I don't think it's out of the realms for them to come back. It's just they need to stay more composed, especially on offense, finding what's working, finding the open man, because they have had open guys on different routes, and Schaefer just hasn't been looking that way. And again, you've been using Thomas Couture a lot, which has been working. But with Marvin Steinberg, hasn't had too much of an impact so far in the first half. I expect him to maybe, even if it's some hooks, allowing him to use his hips and dips. I know the tackling from Run It Once has been really great so far, so test them out a bit more. So, and I expect, again, all the other pass catchers from Mangoose to step up as well when their name is called.
All right, switching over now from the Mangoose offense to the Run It Once offense. I mean, they've made big plays when they've been there, but we saw, again, towards the end of the first half, they had a turnover on downs, kind of the one blemish on the performance so far. What did they have to do to kind of maintain the majority of the momentum that they gained in that first half?
It's been a lot of their defense, and I think that's for them, if they continue to win off, it's going to be continuing exploding on defense, whether it's from picks, sacks, or even pass deflections from like Noah Groper at rusher. And then on offense, keeping it simple, especially if your defense is still locking down Mangoose and shutting them out. So I would expect their offense to kind of calm it down, especially if their defense is continuing to get more stops.
So the dynamic duo of Thomas Couture, two-way player of the year in Division B, and obviously wide receiver of the year Marvin Steinberg, combined for 26 touchdowns in the regular season. Finish my thought after this play. Schaefer going over the middle. Caught right there by a snapper, taken down by Felix Clermont. A gain of, let's call it 6 yards there on first down, setting up now 2nd and 4. Yeah, and in the postseason so far, Steinberg 3 touchdowns, 2 for, for Couture. And that's been their top offensive duo, but they've been held in check pretty much this entire game.
Yeah, credits to runner bunch for that.
And Couture with the catch right there, tackled by the defensive player of the year, and Bakari Barrett.
And again, for Mangoose right now, keep the ball moving like they've been doing. Again, it's only been 2 or 3 plays, but that's what they want better. They need to build momentum short by little. They could take a deep shot if it's open, but it looks like that the run it once defense has been shutting it down, especially deep.
Drapo Zglarski with the snap. Schaefer running off his back foot. Throws it incomplete. He's lucky there. Jalen Greaves, number 2, was lurking in the area.
Yeah, Marvin Steinberg, I know he was running like either a deep drag or in there. Was open for a brief moment, but Noah Groper using his speed to get to Schaefer to cause him to make that off-balance throw.
In a regular season meeting between these two teams, again, Paul Lapierre threw 2 INTs. One of them, that's 2 of them actually, I should say, were ran back to the house. One by Marvin Steinberg, the other by J.J. Fortuna. And I played a big role in the win for Mangoose. Nice tackle right there in the open field by Armand on Emilio Pelcha on the crossing route there. And two pick sixes played a big role in the victory for Mangoose over Run It Once, again 36-35 in overtime back in week 7. But it's been a bunch of interceptions today deciding the contest in favor, at least up to this point, for Run It Once.
Yeah, they've been Run It Once has been especially active on the defense, and even there, Sanders Armand made that tackle for like a 2-3 yard gain, so it makes it 3rd and long for Mangoose.
Schaefer gets the ball, a little fastball over the middle, and it's picked off. Ahmed Boubacar. So that pass was a tricky one right there. It was a fastball. So the receiver had to jump up to get it again. That was the snapper there, number 1, Drapo Zagorowski. And the ball went pretty much, as you can see on the replay, off his hands or off his chest, went into the waiting hands of Boubacar, who makes the INT.
That's unfortunate for Mangoose because they were having momentum, a bit of momentum there marching down the field, and unfortunately it went off the hands of Drapo Zagorowski. So with Run It Once getting the ball with roughly 17 minutes left on the clock, again, they're in full control of this game. It's basically their game to lose at this point.
Drapo Zagorowski, again, not having to jump to make that catch, and that's a mistake a lot of receivers make. They think they got to jump, especially when his body's around them. That's why you got to keep your feet on the floor. We see now from defense to offense, Groper, snapper, obviously, the slot receiver, I should say, for Run It Once with a pickup of about 7 yards there on first down, now setting up a very manageable 2nd and 3 for Run It Once.
Yeah, I think with Run It Once, again, taking their time, not rushing it and not making any risk. They play very conservative at this point. They control the clock, so I would expect that from Rosenblatt to play that type of game. I expect a lot of potential catches to Paul Lapierre, who's been able to be really reliable on those short yardages.
Rosenblatt gets the snap. He goes to his quick slant there by Clermont. Clermont gets tackled by Chaput, not before getting a first down.
Yeah, try to do his interpretation of the dips. He got very low there for someone that got pretty banged up yesterday, so credits to him for being able to be back in this game today, making a play there and even getting an interception late in the first half.
So congrats to the Braves winning the Division A championship. They knocked off the Infantry and then winning the 5v5 competitive division championship, knocking off the Raw Dogs. So the Braves, Mike Pearson, James Drysdale, Joe Mahieu, J.D. Chevalier and the crew adding more titles to the resume. Touchdown, Sanders Armand. Speaking of resumes, Sanders adds another one to his, and they extend the lead now 28-0.
Yeah, it looks like they sent Paul up here as a center as a seam, which gave Marvin Steinberg a tough decision between the go route on the far end, which was Sanders Armand, who made the catch right before the out of bounds. So with Sanders, 2 touchdowns.
Yep, 2 touchdowns, an INT, a couple of pass deflections.
He's doing it all.
Yeah, one-man show so far. 1-point conversion attempt now, looking to make it a 29-0 lead. Trying to West. Oh, and Rosenblatt fumbles a snap. Rosenblatt with a scramble to the left to pick up the ball. Didn't work out. That was all for naught, but It made us laugh at least. It made me laugh.
No, for sure, 100%. Again, if that's the only bad moments from running once this game, honestly, it was worthwhile for them. So, again, 28-0. They feel very comfortable, which is great. But again, it's Division B. These teams could come back firing with offensive in a hurry. So, still got to keep your head focused in the game. It's still 14 minutes left in the game.
I think for Jeff, if that's the only time he has to run this game, he'll be happy.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think he wants to sit on his chair.
Schaefer now gets the ball on first down. He's going deep over the middle. Grant, I thought that was going to be intercepted. That ball went through the hands of Grant and Pelshaw, the intended target.
Yeah, Bakari Barrett had a chance there. He either mistimed it or it was just a perfect deep ball, and Emilio Pelshaw, unfortunately, wasn't able to get the grab there, which could have been because of the fact that Bakari Barrett was actually in his presence too.
Had a chance to speak to Sanders Armand about an hour before the game, and he was saying, listen, the game plan today is just be smart. He said, don't change anything they do, especially defensively. He goes, if we could make Mangoose play our game and play how we want to play, he goes, we're going to win for sure. And so far, he appears to be right. He said offensively it's easy. You get a first down every 10 yards. He goes, there's no reason his offense should be stopped. Pass, almost picked off by Barrett.
Yeah, 100%. Look at Sanders Armand looking at us at the commentary booth. But he's right, though. As long as they keep playing their game, they have all the talented receivers and DBs on the squad to win this Division B championship. Bakari Barrett almost could have had a near pick six there if he was able to pick it off. But again, it was a tough play. But again, they've been making plays all around this defense. So they just got to keep it up and force Mangoose to make throws and plays that they feel maybe are uncomfortable.
Intended target on that pass was Japo Skorowski. There you go, I got it. Pass over the middle, tended for the snapper, falls incomplete, and the hill is that much bigger to climb now. 4th and long facing the Mangoose offense. I'm interested now, Keon, so we see Hakeem Casby-Filiacho. Again, he's played with both of us on the commission in Division C. And I don't know, I've known him for over a decade, and he's an underrated offense. He's a great defensive player, don't get me wrong, but he's an underrated offensive player. Has great hands, has speed. I know he's a little frustrated. At times, he's told me the Mangoose doesn't play more on offense, but now he has a chance. He's lined up against Felix Clermont at the wide receiver position, obviously to the right of Schaefer. Let's see if maybe Casby-Filiacho can get a pass thrown his way. Big 4th down coming up here. Schaefer gets the snap. He's looking to the right. Steinberg makes the catch, stays in bounds. First down, Mangoose, and boy, did they need that one.
Yeah, that was a really great toe-tapping catch on the boundaries. Hakeem was actually open there on the go if Schaefer looked further, but I think, honestly, for their own sake, they needed to at least make sure they got the first down. And even though Hakeem was wide open there, I don't think any safety for Rudder Woods actually followed him, but kudos to Mangoose. They got the first down, and now for them to score. But I will keep my eye on Hakeem because, like you said, he is very underrated.
Hakeem is open deep, pass to Hakeem in back of the end zone, and that's out of bounds. He was open, you're right. Felix Clermont was playing the linebacker position, and he was staying down short. Sanders Armand, safety coming over the top. If Schaefer gets a ball thrown on more of a direct line, that would have been a touchdown.
Yeah, 100% there. Hakeem has been hugging the sidelines really well for the minimum amount of routes he's been running, especially in the second half. But Schaefer has him there, so it's going to be up to. I know Sanders Armand is quick, but again, that's a tall task to ask if you are delayed running as a safety there, especially if he's starting up lined up in front of Marvin Steinberg.
So second down now from around midfield. Slant route caught by Couture. Tackled, though, after a gain of about actually a bit more than that, actually. Let's call it 7 yards right there by Couture. Tackled by Greaves.
Yeah, a bit of cushion there from the defense from run at once there, which allowed Couture to get more yards than we anticipated. But again, there's just under 11 minutes on the clock, and Mangoose needs to score now. So
let's see if they can.
Yeah.
Schaefer gets a snap. He looks to his right, goes to the corner again. Casby-Filiacho, the ball was over his head and out of bounds.
Yeah, that was good defense by Felix Clermont. Again, it was a high ball too, where even for Hakeem, at the speed it was running, Schaefer has a direct. That was more of a direct compared to the goal route earlier. But still, Clermont played the boundaries really well. That even if Hakeem caught that, he probably would have been out of bounds.
Let's see which all-star can make a play. Will it be Couture? Will it be Steinberg? Again, the Mangoose offense needs some type of spark right here. Pass to the left-hand side, cut by Couture, gets out of bounds. First down, Mangoose, they keep this drive alive.
And that was a nice route. It looked like it was an in-out for Thomas Couture right there. And again, time's ticking, but Mangoose is at least finally building momentum. This is probably the first time in a while, or at least all game, that Mangoose has felt that they've been able to move down the field, at least with their offense.
Ball just shy of the red zone at about the 9-yard line. Pass to the left corner. Steinberg was open, but the quarterback couldn't connect.
Yeah, Jalen Greaves read that perfectly. It looked like Marvin had a bit of space there, but Greaves backed up just enough where even if the ball was low enough for Marvin Steinberg to reach, Greaves was in proximity where if Marvin actually caught that, it would have been mainly if Greaves missed time to jump there. I think it's
second down. Yep. 2nd down right here. Ball again at the 9-yard line. Schaefer can run if he chooses to. Quick slant to Couture. He catches it. Tackled by Boubacar. Let's see where they place this ball here.
Yeah, it looks like it's to be placed like around the 2 or the 1. Again, this is bread and butter for Marvin Steinberg for a potential drag. So I know Sanders was talking to me about that in the red zone for Marvin Steinberg, especially running drags and in outs. So let's see if that is something that he focuses on more, or is it going to be another Mangoose receiver be on the receiving end of a touchdown?
Let's see what Schaefer has up his sleeve here. Big play right here for the offense. Going looking for their first score of the game. Schaefer looks to his right now. Looks over the middle. Pass. Knocked away by Barrett. 4th down coming up. 4th and goal from the 2-yard line for Mangoose.
Yeah, great rush from Noah Groper. He's making Schaefer make these off-balance throws. Yes, Schaefer is much taller than Groper, but the fact that he's throwing off his back shoulder with one leg, basically no balance, it's tough to make those throws. And with the defenders that Run It Once has, it's not that easy. Marvin Steinberg, again, he was a bit open in the back of the end zone, but I don't know. Schaefer hasn't looked towards him, especially at that point in the end zone. But it's 4th down now, if I'm not mistaken. So they're gonna have they have to score.
Let's find out if Mangoose could do exactly that. Schaefer gets the snap. He looks to his left, looking over the middle, right to the hands of 2 players, Steinberg and Jabot Zagrowski. Heartbreak once again close to the end zone for Mangoose, but they cannot convert. Turnover on downs. 28-0 is still your lead here. 7.5 minutes and counting remaining here in the second half.
That is very unfortunate. Marvin Steinberg would have had a touchdown there if he was able to connect, and even Trapol Zagorowski could have had that. But again, it was tipped initially by Steinberg. I don't know, maybe it was the ball had too much juice in there by Schaefer. He has a strong arm, and that was maybe a 6-yard pass considering how backed up he was. So, but regardless, again, receivers, you have 2 receivers that have a hand on it. It's a heartbreaker there.
So right now for your one-on-ones, what do you have to do to kind of put the nail in the coffin of your opponents?
You could score, but like if you want to really go quick, you score on like a first play. But again, or you take as much time on the clock and slowly move the ball, which they've been proven to do. So if you don't want to be risky, then take the conservative route. But just scoring would basically put the nail in the coffin.
So Rosenblatt takes a conservative route right there. Quick out route to Jalen Greaves.
And again, and if for Mangoose to make a comeback, it's tough. It's 20-0, but they're going to probably play more aggressive. If you see that they're not playing as aggressive, you kind of know basically the mindset that they have if they're accepting defeat, which I don't think that's be the case. I still think they're going to be playing with pride. So at the end of the day, you don't want to give Mangoose an opportunity to capitalize with the interception if you're run at 1. So I think playing conservative, you have the clock on your side.
Quick little pass. Oh, Boubacar bobbled it there for a second, but he's able to re-get it. He gets tackled by Cassie Filiacho. Shot put in there as well on the tackle. Of course, we talked about earlier again, throughout the game, I should say again, Marvin Steinberg, Receiver of the Year, Bakary Barrett, Defensive Player of the Year, Thomas Couture, 2A Player of the Year. Marc-Andre Rees, who we saw a little bit earlier with Les Géants, leading them to a 5v5 intermediate championship. He was the Quarterback of the Year. Sam Anastasopoulos, Rocco Cristiano, Mark Desor, closing out your All-Stars here for Division B. So congrats to all those players, all well-deserving of the All-Star nods that they got this year. Rosenblatt going to the sideline. DeSantis made the catch. I believe he did, but just shy of the first down. A pickup of about, I want to say 8. Yeah, maybe 8.5. Yeah, it's called 8 yards right there.
Yeah, that was a great catch by Armand. Very risky, actually, by Rosenblatt to make that throw as the defender of Mangoose. I can't tell who it was. It was number 14, so it's Simon Antil,
yep,
who has had his great Mangoose moments with the squad. If he was a step there, it could have been a pick 6 potentially, but great job actually for Rosenblatt at throwing it out of bounds to the boundaries, and Sanders for keeping his feet in bounds.
Rosenblatt now with his offense with the ball. Just past midfield. Oh, power almost picked off. Thomas Couture puts his hands on his face. He can't believe the gift he just wasted right there. Rosenblatt was throwing a pass right there to Lapierre, right to the chest of Couture. And that has been the Achilles heel of Jeff Rosenblatt. Every year he puts together phenomenal rosters, and this year is no different, right? With the team he has on the field right now, again, up 28-0 over Mangoose. But he throws these back-breaking interceptions at times, especially in big games. He almost had one right there. Mind you, if the pass gets picked off, let's say Couture runs into the house, it's a 28-7 lead. But still, you don't want to give too many gifts to your opponents.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with the way that he's been playing. Fortunately for him, Couture wasn't able to catch that. So you can't be doing that too much times, though, in this game.
Ball off the hands of the slot receiver to Noah Groper. 4th down now coming up. So here's a chance for Mangoose. They can cause a turnover, get the ball back. Let's see if they can score quick.
It would be funny if we were to see a Jeff Rosenblatt run here, but I mean,
that'd be great.
I probably have to bet house money that won't happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, watching Rosenblatt run, pardon me, it's like watching like Tom Brady run the ball. It's something you're going to see maybe once every couple of years.
Again, with 4th down conversion for Mangoose again, it's now or never. I expect, honestly, for this run at once, Paul Lapierre to be open, or at least finding an open gap there. So let's see. Mangoose is playing with a tighter coverage.
Rosenblatt gets a snap. He's going deep. Graves over the middle. He has him. Good enough for the touch, for the first down, rather, tackled by Casby Filiatro.
Yeah, his first read was Paul Lapierre there, as for good reason, but as soon as he was covered, Jalen Graves ran the over-top slant that was able to be reached up. Thomas Couture did jump up and almost had a hand on it, but Rosenblatt was able to float it right over for Greaves for the first down.
So if you're the Red Wings offense, what are you calling here to make sure you get the ball into the end zone?
Well, you're at the 9, so I wouldn't necessarily say you would have to get into the end zone, but again, it's been working with either having a one-on-one. It looks like Armand is on the field. You have Greaves in the slot and Groper out wide. You have Claremont in the slot on the left, Boubacar on the left as wide. Honestly, don't even have to go into the end zone right away. You just don't want to milk clock, so even something short as hooks or getting Paul Lapierre open. But it looks like everyone's going down. Yeah, Felix Claremont for the slant.
Okay, does he get into the end zone, though? No, he's tackled at about, let's call it the 2-yard line.
Yeah, he reached, but it was a bit too late. He got tackled by Simon Until there. I would say for the run-at-one offense, maybe they want to have fun. Maybe throw a jump ball at Boubacar, Greaves, or whatnot. Just something to maybe to have them laugh about. But at the same time, too, for Mangoose, they don't want the score to get worse than what it is. So I expect them to play hard defense until the end anyways.
Chance now again. About 2:10 and counting away from the pro clock here. But pro clock won't be called here, obviously. Again, if it's more a 15-point lead or more, the pro clock gets eliminated. Time keeps on running, basically. Quick slant to Groper. He's in for the touchdown.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the icing on the cake. Pro clock is running. It is a 34-0 contest. I think they're debating, and it looks like it is over. Leo Gervais did whistle it.
Oh, there you have it. A 34-0 win. Run It Once runs their way to the championship with a 34-0 win over Mangoose. Congrats to Run It Once. A dominating victory from beginning to end. They led wire to wire in this one. And I can't lie, Keon. I mean, I write for this division. I know you write for Division A. I write for Division B. I thought this game would be a lot closer. Was I expecting another overtime showdown? No, not necessarily. But I figured it'd be a little closer than a 34-point spread.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, you've been writing the Division B articles. I've been keeping up with those, and especially from the last matchup, yes, both quarterbacks in Rosenblatt and Schaefer weren't there at that game, but it went to overtime, and I didn't expect a 34-0 victory for Run It Once. It just didn't seem like that the Mangoose offense especially was kind of connecting. They had a few drops there, but also credits to Run It Once with their defense. It was 4 or 5 interceptions there that they got, especially in the first half, where it just made it much more of a deficit for Mangoose to even try to come back from.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, it's hard to win a game when you have turnovers, right? And, I mean, Mangoose had 3 interceptions in the first half. They had another in the second half, of course, talking about quarterback Nick Schaefer. The offense just seemed to be out of whack pretty much from the opening whistle, definitely all the way to the end. Heartbreak, obviously, for Mangoose. So players like Thomas Couture, Nick Schaefer, Simon Antil, Gabriel Drapo, Zgorowski, got it right. All those players who don't have a championship for Mangoose. Again, a lot of that core has been together for a long time. Unfortunately for them, championships is something they have to track down, something they have to win. It's not going to happen today. Again, obviously losing 34-0. Where do you think, my question after all that is, where do you think this team goes from here?
So that's the thing. They've been together for a few seasons now, a few years now, and they've made it far in a lot of seasons, but like they haven't come off to the point that they've gotten over the hump of this championship drought. So I don't know, maybe you have to change some guys around, but it's tough because especially if you've been playing with the guys for like seasons now, it's like how do you tell like a close friend perhaps that like, you know, they gotta move along. So
right. Yeah, I mean, listen, they had a Marvin Steinberg back this year. They're going to have to try and add some other pieces to close that gap. We'll see what they can do. We're going to shoot it down to the field for the trophy presentation. So now Mo Khan, who's in the building, is going to present Jeff Rosenblatt with the championship trophy and game MVP.
Brent, all right, it is now time for the presentation of the MVP, the banner, and the trophy presentation to the Division B champions. Run it once. All right, quite the excitement here with Run It Once on the hand clap here. All right, team captain Jeff Rosenblatt, I guess owner too.
Yeah, I guess.
This is a weird situation.
It's a weird one, yeah. It's a bit weird. Yeah.
All right, first and foremost, we're going to present to you the trophy right here. Congratulations, Jeff.
Let's give it. That's for the boy. That's for the boy.
I think that's IGA water that you got doused with. All right, Jeff, let's talk about this here. This is a loaded team that you have assembled from A to B.
Yeah.
It felt like from jump to present, this team was untouchable for the most part of the season.
I mean, it felt that way. Offense was running very smooth, but obviously, I mean, a shutout in the finals, you gotta give it up to the defense. We had the best defense in the division, and we felt confident every game. So, what can I say? I mean, very happy with how the season turned out.
What goes through your mind winning this trophy at this level?
Well, I've been in the league 15 years, and this is my first championship as a quarterback, so it feels pretty good. But honestly, this is one of the greatest teams I ever played on. Great guys, amazing defense, and offense did its job, so we're happy. We're pleased.
Well, I got to present to you the banner. So here's the team banner right there. And maybe Patty Mahomes over here. All right, it is now time for the Division B MVP, and that goes to the Armada, Sanders Armand. All right, Sanders, I've seen you be emotionally unstable on the field sometimes. You are a Pisces indeed. I am a Libra, but that's a different story for another day. What goes through your mind winning the championship and also to be MVP?
I don't know. It was more of a team effort over here. I wouldn't do it without my dogs. You know, no AB calling the plays, Jalen ball hawk, Bakari ball hawk, Noah rushing the fuck out. Ooh,
that's okay. You can
Noah rushing the quarterback is PG. Felix on the dog too. You know, so it's easy like that. You know, I just roam around and AB makes it easy on me.
Was there a moment in the season? Was there a moment in the season that you said, "Yeah, we're going to win the ship"?
Oh, when I seen the roster, when Jeff said like, oh, I see Jalen, I see Bakari, and then we added AB second week of the season. I'm like, yeah, for sure, we're winning the championship. And we have like Paul, you know, OG Paul, yo. So yeah, it was just a matter of getting the chemistry down and like getting ready for the season, getting ready for the playoffs, and making our playoff run. That's about it, yeah.
Is this the best Division B team ever in spring season?
I mean, 34-0. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sanders. Congratulations, guys. Back to you, Brent and Keon in the booth.
All right, so welcome back here. Obviously, you see Mo Khan on the field, just presented the championship trophy to Run It Once. MVP of the game, Sanders Armand. And, I mean, Keon, I think it's pretty safe to say we both agree with that selection.
Yeah, 100%. Sanders Armand had 2 touchdowns on offense, 1 pick on defense, but he also had 2 big pass deflections that led to interceptions. So, again, he assisted on basically, or was part of 3 interceptions. So, a complete two-way game from Sanders Armand. Well-deserved.
So Jeff Rosenblatt, right? That was one of the storylines. Who's going to win their first championship? Will it be Nick Schaefer, Jeff Rosenblatt? So now Jeff Rosenblatt, who's been in the league since 2013, obviously bought in the league now a couple years ago for Rod Campana. Finally, the wait is over for Jeff. He is a champion as a quarterback. Again, he won one as a snapper back with Legends a few years ago, but again, the 12-year wait to win one as a quarterback. So congrats to Jeff. A well-deserved title. Again, a 34-0 blowout victory over Mangoose. Keon, final thoughts?
Again, I didn't expect as a pure domination, especially on defense for Run It Once, but they came, they won the championship. So they played a really excellent game, especially defensively, and their offense did whatever it needed just to get the job done. Unfortunately for Mangoose, it wasn't the way that they wanted to end, but again, a 7-3 season is something to shy away for, but they're going to be still in the hunt for their first championship, especially for Nicholas Schaefer.
Yeah, definitely. So once again, congrats to Runner West. They'd run all the way to the championship again, 34-0 over Mangoose. Coming up next, we have the Co-Ed 1 Division Finals matchup between the number 1 seed, The Merge, and the number 3 seed, Lego My Flag. Lori Willette, who you guys have seen all day long calling games for us, done a phenomenal job. She plays for The Merge, so obviously she's trying to win another championship, add a third one to her resume. So good luck to both teams. Great game coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
now coming to you live with the Co-Ed 1 Finals. I'm in the booth, Alexis Dubois alongside
Keon Cyrus.
And we have Lego My Flag going up against the Merge, and I think we're about to get kicked off right now. The first thing you need to know about this game is that Lego My Flag will be playing with only 5 players, 3 guys, 2 girls. They are missing a girl. The snap goes immediately to Jeff Rosenblatt. He's aiming towards Sanders Armand. The pass is incomplete. It was flipped up by Lara. Sanders tried to get his hand on it, and it was nearly intercepted by Jérôme Hovington.
Yeah, with Lego My Flag playing with only 5 individuals on the field for the Merge, they didn't ask for this 6v5, but again, they're going to have to play with the advantage up. And so for them, they just have to stay collected throughout their defense, especially their offense. So let's see how Jeff Rosenblatt is able to contain the defense of the Merge with only 4 offensive weapons.
Only 4. That being said, it has been done before. There was already a Co-Ed 1 final 1, 5 versus 6. Second down, 2nd and 10. Jeff Rosenblatt looking towards Sanders Armand. He had Sanders popping open on a 10 in across the middle of the field. Simply missed him. Yeah. The one thing which is critical when you're playing 5v6 is people will be open. You have no room for error. Mistakes like that are not something that can happen repeatedly.
Yeah, maybe the fact that Jeff Rosenblatt has played just now for his Division B final, maybe a bit tired or whatnot, but again, especially with being 5v6, like you said, there's going to be open opportunities, but it has to be quick in terms of him getting the ball out and being precise.
And a Division B final, with much respect, that was not a very closely contested game where Jeff didn't have much pressure on his shoulders, whereas now he needs to be the key if Lego My Flag want to come away with the victory. 3rd down, 3rd and 10. Jeff is looking deep towards Sanders. It's overthrown, and we're already coming up to 4th and 10.
Yeah, that was a ball that was open to Sanders Armand there, but maybe it's a mix of fatigue on either both Armand or Rosenblatt there, as they just played recently. But again, like we mentioned earlier, mistakes like that, if they want to win this at a 5v6 deficit, they have to be critical.
Mistakes are simply not allowed. Having played 5v6 before, I said it happened before. It was Kiss My End Zone against Ligro Cook. Kiss My End Zone won 5 players against 6. What helped us was we executed perfectly. We ran a lot of very short, high percentage concepts, slowed the game down, and that way we were able to create something. However, what you really cannot allow yourself are those mistakes on open plays. Huge 4th down coming up early in the game. Rosenblatt takes the snap. He's looking towards his left. He flips his hip. It's thrown towards Paul Lapierre. That was Paul Lapierre over Coralie Leduc, a very good defender, but Paul will win that aerial matchup every single time.
Exactly, and finding Paul's a safety blanket there. Again, he's not playing snapper, it looks like, but again, just finding him on the mismatch there. And like you said, for a 5v6 and playing short as a game for offense, that might be the play for Rosenblatt and company, but let's see if they actually apply that for the rest of this game.
And that's the big difference in co-ed, is you can create mismatches without being more players. You can still oppose someone who's 6'3" in front of someone who's 5'3". And regardless of the talent of the 2 players, that foot mismatch will give you an advantage. On 1st down, we saw a quick slant across the field to Kwesi Gordon-Mall. Those are the kind of plays I want to see more from Lego My Flag. The play call I'd go to time and time again would be triple slants. You can remove the backside hook, triple slants left, triple slants right. Those concepts still work despite being 5 players.
100% there, and also they're not running deep routes with those triple slant concepts too. They're not going to get as tired. Yes, you have to make some cuts, but at least you're not going to be as tired when it comes to
That's a great point. Keep an eye out on these 2 girls for Lego My Flag. It is Lara Uzoka, and potentially Sarah Berbiche being the 2 female players. It's hot, it's humid in here. I think we're both sweating in the booth. Fatigue will become a factor. Routes will not be as crisp now as they will be late in the second half.
And again, that's for Lego My Flag to kind of keep their composure and not taking too much shots when it's unnecessary and playing more conservative. Unfortunately, that might not be the game plan that they want, but with the roster being only 5 individuals, 2 women and 3 men, you kind of have to, with the advantage that the Merge has with having an extra person on the field.
You're completely right. We now have 1st and goal, throwing to the back of the end zone towards Sarah Berbiche. There you had Marie-Joëlle Vandal in front of Berbiche. That is not a defender you want to test. She is lengthy. She has a fantastic vertical. I believe used to be a soccer goalkeeper. Can definitely go up for a ball like that.
If she was a soccer goalkeeper, she does cover a lot of ground there, and she ended up the season with 4 interceptions and 24 tackles for the Merge defense.
Having played against her, an explosive player, it seems unfair when people are fast, tall, and can jump. You need to be missing something, and she has all three. Second and goal, Rosenblatt with the ball in his hands, looking towards his left. Nearly picked off by Brady Hovington, but instead it's a flag on the play.
Yeah, I think Paul up here did have an extra step there. That's why the merge defenders were more pointing as before the ball was snapped.
So we think this was a false start on the offense. Let's wait and see. Referees pick up the cones. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 backwards. Good call. False start on the offense. Downs will be repeated, I believe. So we have a second goal now or third and goal?
I think it is that would
Yeah, we see 2 fingers up in the air. Second and goal from the 10. Essentially a 2-point convert. What are you dialing up?
Again, like you said, the triple slant concept, perhaps. You don't necessarily have to go straight into the end zone right away, but seeing if you could maybe get a mismatch, maybe Paul Lapierre or Coralie Leduc, or seeing Kwesi Gordon Mall, he's running
with his
out
speed, and this is going immediately picked off by Jérôme Hovington, makes a first man miss. He's rushing towards the end zone. Kwesi's tracking him down, but he will not get there in time. Touchdown, pick 6, the merge strike first. Hovington takes it back for 6.
So that is not something for let go my flag, but great anticipation by Hovington there. It looked like they almost Paul Lapierre was about to run a slant in to attack Aurélie Leduc, but Hovington was there to anticipate that ball and run it back there. And credits to him, running full speed with Kwesi Gordon Mall behind him and getting into the end zone.
I think that shows you how fast Hovington is. You look at him and you don't say, oh my God, this is a speedster. But Kwesi Gordon Mall is a former track star and one of the fastest players in the league. So to be able to maintain that 1 yard gap on him, truly credits to Hovington. We're now up 6-0 for the merge, trying to go and make this an 8-point game, a 2-point conversion attempt. Reeves takes the ball, throws it towards Hovington, who's in the backfield. Hovington tries to make Berbiche miss, throws it back to Reeves, passes incomplete. The score remains 6-0. What lessons should Lego My Flag be taking away from that first drive, and what is there to attack in this merge defense?
Everything was working well until the pick 6. Honestly, whenever they went deep, it didn't seem to work. But when they were working it short and moving the ball down the field, that was working. Unfortunately, Hovington for the merge made a great play on the ball there. So perhaps just keep it as short and simple, moving the ball down and taking as much time on the clock as they can.
I think that's a big key you just pointed to there. Slowing the game down. The less drives, the better. You want to make this a one-possession game and keep it a one-possession game as long as possible. Jeff Rosenblatt has the ball. He looks over the middle of the field, complete to Kwesi. Kwesi makes a first defender miss, a second miss, but cannot get past the sticky hands of Hovington. Tackles made, but not before a 15, 20-yard gain. That's exactly what Lego My Flag need. Short passes to players with yak potential. 2 players, Zalipsky and Kwesi, both very fast. They can make a defender miss.
Exactly, and that was a prime example of Gordon Mall being open there on a short route and running it for a bunch of yards after the catch. And like you said, that's basically going to have to be the bread and butter for Rosenblatt and company to keep this a close game and like bringing it down to the wire. And like you said, less possessions, the better for them.
Exactly. You want to play boring football. Short passes, long waits. Let's see if that's what they're waiting for. They seem to be going deep on second down towards Lazaru Koyashi. Had a step on Brady Ohanessian, but could not reel it in for 6.
So in that case, it was a great play, honestly, by Laura Zoka. Unfortunately, the ball was either just a tad over her head or a bit out of her reach. But again, Jeff Rosenblatt could make those passes in this kind of situation. But again, you can't rely on them too much because of the fact that you're 5v6.
Exactly, and that was wide open. The ball was placed, yes, a step ahead of Lara, but also in a safe position.
Exactly.
That pass was either dropped, a touchdown. There's no scenario where the defender's making a break on it. No issues throwing that kind of pass. Rosenblatt has the snap, looking towards Kwesi Gordon Mall. Caught and tackled immediately by Laurie Ouellet, a gain of 7 yards on the play.
Great stuff by Gordon Mall there. Great tackle by Laurie, making it very third and manageable for Lego My Flag. So let's see what the concept they come up with. But again, as much as you would want it to be flashy, they're 5v6 and keeping it boring, whether it's your triple slants or having some hooks there or whatnot, or a drag. Something just, honestly, with the fast receivers, the men and women that they have here, just getting the first down and kind of working it between inside their 10.
That's a question I do have. If you look at this merge defense, a lot of very talented players. That being said, no one's exceptionally tall. I think Brady's standing there at maybe 5'11", 6 foot on a good day is the tallest defender. Here we have a second down looking towards Kwesi at the back of the end zone. The ball is overthrown. And if you look at the 2 players that Lego My Flag have on the bench? Paul Lapierre, a tall, imposing man. Sanders, an aerial threat. I'm curious what the logic is to have speed in the lineup instead of size.
Maybe it could be a fact that they're both fatigued. I'm not sure, as they both have just played. But again, I feel like there is going to be a point in the lineup where both Paul Lapierre and Sanders Armand are both on the field, especially to potentially get that mismatch of height wherever they're on the field, because they basically have it wherever they stand.
Especially if both of them on the field, you 100% have the height mismatch present. That being said, let's turn our attention down the field level. It is 4th and 3, a pivotal play coming up. Rosenblatt takes the snap. He looks to Ozolaf, surveying the field, throws towards Kwesi. The ball is dropped. Turnover on downs. Unfortunately, the margin for error for Lego My Flag is just about 0. And with these small mistakes, one drop here, one drop there, they're unable to score on their second possession.
Guatemala really did a delayed in on that, and unfortunately he wasn't able to come up with it. He had a chance on the bobble to catch it back, but unfortunately he wasn't able to recover it, giving the Merge, I think, their first offensive drive fully in the game.
Yes, they've only had one play on offense. It was a 2-point conversion attempt, which was unsuccessful. We have a high-powered offense here for the Merge, quarterbacked by Marc-André Reeves. Keep an eye on the likes of Laurie Ouellette, a speedy receiver, Jérôme Hovington, a name FPFers will know very well. Let's see where they're looking on first down. This is towards Sarah Maud. Passes complete, tackle made immediately by Lara. That being said, when you're playing 5v6, in theory, all hooks will work every single time.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, like, what for an offense, what do you do in that situation? And I played in some 5v6 moments. And again, as much as it's boring, 5v6, all hooks tends to be open. As long as your quarterback makes the right reads, which Reeves is the type of quarterback to make the right reads there, he can make it work.
And there we have Laurie catching the pass on second down, tries to make a defender miss, but is unsuccessful. That being said, still a gain of 10 yards, first down at the 10. When I played 5v6 is you need to have the other quarterback make a mistake. You need to have a rush you can get in his head. You need to take some passing lanes away. It's all about making the quarterback get off his first read and then making one mistake. You need to have the other quarterback make a singular mistake in the ball game, and then you make none. That is how you win 5v6. We're looking over the middle of the field, completed towards Coralie Leduc. You had Jérôme standing in the back of the end zone all alone. He could have chosen his pick of receivers. Multiple are open. We have second and goal.
So in this situation, how would you defend it if you are Lego My Flags, especially Alex Zalipski, a great fast rusher there. But again, you have Marc-André Reeves, who is very mobile and can make the right reads. What do you do for a defense for Lego My Flag?
For me, it's the keys just jump everything. You play essentially a corner lock where you'll lock the outside corridors, one free safety over top. And now here we have third and goal. We'll come back to your question in a second. Reeves is dancing, and there he threw over the middle of the field, perhaps an ill-advised throw. So what you saw there is exactly what you want to do, is you want to jump the first read, and then force the quarterback to come to their second or third read, make an off-platform throw, and you tell your defenders, we will get beat, so it doesn't matter if you get baited on a hook and go, jump the hook. If there's a 5% chance you can jump a hook for an interception, that's fine. I'm okay with the 95% risk of a touchdown. You make, and exactly what you saw there from Sanders Armand, he was actually on the team that played 5v6 in the Code 1 finals a few years ago. He saw an outside hook and immediately bailed on that, and in all honesty, could have stabbed that one hand to come away with the pick. So what you saw right there, for a very long-winded answer to your question, is you take risks and you gamble that they will make one more mistake than you.
That was a great anticipation by Sanders Armand there. Unfortunately, couldn't get a pick there, but right concept, as you said.
And forcing a fourth down here, thrown over the middle of the field. Touchdown, Hovington. He's asking for the flag. He won't get it, but it doesn't matter. He has 6 points.
Always doing a great grab there.
He has great hands in traffic, a very, very reliable receiver. They're now up 12-0, going for 2, just really trying to put the hammer down. In this scenario, would you go for 1 or 2?
I know that they've been more successful on 2s, and the ability of having a quarterback like Marc-André Reeves running the ability to run the ball on for 2. So I don't hate this decision, especially it's a 5v6. So for the Merge, they probably feel as if they have the ability to take more risks. And going for 2 is not really risky, especially with an 11-0 lead, or 12-0.
12-0 lead. We'll get the scoreboard updated for you momentarily. Here we see a 2-quarterback play, and Reeves is scrambling and fires towards a wide-open Coralie Leduc, who, despite the small bobble, reels it in a 14-0 lead. Lego My Flag. It's going to sound obvious, need to score now. It doesn't matter how fast they score, but they need 6 points. They need to prove they can punch it in.
Yeah, exactly. And again, they have roughly 5 minutes left on the clock, but scoring now is basically pivotal for them.
What I'd like to see is they're playing essentially like 5v5 with 2 receivers flexed out to the right, 1 receiver isolated wide left. What that's allowing this merge defense to do is isolate in more on each individual receiver. If you can go to bunch sets, trips left, or even have your receiver play in the slot instead of out wide, you'll have an easier time creating high-lows and leveraging defenders at multiple levels. So let's see if they come to trips plays later on. This is a very normal bunch on first down. Kwesi elevates in front of Reeves for the catch. That's the kind of concepts which will work when you start layering the defense at 2 or 3 levels. It doesn't matter if you're 5v6, because in that individual zone, you're 3 versus 2. So that number 5v6 becomes irrelevant.
Yeah, and that was a great ball by Rosenblatt for only the hands that Gordon was able to catch that with. And again, keeping it safe. They've been playing majority safe, and unfortunately with a pick 6 or whatnot, but they just got to keep it up, especially with clock slowly winding down. But they shouldn't be in any rush.
They shouldn't be in any rush. They just need to prove to themselves they can score. We're looking deep now towards Sanders. Armand bobbled, caught out of bounds. Hovington with the PD, but again, a riskier ball. Was that risk needed when you had Lara dragging right across Rosenblatt's face, who could have also made the grab?
Yeah, I don't think I agree with you with that. Could have been luckily the fact that the ball was overthrown to be incomplete, and the fact, but again, there was Lara Zoga underneath as well as Gordon Mall running the opposite way that could have been short off there. But luckily for them, no interception. But again, can't take too many risks.
Rosenblatt's a quarterback who does like the deep ball, who likes stretching the field, who has a nice arm and likes to show it off. Unfortunately, this is the kind of game where you need to show off your patience, your FPF intellect, and those are skills which can help you slightly more than your deep ball placement. Let's see if he's going to make this switch. We hear of second down, aiming towards Paul Lapierre. He had a very small window on the sideline, just missed. 3rd and 10, getting behind the sticks now is tricky.
Yeah, at this point, I would say, again, Rosenblatt's been going a bit more intermediate to deep range. So honestly, if he's able to get a shorter route to make it maybe 4th and 5, 4th and 4, very manageable. Because again, you're gonna end up going for it on 4th down, so you might as well get some yards now and
cut
make it
the
at
sticks
4.
in 2. I completely agree, and that's the change we'd like to see coming from this Lego My Flag offense. 3rd and 10. Rosenblatt holds the ball, fires towards Lara. Brady was on her heels, incomplete. 4th down, 4th and 10. We're still 2 minutes left now in the first half. We haven't even entered pro clock yet. However, is this 4th and ball game?
I would say no, but at the same time too, it's not unless the merge scores before half. If they do, then it's kind of tough in a sense. But basically, you want to play it as if it's 4th and done at a point.
They're still alive. That being said, they need to prove to themselves they can score. What I would like to see here, for example, on the right of your screen, we have fly from the wide receiver, a 10 out from Kwesi, and that 10 out, pulling the receiver deeper, should be open. We here have Paul Lapierre flashing over the middle of the field. Jeff throws his hands up, grasps his forehead. He missed Paul. He was open. Turnover on downs, 1:40 left. Now, this Lego My Flag defense needs to stall.
Yeah, 100% there. That is a throw that Rosenblatt would love to take back because the concept worked. Gordon Mall was able to take Brady Ohanissian away from the middle, which led Paul Lapierre wide open. Unfortunately, wasn't able to connect with him, and now it's up to the defense of Lego My Flag to get a stop, a much-needed stop now.
And I think Jeff knows that. When you saw him, he hit his forehead with the football. He knew he had the touchdown. That's when he'll regret. We have here Reeves looking towards Coralie Reduc, flying over the middle of the field, and Kwesi Gordon Mall crashing in right behind her. I think if that ball was a foot higher and perhaps on target for Coralie, Kwesi had hands on it.
Yeah, 100%. He was step for step, but again, leaving the middle of the field there is a bit risky. I know it's Coralie Leduc there, and maybe Kwesi feels much better with the matchup, but still, you can't leave the middle of the field open as much as Kwesi has the speed to kind of catch up, but you don't want to play that gamble all game, especially playing 5v6.
I think the issue is when you're 5v6 is every single play is a gamble. You need to leave someone open inherently because you're 5v6. And then you're trying to jump something. Hovington's crossing the field. Griza evades Zalipski, passes complete to Hovington. He makes Kwesi miss, and he runs it in for the touchdown. It is 20-0. Hovington with his 2nd touchdown of the game. 2nd or 3rd?
I think think that is his second. No, that might be
That's
his
his third.
Yeah, his third
Pick
overall.
6, touchdown, and then the contested 4th down grab.
Yeah.
Covington making an early case for that MVP award.
100% there. Unfortunately, Kwesi Gordon was there, but unfortunately wasn't able to get the flags. And Covington was able to once again run it back for a touchdown, which he already has 3, like we mentioned. Early case for MVP.
Very solid case. The good news for Lego My Flag is a minute 30 left on the clock. 2-point conversion attempt coming up for the merge. Reeves dancing towards his right, firing towards the back of the end zone. Lucky Willette elevates, and she stamps those 2 feet down. The conversion is good. A great toe tap catch from Lori.
Yeah, we're going to see on the replay here. She makes the catch at the high point and is able to get her toes down before the out of bounds line in the back. So there we see.
And made it look easy. Goes up 1 foot.
Yeah.
Oh, not 2 feet.
But
Want
she
to
got the
show
one.
off. I know. I'm still a believer. I still think it should be 2 feet. It is 1. This is my dated belief. She would have been good for 2 if she could have tapped the other one. I'm sure that had the rule still been in effect, should have gotten the second one down.
100%.
Now the good news is, a minute 30 on the clock. There is still time for Lego My Flag to prove to themselves they're able to score against this merge defense. Jeff is rolling to his left, drags him across the field, firing towards Zalipski, and just past the outstretched arms of his speedy receiver. He had a step on Covington, and Brady wasn't quite making it over the top.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Lego My Flag and Jeff because Zalipski did have to step on them both. But again, you have a minute 24 left. It was not a bad idea to go a deep shot, but again, you have some time to kind of work it through. But again, it makes it 2nd and long, which again, slowly with the time management, with a minute 24, kind of need to move the ball.
They do need to move the ball. Very astute observation. Some yards would be helpful here on 2nd down. Let's see what Jeff can dial up. He calls Kwesi's number, who tries to make a first defender miss. He makes 2 miss. He tries to get around Reeves. He does as well. He tries to juke, and finally Laurie yanks the flag. But he made there, I think, 1, 2, 3 very good merge defenders miss, and that's the threat that Kwesi can pose.
Exactly, and great job from Kwesi Gordon from getting around those defenders from the merge and now making it within the 10-yard, I think. It looks like they're at the 10-yard line, Lego My Flag, with a minute 15. So, again, getting points on the board is what they need.
And time is of no concern. If anything, there's too much time on the clock, and they'd love to run some of this time off. It'd be interesting to see, do you try to complete a 2-yard hook to run 40 seconds off the clock? I think they just want the points at this point. But it's 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line. 4 cracks from the 10. Holds the ball towards Kwesi. Another drop.
Yeah, I think Gordon wanted the ball a bit earlier on that because he was kind of just following the eyes of Rosenblatt. And once Rosenblatt threw it to him, I guess he just either wasn't ready for it or whatnot. But like you were saying earlier, like would they run a 2-yard hook to waste off time? I thought that could have been a very possibility because, again, they're still in range of scoring if they get 2 or 3 yards. And at least it limits the amount of time that the merge would have if they scored to get the ball and score on themselves.
Because the merge, even with a minute 6v5, I'd like them to score in a minute. I think they'd be the betting favorites with 50 seconds on the clock. Here we're looking back towards Kwesi, who's been the leading receiver. And is he? Yes, he gets out of bounds before he's tackled, stopping the clock. I think he actually might have rather gotten tackled inbounds in that scenario. We now have 3rd down at the 4-yard line, 54 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I think it looked like his main focus was reaching to get the yards, but again, this is momentum allowed him to be pushed out of bounds there. So again, it's 3rd down. They're at their 4, so they have 2 plays. You're dialing up, honestly, you don't have to go straight back of the end zone ins or whatnot, but having Paul up here and Sanders Armand both on the sideline right now,
because at the back of the end zone, they have the height mismatch. They can go up for a ball. It's what they do fantastically. Jeff scrambling to his left, throws towards Kwesi. Pass is incomplete. Came down out of bounds. And here on 4th down, you do see Sanders jogging in, potentially for Zalipski.
Yeah, unfortunately for Gordon he wasn't able to get his feet in bounds there. It was the ball that was perfectly where he could have been, but again, he was already towards the back of the end zone. It was tough, but having Armand now add some height there, so maybe that could even if Armand doesn't get the ball here, it at least focuses the defensive attention towards him, like maybe it leaves a one-on-one for one of his other
because
receivers.
As a defender, you kind of naturally draw your attention to someone like Sanders, has had an illustrious FPF career, makes a living on contested catches. He is the kind of player you want here in the red zone. Let's see, 4th down coming up. Rosenblatt takes the ball. He's looking towards Sanders. He throws towards the back of the end zone. Lara has the catch. Lego My Flag are on the board. It's 22-6. And I believe we have a 2-point convert incoming. That's exactly what the doctor ordered before the half. A little confidence booster. A nice ball layered at the back of the end zone. And a perfect catch, making it look easy.
Exactly, and getting a score before half, honestly, for Lego My Flag was the #1 priority, and it looked like Ohanisien really focused on Sanders Armand, which, again, that could have been the whole point of him getting on the field, which left Lara at the back of the end zone for an easy catch.
I think it was brain games there. You see Sanders come on, you obviously give him the attention he deserves. He's one of the better receivers in the league. Jeff realized that, stared him down. The defense stepped up, which left the completion to the back of the end zone. 2-point convert now incoming for Rosenblatt, firing towards the back of the end zone. That's Marie-Joëlle Vandal with the interception on the convert. The 2-point is no good. Sturdy hands, and there you see her frame. She imposed herself in front of someone like Kwesi. She's not intimidated by someone who, yes, has a great vertical. She knows she can jump with any guy on this field.
Yeah, and she honestly made the right coverage there. Again, you're going to see that they're going to go towards like the middle of the end zone, and for her frame and also their ability to read the ball perfectly well there made it pretty easy for her to jump with anyone there, like you mentioned.
Exactly. 44 seconds. Lego My Flag need a stop. This pass is completed towards C.R.A. Tackled inbounds. Leo's winding his arm. That means time continues to roll. 35 seconds counting. 30. Let's look towards the sidelines here. If I'm the quarterback, I'm dialing up a quick out route. Look towards C.R.A. and Laurie to run quick outs. The pass is completed towards Victor in the middle of the field. Tackle made immediately by Sarah Berbiche. Clock has now stopped and will recommence on the ready-to-play whistle.
Yeah, getting the first down there was key. And again, 23 seconds basically until the whistle is being blown gives the Merge, honestly, enough time where you get a few plays before the end of the game.
And the clock has restarted when you heard that whistle. Reeves is now looking deep towards C.R.A. Caught! Touchdown! Kwesi undershot. C.R.A. went up for it. It is 28-6. Kwesi thought he had a line on that one, and Reeves just put a bit of extra mustard on it and got it over the men. And go.
Yeah, great hands there by C.R.A. and Mathieu right there. Kwesi Gordon thought he was able to jump that route perfectly, just over the outreached arms of him in the air. Great ball by Reeves and great catch by C.R.A.
That being said, if I'm Lego My Flag, that's the kind of play that makes me enthusiastic. Kwesi, a fantastic player. Yes, he missed that time. You see 2 hands on his head now, slightly frustrated. If Reeves throws that ball 3 more times, it will be picked at least once. And that's what Lego My Flag need. They need Reeves to make a mistake, and that's the kind of the ball where you can see a mistake being made. We now have 3 quarterbacks. Fire towards the back of the end zone, towards C.R.A. It is dropped. We have Victor, I believe there, Victor Boutin, who did not throw the nicest spiral known to man. That being said, C.R.A. would like that catch back.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest spiral, but again, when you are open like that, you do want to catch that. So unfortunately for C.R.A. it didn't come up with. 16.3 seconds left for Lego My Flag. It is 28-6, but you know they have some speedsters. They have the ability to move up the chains to potentially get another score. Again, the last thing they would want to do is to give up the ball back to the Merge in this time crunching half.
Who scored 28 points in the first half. Now, interesting. The speedsters are off the field and Size is on the field. You are looking towards Sarah Berbiche. Catch the ball, goes out of bounds for a 9-yard gain. Clock will stop. 13 seconds. That's the perfect play. The Merge are playing a soft prevent defense. Take what the defense gives you. Eat those 9 yards.
Yeah, if they end up doing again the Merge, if they play soft again, I expect Rosenblatt to actually make the same basically read to get out of bounds. You have enough time for 2, potentially 3 plays, depending on how the defense is covering Lego My Flag.
I'd feel confident about getting 3 plays in here. Rosenblatt's not a quarterback who likes to scramble. He has his usual 2-step drop, 3-step drop, and gets the ball out on rhythm. I think 4 seconds of play is invisible. We have 13 seconds now on the clock. Complete the Paul Lapierre, tackled out of bounds. And that was, we went from 13 to 10 seconds, 3 seconds of play. They have 4 plays left to continue running them at 3 seconds a clip.
Yeah, exactly. That was perfect. Paul Lapierre was able to backpedal to get out of bounds before Hovington was able to deflag him. And again, they cut down the field in a very short amount of time. They are roughly at they're 17 yards.
They're 17 yards out. This has been perhaps their best drive. Let's see if they can cap it off with a touchdown, but the efficiency they've shown has been impressive. You have a bunch set on the right, pass completed towards Sanders, gets out of bounds. This is something for me which is encouraging. They, instead of bunching up the receivers, put them on the outsides. They're stretching the merge defense. You had a bunch set to your right. It's that kind of creativity and forcing the merge into scenarios they're not used to, which will allow Lego My Flag to create opening, create separation on offense.
But as a defense, do you play more tighter, especially to the boundaries, because you know that they're going to be playing out of bounds, or do you let them kind of get that as you have the advantage?
Great question. My general call is to leave the middle of the field open and dare you catch the ball in bounds, and we'll see what happens with the time. Rosenbach looking, end zone, intercepted by Hovington. He came over. He made the play that Kwesi Gordon-Mall wanted to make on the C.R.A. touchdown and snatched that ball away from the waiting hands of Paul Lapierre, who thought he had 6 points in his mitts.
Yeah, the ball initially was there, but Hovington made a great play for his second interception of the half, giving Marc-Andre Reeves and company 1.9 seconds on the clock.
1.9 seconds. You're up 28-6. You're 6v5. Do you just need this one out, or do you want to check it?
From knowing how Marc-Andre Reeves plays, he's going to play it out.
I have no doubt he's going to play it. I'm saying, would you play it out?
Me personally, depending on how I'm feeling about my opponents, probably not. But again, the championship game, you didn't ask to play 5v6. You're just giving the cards that was to you.
The 5v6 has nothing to do with the merge. They're playing their game. That's all they have to do. And trust me, I know they want this championship. I've been chatting with them on the sidelines. Reeves is trying to go for his second of the day. Hovington had that one, perhaps a step towards the end zone. It comes up incomplete. And now we're going to be turning halftime here. We're heading back up to the booth. I'm Alexis Dubois with the Co-Ed 1 Finals alongside
Keon Cyrus.
And the score is 28-6 at the half. If you're Lego My Flag, how are you getting ready? And what are you telling yourselves to come out firing in this second half?
Again, you're going to feel that you have the opportunity to be more selective with your plays, be more aggressive. And the thing is, you could take some shots sometimes, but again, you can't feel the fact that you're going to keep throwing it deep or whatnot because you see that the deficit is that much of a gap. Taking your time there and making the right reads, as Rosenbach has shown to be doing in the first half. It is tough playing with a big deficit, but again, you can't be looking at the deficit too much and letting it get in your head.
So for me, my key would be just insane levels of aggressivity on defense. You have to view it as every drive should be a one-play touchdown or an interception. Right? At a certain level, they can no longer slow the game down. So if you're not slowing the game down, you need to go the other extreme. If you see a hook, jump it. Jump the first move of a double move and see what you can provoke. Leave the fly going down the sideline open. Keep it there from the corner of your eye and see if you can bait that throw like Kwesi tried to do on the C.R.A. touchdown, because at this point you need to create something. You just want to get this down to a 14-point spread when you have the ball at the end, and then you tell yourself, 14 points. I can do this with a touchdown, an onside kick, and a 2-point convert.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like you mentioned, the good points on defense for Lego My Flag. You have to be aggressive in that aspect because, again, the merge could either play conservative or they could go deep with the advantage, with the lead, and both the amount of people on the field. So, again, playing aggressive. And, again, if you don't get the interception like Kwesi didn't get, unfortunately, that's fine. But it shows that you're willing to risk the fact that you're trying to get an interception on those plays.
So I completely agree, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the way Kwesi played that touchdown. He's trying to make a play, and that's what you owe yourself. We've talked a lot about Lego My Flag and how they can adjust. Let's turn our attention to the merge for a second. We've had a fantastic regular season, 9-1, top seed, most points scored, least points conceded. They very much deserve to be up 28-6 in this championship game, regardless of how many players their opponents have. If you're being hypercritical, is there anything this merge team can change in the second half? Or if they dial up exactly what they did in the first, is that enough?
I think it is enough. If they want, maybe on defense, to maybe be a bit aggressive, a bit more, if they really feel like they want to. But I feel like overall they've been playing really well offensively and defensively with what they've been given in the situations, especially making stops and getting interceptions.
They've done a great job taking what's being given to them. Yeah. They haven't seemed greedy. They haven't chucked it deep. They haven't gone, okay, let's go for verticals. Let's try out our arms. Let's show off for the cameras. And now we're turning our attention back down the field level. They have played a conservative defense. They have an extraordinarily talented squad. I think what really makes this merged team the class of the Co-Ed 1 division is the quality of their female players. We've talked about Marie-Joëlle Vandal, who has speed, who has range, but then you have a player like Laurie Ouellette, who's shifty, who is fast, who makes every single catch you want of her. Simply put, they're creating mismatch not only with the likes of Jérôme, who's one of the better players in FPF, but also they're always confident that their female players will win 1v1, and that level of confidence is a fantastic feeling. Now let's see, we're starting the second half. Reeves takes the ball, goes towards Coralie Leduc, tries to make a defender miss. She's tackled by Sarah Berbiche. Another 10-yard gain, 7-yard gain, 2nd and 2.
Yeah, with the women on the merged roster, they are exceptionally talented individually, and it fits the way that Marc-Andre Reeves plays as a quarterback. Having reliable hands and running great routes, especially on offense. But don't overlook them on defense. Sarah Maud-Mathieu as a great rusher in her own right, having, I think, 11 rushes, sacks, my apologies, in the regular season.
And we see have a false start from Marie-Joëlle Vandal. We were slightly too complimentary. I'm very sorry. We didn't mean to jinx anyone. But you're completely right. Sarah Maud, I think, is the most underrated rusher in FPF. She actually played with me in Men's Division 3 during the winter when Chris Reve was playing quarterback. Those two know each other well. And she was a good rusher by Division 3 standards. So regardless of what division she's playing in, she never misses a flag. And the second she gets close, you know she's going to make the sack. We now have 2nd and longer. Now going towards Lucky, makes the catch, tries to make Sanders miss, darting down the sidelines. That's a nice 35-yard gain.
Yeah, honestly, great job for Marc-Andre Reeves in terms of stretching the field in different levels, having his receivers run short, intermediate, and Laurie looked like she just ran basically a hook and go there, got the space from Laura Uzoka, and honestly, right before the opportunity for Sanders Armand to make a play there for the ball.
That's why we keep on talking about the mistake and forcing Reeves into creating, a throw he'd regret. I've played with Reeves. He doesn't make a lot of those throws. So yes, you're trying to play a numbers game. You're trying to play a statistics game. That being said, not likely that he's going to make one of those errors. Here you see Joël running across the field, passes towards Laurie. Again, we were slightly too complimentary about the hands. The pass was dropped.
That was a great rush by Alexandre Zalipski. Even though Marc-Andre Reeves felt like he was dancing with him a bit, but Zalipski was there toe for toe, which made the throw, even though Laurie Ouellette had the ball in her hands there, it wasn't as easy, especially with the rush there.
It just made an easy play that bit harder, and I think Zalipski does deserve credit for his rushing. When you see the combination of the defense takes away the first read, plus Zalipski gets in quick, that's when you see this Lego My Flag defense at their best. Here we go, immediately towards Lucarino, picked off by Kwesi Omoro, running down the sidelines. He returns this for 6. Touchdown, Lego My Flag. We've been talking about it all game long. They need a mistake. Is that the mistake that's going to get this offense firing and get this Lego My Flag team back in the game?
If there was a play for that to description, 100% yes. Kwesi Guatemala jumping that route perfectly, and even with the little stutter on Marc-Andre Reeves running it back and running for the touchdown there, that could be the start. There's under 17 minutes left in this game. It's a 16-point deficit. But again, like we said at half, especially what you said, get the game to 14. You had the onside with your timeouts. Let's kind of work towards that. One more stop could work this. They're going for 2 to make this a 14-point deficit.
14 points is what they need. They need to get the ball in their hands down 14. And I think Kwesi deserves credit for the play he just made there. Not only was it jumping the route, it was choosing to leave the receiver open, knowing he could jump the route. A fantastic play by a savvy FPF vet. Sanders Armand wide open at the back of the end zone. We see a fly coming from Leo, taps his head, illegal participation, 2-point convert is no good. Sanders is going to regret that one. He had roughly a hectare of separation.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sanders Armand, he wasn't able to keep his feet in bounds before the ball got to him. And I think Braden Ohanessian knew from the get-go as he pointed towards the boundaries that Sanders was out.
That's a lot of confidence in the refs. Brady's savvy. I'm sure he knew. I'm sure he was confident. And Leo's a great official who will always spot those calls. We now have a 16-point ball game. Reeves is looking deep towards Sarah Maud. Backpedaling tackle made by Kwesi. There you saw Kwesi getting a bit greedy. You had Berbiche covering Vandal on the sideline. Kwesi tried to jump up and make a play, thinking about a second pick 6, and instead left Sarah Maud open over top.
100% there, like you said, Alexi. But the thing is, like you said earlier, they have to keep with this aggressive pressure, unfortunately. Yes, he got the pick 6 on the last defensive play, but he has to keep going. Not only him, but the rest of the defense has to play really aggressive. So if they let up plays like that, it's not the end of the world because
You're completely right. And completely right. The merge now with the ball, first down, looking towards the back of the end zone. Hovington just adds one more touchdown to his MVP case. And now the interception is quickly forgotten. Pick 6. Who? The merge are up 36-12.
Yeah, Laura Uzoka was just fingertips from them, but Marc-Andre Reeves with a perfect ball over her fingers right into the hands of Hovington for his 4th touchdown overall of the game.
I think what Reeves does best as a quarterback is the layering of passes. He does an exceptional job of getting over the first layer of defenders and fitting in passes between that first level and deeper defenders. 2-point conversion attempt. Hovington coming back. Interception made by Lara Uzoka. A great break on the ball. Those are the plays which give this Lego My Flag team confidence. More of that is a great sign.
Yeah, even though that was for a conversion play, great play by Lara there for getting the interception there. They're going to have to keep it up on their normal defensive plays. But again, now with the offense down by 22, have to kind of speed it up a bit. As much as your defense is playing very aggressive and they got a pick 6, but now it got nullified with the touchdown by Hovington, Rosenblatt has to realize the clock is not on his side.
The clock is very much his enemy. They need one more stop on defense. And obviously to score every single drive. That easy. Going deep towards Zalipski. And again, just inches past his outstretched fingertips. But Hovington was matching his friend Zalipski down the sideline stride for stride.
Yeah, I liked about that ball was that it was a bit more on the outside. So even though Hovington was there step for step, the only way that ball would have been caught is if, one, it was a bit shorter off, and also it would have been on the outside for Zalipski to hold it in, where Hovington would have had a much difficult chance, especially because he was running alongside him.
You're completely right. They're taking a shot every single set of downs, and that was a safe ball. It was an incomplete pass or a touchdown. You're okay with that risk every single time. This pass is towards Kwesi, stabs it with one hand. He's showing off. Tackle made by Brady.
Random one-hand catch by Kwesi there. A bit dangerous in a sense, because if he didn't fully come up down with that,
Brady was waiting for
yeah,
that.
Exactly. Brady was right behind him there. So credit to Kwesi for catching that. And look, now they're still manageable. They're around the 16-yard line. And again,
moving quickly. This is what you wanted to see from the Lego My Flag offense 3 possessions ago. That being said, they're looking good now, and they can still get to that mythical 14-point number. First down, Rosenblatt takes a snap, fires the out and in to Zalipski, tries to make C.R.A. miss, cannot make Hovington miss. First down on the play, 1st and goal. Those kinds of double moves where you're isolating a single defender against your shifty receiver are a very efficient way, regardless of the numbers on the field.
Yeah, great job from Zalipski for moving the ball up there, but Rosenblatt actually had Lara, who ran like a seam or a very late corner as the snapper there, so that might be something to look up in the future. But again, great job for making it at their 5-yard line with short field to work with for Lego My Flag.
Second down, 2nd and goal. Jeff fires towards Lara, who clearly called for the ball, reaching, outstretching, touchdown, Lego My Flag. The score is now 18-34, a huge 2-point convert incoming to make this a 14-point game.
Yeah, so great job from Lara from reaching. Brady wasn't able to get the flag, especially with Lara literally dipping her hips a bit low so Brady couldn't reach. So again, these 2 points are very pivotal to make it the key 14 points that we've been talking about all game long.
Lara's a fantastic player, won the Women's A championship with IceCold, I believe, earlier today. I think she has a very similar profile to Laurie Ouellette. She has that same burst, reliable hands, and then those moves to make a defender miss after the field. A very similar profile, in my opinion. We have a 2-point convert coming. Cannot stress the importance of this play enough. Jeff Rosenblatt trying to claw his team back into the game. Fires towards Kwesi. The catch is made. It's a 14-point game. Don't hold your breath, but this Lego My Flag team is a stop away from making this very interesting.
100%. Great anticipation there from Guatemala to make the catch over Coralie Leduc. And great job for Rosenblatt for identifying the matchup there. Yes, Hovington was kind of spying it, but because he was playing on the inside, it allowed a straight ball from Guatemala to be caught as he ran like basically a seam there.
And don't let Kwesi's height fool you. He has a fantastic vertical and plays far, far taller than he is. First down, the merge. Reeves drops that pass. I think he was looking towards Coralie Leduc, and then he got a flashback of Kwesi breaking in on that for a pick 6. Tried to pull it back, and it slipped out of his hands. Was Coralie open on that play?
She was, but I also saw number 3, Sarah Berbiche, right there too. So maybe he anticipated that, but not from Kwesi, but from Sarah, because if that ball was thrown, Sarah was right there with her speed that she jumped that pass. That could have been in the second pick 6.
They're making Reeves think. right? It's a silly thing to say, and he's an extraordinarily wise quarterback, but just being able to make him wait a second and think is all you really need. And here, second down, another incomplete pass. Where this Lego My Flag defense at their best is when they take away the first read, maybe the second, and then Zalipski is right on the heels of Reeves and forced him into a very difficult throw towards his snapper, Victor Boutin.
Yeah, exactly. And that is from Lego My Flag. That's what they need. And as a former teammate of Marc-Andre Reeves, what do you expect him to come up with on this third down?
In all honesty, I think he'd just come up with all hooks. He very much believes in the mentality of splitting the sticks in two. There's 5 defenders. He has 2 hooks on his right, one of which will be open. He doesn't listen to me. He ran for, I believe, a 12-hook concept, so 2 12 hooks, forcing the defenders to split. They left Hovington open. That was a mistake. He made them pay. 2 drops. Who remembers that? All we see now is a first down at the 15-yard line.
And again, for Lego My Flag, it is a tough break for Hovington to make that look a bunch of yards over there. But again, when Kwesi Gordon made that pick 6, it was inside their own 10. So it has to play aggressive defense at this point of the game. So they've done it once. It's possible for them to do it again.
And this is where the windows start getting smaller, right? There's less and less field, more defenders for less field. Marie-Joëlle Vandal running an in. Colin Reluduc also running a drag, outstretching the ball. A 6-yard pickup tackle made by Lara, but not before a hefty pickup on first down.
The first 2 reads from Marc-Andre Reeves were kept in touch by Lego My Flag defense, but unfortunately for them, Coralie Leduc was able to run a deeper, short in there with the time of the fact that there is a miss. They are missing a player there, which allowed her to have open space and to get some yards.
Yeah, you'd love to see Zalipski just get there a second quicker, right? If he was able to get in a passing lane, make that sack, then that 3rd or 4th read would no longer be there. And in this kind of game, you need that from your rusher. Second down, second and short. Zalipski barreling in, makes Hovington flush, finds Vandal open, reaches over Kwesi's shoulder. That's enough for a first down, not enough for a touchdown. We're now in the red zone. What's so hard now is defending 5 players, is defending your 5 receivers with only 4 defenders in coverage. What are you dialing up to try to bait a pick this close to the goal line?
And they've been doing before with this, honestly, leaving a receiver open in anticipation that Reese will look at the open receiver and jump the play. Like, that's the best thing they can really do to get a pick at this point, because if you're playing man or playing a person,
it looks like they might be leaving Sarah Maud open at the back. Instead, it's towards Marie-Joëlle Vandal with the touchdown. Very nice of Jérôme Hovington to share his touchdowns. Vandal comes up with 6 and stretches the lead back to 20 points.
Yeah, great concept there. And like you mentioned earlier, leaving Sarah Maud open, you're just anticipating that Reese won't find the only open person if you are Lego My Flag. But for him, it was too easy than finding
Marie-Joëlle Vandal. Yeah. A fantastic receiver, savvy, despite not a huge amount of flag experience as opposed to other players who've been playing since they're young, knows to reach the ball, stretches it over the goal line. Good for the touchdown. Now going for 2 as this team loves to do, firing the corner towards Coralie Leduc, but not before Lara's able to get a hand on that. That's a fantastic play. Sitting on the first cone, hips with Marie-Joëlle Vandal, then opens up and can still have time to get to the corner. That's the speed of Lara Zakoria on display right there.
Yeah, great play by Lara right there. And again, down by 20. So again, it's not over. They need to score to keep it to the key number of 14.
They need a score, they need a stop, they need an onside kick, and they need 2 points, and then they need to win in overtime. That is the formula to victory for Lego My Flag. Instead, pass complete to Sanders Armand, just getting past the outstretched tips of Jérôme Hovington. He thought he had the pick, but Sanders snatched it away from him.
Yeah, Hovington was eyeing for another pick there on Sanders, but that's the gamble you take. You try to get a pick there, and what happens? You let up an extra 15 yards there. So credits to Sanders for moving the ball up, especially on a tight window there. And again, they're in range of scoring. They just have to keep it up and limit any turnovers that they could cause.
At the same time, for Jérôme, you realize that a pick ends the game, so it's a very tempting proposition. Passes fire towards Kwesi, tries to make Victor miss. Victor instead grabs both flags, hands them back to Kwesi. After a 7-yard gain, we are now inside the red zone. Not that I think Jeff was considering running this.
Yeah, no. Like I was talking with Brent on Jeff's last game in Division B. We would love to see Jeff Rosenblatt run, but unfortunately, we don't think we're going to get it.
I would love to see it. I'm not sure it's going to happen. firing towards Sanders. Oh, a slight miscommunication there. Jeff saw a hole at the back of the end zone. Sanders continued his route, which brought him into the territory of Jérôme. Had he halted that route right behind the slot defender, he had 6 points.
Yeah, that was a tough break for them because Sanders was open. And again, it's tough as a receiver to once when you're running your route and then you don't realize that you're actually more wide open than you think. And so if Sanders did sit, like you mentioned, that was an easy touchdown.
Because as a receiver, you don't have the same perspective as a quarterback or as us from the roof who sees the entire field. You're very much tunneled vision into your hole. Kwesi reaching over the goal line. The ref is pointing towards the 1 yard line. And the refs are going to communicate. The debate here is this a touchdown or not? For me, it smelled like a touchdown. They're going to discuss.
Yeah, we can see on the replay here if it even is worthy of a challenge.
Pass is complete to Kwesi. Catches the ball, reaches over the cone. That looks like a touchdown to me.
Yeah, it looks very close, but I don't know what the angle, if they're going to get enough evidence there to overturn it because the call was a 4th down.
The call on the field is a touchdown. Leo overruled the other official, called touchdown. He saw the reach from his perspective and was confident giving up the touchdown. We now have the Merge who are going to challenge.
Oh, no, onside.
Nope. So I'm not sure I love going for the onside kick here. It's the same debate you have when you're watching the NFL, and do you want it? Let's imagine you're down 15 points. Do you go for the 2-point conversion on your first touchdown or your second?
I would say the second because just for the fact that, like, if you don't convert this now, it's basically you know that it's game over. Whereas, yes, you drain the clock if you are on defense, if you decide not to go for the onside, but you have more of control in that sense in terms of not it being one play. This play is basically one play.
This play is the ball game.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no other way back into it. It consumes a timeout. This is their only way back in the ball game, but on top of needing the onside kick, where if you're a good team, you're converting at 25%, you also need a stop. It just feels like you're stacking factors against you. But here we go. Onside kick and ball game coming up. Paul Lapierre drops the second quarterback. Jeff Rosenblatt throws it deep towards Kwesi. It's picked off by Jérôme, who's dancing down the sideline. He makes a man miss. He gets around Jeff, and it's a pick 6 on the onside kick. Jérôme has put his stamp on this game. If you can hear me, please give that man his MVP award.
That is touchdown number 5, pick 6 number 2. What a complete game from Jerome Hovington. Like you said, icing it for the Merge for a title in Co-Ed 1 with his 5th touchdown. What a great performance.
Simply been dominant in every single aspect of the game. He has showed his speed. He has shown his contested catch ability. He's shown his abilities to read the play as a defender. This is someone who entered the league relatively recently. I remember when he played his first season with Iggy and myself back in the day, and has very quickly established himself as one of the top players. And more than that, someone who's played with Jeff a ton and probably knows his playbook.
Yeah, that is the advantage of being someone that has played across the quarterback you're against. And picking off Rosenblatt twice for pick 6s, that must feel good for Hovington.
1-point conversion attempt coming here. Victor Boutin has dropped that one. I know Victor, that is not something he would like to drop. He prides himself on being a safe-handed, reliable snapper and believes he should catch 100% of the balls he touches. He might think about that one for a few minutes, but I'm sure that memory will be quickly wiped away when they're holding the championship banner. And this is Reeves and Victor going for their second championship of the day after already winning the title in intermediate 5v5.
Again, even if it's their second championship of the day, winning a championship is always great.
It's always a great feeling. It's a season coming to fruition. Here we're looking deep. Rosenblatt to Sarah Berbiche for a touchdown. However, here's what I think we're going to go back to what we saw before. If Rosenblatt got the ball and then threw that touchdown pass after getting a stop on defense, you're making the Merge sweat, right?
Yes, 100%.
Whereas right now, yes, it's a great play. It's a little bit of stat padding, but it is simultaneously too little, too late. They need 2 stops and 2 touchdowns, and simply put, the Merge can knee this game out when they'll get the ball back with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and that's the risk of doing the onside that early. And again, they felt that that was basically their win now moment, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. It was great for Sarah Berbiche to get that touchdown, but again, like you said, a little too late at this point.
Too little, too late. Nonetheless, a 2-point convert for show coming up. Rosenblatt looking towards the back of the end zone towards Sanders Armand, who makes a spectacular catch over the head of Hovington, showing off why he's such a great receiver. It looked out of bounds, but he clearly got those tippy toes in just in time to tap for 2.
Yeah, Rosenblatt waited for Sanders to go across field there, and yeah, I thought initially he bobbled it, but it looked like if he did catch it with 2 hands, he never lost control, then yeah, I could see it being his foot getting inbounds.
Simultaneously, not worth the challenge.
Yeah, not at this point. You're up by
12. You're up by 12. The other team has already used their onside kick, which means you will touch this football 8 more times. Lego My Flag has 1 timeout, which means you can take 7 knees for 25 seconds each. Comes to over a minute and 47 seconds. They do not need to throw this ball. They are already your Co-Ed 1 champions,
exactly,
unless of a catastrophic mistake.
Yeah, and I think with the high caliber competition on Co-Ed 1, they know the stakes of it, and they're not going to do anything risky to prevent that from happening.
So let's turn our attention now towards the fall season. The Merge have been a dominant force in co-ed since entering a few seasons ago. Keon, you know the league. Are there any teams in co-ed 1 who can start rivaling the Merge for the supremacy they've established? Who's coming for their title?
So obviously the IG team that's been a staple, a top contender in these 6v6 co-ed divisions, but we have to stop on that for a second.
C.R.A. making a great touchdown catch there, tiptoeing around Sanders Armand, tipping the ball over him, and then catch it on the other side. If you're wondering how C.R.A. can beat Sanders Armand in the air, that's how.
Exactly. That is exhibit a great catch by C.R.A.
And there you have it. Game is over. Lucky's jumping in the air, and the Merge are your co-ed 1 champions. They're going off to shake hands now. And so I'd agree with what you're saying about the IG team. However, I've got some news for you. The IG team will not be playing Co-Ed 1 in the fall, and rather Jeansley Alexis will be playing with Kiss My End Zone in the fall, which should be, I'm on that team as well, hopefully an interesting challenge.
Yeah, no, for sure. Your Kiss My End Zone, Kiss My is that franchise in itself. You guys have had very much good success in Co-Ed especially, so I would expect you guys to actually put up a really good fight against the Merge. It'll be a tough, tall ask, but you guys have the talent and experience.
And the Merge are a fantastic team. I think what's given them so much success is this core of female players. And yes, I'm not taking anything away from someone like Jérôme, who, yes, scored 5 touchdowns today, and I very much expect to win the MVP award. But where they're able to dominate in the co-ed division is the caliber of their female players. I believe that female players, either at high university levels or when they've made Team Canada, who used to make up a significant portion of co-ed 1, their coaches are now asking them not to play co-ed due to the risk of injury, simply because you're playing against players who are larger, who are heavier, who are moving faster, which makes sense. So this core on the Merge is the very best female caliber who are able to play co-ed, and that's what makes it so hard to compete with this team, because when their girls are isolated one-on-one, they win.
Exactly, and that's the thing. And plus the fact that the Merge team they are fairly new together, but they have been playing outside of FPF together in tournaments. So it gives the experience and the chemistry that they have, especially with the women playing with the team that they have with Victor
Boutin. And I think this is actually, I could be wrong, this is a team which has come from FFT and Terrebonne, so they gained experience over there, and I think went looking for a bit of a higher caliber and a bit more competition, and then came to Co-Ed 1 being like, okay, this is the pinnacle of co-ed play, and have been dominating at every single level.
Yeah, 100%. And getting the Co-Ed 1 title for them is a great feat in them, and coming into the fall with another co-ed in Co-Ed 1, the aspirations to win another championship is very much on the horizon for them. I'm wondering what teams are going to be up there competing with them to win it. Like you said, Kiss My Ace is coming back, right?
Yeah, and I think this Lego My Flag team is also an extraordinarily solid squad. You have to realize they still scored 20-some-odd points or 30 points with just 5 players. Mm-hmm. How different would this game have been if they were full strength?
I think it would have been closer early on, but again, the Merge has the chemistry to hold it down and be more clutch when it comes down to it. I think it would have been more closer throughout most of the game, but I felt like the Merge would have brought it to a victory for them.
I think the Merge were still your favorites. We're just a few moments away now of heading down to field level. We're going to present the trophy, the MVP awards. Let's turn our attention down to the field level and Mo Khan.
All right, welcome back. Here is post-game time. It is now time to present the Co-Ed 1 division. Oh my goodness, I said this wrong. Co-Ed 1 finals here as Merge is victorious here. Salut les gangs, félicitations. Les champions deuxième fois. C'est la deuxième fois. Le Merge. Félicitations, guys. Yo, trophy time, bro. What's wrong with you?
Say the thing, man.
Voilà. Voilà. And notre gars.
Moi, je suis
pas
Kevin Durant, fallait que je bandwagon.
Kevin Durant. Mais c'est pas facile pour gagner une deuxième fois, mais l'équipe, belle saison pour l'équipe.
Ouais, ben je veux surtout shout-out les filles. Là. Je pense que ça a été la grosse différence pour nous cette année. Là. Les filles, pour moi, c'est la meilleure équipe de filles dans la division. Je pense que c'est vraiment ça qui nous a différencié des autres équipes cette année.
C'est qui les meilleures filles dans l'équipe?
Les quatre. Les quatre. On les a. Hey, non, elles sont toutes excellentes. On l'a vu aujourd'hui, ils ont toutes fait des gros plays, ils ont toutes été impliquées. Fait que je suis super content et je suis super fier de tout le monde ici.
Vos QB, M. Reeves, est-ce que c'est les meilleurs QB? Pas en mix, mais toute l'FPF.
Je pense qu'il est pas loin. Il y a une couple de gars avant lui qui ont plus d'expérience.
C'est quoi? C'est le deuxième niveau, puis le plus haut niveau, c'est l'autre QB?
On va pas rentrer dans une discussion ce qui est manqueur de la ligue, là, mais il s'en vient, puis ça sera pas même long que ça va être dans les tops. Là. Ça sera vraiment pas long.
Félicitations, merci, bonne soirée et l'année prochaine.
Merci beaucoup, Mo. Prends soin de toi.
Hey, l'autre chose, guys. Dernière chose, un autre cadeau. Voilà. Félicitations, guys. And there you go. Co-Ed 1 champions Merge. Back to you guys.
And there you have it. The Merge are your Co-Ed 1 champions for the spring 2025 season, defeating Lego My Flag. And this is Marc-André Reeves' second championship on the day. Would you say he is the #1 up-and-coming quarterback in FPF at the moment?
100%. He's been playing great. I actually had the opportunity of rushing against him when he was on Knights 2.0, when they made that ridiculous Cinderella run. And when I saw him play, I'm like, that's a quarterback that he's going to be playing a lot more higher divisions as the years come.
I haven't seen him look out of place yet. He's been climbing the divisions, and he's never looked uncomfortable. He's always looked like he has the ability to beat the rush of his legs, beat the defense of his mind, and then worst case scenario, he can rely on fantastic arm talent to fit the ball into a tight window. He can win so many different ways. He's definitely a quarterback to keep your eyes on in the future.
Yeah, for sure. If anyone is looking at quarterbacks that they're playing against and you see Marc-André Reeves, have to be ready on defense because he could beat you in so many ways with whether it is in a men's division or in a co-ed division. He has the talents on both sides.
And there you have it. I was Alexis Dubois in the booth alongside
Keon Cyrus.
Coming to you with the finals of the Co-Ed 1 division. Stay tuned for more FPF action coming up next. 2 more games on the night.
Football's Women's B Championship matchup between the 3 seed 6-4 Supernova taking on also 6-4 the 4 seed Chaos. Brent Bach and Keon Cyrus with you here live in Brossard. These two teams met twice in the regular season. The first one going to overtime. A baseball game, I think, broke out, or potentially a hockey game if I'm talking about overtime. 9-8 win by Supernova in week 3 in OT. Supernova will complete the sweep, winning week 10 by a score of 24-20. Obviously, Chaos right now hoping third time's the charm, looking to get their first W of the season. What kind of matchup are you expecting quickly here?
I expect a close matchup between the 3 and 4 seed, and especially with Chaos losing the first 2. It doesn't matter at this point. They're both in the finals now. All that matters is this game, and so I expect Chaos especially to come out firing for avenging those 2 losses in the season.
There we go. Chaos again, the underdog. They're starting on offense. Gigi Camilo Bonte, the number 1 player, number 1 receiver, running into the building right now. She's running right by us on the stairway. Through the stands right here. So quick pass here. Heidi Lynch there with the catch on first down. Minimal gain of about, I want to say, 3 yards there on first down. Maybe again, Gigi running down. You're going to see her in a second on your screen going on the right sideline there. Better late than never, right?
Yeah, exactly. She is arguably their best player both ways, along with Emma Townsend as tonight. So it's nice that at least she got here better late now than like later in the first half.
There you go. So pass her on second down, second long, pass intended for Marilyn Cesare. That's going deep, obviously, from the quarterback, Allison Sobel. That falls to complete third and long now facing the offense. I want to say right now, Keon, I think it's about probably third and about 14, maybe 15 right now.
Yeah, so I would expect not necessarily for them to go straight for the first, but at least making it manageable 4th and 7, 4th and 6.
Pass over the middle. Phoebe Gervais, big catch. Gervais goes to the end zone. Touchdown, Chaos.
Phoebe Gervais making the great two-handed catch there and running it through the Vanny Cheetah receiver there, showing off her speed for the early lead for Chaos.
Yeah, bomb there from Sobo to Gervais, and they connect, and Chaos scores first in this contest.
And that's what you want for Chaos, to get your foot in. Honestly, they had the first game of the season they played, I score kept. It was, like you said, almost like a baseball game. Final score of 9-8, and that went to overtime with Alicia Anaya, who ended up getting the convert for 2 to win the game. So good for Chaos for getting points on the board early.
Passes there. She makes the catch. 1-point conversion is good. 7-0 lead now for Chaos.
Perfect start for them. And now for Supernovas, again, getting your foot in and stuff. Not necessarily, you don't need maybe 2 plays to get a touchdown like how Chaos did, but again, getting the feel of it. And we always have to talk about this, but again, being the higher seed, you always get the opportunity to get the ball first in the second half, and that can be a game changer when it comes to time management late in the first.
So here comes Supernova now, their first possession of the game, led onto the field by their quarterback, number 20, and Clarence Michaud. 24 touchdowns in the regular season to 6 INTs. 12 touchdowns though in the postseason, no interceptions. So she's stepped up her game so far in the playoffs that she could do it here tonight. Gets the ball, pass over the middle, bullet caught right away. And picking up a chunky yards right there was the Matrix offense. So a pickup of about, say, 7, maybe even 8 there on first down.
I'm trying to figure out what the number, I think perhaps.
So it was number 11, but again, as I told you during the last game we did together, lots of times in the finals, the jersey starts switching. Players start switching numbers and whatnot, so we'll try to get you who caught that ball in a second. Cross over the middle. Ooh, and that pass is almost picked off. Gabrielle Poisson had a chance there. Ball went off the hands of the offensive player, and that was number 10, Anne Pavia.
Yeah, Anne Pavia had the ball there, and also Gabrielle Poisson as well. Unfortunately for Supernovas, it was an incompletion, whereas if that was an interception, things could have been looking very bad for this Supernova's offense.
Yeah, well, I think it's fortunate right there for Supernova. Yeah. The pass ended up falling incomplete
exactly
right there. Just looking at the roster for Supernova, number 11 appears to be Gabriella Fagnon Bizarro. She's only played 4 games, though, so she shouldn't technically qualify for the playoffs, but we'll have to find out a little later if that's actually who that is. Number 6, though, with the reception right there, and that's Alicia Anaya, who you talked about a little earlier. Big grab for her. That is her 14th of the postseason, tackled by a Poisson.
Yeah, she had basically 1 rush actually for 7 yards, as well as you said, this was her 14th catch, and she does have 5 touchdowns in the postseason for Supernova.
Ball near midfield, but just shy of the first down by about 4 yards. Pass going deep. Caught. Touchdown. Anaya. 7-6 lead now for Chaos, with a long bomb gets Supernova on the board.
Great hands by Naya there. It looked like the ball was actually a bit overthrown, but Naya was able to use her speed and reach out to catch the ball there. And as soon as she got it, there was nothing but green for her to get into the end zone.
So for Alicia Anaya, her 4th touchdown of the postseason. Couldn't come at a better time. Again, she gets her team on the board here, going for the 1-point conversion, looking for the 7-7 tie here. Let's see if they can get it. And the last minute between these two teams. Finish my thought after this play. Trips to the right, pass to the end zone. Goes off a couple of different hands. And I think Lemise said Johnny was the last one to touch, so that falls incomplete. So 7-6 lead here for Chaos.
Yeah, that was a great drive for for Supernovas to get points on the board. Yes, they didn't get the conversion, but again, these points are going to matter later. It's very important now that their defense kind of settles in. As Chaos, I felt like they were able to just do whatever they wanted on the first drive, as it was very quick. So maybe it's more of a chance now to kind of settle their defense down and force Chaos to work more in terms of scoring.
So Sobo leads her offense onto the field. 2 receivers to her left. She goes over the middle. She has Gervais again. Big catch there by Phoebe Gervais again, who opened the scoring in this one. Pickup of about, let's call it 10, maybe even 11 yards right there.
For having the receiving threats of Emma, Gigi, as well as Phoebe, it's going to be tough for Supernovas to actually fully kind of defend all 3. I don't think all 3 of those ladies have played together against Supernovas throughout the regular season. Perhaps Emma and Gigi have played together. I know they did the first meeting, but I don't think...
Gigi wasn't there for the second meeting.
Exactly. So it is with all 3 of them on the field at the same time. It is tough.
So we're going to the right now. Nice underneath pass, and ends up connecting the crossing route right there. And that was Heidi Okana-Lynch, her second reception of the game.
Yeah, Heidi finished the regular season with 19 catches, 2 touchdowns, total of 137 yards. She hasn't reached the end zone yet in the postseason, so she will be looking perhaps under center to being a receiving end of an Allison throw for a touchdown later.
So now with the ball, she looks right over the middle. Gervais open, nice catch by Phoebe Gervais. Tackled though, short of the goal line by Alexandra LeBlanc, one of the top players. Obviously, she was a part of the Co-Ed 3 championship game last night as her team, Mixtolog, got the victory last night, so congrats to her on winning a championship. She's looking to add her second in as many days here tonight for Supernova.
Yeah, I expect Alexandre to be a focal point on defense when it comes to any catch being made by Chaos. If she's not making an interception, she is going to be there deflagging for sure, as that is one of her specialties, to not miss flags.
I think Alexandra actually served as the athletic therapist on the sideline as well before her championship game last night, so pulling a bit of double duty.
Exactly there, and kudos to her for being able to do that. I think she is currently studying that, or unless she just graduated. But again, winning a championship and then you're doing double duties on the side, great for her.
So that pass there fell incomplete now, bringing up second down. Again, Gervais getting the first down for her team. First and goal from the Supernova 4-yard line. Chaos looking to punch it in again right now on their second offensive drive of the game. So here we go. Lynch now leading her team to the line. Snapper. Gervais to the left. Thompson Aslan and Cesar to the right. Pass to Thompson Aslan. She catches it in for the score. Emma Townsend Aslan extends her team's lead now 13-6.
That was a great catch from Emma, and it's great seeing her considering the fact that she did have a scary injury perhaps last night in her Co-Ed 2 game. Friendly fire with Felix Clermont. We weren't sure if she was going to be able to play today, but knowing Emma, she was not good. It was going to take a lot for her not to play in this final, so kudos to her for playing and making a great contested catch there for the touchdown.
You had a chance to talk to her, but I think 2 hours ago, maybe even 3 hours ago at this point. Finish my thought after this. 1-point conversion attempt. That pass gets knocked down. Falls incomplete. 13-6 is the lead now for Chaos over Supernova. So I had a chance, as you mentioned, right, last night, Emma Thompson, Aslan colliding Yeah, in their championship game, went for teammate Felix Clermont for Purple Blood as they lost 41-40, unfortunately, at the block party. And yeah, both players went down. Emma Thompson last night was the last images of her last night. Pretty much was her writhing in pain on the field. She had to be helped off the field actually by Fleurs Clermont. Clermont had to come out. I believe he had a concussion, or at least the signs of a concussion. So he was held out as well. I talked to both players about 3 hours ago, and they both said they were playing the respective games tonight. Clermont did in his Division B game. He is part of a championship team. Has run it once, blew out. The game we did, they blew out Mangoose.
Exactly.
And obviously, again, we see Emma playing here now in this game. What time is it now? Yeah, 9 o'clock right now. So she had time to relax a little bit today and before getting onto the field. So that first down pass falls incomplete for Supernova. 2nd and long now, facing the team in purple.
Yeah, I liked how Supernova's first drive went, and I think if they keep that up, slowly closing the chains off on 2nd down here, it can make them a really good opportunity to score, to tie this game, or potentially take the lead.
Michaud gets the ball. She looks to her right. She throws it there. That pass, though, is dropped by Pavia. She's covered right there by Gigi Cabello-Abante.
Yeah, Pavia had the opportunity to make the grab, especially because the ball was thrown outside where the defender couldn't reach it. But kudos to, unfortunately for Pavia, wasn't able to come up with it. Gigi was there, but again, the ball was thrown outside, so it was hard for Gigi to get an interception or a hand on it. So she had to play for the flag, but it didn't work out for Supernova.
And as you said earlier, the first game going to overtime. Supernova scoring and going for the 2-point convo, getting the 9-8 win. Second meeting again, 24-20 was a win by Supernova. Michaud going left, and that pass is too high, out of the reach of her intended receiver, and that was LeBlanc, number 7, streaking down the sideline. She was open, but again, the quarterback couldn't find her. Again, looking back at that second meeting, Supernova took an 18-13 lead at the half. Both teams, so again, much more offense than we saw in game 1, but then both offenses would cool down after the break, only scoring 1 TD each. Clarence Michaud had a strong bounce-back game. After throwing a couple interceptions in the first meeting, she threw 4 TDs to 0 interceptions in the second meeting. Allison Sobel, who threw a couple touchdown passes in the first meeting, really struggled in the second one. She had 3 TD passes, but also had 3 interceptions in the second contest. That pass, nice catch there. Nice move by the receiver, looking for an opening. She gets upfield, a couple extra yards there by Anaya.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, she wasn't able to move the chains up for a first down completion. Great tackle by number 25 in Noemi Olmond. So giving Chaos the ball with the lead, this is exactly what they needed with a great defensive stop there. Now they're going to look to extend the lead to make it 2 possessions.
So the ball now inside the red zone at the 5-yard line. Pardon me, rather Chaos with the ball here. My apologies. At their 5-yard line. So snap now by Sobo. Quick hitter to the GG. GG's tackled after a gain of about, let's say, 6 yards there.
Even after coming late to the game, Gigi's already making her presence not on both sides of the field. I expect this game, regardless of the outcome, she's going to definitely play a part, as I expect from her.
I've done some scorekeeping with Gigi. She's always late to the games all the time. It's horrible. I'm just joking. Nah, Gigi, part of the FPF family here. Pass down the sideline towards her. Gets knocked away at the last second. Great defensive coverage right there. But the DB, I believe, yeah, that's number 10 right there, going step for step with Gigi. And that was Ann Pavia. And it's rare you'll see a defender going step for step with Gigi.
Yeah, Gigi's one of the fastest women in FPF, I would say. And especially when it's her going, especially deep and stuff, it's hard for any women's DB to keep up. And Pavia did everything she could there. And potentially having a hand on the ball there, not allowing Gigi to have the placement that she wanted to make that catch.
So it gets a snap over the middle, pass up high, and it's intercepted by LeBlanc off the hands of Townsend Aslan. LeBlanc still running, finally taken down by Lynch. So Lynch potentially saving a touchdown. Great field position now after the INT for Supernova. They're going to get the ball at about Chaos's, let's say, 14, maybe at the worst 15-yard line.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Emma. The ball was a bit high where she had to jump, but again, LeBlanc was there in case Emma even made the catch for the tackle. And luckily for LeBlanc, got the interception there and made yards afterwards, giving Supernova a chance to tie the game.
Supernova offense, takes the field here. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left, and that's LeBlanc by herself, number 7. See Anaya, who's had a big game so far. She is the snapper. Michelle gets a snap. She goes right over the middle to her snapper. Flag right away by Oman. Good tackle there by number 25, Naomi Oman for Chaos.
Yeah, nice grab there, nice tackle. Bringing the ball down to the 11-yard line. And again, you have a short amount of field to work with, so Supernovas could take a shot into the end zone, but again, they could always work the field, making it even shorter to make it a second and third and manageable if needed.
So here's your chance now. Ball at the 11-yard line now. So pick up a 4 by Naya on a previous play. Second down here. So Michelle going to her right a little bit. Reading the defense. She gets the snap. Looking to her right. She throws it to the corner. And the pass is picked up by Poisson. Gabrielle Poisson, number 14, with a big INT for her team. Possession goes back to Chaos now. 5:34 remaining in the contest.
Yeah, great interception by Poisson. But I want to give credit to the rusher Zoe Wong there. She made a quick rush there, which resulted in Clarence Michaud making that throw. Unfortunately for her, her receiver wasn't able to catch it, and Chaos gets the interception, giving them a chance to retake the lead. Not retake the lead, but extend it like before.
I had a chance to talk to Marilyn Cesar before the game and asked her what's going to be the key for your team here. I'm not sure if it's an injury. I believe someone may be bleeding, actually. I think that's number 10 again, Ann Pavia going to the sideline. The official told her to go to the sideline, so I'm sure it's probably just an issue where she's bleeding. Obviously want to get that covered up, get a bandage or get some gauze on it. But again, in my conversation with Cesar, she said, listen, the key for them to victory is obviously just sticking with the game plan, but more importantly, getting under their heads. Just maintaining focus and not worrying. If a bad play happens, she said, collectively, the team just needs to move on. I know in the past that's kind of been an issue where one bad play leads to another, then potentially leads to a turnover. So she said, again, the key today is just staying in the moment. Something bad happens, get over it. Basically not getting too high, not getting too low, right?
Yeah, 100%. And especially with this Chaos team, they've been together playing for quite a few seasons now together. These group of women have been playing flag with each other for several years now. So they have known the ability of, winning a championship in that moment. I believe they have won as a group. And the thing is, you have to be composed in these situations. You can't, like you said, when one bad play happens, you can't let that kind of be the dictator of how the rest of your game goes. So they have to, like Marilyn has said, keeping their heads cool and playing their game no matter what. They've been playing it well so far.
So it appears that we have a medical timeout again. So right now, Supernova looks like they only have 5 players. So that's why we're getting the stoppage of the game. Obviously, number 10 goes out there, Anya. Obviously, the Supernova will just have to send another player on to replace her, but they're only 5. That's why we're getting the medical timeout there. So it looks like she has a bandage or a Band-Aid on whatever was bleeding, and we're going to get back the ball over here quickly. Just looking to see how both teams got here. Supernova beat Les ETS Turgeon 40-6 in the quarterfinals, and they turned around and beat the Wolfpack 39-6. So 2 blow victories, obviously coming against ETS Turgeon in the quarterfinals, Wolfpack in the semis. Chaos kind of followed that lead, blowing out the Dream Killers 60-6 in the quarterfinals, and a close one here in Brossard a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago to be exact. Quick pass there to the sideline to Cesar. Chaos beating Hebrew 18-14 in their semifinal matchups exactly 2 weeks ago here in Brossard. I'll tell you what, I was scorekeeping, and I watched that game against Hebrew, and that was a lot more difficult than it needed to be. Bad decision making, not taking a knee, forcing passes and stopping the clock and giving the ball back to Hebrew. Chaos was guilty of all that, but again, they made a good defensive stand at the end to win the game. Ball goes off the hands of Gervais and out of bounds.
And that's what you were mentioning with Marilyn when you spoke to her earlier about keeping their heads in. And I wasn't at the game, but I'm taking your word for it, where it was probably much harder that they made it than what it should have been. And again, that's where you expect the experience of this Chaos team to kind of use as an advantage. As Ibu is more of a younger team, you would expect that Chaos would be able to know when to use perhaps clock or take knees and stuff. So it would be important to see if in this game, if it reaches that point, if Chaos would actually be able to compose himself in hopes to win a championship.
Yeah, we're going to find out, right? So big catch there by Gigi, picking up the first down. She got tackled by LeBlanc, but again, she was about a good 2 or 3 yards over the first down marker. So fresh set of downs here for Chaos. And of course, Chaos, obviously, Keon, changing their name this season. They used to be called Red Nation. All these ladies have played for Vanier at one point, except for Gigi. Gigi, I was told by Emma when she was on the podcast this week, she's an honorary Vanier cheetah. But all the other ladies on this team played for Vanier, hence why they were calling themselves Red Nation. That pass goes off the hands of Gigi, and then a bounce pass a little bit too high off the arm of Sobol. And they decided collectively, speaking to Emma this week on the podcast, they decided collectively to just change the name. She's like, it has been a while between since all of them have played at Vanier. Again, bringing on Gigi last couple seasons, bringing on Gabrielle Poisson, who didn't go to Vanier either, right? So they figured it's time to kind of change the name and change their identity. And Emma Thompson-Asselin, who passed to the sideline here, caught by Gigi, extends the ball, so she's going to be tackled at about the 11, maybe 10-yard line. And they said, in choosing the name Chaos, they all were voting between each other. They're all like, what does it feel like when we're on the field? What's the mentality of our team? And they felt like it was Chaos, hence the new name for their team.
I mean, as from seeing them play sometimes, yeah, the name suits them as being Chaos. I don't know if that's the right name you want to have it in terms of how you play on the field, right. But if that's the way it works for them, they've won a championship under their old name before, so now it would be time to win a championship under the Chaos name.
You got catch by Marilyn Cesar. She's in for the score.
And there was nothing chaotic about that. Very smooth, great catch by Marilyn, extending the lead to 19-6 for Chaos.
A big catch there by Marilyn. Again, one of the OGs, if you will, one of the leaders on this squad. She had a fantastic regular season. 25 catches, 297 yards, 4 TDs. You look at the trio between Marilyn, Emma Townsend-Asselin, and Gigi. They have 139 grabs, 1,232 yards, and 26 touchdowns in the regular season between that trio, the top 3 receivers on this Chaos squad. Lynch with the snap over to Sobo. They look to send their lead, making it 20-6. Passing it back in the end zone. Caught by Gigi. It's good. 20-6 is the lead right now. Less than 2 minutes remaining here in the opening half.
Great job for Gigi starting out wide, and she was able to make a deep in there and actually keeping her feet in bounds there. Unfortunately for Supernovas, she wasn't able to step out of bounds, is what they were probably hoping for because she was so tight to the sideline there. Great job from Gigi for keeping her feet in, extending the lead to 20-6. We're under pro clock now with a minute 50 for Supernovas. They, if I were them, take the time off the clock. You needed to score because you get ball back in the second half. But again, you don't want to give Chaos another opportunity to score and expand this lead before half.
Let me show guess the snap. She's going to have to do something for her offense. Pass over the middle. Oh, Lamisa Jundi, number 22, the captain of the team, almost came through with the INT right there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lamise, she wasn't able to grab that. And again, great rush from Zoe Wong right there. Potentially could have been a safety there if she was there a tad second earlier for the sack.
So second along now facing Supernova. And they look out of their wits right now, at least offensively. So let's see what Michelle has up her sleeve. She ties her shoe there, checks her shoe, I should say, for a second. Plus, it looks like to be a play band right in her sock. She has the ball now. She's going deep over the middle. Tender receiver was number 6 in Anaya, who had a big score before, but the quarterback and receiver couldn't connect on that play.
Yeah, Noemi was pretty step for step there with Anaya. So unfortunately for Supernova, it wasn't picked off. The ball was actually overthrown. But again, 138. I'm a bit worried now because of the fact that they are giving Chaos opportunity if they don't get the first down here. And now they're bringing it down to, I think, a very long third, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see what Supernova does right here. Michelle looking to her left, not going over the middle, and it's picked up by Gigi. Gigi Cabello-Abante with the INT, tries to escape 2 tacklers. She can't. She gets taken down just past midfield. So the Chaos offense is going to set up past the first down marker. So they can't pick up a first down bearing a penalty, but at least they get the ball back and they have a chance now to add to their lead again, up by a score of 20-6.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the replay there, but Zoe Wong was there for a potential safety. But credits to Gigi for playing through it and getting the interception there. For Supernova, that is the last thing you needed, because if you were able to punt it, you give the ball back to Chaos at least at their 5. But now with the interception, cuts down the field by half with over a minute and 40 seconds, under a minute 40 on the clock.
So it goes quick outlet passer to the snapper Lynch. So a gain of about 4, maybe 5 yards right there by the snapper.
And for Supernova now, again, pivot on defense and not allow a score. Time is ticking down, and the thing is, you don't want to be down at half by 20. You get the ball back in the second half, but the way that their offense has been playing, that hasn't been showing to get all these points quickly.
Pass to Cesar. Game by her, but it's saying she was tackled and bounced, so the clock's going to run. But again, more than a minute left in this first half, so plenty of time right now. It is not an issue for Chaos. Let's see if they can punch the ball in. Ball at the 9-yard line of Supernova.
Yeah, great hands by Maryland there and reaching for it. And again, Chaos has all the momentum right now, and so if they get a score, they're going to be in firm control of the game as they already are.
Nice catch, a low pass there by Sobo, putting it only where her receiver can get it, and GG coming up with a big grab there, bringing the ball now to the 4-yard line.
So I'm not sure with the Supernova defense, I don't know, they might be tired or fatigued as they are only 5 ladies on the field. But again, a bit of space there for the Chaos receivers to kind of really just get a simple catch where they could kind of not have to worry about the pressure of getting a pass deflection or interception.
So big play here, 4th down coming up. Chaos was 8 for 15, and that pass gets batted down. I was going to say, right before that play, Chaos is 8 for 15 in the regular season on 4th down against Supernova, but now make it 8 for 16 as they weren't able to punch in right there. 14.1 seconds remaining on the clock here. Again, 20-6 is the lead. 14-point lead right now for Chaos. Chaos slowly bringing their defense onto the field here, led by Gabrielle Poisson, Zoe Wong, Noemi Alma. And yeah, I guess they're calling a half here. I mean, on the clock here, on the field it says 14.1 seconds. I know your clock right now, pardon me, your clock at home says 14 seconds as well. Is there? All right, I mean, I guess that does it. Yeah, that does it for the first half. So 20-6 lead right now at the half for Chaos over Supernova. Again, so one of the storylines coming into this game, right? And unfortunately, it is always one of the storylines when Chaos is playing is which Allison Sobel is going to show up for this team. Again, one of the leaders on his team has been there since the beginning, a veteran. She's beloved by her teammates, stand-up person, but she has struggled, right? The bread of the legs getting the playoffs. Allison Sobel has struggled, not every single time, but more often than not. Bringing back, obviously, last year to the game in the finals against the Citadin in women's 2 in the winter season. But, again, she's shining right now right here. Her offense is looking good. She's spreading around the ball. She's not getting fixated on receivers or forcing throws. What, in your opinion, has been the biggest key for their offense?
Yeah, it has to start with Allison as quarterback. She's been doing great today. Honestly, just making the right reads there, not making anything forceful, not making any passes that she feels that she has to thread the needle too much. If there's a deep option there, Phoebe caught a really deep route there and running it to the end zone, especially early in the game. But for Allison, keeping the control of the game, going against their name of Chaos, especially going down to the second half where they need to keep control of this game. They're in the driver's seat right now, and if they lose this game, it's because of the fact that more than likely than not, their offense doesn't lets up a bit too much, where they've been playing great in the first half.
And I said earlier, right, in the rematch between these two teams, quarterback there, Clarence Michaud for Supernova, again, she was pretty solid. She was superb even. 4 touchdown passes in her last meeting. She has one here today, but it has been a struggle to move the ball with any consistency. She had a couple of turnovers as well. How does the Supernova offense get back on track?
Well, with the deficit that they're in, it's not over. They should kind of slow the game down a bit. They've been going deep a bit more often than not. I know Zoe Wong has been really much of a really good threat as a rusher for Michaud. But again, getting her receivers, you have Alexandre Leblanc, you have Alicia there, making the short passes and let your receivers get some yards there, making it where it's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down more manageable instead of 2 or 3 straight incompletes. You do that, you're giving yourself a hole where it's unfortunately you're not always going to convert the 4th and long. So making it very simple, shorten down the field on the first set of the first drive and the second. So it's going to be very key with them starting with the ball on offense. They basically have to score now. It's not necessarily now or never, but again, if they don't score on this drive specifically, it's going to be tough to get momentum as this is their first drive on the second half.
All right, again, in fairness, though, to Supernova, they are missing some of their top receivers. Chloe Corbet is not in the lineup. Liane Majeux also not in the lineup. Marie-Lou Gelina, Rosaline Majot, right? That's about around 26, nearly 30 touchdowns missing out of this lineup today in the finals game between, obviously, Chaos and Supernova. So, obviously, Supernova is having to do without some of their top offensive stars. But, I mean, listen, We've seen this throughout all the games yesterday, and it's started here today. At least the first 7 of 9 games that have been played here today. Some players are missing off of some teams, right? And it's the next woman up, next man up mentality. Someone has to make a play. Let's see if someone can do that for Supernova. Again, as they start, the second half with the ball in their hands. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right for the Supernova offense. Michaud gets the snap. She looks to her left. She has a pass over the middle. It's caught by LeBlanc. LeBlanc gets past 1 tackler. Finally hauled down, though, by Lamisa Sejundi. Again, the captain of this Chaos team wearing number 22.
Yeah, and like you were saying, for Supernovas, unfortunately, they are missing some of their key offensive weapons. But again, it's for the women that are on the field right now. One of them, or a collectively group, ideally would have to make a difference. I would expect Alexandra Blanc to make a difference, as she really did her job yesterday in the Co-Ed 3 finals, playing as well on offense with 2 touchdowns and making plays defensively. So I would expect her in this Women's 2 final to play a big factor as well.
So caught there by Alicia Anaya, the number 6. The only touchdown scored for her team is by her hands. She gets the ball near midfield, so 3rd down, and I want to say about a long 2 right now for Supernova so they can get the 1st down. Let's see if they get it here on this play.
Yeah, great job for Supernovas. Like I just mentioned, cutting the field short for your first and half field to go, and now making it a 3rd and manageable for them.
Michaud gets the snap. She looks to her right. Oh, and that ball is dropped. Big drop there by Pavia, number 10.
Yeah, unfortunately for her, the ball did come off a tad low, but again, she had her hands on it. It should have been a catch there. But again, great job for Supernovas for making it 4th and manageable, because in the first half, it looked like Michaud was going to throw it deep for these incompletions, and in the first half, it would have been much a difficult task, whereas now it's 4th and very much manageable with like 2 to 3 yards.
Yeah, so see if they can manage to pick up the 1st down. You think they go deep here? They do something short like a hook or a crosser?
If I were them, go with the short route. You don't need much yards here. You just need to get the yards.
So let's see if Michaud can get them. Michaud pass over the middle. Nice catch right there by Anaya. Picking up more than enough for the 1st down and a gain of at least 10 yards right there.
Yeah,
clutch catch by her.
Yeah, great job from her from catching that. Poisson was right there. She reached out with her right arm there. Unfortunately, couldn't get the interception there. And for Supernova, that's what you need. Make these short, manageable gains. Get the 1st down here, and now you have 4 downs to work with. And you're honestly you have like 15 yards to work with. So again, not necessarily always going to the end zone, but trying to work your way towards the sticks.
Let's see if they listen to your advice. Pass to the end zone. Oman knocks it down. Great coverage by Noemi Oman.
That was great coverage there. And again, I like the idea of going to the end zone, but again, because of that now, you make it 2nd and goal, which is long. So I wouldn't advise for them to go deep once again unless you're 100% keen on seeing the opportunity. But let's see if Supernova could actually work the sticks now when you have 2nd and goal, but it's still a bit long, but you still have 3 downs essentially to make this work.
Yeah, see, the receiver there was open. I think that was LeBlanc. She had a step on Oman, but again, that patch just a little bit behind her allowed Oman to come down with the deflection. But this ball gets deflected. Oh, almost picked off. Goes off the hands of Poisson. I think Townsend Asley got in there, and then finally off the hands of Oman. So a strong defensive start to the 2nd half by Noemi Oman.
Yeah, gratefully for Supernova, that wasn't picked off by any of the Chaos defenders. But look, now it leads to a 3rd and goal, still from the 15-yard line. Again, shortening the sticks would be ideal, but again, they haven't really been able to connect it. Even if you get like a 3-4 yard hook, perhaps, and maybe having one of your receivers run the extra 2-3 yards to make it more manageable. But right now, they're in a 3rd and goal, but pretty far out from the 15.
Ball put to the right hand side, and that's a drop, another drop, and it looks like, listen, after the first couple of series, there was a drop here or there, but now it's routinely now happening for the Supernova receivers. And they're down by 14. Hanging on to the ball is the first thing they need to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for Ann Pavia, she couldn't grab onto that. But the thing is, it makes it tough there for this 4th down attempt, because again, it was a short route. She was open there. It would have made it 4th and goal roughly from like the 7, but now you're looking at it where it's 4th and goal from the 15. So hopefully, again, they have to go into the end zone. Chaos knows that. That's why their defenders are more backed up there. So let's see what comes up out of this.
Michaud gets a snap at midfield. Pass. Oh, Jundi almost picked it off. Pass is intended for receiver there on the left-hand side, but just out of a region. Again, almost hit the legs and I think in the hands of Jundi.
Yeah, fortunately it wasn't intercepted. But again, the score is 6-20 for Chaos with just around 15 minutes left.
Yeah, so 14-point lead. So turnover on downs. Chaos gets the ball back, as you said, up 20-6 right here. So Sobo looks like she's stretching her hands there for a second. She gets the snap. Goes over the middle. Oh, that pass is almost picked off. Intended for Emma Thompson-Aslan. She was not open at all. Great coverage right there by Ann Pavia.
Yeah, that wasn't a ball I expected Allison to throw there. And great instincts from Clarence Michaud. I know she would have wanted to make the interception, and that would have been a very momentum swing. But again, with the pass deflection, that's still a statement to be made there. So let's see if Chaos is able to kind of collect themselves from that.
Second down, now pass to the sideline. Caught by Cabello Abante. She stretches the ball forward, so a pickup here of 6 yards.
Yeah, great catch from Gigi at the sideline there. And again, making it third and manageable. And for Chaos, staying in their heads, as it's always been a conversation that we've had about throughout this game, staying composed. Yes, you're up by 14 with 14 minutes left on the clock. But again, you don't want to give Supernovas a chance to feel that they could come back in this game, even though there's a lot of time left on the clock.
Sobo gets a snap here on third. Pass, corner route, caught by Thompson-Aslan, and she's in for the touchdown.
Great job from Emma there. Great ball from Allison too. Unfortunately for Michaud, on that play in itself, she tried to jump the route and she was just too far ahead. And again, when you're playing in 5v5 and you go aggressive there, there's no one up top there for the coverage, and Emma could have walked as low as she wanted, she would have got the touchdown there.
So it looks like the defender right there. So that's Clarence Michaud again, the quarterback playing defense. I think she just misjudged the ball.
Yeah.
Thompson-Aslan ran that corner route, and it looks like Michaud thought the ball was going to go more to her right-hand side, and the ball went to the left. She just simply misjudged it. She jumped at the wrong time.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that too.
So 26-6 lead now, looking to make it 27-6. Pass to the corner. Ooh, dropped there by Cesar. I'm not sure she would have been able to get in. Two defenders were standing right in front of the cone.
Yeah, it was a tough ball there. Again, for Chaos, great job for getting that touchdown. They're in firm control with a 20-point lead now. But the thing is, under 13 minutes left, if Supernovas gets a score, very much in the realms of getting a stop, especially the fact that in women's 5v5, it's 4 downs to midfield. If you don't get it, you give the ball back to your opposing offense. So the thing is, these games could go on where it's fourth and out or whatnot. So it's just all about, they need to get a score at least now, and then they have opportunities to get stops, but they're going to need them down the road.
So here comes Michaud now on the next drive. Pass to the corner. Oh, LeBlanc was open. The quarterback puts it about 3 or 4 yards in front of her.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The ball was just over the head of LeBlanc, because it looked like she did have a step there over Emma right there. But again, second down now. How is Supernova going to be able to compose themselves? They're down by 20, but again, there's a lot of time left in this flag football game, so I'm hoping for them they could actually just focus on, again, working the sticks, advancing the ball towards making it a third and manageable after this play.
See what to do here on second down. Michaud gets the snap. She looks to her right. She goes there. Out route. Oh, and that's picked off by Gigi Cabello Abante. That passed through the hands of LeBlanc, and it ends up heading right to Gigi. And unfortunately for Supernova, she's wearing the black colored jerseys instead of a purple one. First and goal now for the Chaos offense.
Yeah, unfortunately, LeBlanc was running a little corner there, and the ball was a bit too far away from her, and Gigi was right there for the interception. Again, it's not too late for Supernova, but again, this is a make or break stop, and the fact that they're in their own half is tough. But again, if they make a stop here, all they have to do is just score and make this more of a game.
So let's see if they can get a stop here. Speaking, of course, of the Supernova defense. Sobo, her team with the ball at the 11-yard line. Sobo gets the snap. She looks to her right now, goes to the left. Oh, it passed behind Lynch. Lynch is running a quick out route. Sobo put the ball about a yard or two behind her. Second and goal now for Chaos.
Yeah, fortunately for Allison, the ball wasn't too high enough where it looked like Ann Pavia could have gotten an interception there if the ball stayed more trajectory upwards. But again, for Chaos, you're in firm control of this. There's no need to make this tougher than it could be. they have had the tendencies in the past to make games more complicated than what it should be, especially down the road. So I'm hoping that Allison and company could hold the fort for their sake to get this win.
Sobo looking to the end zone. That ball's picked off. LeBlanc with the INT at the 1 yard line. Can even call it the half yard line. So second INT of the game for Sobo. This time into the hands of LeBlanc.
Yeah, that unfortunately isn't what you wanted. You had the advantage for you. LeBlanc, great job from catching it right before the point of the ball hits the ground. And now Supernovas could use this momentum to get a score with under 10 minutes left on the clock. Great play by LeBlanc.
So see now Supernova again, yeah, less than 10 minutes remaining in this contest. Again, they're only down by 20. There's still some time, but they're going to have to start quickly here if they want to come back and get into this one and potentially tie the game. Michelle gets the snap. She looks to her right. She throws her to the sideline. Caught by Pavia. Tackled though immediately by Ajundi.
Yeah, great catch there by Pavia there. But again, making the sticks shorter has been the key for Supernovas. And again, these ladies might be tired or whatnot as they're only 5. But again, the last 9 minutes or so of this game, if they want to have a chance to win a championship and come back from this game, the last 9 minutes have for them to give everything all they got. So I expect that for the next 9 minutes on both sides of the field.
So ball for Supernova at their 11-yard line here. Let's see if they can get it past the first down marker at midfield. Of course, in women's football and 5v5, there's only one first down marker that is at midfield. Pass to the left-hand side, caught. So Oman there with the tackle. Is it short of the first? I believe. Yeah, it is. It's going to be short by about a yard, maybe 2. So setting up third. Yeah, it's about a yard. Yeah, so setting up 3rd and 1 here. Again, a plethora of options available right now for Supernova. If you're calling the plays right now, what are you calling right here, Keon?
Very short routes, or even having, it looks like only Ann Pavia has been the one that's been running any. Actually, no, it's been Alicia Anaya that's been running any routes as a runner. But again, she is snapping, so that's gonna be practically impossible. But again, short routes, any comeback, it could be from Ann Pavia or Alexandre Blanc. So let's see what we go with now.
So quick crossing route there, caught by Anaya. Enough for the first down. She's tackled in the open field by Oman.
Great catch there by Anaya there. And again, making every catch worth it. And in terms of not getting incompletions, not making the sticks much difficult. So now it gives Supernova a chance to score with 4 plays. And again, like this drive has been working so far. Take what's being given in front of you. You don't necessarily have to go deep. You could if you find that the opportunity is there. But again, don't take too many shots because then you're making a tough opportunity as the drives go on.
Michelle gets the snap. She looks to her left. She throws her and pass off the hands of the receiver there, Anaya. Good pressure, little boy Zoe Wong there, the rusher. Number 3, she is faster. She got in there in a hurry, causing the quarterback to get rid of the ball before she really wanted to.
Yeah, 100% there. Zoe Wong had played a really great sequence right there. I thought she actually would have gotten the sack, but I think she might have missed the flag. But again, the presence of her speed getting to Michaud right there that quick could have caused that throw not to be as accurate to number 6, Alicia Anaya.
Wong, one of the few players on this team without a championship. Looking for her first here tonight. Pass to the sideline off the hands of the receiver. Maybe Oman potentially got a piece of that one. Naomi Oman's another one. No championships on her resume. Hadia Okana Lynch as well. Phoebe Gervais. So a couple of players with no championship. Again, they are 6.5 minutes away from getting their first. Obviously, players like Gigi, Kabila Bante, Allison Sobo, they've won 2, looking to add to their totals as well. The captain, Lemise Ajundi, she's won 1, so she's looking to add to her total. Emma Thompson Aslan, who's 0 for 2 this week in the championships, looking for her 2nd championship trophy. Pass to the side, off the hands of Gigi Kabila Bante. I tell you what, Kiana, she would have caught that. She would have brought that one back to the house.
Oh, 100%. Great read by Gigi there. I know Ann Pavia was open there for a split second, but the throw was maybe a tad bit too late, or maybe the route was a bit too long because Gigi read that like a book, and if she had her 2 hands on that, she was running that back for a pick 6. Yeah, I think now it is 3rd down, but again, 3rd or 4th down. But again, with these incompletions, it's been making it tougher for these next plays to go on for Supernova.
So see with the ball past midfield. Michelle gets a snap here. She's looking to her left. She throws there off a couple hands and falls incomplete.
It looks like that was 4th down, actually.
Yeah,
so
that was 4th down. You're right.
Yeah, so Chaos will get the ball back with just once the ball is snapped, it will be under 5 minutes to go in this contest, and they're in firm control of this game. Again, 20-point lead for Chaos. The game is in your hands. Just don't make anything unnecessarily. Don't make any risk that you don't need to take. Allison Subol has been playing great up to that interception that happened at the end of that last drive. But again, with under 5 minutes, just gotta take a composed, make the fact that Supernovas have to make tackles and make plays and stuff. They might have to play more aggressive, so maybe you can use that to your advantage if you want to go deep. She has been making good throws, for example, to Phoebe early in the game, to Emma that went on for a long touchdown. So let's see how that works towards this, as the clock stopped at 5:02, but I think it's still going to be running under the referee's clock.
So Supernova defense, 3 INTs the last time they played Chaos. Their defense actually, nice catch up by Thompson Aslan with a middle tackle by LeBlanc. The Supernova defense actually in this postseason, they've been superb. Through the 2 games that they played, again beating les ETS Turgeon and beating Wolfpack, they've only let in 12 points total over 2 games. Bit disappointing that they couldn't bring that tonight. Obviously, Chaos is a better team than les ETS Turgeon and the Wolfpack. It was without a shadow of a doubt here, but I mean, you think they'd be able to maybe keep them a little lower again, considering in the regular season they held them to 8 points and they held them to 20. Chance, deep shot, Townsend, Aslan! Speaking of defense, there was no defense right there for Supernova. Townsend last lane, with the TD. And Chaos has extended their lead now, 32-6.
Yeah, that looks like it's going to be the nail in the coffin. Great ball from Allison and great coordination from Emma to get her 2nd touchdown of the game. Perhaps an MVP performance. There's been a lot of ladies that have been performing well for this Chaos team. So great job for Emma for the touchdown there. Again, for Supernovas, it's unfortunate, and we've been talking about their defense, who have been playing well in the postseason, as they allowed 19 points in the regular season, but the 2 playoff games each allowed 6 points in the postseason. But again, perhaps maybe there are missing some defensive players that could make much bigger impact, and the fact that there are only 5 ladies on the field could be a fatigue factor as well.
Quick pass there to Lynch. She catches it. 1-point convo is good, so now the lead's extended to 33-6.
Yeah, great ball there. Great catch by Lynch there in the tough traffic of the defender. Again, 33-6 with about 3 minutes left on the clock. Again, Chaos they play more conservative on defense. Supernovas, if they throw deep, you know it's going to be coming. If you see that they're going to throw short, again, just deflag, nothing crazy. And for Supernovas, again, just marching the field and just getting momentum again. Don't worry about the score at this point of the game. But again, just trying to get more points on the board for them. At least it won't count in terms of, except for stats, but it's better than not. You're in a championship game. You might as well go out all out.
Show the pass over the middle, off the hands of Poisson. I tell you what, if Poisson didn't catch that, Lamisa Jundi, who's jumping up and down, she would have had an INT right there. 2nd and long now facing the Supernova offense.
Yeah, and as much as we've been talking about Chaos being purely dominant on both sides of the ball, Supernovas has had a great run towards this finals, finishing 6-4 and having 2 big victories in the postseason with large margins, like we mentioned, to ETS Turgeon, and then Wolfpack as well, advancing to this point.
So speaking of strong defense, Chaos here with the strong defense again. In the first meeting, they had 10 passive flashes and 2 INTs, one by Marilyn Cesar and the other by Emma Townsend Aslan. The defense has been just as solid here tonight. Deep pass on the sideline, caught it, bounced by LeBlanc, getting 2 feet in and avoiding Lamisa Jundi. She caught the ball. Jundi finally makes a tackle, but 1st down for the Supernova offense.
Yeah, that was a great catch by LeBlanc. And again, for Michaud, great ball. But again, do you want to have those balls? At this point, you might as well go all out and just try to do anything. But again, throughout the game, a ball like that, was that necessary? But again, great ball from her to take no credit away from that, and great catch from LeBlanc at the sideline.
Fresh set of downs here for Supernova. Getting about 2 to 3 yards up from midfield. Michelle, dart over the middle to LeBlanc. LeBlanc gets tackled by Poisson.
Yeah, great job from Chaos overall. They've been playing well on both sides of the field defensively. And again, for some of these women, their first championship. For others, their 2nd. And again, it must be a great feeling for winning a championship, especially as to avenge the loss to Les Citadines last winter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So great job for them to coming back this season in Women's B and being your Women's B champs.
Pass to the right-hand side. It's caught, going out of bounds. There's the receiver right there, number 10, making the grab. A nice one there. She had to deal with the always tough Lemise Junde in coverage, and that was Ann Pavia making the grab.
Yeah, great catch by Ann there. I know she wanted to reach into the end zone. With the clock winding down under 40 seconds, again, getting another touchdown here for Supernova. This is nothing but pride. And again, these ladies have nothing to do but leave all on the tank and keeping their heads high for this performance throughout the whole season. It might not be the outcome they wanted in this game, but again, they had a great season overall.
So they have 20 seconds and counting here. Again, at least Supernova have a chance now to make the final score at least a little bit more respectable. Let's see if they can do that pass over the middle, and it's caught for the touchdown. So too little too late, but at least, again, the final score will be a little bit closer. Alexandre LeBlanc with the catch over the middle. Tight ball, good, nice window. Right there, window throw by the quarterback, and that'll do it. A 33-6 victory for Chaos. They are your Women's B Flag plus Football Spring Season 2025 champions. Congratulations to them. A huge victory, dominating pretty much from start to finish. And a game that we thought would be a little bit closer, but because of the dominant play on both sides of the ball by Chaos, it wasn't. But they'll definitely take that championship trophy, blow it or not.
Yeah, great job from Chaos. Like you said, start to finish, they played a near flawless game on both sides of the field. Again, letting up one touchdown in each half, which, again, in a championship game, that's more than you can ask for from your defense. And Alison Subol did as great of a job as she could. Yes, she gave up one interception, but outside of that one interception, she played flawless, pretty much made the right throws, had her receivers make great catches. But again, she led her team to first title for this Chaos newly renamed group of ladies down the field.
And listen, credit to Alison Sobel. She shut up a lot of the critics today in this victory. A lot of frustration for her and her teammates over the last couple of years. Again, we talked about that loss to the Citadins in the winter season finals. I had a chance to hang out with some of her teammates afterwards, and it was just frustration all around, right? You lose a heartbreaker like that, 33-32. A lot of tough questions need to be asked. And again, the quarterback, one of their leaders, Alison Sobel, responding in a big way here. Again, a bunch of touchdown throws. Again, like you said, one battered interception, but it's fine. Pretty much she took control of this game and help lead her team to victory. So congratulations to her on getting the W. We're going to shoot it down to the field to Jeff Rosenblatt. No, pardon me, Mo Khan actually is on the field. He's going to award the championship trophy to Chaos and the game's MVP. Quickly, who do you think is winning MVP?
I would have to give it to Emma for playing that way both sides of the field.
All right, thanks so much, Brent. All right, it's time now for the Women's 2 Trophy presentation. Your 2025 Spring Champions, no longer Red Nation, it is Team Chaos. And without further ado, Team Captain Lemise, here is the trophy. All right, Lemise, I will ask you the questions here before we get to the MVP. So coming into this year, you lose one of your biggest hitters, and Rochelle Valliere goes to a higher division. Some would say that'd be a big loss, but you guys adjusted, and now here you are as the queens of Women's 2.
I think there's one thing that people don't really know well about us is we're all big hitters. We don't just rely on one player on this team. We rely on all these beautiful individuals, and there's no way we're ever going to stop doing that. So we are more than just one. We are chaos.
Quite chaotic over there. Was there a moment during the season that you said, yes, we have the horsepower to win this championship?
No. 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 We knew we were here. We knew we were going to come here. We knew we were going to go home with that thing, and here we are.
Fair enough, then. It is now time for the MVP. If I can get the plaque from Mr. Ben McMahon. And your MVP for the Women's B final is Emma Townsend-Asselin. This is our first normal conversation we'll have aside from Field 1, Field 2 in Laval. Emma, talk to us about, of course, talk to us about this MVP award. I know, as Lemise said, it was a team effort through and through, but you definitely are one of the brightest stars that this division has.
Thank you very much. It feels good to get MVP. I had a bad collision yesterday, so I wasn't sure how I was going to play.
But as a whole, I think it was MVP for the whole team. I found no one outshine anybody else, and it was an MVP for everybody.
Moving ahead here for this team and the outlook, you guys have won multiple championships now. So is it now time to take the next step in the development and the progress of Chaos moving forward?
Well, we did. We signed up for Women's A next season. So that was our step up. We're like, if there's a season to do it, it's next season. That's when we're going to play higher division teams. There's going to be a uni team, a Sub-Zero Cayenne mixed team. That's when we're going to be playing better of the better girls. And I think we're ready for that step up. We proved ourselves today, and as a team, we're ready.
So see you for the fall finals here in a few months?
Yes, I will see you here in a few months.
Congratulations, Emma. Back to you guys.
All right, so welcome back here to the booth. So, like you said, right before we went down to the field, Emma Townsend-Aslang winning the MVP of the game, obviously deservedly so.
Yeah, 100%. She had 2 big touchdowns there. And again, kudos to her.
Three actually
down the last one down the road. Kudos to her, especially from what happened last night, where it was even a question if she was even going to play with the collision that she had in her co-ed 2 finals. Credits to her for actually making sure she was healthy enough to play and performing well with 3 touchdowns and winning MVP for her second championship with this group of ladies, and first under the new name of Chaos.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, congrats not just to Emma, to obviously Lamisa Jundi, Allison Sobel, like we said before, Marilyn C.R.A, a lot of the OGs from the Red Nation squad, again, now known as Chaos, winning yet another championship. And one thing, so when I was talking this week to Emma on the podcast, I'll say quickly before we sign off here, I talked about some of the new players she added to the team, right? Last couple of seasons, like Heidi Okana, Lynch, Gigi Cabello-Abante, this season, Phoebe Gervais, Gabrielle Poisson, right? They lost arguably their best player, Rochelle Valliere, who decided to play in Women's A with Sub-Zero, so that's a big loss. Fantastic player, both sides of the ball, as well part of the FPF family. But they added a lot of young players who were hungry and who brought in maybe a different skill set, and obviously I think that decision paid off here tonight.
Well, yeah, 100%. You're able to win a Women's B title, obviously losing a talented player like Rochelle to Women's A and Sub-Zero, but again, you won your Women's B championship with the roster you had, and maybe adding more youth could actually help them in future, whether they move up divisions, whether in the fall, whether in the winter, whatnot. This definitely helps, and I think having the season that they did with the championship too, it definitely elevates their chances of performing well at the higher divisions in the future.
All right, so we'll have to see whether this team in Chaos wants to go to the higher division. Once again, congrats to them. 33-6 victory. They're your Women's B division champions. Last game of championship weekend coming up. Division C, the number 1 seed, Petites Carottes, taking on the number 2 seed, LeBrontourage. Petites Carottes beat them in the regular season. So obviously LeBrontourage hoping for get the last laugh here. I'm done for today. I'm done for this whole championship weekend. So I know you're calling a game for Leslie Dubois. So good luck to you guys. Just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in on Facebook Live and Instagram and everywhere else. Thank you to obviously the team from Mira Productions, headed by Ali Reza. You guys have done a fantastic job. And thank you at home for watching, because without you guys we would not be here. I'm done. I'm excited to be done. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you later.
And here we are in Brossard, Quebec. These are the Division C finals between LeBrontourage and les Petites Carottes. We are in a rush to get this last one underway. LeBrontourage are the number 2 seed, coming in with an 8-2 record, going up against les Petites Carottes, the heavyweights, the favorites, the 9-1 team. On the first play, we saw LeBrontourage's quarterback, Yanni Cassati, take off running for a 5-yard gain. 2nd and 5 now coming up with Cassati under center.
Yes.
I'm in the booth here with
Keon Cyrus.
I'm Alexis Dubois, and we are now underway for your Division C finals. Cassati takes a snap, looks to his right, flows to his left, completes the Sparagna immediately, makes a first man miss and a second, but cannot get away from Timothée Neha Lacasse, who makes the tackle.
Yes, with this LeBrontourage roster, they are only 6 in this game, as it's been the case for them all postseason long. But kudos to them, the number 2 seed had been able to knock off Coldest in a heartbreaker loss for them, 39-38, as well as a 38-31 victory in the semifinals against Speed Academy.
This is a high-powered offense, a whole bunch of Concordia guys. You'll recognize the Concordia yellow. And that's a massive drop. Cassati had Murphy, and not Jeremy Murphy, that is Joshua Murphy, the younger brother of former CFOer Jeremy Murphy. Normally a sure-handed, talented, explosive receiver with the flowing Murphy locks. Dropped that one in the end zone.
Unfortunately, of that incompletion. But again, Joshua Murphy has not played in the postseason for LeBrontourage just yet. So again, maybe finals jitters. Again, he's a competitive university football player like his brother was. But again, that is a catch he wants to get back.
It's a catch anyone would want to get back, hit him in both hands and the chest. The good news is we still have 2nd down, 2nd and 10 for LeBrontourage. Cassati scrambling to his right, throwing towards the boundary, and that one was thrown away. No one open.
So with rusher Emile Descouteaux rushing Gianni Cassati, my apologies, there's going to be a lot of running around in the pockets. So it's going to be key for Descouteaux to manage the rushing and mobile of Cassati in this contest.
Descouteaux is a fantastic rusher. He does a good job of getting passing lanes, and he has a good first step burst. That being said, Cassati is a quarterback who likes buying time. That matchup between Descouteaux and Cassati will be interesting. This time, Descouteaux takes a step early. He has to reset. He comes back. It's fire towards number 1, Tristan Mancini, the younger brother of... I'm forgetting the name of the other Mancini. That's a criminal mistake. That being said, this is clearly the game of the younger brothers and the 10 p.m. memory gaps. Broken up, however, on the play by les Petites Carottes.
Yeah, honestly, great anticipation by the defender. I think that was Timothée Nema-Lacasse, who is a great defender in his own right, pretty long with his arms, and broke up the pass towards Mancini.
A nice defensive play, setting up 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10 is very much manageable. However, 4th and 10 is where you want to get worried. You're looking to cut the yards in two here if you're C.R.A. Keep an eye out for a run play or something short. You want to set up a 4th and manageable. Instead, he's scrambling to his right. Is he going to run? He's trying to make Decoteau miss. He cannot. He is sacked. We are talking about who is going to have the edge between Decoteau and C.R.A. Decoteau 1, C.R.A. 0.
Yeah, that was a great rush by Decoteau right there. And again, C.R.A. was trying to buy some time for his receivers, but Decoteau followed him, and that's a big loss of a sack, making it 4th and very, very long.
This is not a pretty situation. You know this LeBrontourage team better than I do. If they're looking for a jump ball, have they punted?
I think they perhaps punted.
That was 4th down.
Yeah.
The sack we saw was 4th down.
Oh, my apologies there.
We both lost track of a play. 4th down. Turnover on downs. 1st down for Jason Reyes and this Petites Carottes offense. Pass complete towards Necas just a few seconds before getting sacked. And a 1st down, making it look easy.
Having the LeBrontourage quarterback and C.R.A. rushing, again, he is a mobile quarterback, so having him rush as well as being as mobile as he is on offense, Jason Reyes is a very skillful quarterback in his own right, being able to use his legs as well and being accurate, finishing the season with over a 72% completion percentage with 40 touchdowns and over 1,400 yards.
And you have to wonder if cardio will start becoming a factor for C.R.A. If you're a scrambling quarterback and a rusher, that is a lot of sprints. This is complete towards over the middle, back towards Necas, tackled by Murphy for a gain of 3 yards. We're setting up now a 2nd down at the 3-yard line.
And for this LPC group, a lot of offensive weapons. Laurent Beauchamp, Félix Boutet. You have a lot of, even Michael Farron on the outside here. So it's going to be interesting what Jason Reyes does. He is in red zone, but again, plethora of weapons for this number 1 seed LPC team.
Keep an eye on Félix Boutet, one of the fastest players, a staple of Division 1 and the higher divisions in FPF. A very talented receiver. Firing towards the back of the end zone is Reyes, looking for number 0, Cédric Maurice, who has been one of this team's leading receivers. Comes up empty, setting up 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line.
Yeah, that was nearly a sack there. For kudos to Reyes for evading C.R.A. as a rusher there. But again, fortunate for LeBrontourage. No touchdown there. It was a tough ball, but again, making it another defensive stand inside their own 5.
It's looking like mobile quarterbacks will be key to this game, and whoever can make the other rushers miss more often might be able to escape with the victory. Reyes, standing near to his center, takes the snap, looks to his right where the trips formation is, scrambling. An interesting call there. Leo's hands went up in the air. Touchdown for les Petites Carottes. That is number 1, Tristan Mancini on the reception. His hands are up before the ball was even caught.
Laurent Beauchamp with the catch, actually.
Yes, thank you.
But again, it is Leo Gervais did make the call there, but it was interesting to see if Laurent Beauchamp actually caught the ball with the stopping of the rotation before he lost control there. But I guess LeBrontourage isn't making a challenge there.
I think he caught it afterwards. I think he bobbled it. Leo's arms went up. It was tapped by the defender, and he finally wound up catching it. It was just a slightly premature signal from official Leo Gervais. Going for 2 are les Petites Carottes, dropping a 2nd quarterback and a 3rd quarterback, firing towards the back of the end zone.
Yeah, that was towards Laurent Beauchamp,
who was wide open and simply missed him. That's a throw Reyes would love to have back.
Yeah, I think communication for the LeBrontourage's defense. I know Ahmed Boubacar was talking to his guys on defense there. Can't have a gap like that open because Reyes will not make that mistake twice if he sees any of his receivers there to make that catch.
He's a very efficient quarterback. He avoids making those critical mistakes. When you combine that with an ability to extend the plays by yards and by those few extra seconds, it explains why this Les Petites Carottes team are 9-1 and are favorites heading into this final. This is now C.R.A. under center, completing or attempting to complete towards Tristan Mancini. We've seen a few drops now from LeBrontourage. Finals jitters, a bit of an experience. How do you explain these miscues we've seen early on in the game?
Again, they've always played with 6 players on their team. So again, these guys are always tired when it comes to it. It's very early in the game, but again, these are all more than not former university players who have the ability of been playing football for years at the high university level. And again, they shouldn't be really worried about in this, as it is a final, so I would expect their hands as a group to get much better.
Casati's now taking off, scrambling to his right, tries to make Decoteau miss. He's held from behind, no flag on the play despite the tug of the jersey. A 6-yard pickup, setting up 8 yards, 9 yards, 3rd and 1.
That was a great run there. And to look at Les Petites Carottes, how they got here, their first matchup was a 24-20 victory against All Blacks, followed by a 26-18 victory over Jagerbomb, where I've watched that game, and that was a back-and-forth game with the Simon Duchesne and Jason Reyes going head-to-head, with actually Les Petites Carottes actually losing up to the point of the last 4 minutes, where a 4-minute touchdown was scored for them to win the game.
Casati firing towards Mancini, who catches the ball. Ooh, interesting. His foot looked like it may have been out of bounds. Referee ruling that his inside foot came down before the other one touched the line. Very close there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if fully he got his foot in bounds there, but again, it looks like no challenge there. And again, Mancini, good job at reaching to get the extra yard there.
In all honesty, that's not a play worth challenging. A incompletion or completion there is not worth your challenge in the opening 10 minutes of the ball game. Casati, scrambling to his right, trying to make Decoteau miss. He's got a few yards separation. He takes off running, ducks behind Sparagna before being tackled by Nema Lacasse for a gain of 7 on the play. He's now even the score. We're back to Casati 1, Decoteau 1.
Yeah, I expect that to be a completely chess match throughout the game, depending on how Decoteau rushes him throughout it, and Casati to kind of decide whether he's going to make the read. He has been able to make these throws on the run, or will he actually use his legs? But one person who we haven't talked about much has been Ahmed Aboubakar, who has led this team offensively with 13 touchdowns on 26 receptions, and he has 5 touchdowns in this postseason alone.
But hasn't been involved yet in this LeBrontourage offense. Let's keep an eye out for him on second down. Appears well covered here. Casati forced out of bounds, completes towards Aboubakar, who makes a man miss, dances and spins. Touchdown. We're waiting upon a signal. Touchdown. Well, you just needed to let him know that we were watching. A bit of pressure on Ahmed Boubakar's shoulders. He comes up clutch with a touchdown to tie this game at 6 apiece.
You thought that Casati was going to be out of bounds. So he made that pass while his body was out of bounds, but never touched the out of bounds marker. Great anticipation there, and even for Aboubakar for making that catch and actually reaching for it, missing the tackle from the defender and getting to the end zone for the touchdown.
We see Félix Boutet wagging his finger at Leo Gervais. They're going for 1. There's a lot to challenge on that play. Was he sacked? Did he step out of bounds? Finally, no challenges forthcoming, setting up a 1-point convert. A 1-point convert for the lead. Casati, standing on the center, flashes his hands, catches the ball, looks to his right, flips his hips to the left, throws to the back of the end zone towards Boubacar, high points the ball. The 1-point convert is good.
What a great ball and catch from Aboubakar. That was nice and filthy. The thing is, this Les Petites Carottes team has a lot of tall defenders, very athletic defenders in their own right, but being able to be a one-on-one coverage with a talent like Ahmed Boubacar is near impossible in this matchup. They're going to have to play physical with him. He's going to be jumping up for every ball in the air, and so the timing for these Les Petites Carottes defenders is going to be pivotal if they want to make a breakup.
I'm not entirely sure how you defend that play. He jogged is being generous, might have walked to the back of the end zone and then went, I will catch this above your head, please let me moss someone. Jason Reyes back to work, completing towards Decoteau on the sideline. That's a 7-yard pickup. Another factor to consider, Les Petites Carottes, 7, just 7. However, LeBrontourage, even less, 6 players. Thank God it's the 10 p.m. game. Temperatures have cooled down a bit, but you see cardio becoming a factor in this game as we approach the later stages.
Yes, definitely. Maybe not in the first half as, again, everyone's getting their footing back in. Only Ahmed Boubacar is the only player on both teams who has played a game so far today. But again, later in the second half, yes, the temperatures, as you mentioned, has dropped. Could play a factor for these players.
Jason Reyes did a fantastic job spotting a wide open Timothy Nema Lacasse. The only thing missing from that play was the catch. He was wide open from the touchdown. That's one Les Carottes will want back. So there's one thing. I was watching the Division B final. I think you're on the call for that one. Boubacar, fantastic player. He plays as a safety very far off. Is it not tempting to simply run hooks and hooks and hooks from your center and force Boubacar to step up?
100%, especially with the way he's playing. We're going to see if Reyes eventually sees that, but looks like a catch there.
And that's a catch over the middle of the field. Reyes completing towards Nema Lacasse, who has been by far the preferred receiver on the season. Timothy Lacasse caught 12 for 81 yards and 3 TDs this postseason.
Yeah, no, just in terms of the regular season. It hasn't really been used in the playoffs.
Which is shocking because I think he's just about at 81 yards already today.
Yeah, 100% there. Yeah, so when it comes to Boubacar playing back, Laurent Beauchamp, I've seen him play and he does run a lot of outs and short hooks, so...
Félix Boutin makes the catch, tries to make a first defender miss, but that first defender was a certain Boubacar who does not miss, makes the tackle immediately after a gain of 5 yards.
Yeah, being a Concordia defensive back, when he has been playing, he has a knack of reading. So yes, he does play back a lot more often than you would think of compared to other players playing the 3 position, but he's quick in terms of making those tackles. So a quick pass to Boutin there easily could have been much more in yards, but Boubacar is there to make the tackle on the stop.
What he makes up for what I think, in my opinion, would be a positioning mistake. With a ton of speed, he compensates. Reyes is looking deep. This is in and out of the hands of Cédric Maurice, a usually sure-handed receiver, dropping what was an easy first down and setting up a third and intermediate.
Yeah, it's been two throws by Reyes on this drive alone that have been dropped by his receivers. 2 passes where I know that on 9 times out of 10 it's probably being caught. So let's see how Reyes and company, maybe they go more simpler to get the warm hands of the receivers properly in, or he might be able to use his legs, which he hasn't really done much yet so far.
But Casadi's a very fast rusher. 3rd and 5. Reyes surveilling to his right. You're completely right. Takes off running, reaches the ball, tackled, first down, Leipzig Carottes.
Yeah, there
I think you've done so many games at this point, you can see 3 plays into the future, and you're just predicting what's happening. So tell me, what's coming up next?
So at this point, they're at the 5. I know Laurent Beauchamp, family seeing from him as scorekeeping LPC games, he likes to run quick outs to the left. Quick outs to the left for their side, so I would expect him to do the same. And then again, Félix Boutin is always going to be looked at as an option. And so for LeBrontourage, following their crosses and even anything in the back of the end zone is going to be pivotal for communication.
Let's see, they have 4 cracks at it now. 4 cracks. They're throwing a drag over the middle. Back to Timothée Neha Lecasse. He scores the touchdown, capping off an impressive first half performance. Touchdown for Les Carottes, and they take back the lead.
Yeah, Timothée Neha Lecasse started off from the wideout on the right side and basically ran a drag across field, and no one really picked him up until he ran the ball, and at that point with his speed was able to just basically run into the end zone to take the lead for les Petites Carottes.
Lacasse is not the player you'd expect to be the difference maker in the finals, but very much has been the go-to man for Reyes and this Carotte offense, coming up clutch time and time again. You've seen drops, but not from him. 2-point conversion attempt. Keep your eye on Boutin, number 10 on the right-hand side of the snapper. 2 quarterbacks drop. Reyes tries to dance, throws back to the second QB. The second QB throws back to Reyes, who tries to make a defender miss, but is tackled by Boubacar at the 3-yard line. There is a lot going on there, but the result is very simple. The convert is no good.
Yeah, thankfully it was only a convert play because that almost could have been picked up by, it looked like it was, I think
Sparagna.
Dante Sparagna there on the pass by Michael Farron. Luckily, again, at the end of it, convert is no good, and LeBrontourage has around 3 minutes to work with, down by 5 with the ball.
I think 3 minutes here, actually the scoreboard's a bit far away. This is an interesting amount of time on the clock. The question that comes up for me is you either want to score very quickly or very slowly, and neither one of those is necessarily the easiest option. You do not want to leave these Carottes any time on the clock. Casadi, surveying the field, finds Sparagna, makes a man miss, tackled after a gain of 18 yards, crosses midfield. So here, what you want to avoid is Leipzig Carottes scoring at the end of the second half and then starting the second half with the ball.
Exactly there, and great job for Dante Sparagna to make that catch. But again, clock will be definitely a factor with just over 2 minutes at this point.
Casadi scrambles to his right, tries to make Decoteau miss, and there's you coming downhill. You have Michael Fafard breaking on that ball. Fast player. However, cannot execute and cannot turn that fantastic read into an interception.
Yeah, that was a great read by Fafard there. Again, John Bochy was open for a split second, but again, with the rolling out of Casati there made the play a bit more difficult because of the timing, and Fafard made a great play there for the pass deflection.
It feels like if Casati just sits in the pocket for an extra second, he would have the poise to find these open receivers, and he's making these throws harder for him by being on the run. Let's see what he has in his bag of tricks here. Takes the ball, looks to his right, completes towards Murphy, tackled immediately by Félix Boutet in the shorts. A modest gain of 2 yards.
Yeah, and this is the second matchup between these two teams. Les Petites Carottes beat LeBrontourage in Week 7, 42-12 in a big blowout. Again, Ahmed Boubacar didn't play in that game, but again, Gianni Casati did play, and that was arguably his worst game of the year against that Les Petites Carottes squad. Laurent Beauchamp, credits to him, he had three touchdowns of his own, and the defense of Les Petites Carottes had 4 interceptions in that game.
And here we see the clock has stopped. Did you notice who called the timeout? I'd presume LeBrontourage, but it's not like they're short on time. Regardless, Casati takes the ball. Descoteau's bearing in. He tries to make a miss, but he's right on his heels. He's getting close. He tosses it towards Boubacar, who goes up. But that was Michael Fafard, who's all over the field, does not let Boubacar come down with that ball.
That is a catch that Boubacar can make, but unfortunately, do you want to make that throw constantly in this game? I don't think so there. So credits to Fafard for being there, because the thing, Boubacar can make those catches, but again, you don't want to give the Petites Carottes defenders the opportunity to make plays like that too.
That's a dangerous ball. This is not a game where you need to take risks. You have the athletes, you have the experience. Throwing those 50-50 balls where it very much could be a catch, incompletion, or interception, it's up to fate which of the 3 is chosen, is not necessarily the call you want to be making if you're Casati. We see Descoteau jump offside and then reset for the second time. The ball is again thrown up in the air for Boubacar, who's unable to come down with it. Turnover on downs. Les Petites Carottes take over the ball with a chance to do what I call a triple dip. Score, stop, score, and then take over the ball after the half and score again.
Yeah, I think if that ball was more thrown on the inside, Boubacar had the matchup, but unfortunately it was a bit more on the outside, which was tough for him to make the catch there.
It was not an easy catch to make. You saw him elevate, but it felt like his body was just slightly out of position, which meant that he was unable to come down with the ball. He's a great 50-50 receiver, fast, has a great catch radius, but that was just outside of what he can reel in. Also, I believe playing without gloves, a very DB move. Jason Reyes and Les Petites Carottes offense looking to take a commanding lead in this game. Completed quickly over the middle of the field to Laurent Beauchamp, whose name keeps on eluding me. Tackle made by Sparagna.
Again, it looks like perhaps Reyes has been seeing the middle of the field being a bit more open there as he rolled out right, looked at Boutet as his first read, but then saw Laurent Beauchamp being wide open there in the middle of the field. So a great job of keeping the ball safe. And again, with 1:07 left, Les Petites Carottes have full control in the sense of do they score right and with little to no time left for LeBrontourage and then to get the ball back in the second half.
This is a perfect amount of time to have left. You don't need to rush. At the same time, it's unlikely to leave your position of any time on the clock. We have 55 and counting. It was a first down, so time is started on the right to play whistle. Reyes takes his time, surveys the field, looks to his right, flashes his hand, catches the snap, pumps, comes back towards Félix Boutet, who tries to dip but is tackled by Boubacar. A great dip move, and yet it didn't quite work. We were having a debate before in the booth with Laurie. Is the dip move becoming less effective due to its overuse?
I think it depends on the player. I've been someone actually recently that's been using dips in the lower divisions, but again, with the higher divisions,
here we have an end goal situation. Reyes takes the snap, throws towards the back of the end zone. Descoteau looks at his heels. They're both in bounds. 1 foot, 2 foot, 6 points on the board.
What a great catch at the back of the end zone for Descoteau. Being used as a rusher always, and again, he doesn't get as much offense opportunities, but again, with injuries perhaps to Les Petites Carottes, as their tallest receiver, Xavier Pro, broke his foot or ankle, unfortunately, which he's on the sidelines at the other end on crutches. He's a big difference maker, being over 6'5", if not mistaken. So again, having other players play the part of missing their tall receiver.
Yes, you see him on crutches right now. Does not look extraordinarily mobile at the moment. Les Petites Carottes going for two with Reyes. Will they drop a second quarterback? They do. Félix Boutet runs back as well. Catches the ball from Reyes. Reyes takes off running. Boutet tries to make the rusher miss. He's going to run this one in. He twists. He turns. He flips his hips. Casati is on the floor. The 2 fingers are in the air. The 2 points is good. The score is 20-7. 18.3 seconds. Keon, do you think that LeBrontourage can punch one in before the half?
100%. They have the speed and the athletes of this. Again, they don't have to go for the home run play. But again, I expect Boubacar and definitely Dante Speranian to potentially play a part. They have also John Bocci as well as Tristan Mancini there as reliable hands. So again, 18 seconds left on the clock. You just have to get the ball moving. Just no picks because, again, LPC gets the ball back in the second half. But I think they could if they work it down the chains for at least maybe 3 plays.
Keep your eyes on Boubacar, number 2 to the right of Casati here. It appears like he called this play. Is he calling his own number? This could be the time for a deep shot. 18 seconds left on the clock. Thrown towards Boubacar. Catch is made. Tiptoe out of bound. 15-yard gain. Clock is stopped. He indeed did call his own number. It looked like a classic FPF play. Fly by the wide receiver, pull the corner to the deep, run the 10 out underneath the fly, and then complete once the defender commits to the fly route.
Yeah, exactly. You read it like a book, Alexi, there. And again, that was roughly 4 or 5 seconds off the clock. So again, they have 3 at least plays if they manage the time right, making it very manageable for them to score and get out of this 20-7 deficit.
100%. That was a nice completion. If they can continue gaining 15-yard chunks like that at a time and making it look easy, that's exactly what they need. We now have trips to the right. Boubacar and Murphy standing next to each other. Casati under the center. Catches the snap. Sperania runs to his right. Thrown towards Sperania. Tries to make a defender miss and wisely steps out of bounds. 3 seconds off the clock. A 5-yard gain. This is clinical. I think this is where you see the tackle football experience of these Concordia boys showing.
Yeah, 100%. With the fact that with this pro clock, again, getting out of bounds stops the clock. And again, good job for Sperania. He actually could have ran out of bounds initially, but he reached up for an extra 2-3 yards because he knew the defender wasn't able to make the tackle before he got out of bounds. And plus, he's saving a lot of clock there and making it very manageable with them at being at like the 12-yard line or maybe 15-ish.
The 15-yard line, 3rd and 3 at this point. They probably have 3 plays left in the half of the pace they've been running. This is completed towards Mancini, who's tackled inbounds after a first down. That means time. Was that a timeout taken by LeBrontourage?
I think so, yes.
Is that perhaps a mistake, seeing as clock has stopped due to the first down?
Yes, I would say that unless they feel that they were able to play 2 plays. But again, you're that close to the end zone. Is that worth it in a sense? It just depends on what the actual clock they're putting up. If it's roughly where it says 6 seconds, maybe because you got 2 shots at the end zone rather than just 1 play.
This could have extended what was 1 play into 2. That being said, they need to now make this drive count. First down for LeBrontourage, trying to cut into a 13-point deficit. Let's see what Casati has in his bag of tricks. 5.8 seconds on the clock. Fires towards Boubacar, tiptoeing out of bounds. Passes caught. 3.1 seconds on the clock. Les Petites Carottes pointing towards the clock. Unsure why.
Yeah, I think that was enough time there. I'm surprised they didn't go into the end zone there, as you have 2 plays left. You're making it closer, I get that, but again, you have 6 seconds. You had enough time to go into the end zone twice, perhaps. But again, maybe they didn't want to risk it right away and get a bit closer, but again, you moved it around 3-4 yards. I don't know if that would have made too much of a difference there.
I don't think it would have. We're setting up now a very important play, which I believe is the last of the half. From the 3-yard line, fires towards Boubacar, intercepted, and he's running it back. Only Casati to beat, tries to dip. He cannot beat Casati. However, the play winds up as an interception. The half is over, and there's still a 13-point lead. Les Petites Carottes will have the ball after the half.
What an interception there by number 0, Cedric Maurice there, reading the in-out move by Boubacar, and again, almost returning it, but Gianni Casati was able there to make the stop. But again, LeBrontourage unfortunately couldn't get the score there at half. Deficit is 20-6 for Les Petites Carottes.
I think perhaps the issue with this LeBrontourage offense at the moment is the fact that they're rather predictable. On fourth down, they look towards their top target on an in and out move. It's what a majority of teams would call. If I was a defense, the first thing I'd cover would be the in and out from Boubacar. Do you think there's a secondary receiver on this LeBrontourage team who could come up and thereby allow Boubacar to draw the coverage and someone else to appear open underneath?
100%. I'm not going to be biased because I know him well since we were like high school kids, but Dante C.R.A, he's been playing very well for this LeBrontourage team throughout the season. It's always been a safety blanket for their QB. So, again, having him as an option, especially when it comes to these red zone plays, I've seen it when he played against Coldness in their victory there. He made a big interception on John Alexis, making it a reasonable possession for LeBrontourage to score within the last 10 seconds of that game. So, honestly, Boubacar takes all the attention away all the attention for all of the receivers. You have Tristan Mancini also there. You have Dante C.R.A. So I think it'll be very pivotal for their quarterback and Gianni to kind of look elsewhere, especially if the Petites Carottes, like you said, are probably aiming to stop their number one player.
And not to say overcommitting, because they're clearly committing the appropriate amount of resources at the moment. But if they continue double covering Boubacar, that inherently means someone else will be springing open. Now, for les Petites Carottes, any changes for them to make, or have they done exactly what they need to do in this first half?
They have done exactly everything that they have needed to do, and especially the fact that they have possession now. A 20-7 lead is what they needed. Thankfully for them, they didn't get a touchdown scored by LeBrontourage to close the first half. So a 20-7 lead with possession. Again, if you have the option to go deep, for sure do that. But again, playing more conservative is something that they have the ability to do throughout this second half, especially on the first drive. But again, a score will break the game wide open for them. And again, it will force LeBrontourage to make a possible mistake that they don't want.
So what the LeBrontourage need right now is a stop, and they need it very quickly. If this game reaches the 3-possession mark, it's going to start to get out of reach. Whereas if they can start going now score for score, at least getting a stop, it's going to feel at least psychologically bigger. But it's completed over the middle. That is towards Laurent Beauchamp. Touchdown, les Petites Carottes. I can guarantee you what LeBrontourage did not need was a first play 40-yard touchdown. They turned all hooks into a 40-yard touchdown. And that's where I think Boubacar, playing slightly far off and playing at 12 yards instead of 7, is going to hurt this LeBrontourage defense.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that. We talked about it earlier. You brought up the fact that Boubacar was playing off. And who scored it was Laurent Beauchamp, who was playing center right in front of him. So it is tough for Boubacar to make up that ground. He has been able to, but clearly not on that play that he kind of made the wrong read, which led to Beauchamp kind of fitting through the needle for the score.
It feels like they're always giving this Les Petites Carottes team 5 yards. And when you're now down at this point 19 points, perhaps more pending the outcome of this 2-point convert, always giving up 19 points is, or always giving up 5 yards is simply not the correct option. Félix Petites is going to take off and run, trying for the 2-point convert, dancing to the end zone. He is so fast. He can dip and maintain his speed. A move I simply don't understand how it's physically possible, and yet he pulls it off seamlessly. He runs in next to the left cone for a 2-point conversion, making this a 21-point game, 3 possessions.
Félix Petites already winning awards in the top divisions at FPF and competitive and in Division A. In Division C for him, honestly, it looks like it's nothing but a breeze. Doesn't even have to try too hard on this, making his moves look so effortlessly.
And this LeBrontourage team is, in one word, fast. And somehow Félix Petites still looks fast against a team of athletes. C.R.A needs to come up big here for LeBrontourage. Takes the ball, looking deep, tries to make Descoteaux miss, and does. He's now going to take off and run. 3 defenders are on him. Descoteaux gives him a large, very amicable hug. He's stopped after a gain of 5 yards by the power of friendship.
Yeah, I saw Boubacar making a double move at the slot on the left, and it looks like C.R.A was trying to aim it towards him, but again, the rush of Emile Descoteaux was right there, forced C.R.A to make the run there instead of throwing it deep.
It feels like C.R.A is locking into a singular read and is having a very hard time coming off that one read and progressing to second, third, or his fourth read. If his first read is open, he's going to throw a gorgeous ball. But if it's not, things get more complicated for his LeBrontourage defense. Let's see if he can get through his progressions better here on second down. He surveys the field, throws deep, wide open, caught, touchdown LeBrontourage.
What a catch there by Tristan Mancini. Like, much needed play for LeBrontourage there. Great job there. I don't know what in terms of the coverage. We'll see on the replay. Boubacar ran a post. Mancini ran like a go. Again, a cover 2 beater right there.
So it's another traditional FPF concept. It's a fly on the outside, a post from the slot receiver, a fly from the wide right. So essentially you're flooding the deep zone with 3 receivers. On that play, Cassati did take advantage of how interested his defense has been in Boubacar by staring him down, making the defender commit his hips inside. The second his hips turned, he threw the fly. The defender didn't have a chance. The result is 6 points for LeBrontourage, now going for 2. Let's see if Cassati can make this work with his arms or his legs. Sparagna dropping his second QB. No one covers the second QB. Sparagna has time and space. He tries to make Reyes miss, but Reyes shows us not 1 but 2 flags. Cassati could not escape the Le Petit Carotte quarterback.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sparagna there, wasn't able to get past Reyes. Again, I know Boubacar was calling for the ball to get thrown, and again, Sparagna felt like he was able to pass Reyes, but Reyes, being a fast defender in his own right, made the tackle with both flags there, keeping this game at a 15-point lead.
He himself, he's a rushing quarterback, so he knows how to sack a rushing quarterback. He knows the moves. He knows flipping the hips, and he did a great job pulling both flags off of Sparagna on that play. Reyes is now waiting for the ball, under center. Flashes his hands, receives the snap. He's looking towards his left, comes back towards his right. Cassati jumps, shows the flag to the referee. Not in time. That tie went to the quarterback. No sack, but also no completion. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Yeah, with Boubacar playing very deep again, I'm surprised to not see Jason Reyes calling a quick hook for Laurent Beauchamp for him to just sit there in the middle, force John Bocci and either Dante Sparagna to make a play on the center, which leaves the slot guys wide open. So we'll see Boubacar playing deep once again, if that will actually work.
If you look at the cushion being given by John Bocci and by Boubacar, and there exactly we see it, a hook to Beauchamp, that 5-yard hook is consistently open. And if Boubacar wants to start baiting that, taking a step backwards and then crashing in like a madman on the hook, you could produce something. But lining up at 12 yards is going to start costing this LeBrontourage defense, especially against a savvy Petites Carottes quarterback.
Yeah, it's almost feeling it's like they're playing 4-on-5 with Boubacar standing that far back, and we have talked about a disadvantage on offense.
Very much so. Here we see a drag coming across the formation. It's thrown over the middle of the field. A flag comes out. I believe we have a legal contact on the defense.
Yeah, we're going to see on the replay here.
So the laundry came out thrown by the side judge, Leo Gervais. Waiting on the call, we see the cones moving forwards. First down, the penalty, 5 yards, automatic first for Les Carottes.
Yeah. Unfortunately for that, for LeBrontourage, penalty moves the chains up. And again, this is with 13 minutes left in this game. A much needed stop is needed. They're down by 15, which we've talked about before being a 14-point buffer, which you need for the onside. But again, if Les Petites Carottes score, pushes that up much further and much difficult for them to overcome.
Yes, Reyes definitely knows that as he surveys the field. He's going to take off running. Cassati's on his hips. He makes a first man miss, which is Cassati. He makes Bocci miss, picks up 10 with his legs. Is this enough for a first down? Not quite. It was not 10, it was 9 3/4.
Great run by Reyes there. Evades the rusher and Gianni there, and then makes John Bocci miss there with moving his hips there. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get past Joshua Murphy. But again, 2nd and a step, honestly, for them. And for Les Petites Carottes, managing the clock and under 13 minutes left.
2nd and 1 is a very interesting scenario. It's where you like to take a shot. If I'm 2nd and 1 from this position on the field, throw this in the end zone once, throw it twice. You know you can run for a first down. You know you can complete a 1-yard hook to Laurent Beauchamp for a first down. You have multiple options, which gives you the flexibility to be aggressive here on 2nd down. We see a drag coming across the formation, which he does not throw because Boubacar stepped up on it, daring him to throw what it could have been a pick 6, and Cassati comes barreling down for the sack.
That is the one thing, other than an interception, that LPC could have had done to them. And now making a 3rd and long for Jason Reyes and company where, again, if he just made an incomplete pass there, it would have been 3rd and 1. But again, making this very, very tough. I think maybe, is it 2nd down?
I believe it is now 3rd down.
Okay.
Because they got to a situation which was 2nd and 1, so they gained on 1st.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a sack on 2nd, setting up 3rd and longer. That is not what les Petites Carottes needed. Reyes is looking towards deep. There's a wheel route to Felix Boutet, who elevates touchdown over Mancini, head topping the defender. What a touchdown.
Yeah, great concept there. Was that a post? Yeah, it was a post wheel. Exactly. Great job. It looked like John Bocci wasn't sure if he was going to take the post, but again, Mancini was a bit too slow there to take the wheel of Boutet and made the catch much more difficult probably than it was, but great elevation there for the catch. A catch that he makes routinely in any team he plays for.
It's part of the concepts of FPF. Again, both of these teams are running very effective but simple playbooks. When you have Felix Boutet, who is, in my opinion, the best player on the field, the most decorated player at least, any scenario where you can have Boutet one-on-one and say Boutet will beat someone else, that's a matchup you want to take, and that's exactly what they were able to do with the wheel route. Now going for 2 to make this a 36-point scoreline. Boutet is scrambling around. Is he going to run again? It looks like he is. He dances, he dives, and the 2-point convert is good. How can this LeBrontourage defense simply take away the run from Boutet?
It's tough no matter who you send at him. And the thing is, he's getting approached by LeBrontourage defenders well short of getting the convert there. But again, Boutet is able to shift his hips and make it too effortlessly for him. And again, with around 10 minutes left, LeBrontourage down by 23 points. It's score or bust at this point.
He makes it look so easy to make 3 elite level athletes miss. It's an impressive ability. Cassati needs to turn up for this LeBrontourage team. He's under center. He's throwing over the middle. It is deflected by Descoteaux. He had Sparagna open, but Descoteaux said it was a no-go.
Yeah, that was a great play by Descoteaux. Yes, Sparagna was open there on a short hook, but again, Descoteaux being the taller of the two between him and the quarterback, didn't have to do too much there, but put his hand at the right moment and caused that breakup. And he actually got the flag there in case of Gianni never threw it.
It's becoming an increasingly bigger part of being what a rusher is in FPF, is taking away passing lanes. And if your rusher can take away that middle hook, it allows you to change the way you play defense. Cassati now tries to escape Descoteaux. He cannot. The score is now 3-1 for Descoteaux, which feels like the 23-point lead that the Carottes have. A deflected pass, a sack. Descoteaux is leaving his mark on this game.
Yes, with every sack Descoteaux is getting, or even a pass deflection, demoralizes the offense of LeBrontourage. For a quarterback, is it the fact that the rusher is now getting in his head because he's there quick, and if he's not getting a sack there, he's getting a pass deflection. And for a quarterback as mobile as Gianni Cassati is, it keeps backing up the chains for you and this offense.
It's placing them in an even more difficult situation when they need to score, and they need to score quick. Cassati now standing in his end zone, throws towards, that is...
It was
John Bocci making the nice catch on the out route. Cassati has a fantastic arm. He can zip that ball in, and his ability to hit... that was incomplete.
Yeah, Bocci had the catch there, but his first foot, it was out of bounds in my opinion. But I don't know, actually, looking at the replay, I think he might have got the left foot in, perhaps.
His planted foot was in and stopped the rotation of the ball as that foot was still in bounds. I believe that was a missed call by our officials. Could have been worth a challenge, but they are not challenging it. Cassati, under center, Descoteaux, bowing down, throwing it deep towards Sparagna, but it's picked off by, is that Nema Lacasse, leaving his mark on this game now on both sides of the ball, the leading receiver for les Carottes, and on top of it, a stellar defender.
Yeah, great job by Timothée Nema Lacasse for reading that ball. Sparagna was there and John Bocci as well, and just made the right read there to give les Petites Carottes the ball back with a 23-point cushion over LeBrontourage.
And it's starting to feel like this is just about game over. Do you see a path back at this point for LeBrontourage?
They would have to get a pick at this point in the next maybe minute and a half. But again, the clock is on the friend side of Les Petites Carottes. So if they don't get a pick, I would say in the next minute and a half, even a fourth down stop is going to take enough clock.
Boubacar shading to the left of the field, being flown right. Murphy is trailing. The blonde locks are flowing, and the pass falls incomplete. That was thrown just a step ahead of Cédric Maurice.
Yeah, a deep shot. Again, Les Petites Carottes, they have the opportunity to go deep, maybe put the nail in the coffin right now against this depleted LeBrontourage team. They are fatigued. Again, they're only 6. Not much better for Les Petites Carottes with 7. But it seems that Les Petites Carottes is playing with much more. Again, they're up by 23. But it seems like throughout most of the game, they've been playing more, I guess, hungrier for this game rather than LeBrontourage, who's been a bit tired and sluggish, especially with early drops early.
LeBrontourage made a few mistakes early, which were then compounded, forced them to make more risky plays, and led to the scoreline we now see. That's a quick hitter across the field towards Félix Boutet, good for 5 yards.
Yeah, making it very much third and manageable. Again, the legs of Jason Reyes could be in play now, or again, simple hooks to perhaps Laurent Beauchamp, or maybe he could go deep at this point too. Depends on what he sees.
At this point of the game, there's less than 6 minutes left. They can have a bit of fun with it. They can show off. They can build their huddle. They can build their highlight reel. It would take something spectacular for this lead to fall apart. Let's see what Reyes chooses to do. Is he aiming for a highlight reel play? Catches the ball, throws an outside hook. It's an efficient pass. It's not a highlight reel pass, but it's a first down for Cédric Maurice.
Yeah, again, as much as, the highlight play is obviously in the realm of possibility. Getting the first down at least gives them more of an opportunity if maybe they want to try a highlight play now or whatnot. But again, for LeBrontourage, have to play aggressive. Time is winding down. By the time the ball's going to be snapped, it's going to be under 5 minutes. So again, they need a pick at this point, or else, again, the Petites Carottes could just manage and wind down the clock. Even if they don't score, the clock is not on their side for LeBrontourage.
They need a pick. They need a miracle. They need a few picks and a few miracles. It's a difficult situation for this LeBrontourage team, who are starting to look a little bit defeated. Reyes, under center, with the ball, pumping towards Laurent Beauchamp, makes Murphy miss. The flag comes in. The reason that Murphy missed is that his hand was swatted away. Flag guarding. We're going to go back 5 from the spot of the foul.
Yeah, it looked like it was Laurent Beauchamp at the flag guarding was maybe 4 yards away from the first down, so it'll probably be looking like a 1 yard catch rather than a 6 yard.
Exactly that, a 1 yard gain, and Murphy had escaped for an even larger gain. It's an instinctive play for a lot of tackle football players who run with their arms a little bit lower, and as you're running with your arms in a very natural position, the unfortunate reality is that you can swat hands away. You need to learn kind of in the flag football style. I think Félix Boutet is a very good example of a player who does a good job of keeping his arms up and not taking flag guarding penalties. After the flag guarding, Ray is going to Boutet, who's going to show us how to dip and not flag guard. A nice play, but Mancini with the even better tackle to make sure he did not turn that quick slant into a larger gain. Not quite yet a first down. Third down coming up.
Yeah, with the clock still winding under 4 minutes now. Like you've mentioned earlier, LeBrontourage looks a bit more depleted. But again, it would take honestly a miracle, a pick, basically every single play. But with Jason Reyes playing very conservative, making his right reads there, it's making it near impossible for that to happen.
And Les Petites Carottes have come up the divisions. They have the experience. Scrambling to his right, throwing to the back of the end zones, in and out of the hands of Laurent Beauchamp. I believe we now have fourth down coming up, but even a stop here on fourth could be too little, too late.
Yes, with this, Les Petites Carottes, as you mentioned, they've been playing together for quite some time. I had the opportunity when they had their B team, Les Petites Carottes Junior, last spring, played them in the semifinals. Again, Jason Reyes wasn't at quarterback for him having a too high of a rating, but playing against him as receiver, quick as he is always, and he could lead the team in terms of his directives, leading Les Petites Carottes, their original team right now, potentially to a victory.
We see Boubacar standing at 12 yards. It's a quick out from the snapper. Reyes takes off running, makes a first man miss, gets around Casati, tackled but tackled only after the first down is gained. Time keeps on ticking. Les Petites Carottes at this point don't even mind if they score. They have won the game simply by the fact that they have milked enough time off the clock. Les Petites Carottes are on their way to a Division C championship. Is this a team going into the winter season, going into next spring? Is this a team that could compete at the Division 2 level, you think?
I'll give you that answer right after this, but yeah, I'll give you the answer right after.
Perfect. Answer coming up very soon. Reyes pump fakes, takes his time, comes back to Fafard, tries to make a defender miss, tackled by Sparagna. Another gain, the clock keeps running. What do you think is the ceiling for this LPC team?
So if they do decide to go Division 2 again, much higher cap, the thing with Felix Boutet on this team is the reason why he's able to fit is because not all of their players are in the lineup. There has been games where Felix Boutet has been on the roster, but he hasn't played. He's only played 4 actual games of actual stats-wise compared to his 7 games played to get playoff eligibility. But again, having him be able to play full-time for this team, as well as adding perhaps a receiver or 2 and DB, could definitely be helping them to making that jump to Division 2. If they keep their full team, it's a different story, but I think they have the experience and kind of chemistry to eventually build up to that.
I think their chemistry, seeing this team play for one of the first times, it's not a team I have very much experience with, their chemistry is impressive, and the poise of Reyes and his ability to get past his third read, and very often you'll see him work from one side of the field over to the other and get to a fourth read. That's impressive for a quarterback, and despite him not having the biggest arm, and there you have it, game has been called. Les Petites Carottes are your Division C champions.
A great all-around performance on both sides of the ball for this Les Petites Carottes, team in Division C, winning a Division C championship after last year in Division C losing in the semifinals to backfield penetration. So great job avenging that semifinal loss from last spring in Division C.
And I remember backfield penetration. I actually played against backfield in the finals. That was a very Les Petites Carottes team as well. I felt like they were fast, they were talented, they were athletic, they played with spirit. But to see this Les Petites Carottes team, after having grown through the divisions at FPF, consistently been one of the better teams, but that final has eluded them. It's a feel-good moment to see this group finally come home with a championship.
Exactly. I think the last time Les Petites Carottes won a championship, they won with their B team last spring in Division E, but I think with their main core, I think they won a Division D title the year before. So winning Division D, winning Division E with some of their players, and now winning Division C, again, I think, especially since last year they were in C, I think it's the opportunity for at least next spring. They shouldn't really be in C at this point, and then when it comes to winter, maybe making the jump to Division 2. Is that too far? We don't know. We're going to see with what they decide to at that point.
And I think a Division C title is something that very much puts you on the map. It's your statement to say we are on the cusp, and this is a young team gaining in experience. It's very much them putting their mark down and showing that we have what it takes to take that next step. If you're looking and being now critical at this Les Petites Carottes team, for them to excel in perhaps Tier 2 in the Fall Cup, Division 2 in the winter, what do they need to improve upon?
I think just making sure in terms of efficiency, they did adding some pieces. Dikutu is great at rusher, giving him more experience. I think in that sense, he has the ability to being a really good rusher in higher divisions, and he's very much improving. Honestly, just having their players individually playing more, maybe they should just go in Division 2 with their roster in itself. It maybe not go as well as they would think, but again, getting the experience of playing in a higher division instead of, it seems like they've been pretty coasting all divisions they've been playing at so far.
There's always a learning curve, and I think that's what's hard with Division 2 is if this team goes Division 2, it's going to take them a few seasons to get up to the level, but I think they have the quality and the caliber. We're going now down to field level in a few seconds. The only thing left we still have to decide here, this being our last final in Brossard, is who will be our final MVP. We're just a few moments away from figuring that out as we're now heading down to field level with the one, the only Mr. Mo Khan.
Salut, donc on est au terrain à Brossard avec l'équipe Division C pour les Petites Carottes, les champions pour la Ligue. On est avec Jason.
Yes, salut.
Oui. Donc on va remettre le trophée au capitaine.
Voilà.
Je vous donne aussi la bannière pour la division. Comment tu te sens de la saison? Comment a été la finale? Dis-moi tes impressions.
Ça a bien été. Ça faisait une couple de fois qu'on l'échappait en finale, mais là, on a fait notre victoire.
Parfait. Oui, puis pour le MVP, ça va aussi à Jason, à toi. Fait que je te donne ça. la chimie d'équipe, comment c'est, comment vous avez vraiment genre pull through dans la finale. Explique-moi comment tu te sens. Là.
Notre chimie est incroyable. Ça fait longtemps qu'on se connaît. On est toute une gang de gars qui se connaissent depuis très jeunes. Puis là, on a eu beaucoup de blessés. On a réussi à squeezer notre équipe. Puis on est arrivé à gagner.
Parfait. Ben, félicitations.
Merci.
Bonne saison à toutes. Puis bon championnat.
And there you have it. Jason Reyes is your finals MVP. And in case you didn't realize, that was not Mocon, that was rather Laurie Ouellette giving out the award. Les Petites Carottes are your Division C champions. And that does it for our night here from Brossard, Quebec. Signing off for the last time until the Fall Championships. This has been Alexis Dubois standing alongside
Keon Cyrus.
And Les Petites Carottes are your Division C champions. Thank you very much for your attention, and we will see you soon. Have a nice night.